Worldwide Level Up. The Earth Becomes Fantasy, Dungeons and Karma Skill System Creation. Volume 2. By Sora. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. 3.0. Shura Girls Report. The next morning, Mako and the others arrived at the lowly Labyrinth Self-Defense Force garrison. They were there to hand over the items obtained during their dungeon exploration and to compile their report. Sure, Earth's TV's footage gave a good sense of the dungeon's atmosphere, but it was these three who actually cleared it. They might have insights about things they were cautious of during the exploration or thoughts and analyses not covered in the video. Hence the Q&A session. Accompanying them were the three girls' parents, Mako's younger sister, and the lawyer brought by Sasara's mom. They sat quietly in the corner of the room. However, Sasara's mom alone had a sharp glare, as if ready to cut down anyone who dared harm her daughter. If Sasara's already spirited eyes were honed further, they'd probably look just like that. On the other side, the members dispatched by the government were the same as last time. Out of consideration for Mako's group, all 5 were women. Mako-kun. Professor Hishi. I'm so glad you're safe. Wonderful, just wonderful. Mako immediately hugged the professor upon their reunion. There was a mysterious bond between them. Witnessing this, Baba burned with jealousy toward her dog-scented friend. Last night when I reunited with her, nothing like this happened. Is it because of the dog? Does dog scent make you more likable? Baba didn't realize. The decisive difference between the professor and herself was spreading her arms wide during reunions. The trick lay there. As before, when cameras turned toward her, Mako hastily combed her hair with a hand comb. She whispered to the dazed Sasara and Lulu, "This'll be broadcast on Energy TV, you know." The two snapped to attention, fixing their hair or adjusting the collars of their casual clothes. Sasara seemed slightly nervous upon hearing about the filming. But would this really be aired on Energy TV? This record, later colloquially known as the Shura Girls Report, would become humanity's first dungeon clear report. Now about that Q&A session, it yielded more results than expected, because Mako had jotted down various notes in her notebook. Alongside map data, it contained details like the jobs available to Mako, Lulu, and Sasara, the progression of weapon and armor upgrades, enemy intel, hidden elements, and more. Mako had assumed the images taken with her smartphone were rendered worthless by Earth's TV. Curse you, Earth's, but their value hadn't been lost. For some reason, Earth's TV's footage couldn't be recorded by any other media, no matter the method. Even indirect camera shots or screenshots of one's own computer screen failed. Thus, even if their value had diminished slightly, the acquisition of monster research materials was still met with great enthusiasm. Furthermore, since Earth's TV had streamed Ultra HD footage, permission was granted to upload Mako's recordings online, including those taken in the lowly labyrinth. Thanks, Earth's, you jerk. That said, Mako didn't quite understand social media. She wondered if there was even a point to tweeting about her daily life. Though tweeting wasn't all there was to social media, to Mako, it was all about the now. She just didn't get it. When she mentioned this, Baba eagerly offered, "Then I'll teach you." Baba was a hardcore pewter addict, terrified above all else of online backlash. The Q&A session concluded. Next was the handover of items obtained in the dungeon. The globe was donated directly to Japan. Most likely, these three will later hand it over to the big shots themselves. Seriously? Yeah. You know how Olympic medalists show off their medals and shake hands with government or city officials? It's like that. This is world history level stuff, so it's necessary. Though they'll probably use a replica for that. Whoa, is casual polite speech okay? I won't get buried in concrete for disrespect. No way. By the way, who's receiving it? It'd have to be the Prime Minister, or someone of similar standing. Like I said, world history level. If it went to the mayor of Kazami Town, the world would question Japan's sanity. It's just handing over a figurine, so dramatic. A figurine on par with a World Heritage item, though. The clerk placed the globe into a prepared case, then handed it to agents waiting outside. Given the nature of the item, there weren't just 1 or 2 agents, nearly 10 were present. That's how precious it was. Next were the recipes. the recipes would be temporarily entrusted to the government. Even if Mako's group kept them, they couldn't use them immediately. More importantly, the self-defense force already had apprentice weaponsmiths and apprentice armor smiths. Having them craft equipment would be far more beneficial than letting the girls hold onto them idly. Eventually, these recipes would be donated for public access, though it was unclear if they'd go to the Adventurers Guild-like organization Mako hoped for. Among the recipes was the bond ring, so arrangements were made to introduce someone capable of crafting it. That said, since the recipe's contents hadn't been reviewed yet, it remained pending. Next were the drops. One of each drop was purchased as samples. Mako kept the rest instead of selling them, since her synthesis enhancement had various uses. The dragon hide and fangs posed a slight problem. They'd likely yield weapons and armor far superior to anything currently available. Both the self-defense force and the girls wanted them. But Mako's group wouldn't be diving into dungeons again anytime soon, and even if they did, they couldn't envision equipping such gear beforehand. After all, during this exploration, they'd left one of the holy swords, or Tina, and one of the grimoires at home. How about this? The self-defense force uses the dragon materials to make equipment first. By the time we're ready to dive again, there'll probably be plenty of dragon materials, so you can make 3 sets for us for free. Sound good? Baba thought for a moment, then nodded. Let's do that. Thus, the dragon materials were sold. Not only would they get free equipment later, but since there were only 2 dragon fangs, they effectively got one for free. A pretty sweet deal. By the way, the self-defense force found the fairy shop too, right? You knew. Yes, Earth's on TV didn't show it, but the cat mentioned it during their chat. They called you all uncouth folks who never stay overnight. With the map available, there's little reason to stay. The Kazami dungeon allowed mid-dungeon returns via gates. Moreover, previously visited floors could be selected for warping on subsequent visits, though returning meant restarting from that floor. Thus, with a completed map, staying overnight was almost pointless. Even if you don't stay, I bet business is booming. Drops gathered from G and F rank dungeons across Japan are all concentrated there. That's an insane amount of firepower. A normal shop wouldn't manage inventory or sales like that. They'd go bankrupt buying drops. But I guess the system's different here. Mako had considered lending her 10,000 guineas, but hearing about the self-defense force's operations made her reconsider. It'd be like lending 100 yen to a megacorp. Kinda heartwarming, in a way. That said, 10,000 guineas was actually a big deal. Selling drops from a single mallet rabbit yielded 20 guineas for the magic stone and 30 for the fur. Defeating 200 would barely net 10,000. And since G-rank monster drops were less valuable, even more enemies would need to be defeated. Even if the self-defense force earned guineas as an organization, not all members were focused on dungeons. Currently, 10,000 guineas was far from 100 yen to a megacorp. As Mako and Baba chatted, Lulu hesitantly raised her hand. What is it, Lulu? Fnaya Babadono. I wish to use my 10,000 guineas to buy armor for the people of Kismiya. Hearing this, Mako was struck. Though all these items were obtained from dungeons in Japan, ownership belonged to the individuals. Lulu likely wanted to gift her share to Kismiya. Lulu spoke timidly. Incidentally, she considered Dono an incredibly respectful title. She also thought Sasara's speech was ultra-polite. Mako and Sasara exchanged glances and nodded. I'd like my 10,000 guineas to go to Kismiya as well. Same here. Sasara and Mako withdrew 10,000 guineas from their fairy cards. By the way, this cost 1 MP, just like the magic stone case. 20 gold coins were placed into Lulu's hands. Shara, Miko, merci beaucoup, thank you. Tears welled in Lulu's eyes as she smiled at them. Baba's eyes softened. Having worked in society before karma became known, the sight was almost too radiant for her. Like an elderly miner, she wanted to beg them to tone it down. You understood. It's your money, so that's doable. I'll discuss with Kismiya to decide what they'd like. Naya, yes, thank you very much, wa. In this formal setting, Lulu adjusted her speech to express gratitude. Mako and Sasara smiled at her. Also, can a set of dragon hide and fang equipment be sent to Kismiya? The hide was large enough for at least 3 coats. The fangs, however, were limited to 2. That might be difficult. Successful crafts would yield cutting-edge gear, and Japan needs to protect itself after clearing dungeons. If you're sending Lulu's personal share, that's different. Fair point. Miko, let Nippon-san use the dragon gear. Sending beginner equipment is more than enough. Baba's eyes softened again. Such holy energy. Desperate, she glanced at her clerk colleagues who were diligently, or pretending to be, scribbling notes. They too wanted no part of this saintly aura. Lastly, the recovery potions. Handing the potions to the government was quick thinking. This isn't something individuals should handle. Mako had dumped these on the government too. Thanks to Earthzon's grand announcement, people now had magic, but those on sickbeds had also experienced slight improvements. Like passive skills activating with magic, it seemed to aid life sustenance. Not full recovery, nor indefinite improvement, but it bought the ill precious time. Many had begun moving during this sudden miracle, seeking further fantasy-like wonders. Recovery potions were one such hope. In a modern society saturated with fantasy entertainment, it was a natural conclusion. People would want these potions, even knowing they'd consume significant magic. If Mako had infinite magic and recovery cheats or production cheats, she'd help endlessly. But in reality, they'd found fewer than 30 low and mid-grade recovery and status healing potions combined. There was no way to meet demand. Thus, she left it to the government's organizational power. With jobs like apprentice armor smith, there were surely alchemist or apothecary roles too. This could serve as a foothold for mass-producing such individuals. Or perhaps labs could analyze and replicate them scientifically. That said, since the self-defense force had also found the fairy shop, their value as samples was low. If Mako's group held on to them, they'd likely give them away, sparking rumors. So beyond self-defense, they weren't particularly useful. Please make good use of them. Leave it to us. With that, the discussion paused, and a Q&A session involving the parents began. Sasara's mom immediately raised her hand. The others were just along for the ride. Our daughters, especially Mako, have become incredibly famous after this incident. We expect media swarming, but how will the government handle it? Baba nodded in understanding. The government will prohibit media contact with Mako, Sasara, and Lulu, foreign media included. However, they'll appear on camera during events like the Globe donation ceremony. That said, we'll retract this if they wish to become idols. What do you three want? Mako imagined herself as a fluffy, dreamy idol. A singing, dancing adventurer idol. Her party. Mako, Sasara, Lulu, a cameraman, a sound engineer, and a lighting technician. They'd be utterly disrespecting the dungeon. That wouldn't be adventure. After dungeon runs, they'd appear on variety shows. Exhausting. In the past, she might have agonized over becoming an idol. But now, she wanted to train and dive into dungeons. If they needed footage, they could film it themselves. I'll pass on being an idol. I've no interest either. Me too. Getting stronger with these two sounds more fun. Confirming their wishes, Baba smiled and nodded. Then we'll inform the media accordingly. Honestly, just their online activity would be plenty. Dropping the formal tone, Baba grinned at the girls. A true net enthusiast. When asked for further questions, Sasara's mom raised her hand again. The others remained silent. Mako's synthesis enhancement skill seems immensely useful even to normal people. Won't this invite recruitment offers from various countries? Mako's dad tensed. Even he could tell synthesis enhancement was busted. Would secret societies target his daughter? But fear not. The method to obtain synthesis enhancement had already been deciphered. Crafting jobs like apprentice weaponsmith had limited versions like weapon synthesis enhancement. Repeated use unlocked the apprentice synthesis enhancer job, granting the full skill. Similarly, water magic had been discovered. Using grimoire release as an apprentice grimoire user unlocked the apprentice water magician job. We've already shared this intel with other nations, so synthesis enhancement won't make her a target. Baba's explanation eased tensions. A few more questions wrapped up the session. Sasara's mom asked everything, rendering Mako's group mere decorations. Now, for the reward segment. The decorative Mako suddenly revived. This time, the clear sales were one of each drop, the dragon materials, and intel, but the potions were also bought. Since the fairy shop already sold potions, their sample value was nil, hence the purchase. The recipe lending and globe donation provided additional boosts, a little extra for donating, so to speak. Among these, the map's value was exceptionally high. A difficulty-shifting dungeon was essentially a time-limited dungeon where safe zones had to be found by day. A marked map drastically improved survival odds. Incidentally, this incident was treated as a dungeon-related event, not a mountain rescue, so no rescue fees applied. Mako was confident they'd get around 3 million yen, 1 million per person. Here's the estimated payout for the purchased items. The estimate was handed to Mako and the parents. Sasara and Lulu peeked at Mako's sheet, eyes widening in shock. Mako, meanwhile, had no idea how to read it. Even Lulu understood better. WH, which numbers the big one? For now, she mirrored the others' stunned expressions. Apologies, is this acceptable? Sasara's mom raised her hand. Baba fought back a twitching cheek and nodded. First, Mako, Lulu, Sasara. Do you want this amount in one lump sum? Sasara and Lulu shook their heads vigorously. The sum was slightly terrifying. Mako followed suit after a slight delay. She still couldn't decipher the estimate. What about the parents? Both sets of parents shook their heads hard. This was definitely too much. The girl's reward was exceedingly generous, courtesy of the politicians. After Earth's-on TV's footage, it was unavoidable. The amount was enough to attract unknown relatives. Even in a world where karma reduced crime, swarms couldn't be ruled out. The government could handle it, but prevention was better. Sasara's mom nodded at the parents' response, then turned to Baba. We've no complaints about the amount, but offering such sums for dungeon achievements might spark a gold rush, leading to countless corpses post-dungeon openings. Given how recent the world's changes are, isn't this reckless? Plus, wouldn't it contradict Mako's ideal of growing stronger to prevent deaths? Mako, whose head had been swiveling between Baba and Sasara's mom, nodded vigorously. No deaths allowed. That just get dungeon openings cancelled again. Baba pondered the question. Massive earnings in long-established fields, like baseball players' salaries, made sense. Their efforts were widely understood. But the world had changed less than a month ago. Now, 3 girls obtained vast wealth from a single dungeon run. A glance at their profiles would show how weak they'd been just a month prior. Meanwhile, those with karma-boosted, muscle-packed stats, how would they react? Frankly, the outcome was unpredictable. Regardless of how dungeon openings unfolded, this was a plausible future. Karma's alignment wouldn't change that. So, you're suggesting a lower amount? No, that's not what I mean. The amount is fine, but perhaps the form should change. How so? Mako resumed her head-swiveling routine, totally out of her depth. So was everyone else. First, let's accept 10 million yen per person. Officially, this is the sole reward for their adventure. Hi. The remainder can be converted into a lifetime achievement-style pension. This should curb public greed while aligning with Mako's ideals and fairly compensating the girls. I see. The lifetime achievement bit is just an example. Earlier, you mentioned a globe donation ceremony, right? Dignitaries worldwide would attend. Why not create a globally endorsed award for the occasion? A symbol of the new era where human conflict has ended. Mako nodded emphatically. The age of human strife was over. The future belonged to dungeons. If other nations don't agree, Japan can establish the award alone. Baba nodded slowly. She decided to kick this upstairs as a problem beyond her pay grade. Her superior warned that a globally backed awards pension could balloon ridiculously. Very likely. It'd probably dwarf the initial estimate. That said, the danger of giving visible, enormous wealth for a single adventure was clear, especially when the recipients were 15-year-old girls. Converting it into a hard-to-obtain achievement award changed the narrative. Such awards weren't pursued directly, they honored those whose efforts earned widespread acclaim. While Mako's group hadn't spent years like typical recipients, their results were undeniably world-changing. Plus, this approach would discourage future discoveries from being hoarded. The superior promptly consulted higher-ups, and the plan was approved. Thus, though they didn't quite get it, Mako's group secured 10 million yen each. The parents, uneasy about such sums, arranged for bank deposits with monthly allowances. When asked how much they wanted monthly, Mako mustered her courage. T20, no, 20,000 yen. Approved. A historic moment, Mako's monthly allowance quintupled. The lawyer present adjusted his glasses and nodded. He'd been pure background noise the entire time, but in contractual settings, such presence was reassuring. 3.1. The hero's school day and club founding. From the next day onward, Mako and the others returned to school in high spirits. Thanks to their training in leveling up and dungeon crawling, they were so energetic that even a single day off felt unnecessary. As Mako passed through the school gates that morning, she drew an overwhelming amount of attention. Mako was now a flawless, world-famous girl. Her fame had reached such heights that it'd be harder to find someone who didn't know her. Well, then Mako had no choice but to live up to that image. Truthfully, she'd rather just dive into dungeons and live carefreely, but the world wouldn't allow it. Such was the burden of maintaining a public persona. What a pain. Whoosh, Mako unleashed her aura, a mere glimpse of the Dragon Slayer's power. The vibe, a shirtless post-apocalyptic wanderer with tiny rocks gaga-go-going as they floated around him. Classic manga theatrics. Mako strode forward, zun-zun. Waya, it's Mako-chan. Waya. The aura meant absolutely nothing. Ever since enrollment, people had been approaching her non-stop. So now her classmates and upperclassmen swarmed around her, squealing and chattering. You're amazing, so cool, wasn't it scary? You're so tiny, that outfit was adorable. I know a good empty classroom, I wish I could have gone too. So Moe, you've been training, huh? I wanna pet the cat. Can I hug you? How do you become a grimoire scholar? What other outfits do you have? And so on. They spoke casually to the grimoire user who had shaken the world. Do these fools know no fear? Mako was crushed under the weight of her classmates and upperclassmen, her feet literally lifting off the ground. More and more people gathered, thickening the crowd. Squish, squish. Mako couldn't move an inch, her feet weren't even touching the floor. Noticing this, 3 girls at the front decided this won't do and hoisted Mako up. Somehow, somewhere along the way, this turned into a Mikoshi palanquin. Washe. Washe. WW8AR. Washe, washe. HUO. Washe, washe. A fine washe, washe. Resigned to her fate, Mako joined in the chanting as she was carried all the way to her classroom. At the shoe lockers, her outdoor shoes were automatically swapped for indoor ones. As they moved through the hallway, girls from nearby classrooms peeked out to see what the commotion was about. Make way, make way. The Mako Mikoshi is coming through. Along the way, a cheerleader handed Mako a pair of pink pom-poms, which she desperately shook in rhythm with the washi chants. The gif made from footage of this moment showed Mako atop a Mikoshi carried by smiling high school girls, shaking her pom-poms wildly as she approached the camera. That year, this became a massive trend among girls, spawning countless Mikoshi parades. Dropped off at the classroom door, the storm of excitement faded with a cheerful, "That was so fun." Mako, left in the storm's wake, was a disheveled mess, hair and uniform in chaos, but the girls seemed deeply satisfied. This kind of idle mobbing would have landed them in cuffs, but the school's unique environment allowed such outrageousness. Having lost a significant chunk of her HP, Mako plopped into her seat, still clutching the pom-poms. She sat primly at her desk, shaking them washa-washa. She'd grown oddly fond of them. Washu, washu. Eek, WW, what is this? Hearing that voice, Mako dashed to the window. Looking down at the school gates, she saw Sasara being swarmed this time. The carriers were likely the overflow from Mako's Mikoshi crew. Leaning out the window, Mako raised her pom-poms high, cheering along. They were a trio bound by fate. Of course, Sasara would get the wash treatment too. Mako-san, help me. Sasara wash. Mako-san. Wash. Mako nodded sagely from the windowsill. Then it was Lulu's turn to be hoisted up. Wash. Ma giggle wash. Lulu was way too into it from the start. And so, Sasara and Lulu achieved the ultimate VIP school entrance, barely walking on their own. By the time they reached the classroom, each held golden and aqua pom-poms. The Washe girls left, looking immensely satisfied, murmuring ominous phrases like, "Let's do this again tomorrow." Yeah, totally. Sasara was teary-eyed and beet red. Lulu, on the other hand, had stopped resisting immediately, going along with the flow, and was now thoroughly pleased. Mako greeted them with a washa-washa of her pom-poms. Lulu washa-washa-ed back. Sasera just slumped. They said they might do it again tomorrow. Mako relayed the ominous words to Sasera. A shadow of despair crossed Sasera's face. Later, they were summoned to the staff room, where the teachers expressed relief at their safe return. The principal and vice principal showered them with praise. Next year's applicant numbers were bound to skyrocket. They were practically giddy at the thought. During break, a crowd of girls gathered around Mako and the others. Mako, already used to this, remained unfazed, but Sasera flustered while Lulu's eyes darted wildly under the barrage of Japanese from all sides. Eventually, Sasera and Lulu started sticking together constantly. It just felt safer that way. Coincidentally, that day was also physical fitness testing. Lulu and Sasera dominated every category. Lulu excelled in speed and agility, Sasera in raw power. Between them, they took first and second place in every event. Mako placed third in everything. Still, the gap between her and fourth was vast. If magic had been tested, Mako would have swept effortlessly. She was simply ahead of her time. One girl, a dedicated track athlete, fell to her knees in tears at the results. Mako approached her. "If you want to run faster, just level up. Even someone as unathletic as me got this fast. You could outrun anyone. Mako-chan, but is leveling up really your effort? Levels just raise your limits and effort absorption rate. Without effort, you gain nothing. That's why I said it before train. Train. For you, maybe wind-like sprint training. Wind-like sprint training. Or just call it club activities. Combat isn't the only training. If what you love can protect you from monsters, that's beautiful. You'll become an amazing girl." "Ah, Yuha." Mako smiled brightly. And so another falls onto the path of training. A speed-seeking Asura is born. With those words, the Asura, Hitsujiya Mako, left in a flourish. What did the fleet-footed girl see in her retreating back? Mako-chan. "Nice going." After parting with the speedster, Mako praised Sasera and Lulu. "I still can't match Lulu's speed. Shara's super strong too." Mako had lost to them in every test. This was probably a glimpse of the future, being overtaken by those who started training later. Not that Mako cared much. She wasn't aiming for world domination anyway. At lunch, a massive group, about 20 people, approached Mako's desk. The trio had been eating in the classroom. This was way too many. At the front stood a sharp-eyed student. Her uniform colors marked her as a third year. "Mako-san, pardon the interruption during your meal. May we have a moment?" Mako chewed and swallowed her rice before responding. "Sure, what is it?" Given the upperclassmen's intense gaze, Mako half expected to be dragged behind the school building. 15, no, 20 of them? I can take 'em." She quickly analyzed the combat power on both sides and reached a conclusion. Just kidding, she'd totally run. But no schoolyard ambush came. "We've been inspired by your dedication to training. Today, we've decided to form a training club." "Training club?" "Yes." "Mako-san, we'd like you to be our club president. Will you accept?" "President?" The title was very tempting. Back in middle school, club presidents commanded respect. Now she could be one, not bad, but it sounded like a hassle. Budget meetings, recruitment, teacher summons. Was there a way to enjoy the perks without the work? Mako, who loved turban shells but hated their guts, pondered deeply. "Miko, suit vice president more." Lulu said this with a grin. "Lulu, this isn't a company," Sasera gently chided. But Mako had an epiphany. Right, just shift the perspective. She didn't need to be a hardworking president. She could be a lazy one. I'll take honorary president. The actual work should go to the club president." She worried this might be too much to ask, but the upperclassman's eyes widened in awe. What a brilliant perspective, truly befitting a hero. Understood. "You'll be our eternal honorary president. The club will handle operations. You need only focus on training. Your example alone will inspire us." What a sweet deal. All the meat, none of the guts. Mako was thrilled. "Just one request. We'd like you to define the club's philosophy." Mako crossed her arms, nodding thoughtfully. She was already exuding authority. Her brain whirred, "Cupy Cupy," before her eyes snapped open. "Hone yourselves to survive the new era. Train body, mind, whatever, just train, something cool like that. Understood, we'll make it happen. And so, the training club was founded at Kazami Girls Academy, with Hitsujiya Meiko, eternal honorary president, making her explosive debut. Even after graduation, her title would remain. Meiko's requested motto, Maidens, be noble, let pride bloom in your hearts. Maidens, be Asura. Let your bodies cut through the storm. Maidens, train, polish yourselves, and live gloriously in this new age. The result of maximum Chuni effort. Oh, and no more Mikoshi. Sasara will die. Meiko made sure to add that last part. 3.2. The Aozora Training Dojo, where you could even start a rebellion. After school, Meiko and the others headed straight for the open-air training dojo. Though it's called Meiko and the others, their numbers had already surpassed 100. At this point, it was practically a company-sized force. Most of these girls were members of the training club. Even for a regular club, that's an unusually large number of members. But this was possible because Kazami Girls Academy allowed students to freely join multiple clubs. The training club's activity was, well, training. Sports clubs inherently involved physical training, and cultural clubs inherently involved mental training. So, in a way, they aligned with the training club's purpose. A total sophistry, really. No one really understood what the club was about, but the school approved its creation anyway. They were too scared to reject a club where Meiko was the eternal honorary president. They caved. And so, girls flocked to join in no time. The 4 days Meiko and the others spent on Earth's on TV had ignited a fire in the hearts of girls living in the liminal space between dreams and reality. Everyone wants to be the protagonist of their own story. No young person wants their one and only life to be some mass-produced, dime-a-dozen existence. Now that reality had flipped and fantasy had manifested, those dreamlike things should be within reach. Why not ride this wave? Besides, the club's activities were kinda loose and fluffy anyway. Among them were even the delinquent girls Meiko had thrown into the Aozora training dojo a few days prior. Though they grumbled about it being super annoying, they were all seriously putting in the effort. Those rough-around-the-edges girls were changing bit by bit as they interacted with all sorts of people. It was stupid, uncool, and naive. And yet, against their will, they'd started feeling a weird attachment to this lame training ground. How irritating. So, they ended up joining the training club too. Back when Meiko and the others first met the old master, the Aozora training dojo was still a small-scale operation. They used about 50 meters of the 40-meter-wide Riverside Plaza, from upstream to downstream, practicing evasion techniques and sword drills together. Over time, it grew, and by the last time Meiko saw it, they were using about 150 meters. But in the 4 days, no, 5, counting yesterday, that Meiko had been gone, things had spiraled out of control. Practitioners were everywhere, stretching 2 kilometers along the river. The number of trainees was far beyond counting. The area about a kilometer upstream from where Meiko's group had trained used to be overgrown with grass, but now it had been neatly cleared and put to use. Among the instructors, aside from the old master Meiko's group had met, there were also local dojo owners teaching. All of them elderly, likely long retired from active duty. What the hell is this? The prelude to a peasant revolt. Miko, you wanna talk. Lulu, you sure know a lot of obscure Japanese I've never heard, huh? Amyu is famous Nihongo. Papa said it. Maybe I should have a talk with this papa of yours. As they chatted, the group arrived, and an ambitious elementary schooler, Keniko Kurara, came running over. Meiko-ni-sama. Sasara-ni-sama. Ooh, Kurara-chan. Kurara, who'd started tearing up mid-sprint, leaped into Meiko's arms. Wala HNNN, wala. A younger girl bawling her eyes out. Meiko patted Kurara's head soothingly, right next to her own face. Despite being younger, Kurara was already as tall as Meiko. Sorry for worrying you. Meanwhile, other girls Meiko knew started gathering around. Those who'd been part of the dojo since the beginning cried just as hard, overjoyed at Meiko's return. Among them was Meiko's little sister, who'd cried in the mountains, but that was a separate matter. The crying spread like wildfire among the high school girls, a chain reaction of tears. Even Meiko, Sasara, and Lulu at the center of it all started sniffling loudly. All of this was being witnessed by reporters from Japan and around the world. there to broadcast the Azora Training Dojo's activities to living rooms everywhere. But they made sure not to film Mako's trio. The Japanese government had strictly forbidden it. The adults, aware of how intrusive the media could be, had taken precautions to keep Mako and the others from being led astray. After all they'd done for the world, it'd be too cruel otherwise. And the reporters themselves, understanding the weight of their profession, resisted the urge to capture this epilogue of the young hero's adventure. They really wanted to film it, but as adults, they had to keep up appearances. After a good long cry, Mako-ni-sama, Sasara-ni-sama, and you must be Lulu-ni-sama. We're so glad you're safe. We saw the video of you defeating that huge monster. It was so moving. As expected of Mako-ni-sama. Why yeah, obviously. Mako-ni-sama was in a great mood after being praised by an elementary schooler. Hey, Kurara-chan, she's my sister, Ah, little sis. Mako's spirits lifted even higher when her sister arrived. Oni-chan, good work out there. Mom's here too. Following her sister's gaze, Mako spotted her mom at the support area, crying her eyes out after witnessing the emotional reunion. Next to her, Lulu's mom was also bawling. Sasara's mom was there too, though she seemed more interested in the sky. Wait, actually, a lot of the adults were staring at the sky. The view from the Azora Training Dojo really was beautiful. Adults really are weak to tears, huh? Mako mused, just as old Master Saber approached. Ah, Master. Welcome back, Mako girl, Sasara girl. And you there, you must be the lass who joined their adventure. Welcome back to you as well. Master, we've returned safely. Thanks to your teachings, we made it back in one piece. Sasara bowed deeply, Mako followed suit. Ho 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 ho. If my techniques helped save young lives, nothing could make this old martial artist happier. Chuckling, the master's gaze shifted to the army of girls behind Mako. You lot look busy today, so I'll leave you to it. Come see me tomorrow, rest up for today. With that, the master walked off. Among the high school girls watching him leave, the Chuni types were practically vibrating with excitement. Having a master just made life feel so much cooler. Mako felt the same. That's why she called him master and not teacher. Anyway, Kurara-chan, things have gotten insane since I last saw this place. How's it all organized now? Before, joining the Azora Training Dojo was as simple as asking, can I join? But now, 2 kilometers. At this point, there could be groups here just doing regular sports, and no one would even notice. Kurara beamed, as if to say, I'm so glad you asked. Mako told the girls she'd brought from school to listen closely. It's the same as before, just go where you want to learn and ask to join. You can switch every other day if you want. Old Master Saber teaches swordplay. There's also kendo, classical martial arts, and staff techniques. For combat arts, as discussed with Mako-ni-sama, the focus is on evasion. Offensive techniques are only taught sparingly. If you really want to learn to fight, the local dojos run by these instructors are open for that. There are also production and cooking sections, the support teams. Some areas even teach body conditioning. No karate or judo, huh? An upperclassman asked, a fair question, but Mako's trio already knew the answer. Karate and judo use your body as a weapon, so they're considered too high risk against monsters. Monsters hit hard, and unless you're a master, letting kids get close is a bad idea. Mako nodded at Kurara's explanation. Yeah, that makes sense. There's probably punch or throw-based jobs in dungeon jobs too, but for amateurs, the skill floor's gotta be brutal. They might be good for evasion training, but, well, I've never done karate or judo, so I wouldn't know. Right. The karate instructor said the same thing. That's why he's helping teach body conditioning instead. Wow, they're cooperating like that. That's awesome. Yep, and here's a map of everything. Kurara handed out A4 sheets with a grid layout, cute handwriting detailing where each activity was held. Color pens had been used liberally, and the print was in full color. Fancy. Who made these? The day before yesterday, when Mako-ni-sama came back, we got flooded with people yesterday. So the support team grandpas and I put this together. This is way too hardcore. Mako was low-key intimidated by Kurara's organizational skills. Damn, you're amazing, Kurara-chan. Kurara squirmed happily at the praise. Ah, I gotta get back soon. Oh, one last thing, first-timers should check in at the support area for info. Okay, bye. Kurara ran off down the embankment. Mako's sister chased after her, tripped halfway, and ended up holding hands with Kurara as they ran off together. Alright, so, yeah, this place is all about learning skills freely. Just don't get hurt, okay? Can I ask something? A timid-looking girl raised her hand. Go ahead. Do I have to learn martial arts? I'd rather help with cooking or weapon maintenance. That's totally fine, that's just as much training. Head to the support area, see over there. Mako pointed to where the elderly, housewives, and less athletic kids were busy with various tasks. For example, kids sanding down wooden staffs under grandpa's guidance, girls learning to sew padded hoods from grandmas, someone mixing powdered drink mix into giant jugs of water, a middle schooler working on a laptop with some seniors, even a group discussing something with a local cop over a map of Kazami town. It was all so complex that there was now a dedicated info booth. Some of them were even being interviewed by the press. This is way beyond what I imagined. Mako only remembered the retired carpenter's workshop and the aunties handing out juice and pork soup. Still, I'd recommend learning at least some evasion techniques. Okay, I'll try a bit of everything. Me next, can I ask something? This time, a lively girl raised her hand. Mako gestured for her to go ahead. I'm super shy. What should I do? She didn't sound shy at all, but some shy people overcompensate by being overly polite or energetic. If you're nervous, stick with us today. Get a feel for things first. Got it. All right, dismissed. Anyone who wants to come with us, there's a warm-up area where we'll do stretches. The girls already familiar with the dojo scattered at this point. Mako noticed one of the delinquent girls she'd brought a few days ago heading to the support area, calling out, "Yo, Gramps, still kickin'." She'd be fine. As Mako walked along the embankment, she took in the 2-kilometer-long training ground. Everyone was holding staffs or something. Yeah, this could definitely pass as a rebellion in the making. Mako shuddered at the realization that she had planted the seeds for this terrifying gathering. She didn't know it yet, but this fire was spreading worldwide. She'd see it for herself tomorrow morning on the local feel-good news. 3.3. Serious training begins. Watching the morning news, Mako nearly burst out laughing. Train harder. The news program was showing footage of people voluntarily training overseas, wearing t-shirts with those Roman letters printed on their chests. By the way, the back of the shirts read, "Train harder" in cool cursive script. The colors available were red, blue, yellow, green, and black. The location was Ference, the country next to Lulu's homeland, Kismia. In a public park, a large group of people were holding short wooden sticks in reverse grips in both hands, moving them with sharp, rhythmic motions. There was no doubt this was training inspired by ninjas. As proof, they all had ninja headbands tied around their foreheads. Mako, despite calling herself a training enthusiast, couldn't help but think those t-shirts looked incredibly cool. While sipping her milk, she pointed at the screen excitedly for her mom. Whoa, that's so cool, I want one. I know, right? Wonder if they'd give us one, just one though. If we only get one, you won't have any. Make it 2. I want one too, so let's get 3. The problem was, they had no idea where to even ask for them. Mako really wanted the black t-shirt. Maybe if I ask Baba-san, she can get one for me. Mako mused while chewing on her bread. By the way, her dad had left for work about 20 minutes earlier. The news ticker scrolled across the screen, and the segment changed. Another Asian black bear sighting. That single line marked the start of a report about Asian black bears descending from the mountains. Mako vaguely remembered seeing similar news once before she entered the Infinite Torii. The footage showed police driving away an Asian black bear. In a world where guns no longer existed, the officers carried weapons that looked like they came from dungeons. The bear, startled by the loud noises, retreated back into the mountains. Before disappearing into the trees, it glanced at the camera for a moment, its head drooping as it vanished into the forest. To Mako, it somehow looked sad. Lately, animals have been getting really close to humans. The other day, Kai-chan said a bunch of stray cats were meowing at her. Her sister informed Mako, who had been a bit out of touch with worldly matters. So they're starting to look down on humans. Maybe the animals just want to be friends. Mako's opinion clashed head-on with her mom's. Mako decided that, her mom's take sounded more feminine. Next time this topic came up, she'd go with that. After school, as always, Mako headed to the Aozora training dojo. There, she spotted the young man who had once run just 1 km before giving up. Now, under the scolding of a college-aged girl who trained alongside Mako, he was doing push-ups in the bodybuilding section. See, I knew Atsu had potential, just as I predicted. Indeed, the gleam in his eyes was different from the start. Mako and Sasara stood on the embankment, arms crossed, nodding sagely. The young man gave up after 12 push-ups. Just how long would it take for him to get stronger? Regardless of Mako and Sasara's casual remarks, there was something different about the fire in his eyes now. It wasn't the gaze of a man who had given up on everything before Earthsan's grand announcement. Nor was it the desperate, averted eyes of a guy trying way too hard not to stare at the college girl's backside during their first encounter. Now, his eyes burned with the determination of a man who had found his purpose, though he still occasionally sneaked glances at the college girl's chest. But that probably wasn't his true goal. Yesterday, Mako and the others had spent their time adjusting to the drastically changed Aozora training dojo, with some light training. But today was different. From now on, each of them would train seriously to grow stronger. First, newcomer Lulu had to find a dojo that suited her. But before that, she faced the riverbank and used apprentice Ninpo's wind technique to send a gentle breeze across the shore, depleting her mana. Only then did Lulu knock on the doors of the ancient martial arts dojo. This dojo specialized in both unarmed and armed combat. While it overlapped with the staff and sword techniques taught elsewhere in the Aozora training dojo, its stances and techniques were more focused on destruction. Born in an era of war, these arts were inherently violent. That said, the dojo master was just a grandpa living in modern times. He wasn't about to teach lethal techniques to kids who giggled while tapping away on their smartphones. Probably, like other dojo masters, he emphasized survival over killing. "Let me join your group, please." As soon as Lulu knocked, the dojo master unleashed a wave of killing intent. KWAH, Nikopaya. Like a willow in the wind, the killing intent passed harmlessly through the smiling girl. The dojo master gulped. This girl, she was unfathomable. "Big sis, all of Master Gen's disciples get hit with that KWAH thing." "KWAH, why what's that?" "Yeah, what is that?" And so, Lulu's training under Master Gen began. Master Gen tightened the fingerless gloves he'd used for 60 years. Is this fate? He was way too invested. Meanwhile, Sasara headed to the Saber Dojo. For dungeon exploration, mana was priority number 1, so Sasara wanted to expend hers too. But the government had kindly requested people refrain from indiscriminately using destructive skills, so she couldn't just fire them off. This ban was just a request, no legal force behind it yet. Technically, she could just blast the riverbank, but if kids saw her doing it, they'd imitate her. And if that kept happening, they might start using magic casually. So, for now, the adults were playing along with the restriction. They'd heard from Mako just how precious mana was, but they also feared that not practicing would make them underestimate its dangers. Finding a good middle ground was the current challenge. After warming up, Sasara approached the Saber Master. "Master, I've returned safely, thanks to your teachings." Yesterday, she'd been too busy guiding the schoolkids to properly greet him. There were still some new faces today, but she left them in the care of yesterday's participants. Well done, Sasara. Show me the power that felled the dragon. Stand there." With the riverbank at her back, Sasara took her stance. The next instant, she twisted her body in shock. But nothing happened. The kids at the Saber Dojo gulped. No, not just the kids. Neets, freelancers, salarymen on vacation all watched in awe. Something straight out of a manga had just happened. My hair, it was cut. Sasara's voice was hoarse with cold sweat, but not a single strand had been severed. The onlookers, kids and adults who hadn't lost their childlike wonder, watched with sparkling eyes. Ho 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 ho, my apologies for threatening a lady's locks, but to dodge that impressive indeed, keep striving. Yes. The detection of killing intent. Among the dojo's practitioners, a new goal had been set. Watching from a distance, Mako thought, that's so manga-like. If I greet him, will I get hit too? No way I'm dodging that. Seriously, no thanks. Grumbling about being the comic relief, Mako poured synthesis enhancement into a single blade of grass. Nearby sat a little girl, no older than 8, Alright, I won't lose this time. Nazamu Tororode. Mako and the girls' plantain stems clashed in the center. A weed sumo match. So far, Mako was 0-4. This was her last chance, though honestly, she was already wrecked. But Mako had a secret weapon. Her plantain stem was a 110. Despite using the same base material, being an earth-grown item meant even her full mana could only enhance it this much. But this thing was basically the elite commander of plantain stems, totally unfair. The girl's stem, however, was stripped of its leafy parts, just a grunt. A battle she could not afford to lose had begun. Hold on, hup. Huppy. Holdin' on, hup. Weed sumo wasn't about arm strength. If Mako went all out, the stem would slip from the girl's grip, ending the match. She had to pull with just the right force. Hold on, hup. Huppy. Holdin' on, hup. I won Agarained. Defeat, patting the girl's head, Mako stood. See ya, the girl called out, while Mako's fists clenched in frustration. Her trusted synthesis enhancement had failed her. Damn you, little girl. Mako seriously considered fusing a drop item with the plantain stem. A 10-10 legendary grade weed would surely win, but she didn't know the truth. The girl had rigged her stem, threading a thin enamel wire inside the tough plantain fiber, then coating the outside with a layer of varnish to prevent snapping. Her grunt was a monster in disguise. The Great Plantain Stem versus. Enamel wire war had begun. Thoroughly humiliated, Mako, like Sasara, properly greeted the master. Master, my apologies for yesterday. I've returned safely. Both Mako and Sasara treated the master with utmost sincerity. Sasara was just polite. Mako, however, was a chuny who thought having a master was cool. You've done well, especially that evasion during the dragon's demise. Impressive. Dragon's demise, master, may I borrow that phrase? You are an odd one. That's Hitsuji Mako, the magic librarian. Wait, she was part of the dragon's downfall. So, damn cool. More importantly, that evasion, well done. Yes, thanks to what I learned here. Ho, good. Now show me how much stronger you've grown. Stand there. Here it comes. Mako took her stance, riverbank at her back. Mirror, still water. You know about that, Kurara? Yeah, this fight, one of them will die. Gulped. The kids swallowed hard. The adults, failing to explain in time, felt ashamed. Mirror, still water. Yes, in that moment, Mako had achieved it. Half-lidded eyes, body in complete relaxation. No real reason. She was just copying manga and anime characters who'd mastered evasion. But it felt right. The comics hadn't lied. Kurara's prediction was slightly off. Since Mako had no intention of attacking, her death was the only possible outcome. 3 meters away, the master's eyes, hidden beneath white brows, snapped open. Mako's body slid sideways. Zann, my arm, it's cut. She couldn't dodge. Ho, that level is beyond you yet. But sensing killing intent alone is commendable. Keep striving. The onlookers watched with sparkling eyes. Sasara, who dodged, was impressive, but Mako, despite being hit, earned respect. The kind born from realness. One had dodged but lost hair. The other had failed but lost an arm. The three's exchange, so far beyond them, was cool beyond words. Could they reach such heights by training here? Would they one day greet each other with killing intent and quip, "Well, that's a hell of a hello"? Their excitement grew uncontrollably. Also, the saber master was way too strong. Some spectators gulped, realizing true masters existed beyond sports and martial arts. Mako, that was for real? A high school girl asked as Mako trudged over. Yep, maybe 'cause I dragon demised. I kinda get killing intent now. Mako was already milking dragon demise. Using it casually was the fastest way to make it her epithet. Mako, you're tiny but insane. I'm not tiny. Anyway, you'll catch up fast. A month ago, I was trash, probably would have lost to Kurara in a fight. It's all about how serious you get. Also, I'm not tiny. Serious? Am I serious enough? The girls wondered. Mako's tiny complex rant went ignored. She'd said it twice. Now that the girls are back, let me share some thoughts. The master said, gathering everyone's attention. What did you think of their battles in the dungeon? Not the dragon, the fights along the way. A girl answered, they were so cool. Very cool. But how did they fight? They used magic and SHW. Something like that. Seeing this going nowhere, the master cut to the chase. Their fighting style was this. He lowered his stance and demonstrated slashes, all angled downward, as if targeting a low enemy. The students nodded. Yeah, that was it. Yet, true saber combat is this. Now standing tall, he unleashed fluid, unpredictable strikes. Occasionally, he'd step forward to aim low, but those were exceptions. Kurara gasped. Their styles are totally different. It was obvious, but adults love reactions. The master was no exception. With a twirl of his wooden sword, he tapped the tip against the ground. Meiko noted the kurutun, she'd copy that later. My demonstration just now was against a human. The earlier mimicry, that was for a rabbit. And those rabbit-targeted moves, none exist in true saber combat. Rabbits are hunted with guns, bows, or traps. The students nodded. The world ahead will change greatly, and martial arts will change with it. Traditionally, martial arts were about subduing people, studying the human body and countering it. That's what I know. But the martial arts of tomorrow will be about subduing monsters. A new martial art will be born. New martial art. The students gulped, the adults too. This was hype. You've already glimpsed its beginnings, Meiko's fusion of book, sword, and magic. Such styles will flourish henceforth. Meiko bit her lip to stop grinning. Her chuny, bookend blade style, born from a desire to be cool, was being validated on a grand scale. Remember this when learning any martial art. How to counter ultra-lethal rabbits, how to counter agile dolls, how to counter dragons 10 times your size, or, instead of fighting, imagine escaping. Such techniques will gather and evolve into anti-demon arts. The master finished, and the students exhaled as one. New martial arts. A hype topic indeed. From this day forth, the Aozora training dojo buzzed with discussions of anti-demon arts. A downward sword slash, limited by arm mobility, covered a shockingly small range against a low target. While effective against standing humans, it was ill-suited for destroying knee-high monsters capable of shredding people. Thus, low-stance attacks became common, but how to systematize them as forms? Anti-demon arts became the defining question of new-era martial arts, pondered by practitioners worldwide. 3.4. New job. Meiko sat at her desk, diligently working on grimoire creation, beginner as usual. At first, her lines were shaky, and copying a single page took forever. But the more she focused, the faster and sharper her drawing skills became. Lately, her work looked downright cool. She figured grimoire creation. Beginner must be some kind of growth-boosting skill. Today marked the completion of her third notebook, filled with shapes and symbols since she began her training. This meant she had successfully copied an entire magic grimoire. Flipping through the pages, Meiko admired her handiwork. Damn, this notebook looks slick. Just to be sure, she tried imbuing it with intent, but it didn't transform into a magic grimoire. Must need something else to awaken its power. As she prepared for bed, Meiko pulled up her status screen like always. Whoa, yes. She couldn't help but cheer. Grimoire creation, beginner had finally become an official skill. She pondered the conditions, 3 came to mind. First, copying an entire grimoire. Second, her replication skills had improved drastically. This seemed the most relevant. Third, surviving 4 days in the Infinite Torii. Those battles deepened her understanding of magic grimoires. Regardless, this meant Meiko had mastered all the job skills of apprentice grimoire user. Her status screen now looked like this. Skills. Synthesis enhancement. Apprentice grimoire user set. Job skills. None. Turns out, mastering all skills merged them into one. Curious, she probed apprentice grimoire user set and got a mini Pishagoon effect. Apprentice grimoire user set. A skill set for those who fight using magic grimoires. Grants bonus modifiers in magic grimoire combat. There was more, a slight bonus of small magic attack up when equipped with a grimoire. All right, what job next? Meiko immediately opened the job menu. General jobs. High school girl, lowly high school girl, ascetic. Hira. Apprentice jobs, prefixed with apprentice. Synthesis enhancer, recorder, swordsman, berserker. Water mage, chef, fire may. Commander. Advanced jobs. Grimoire user, grimoire creator. Special jobs. Adventurer. Ahem. Lots of new options. Meiko noted down all eligible jobs in her adventure log. Ascetic, probably from all her training. Hero, maybe because of the globe incident. Apprentice water fire mage, likely from using magic via grimoires. Apprentice chef, from cooking in the infinite Torii's safe zone. Apprentice commander, from playing leader during the dungeon crawl. Grimoire user, natural progression after mastering the apprentice version. Grimoire creator was a surprise. She assumed it'd be part of advanced training, but apparently it branches separately. And then, adventurer. A job only for dungeon conquerors. This is tough. The obvious path was grimoire user. Her magic would grow even stronger. Grimoire creator also appealed. Crafting grimoires meant sharing them. Imagine Sasara or Lulu with one, expanding their combat options. General jobs like ascetic or hero intrigued her too, though their mechanics were vague. Apprentice swordsman could patch up her mediocre close-quarters skills. Watching Sasara and Lulu made her envy their principle-based prowess. Apprentice mage routes were tempting, dual-wielding grimoires while casting spells. A flashy combo, and she hadn't forgotten apprentice synthesis enhancer. Synthesis enhancement was vital for adventuring. It dictated backpack efficiency, something that saved her twice in under-equipped dungeon plunges where gear meant life or death. But yeah, it's gotta be this. Adventurer, a job exclusive to dungeon clearers. It had to pack amazing skills, and above all, the honor of being the world's first. WOOO. I'm an adventurer now. At 10:10 p.m., Maiko's declaration echoed through the night. She'd done it. Hitsuji Maiko. 15 years old. Job, adventurer. Level, 15. Karma, +1 1852 job master, +20. MP, 119 119. Skill, synthesis enhancement. Apprentice grimoire user set. Job skill. Equipment maintenance. Item box. Stamina up, medium. Survival instinct. O principle, selectable. Adventurer's physique. Title, the one who congratulated Earthsan. Solo first layer conqueror. Challenger of the Usura class dungeon. True infinite Torii dungeon. Adventurer. World's first dungeon clearer. In item box. Maiko had acquired a cheat skill. She'd planned to sleep after the job change, but no way now. No freaking way. Frantically, she probed the skill's details internally. PISHAGOON, a violent shock racked her body, the strongest in a while. Dazed, she processed the info. Gah, that was intense. Shaking her head, Maiko scribbled notes into her log. Equipment maintenance. Uses magic stones to restore weapon gear durability. Stamina up, medium. Boosts stamina, improves endurance and reduces fatigue. Survival instinct. Sharpens danger perception. O's principle, selectable. Grants mastery over a chosen principle. Adventurer's physique. Grants growth bonuses tailored for adventurers. Item box. Alters the capacity of one storage item you own. Max storage. 1 cubic meter. Entrance size remains unchanged, no storing objects larger than the opening. As long as this rule is met, anything can be stored. No matter how much is packed, the storage won't bulge excessively. Internal stress on the container caps at 20 kg. However, items inside retain their actual weight. Disabling item box with too much inside may rupture the container or damage contents. External damage causes spills, or if severe, item box failure. The star here's obviously item box. Well, more like spatial expansion for containers. She tested it immediately. Activating item box on her backpack cost 10 MP. Not a huge drain now, but worth noting. The adventurer job itself consumed 19 MP, likely due to stamina up, medium's weight. Total activation cost 29 MP, enough to drain most people. After stuffing in her prized plushie Kumanu female sign, she peeked inside. Just a normal backpack with Kumanu sitting there. Nothing changed. Confused, she added more items and checked again. The space had clearly expanded. Kumanu was now buried up to her neck. Oh ho. Encouraged, Maiko kept piling things in. A jumbled mess greeted her inside. Far beyond the backpack's normal capacity, but hard to gauge the full cubic meter since items stacked near the opening. Oh crap. Not the good kind of crap. The literal kind. Several visible squishy balls were flattened, meaning Kumanu and manga volumes below them were indented. Panicking, Maiko yanked everything out. Then she realized This wasn't some Elentier think it, grab it inventory. Items stacked first in, last out. Retrieval required manual unpacking from the top. Like a certain blue robot in emergencies, she had to dig through layer by layer. As items were removed, the expanded space shrank accordingly, keeping contents within reach. Ennu crunch. All vanishes before my blade. Vol. 2 had several pages crumpled, including the cover heroine's face, now resembling her in universe 2 seconds from oblivion state. She'd bought this with her allowance. Conveniently forgetting her dungeon earnings, Meiko still lived mentally on a 4,000 yen monthly budget. Keikumanu. Her treasure, won tearfully from a UFO catcher after an anime movie in middle school, now bore weird creases. This isn't fair. Tearfully, she needed Kumanu female sign S body to redistribute the stuffing. Good as new. It's undeniably useful, but not a cheat. A 1 cubic meter backpack was incredible, but this wasn't extra-dimensional storage. Items could still get crushed, retrieval was manual, and nothing larger than the opening fit. The 20 kg limit also meant sturdier containers were necessary. While game-changing for exploration, it was far from the broken LN trope. Sniff bedtime. Meiko decided to sulk sleep. 3.5, a talk with the professor. Adventurer is a fairly powerful job, but Meiko was curious about the skills of other jobs. However, jobs couldn't be changed until 24 hours had passed. For now, Meiko decided to look into things little by little. That said, while the adventurer's job skill equipment maintenance was incredibly useful, Meiko's weapons were already being cared for by the self-defense forces. This was because apprentice armor craftsmen and the like possessed this skill. The existence of such job skills suggested that adventurers were likely designed for solo exploration in the wilderness. Anyway, school ended for the day, and after cutting her training at the Blue Sky Dojo a bit short, Meiko headed to the professor's office. "Professor, I've made a lot of discoveries." "Oh, let's hear them." Meiko felt happy seeing the professor eagerly lean in to listen. She found her relationship with the much older professor comforting. Truth be told, Meiko had always loved that movie series about time-traveling adventures in a car. The unusual friendship between the two leads, with their large age gap, had always seemed incredibly appealing to her. Maybe getting close to the professor had been her own little imitation of that series. But now, if someone told her she'd never see him again, she'd probably cry. Their bond had become that precious. Meiko reported becoming a job master and taking on the adventurer job. She was the first human to achieve job master status. Many SDF members had successfully skill-converted job skills, but Meiko was the first to do so with all of them. According to the professor's analysis, it likely required defeating powerful enemies or clearing hundreds of weaker foes. I see. Adventurer does seem quite handy. They ran another test on the item box, and the professor was thoroughly impressed. He was especially fascinated by the dreamlike technology of spatial expansion. But when I used it yesterday, it felt kinda underwhelming. Meiko recounted the previous day's events. Well, you probably won't have many chances to carry around a whole cubic meter of luggage. Even water, the bulkiest thing during exploration, comes from grimoires, and unless you're diving into dungeons like the Infinite Torii, you won't really overload yourself. Exactly. Most dungeons allowed leaving after each floor. If she did go in, it'd likely be with others, and drops could be split for carrying back. The SDF would have endless uses for it, though. Still, I think it's a great skill for you too, depending on how you use it. How should I use it then? Think of it as doubling the capacity of your usual backpack. Wouldn't that be super convenient? Or you could even turn a smaller pouch into an item box. Yeah, I guess, but I want to master it fully. Oh-ho, ambitious, aren't you? In that case, this skill doesn't change the weight inside the bag, right? Right, probably. The max weight I feel when carrying it seems to be around 20 kilos. Then first, the bag's material should be dungeon-made. Maybe I'll talk to the armor crafting division and get you a nice custom bag. Wait, really? That'd be amazing, please do. Don't mention it, I owe you plenty. Oh, and how about sturdy cases for better organization? Meiko diligently took notes on the professor's suggestions, eager to incorporate every idea to optimize the skill. After a while, she set down her pen. By the way, you can actually make bags and stuff. Yep, snake and beast hides drop in dungeons, so we can stitch those together. You don't need recipes to craft freely, but the results are a tier below beginner-grade equipment. Same goes for armor and weapons. Huh, is that something only apprentice armor craftsmen can do? Nah, anyone can do it with the right tools. But since dungeon materials are involved, you'd need dungeon-made tools or ones enhanced with synthesis strengthening, or they'll break fast. I see. Mako had once considered making a rabbit fur cloak in the Infinite Torii, but now realized just how much effort it'd take. Apprentice armor craftsmen and similar jobs can create higher-tier gear. Their dexterity improves over time, and they gain the ability to read recipes. They can also perform quick appraisals and maintenance on gear. It'll be a crucial job for dungeon exploration moving forward. Production jobs are important, after all. Civilians would surely start opening shops too, or maybe corporations would get involved. As they chatted, Mako decided to address her main reason for visiting today. Namely, getting intel on jobs the SDF knew about. Researching alone would take her days, so she was relying on the SDF's organizational power. When she asked, the professor readily complied. Among the jobs discovered by the government, many were ones Mako could take, and even more were entirely new to her. Organizational power truly was impressive. Wow, even general-type jobs have job skills. Only 3, though. The general jobs the SDF had identified included self-defense officer, ripped SDF officer, and local beat cop. Since SDF officers and cops were the main dungeon divers, the discovered jobs were skewed toward those. There were also jobs like naturalist, which reflected a person's inherent traits, similar to Lulu's situation. Some had taken these jobs for research purposes, leaving records behind. According to them, self-defense officers gain the job skills stamina up, tiny, mental up, tiny, and strength up, tiny. With only a total of 3 MP cost and a decent lineup, Mako thought they were pretty good. How long does it take to skill convert minor ups? Right now, I'm testing that myself as a researcher. The professor also ventured into dungeons. Her combat style revolved around grimoire attacks. Her initial skill, grimoire release, was exceptionally strong. If she wanted to be an apprentice grimoire user, she could just take that job, making the skill less critical. But for any other job, it was a fantastic starting point. For example, becoming an apprentice swordsman would let her double as a magic swordsman with 1 grimoire equipped. Currently, the professor's researcher job could learn endurance up, tiny, insight up, tiny, and intelligence up, tiny. It's been 5 days, but none have skill converted yet. Even bottom-tier skills take time, huh? Probably. If they came too easily, people would stockpile minor ups left and right. Unless you're fighting intensely like you, Mako, or studying desperately, skill conversion just doesn't happen. That intense fighting was key. Like Mako and her brush with death, SDF elites who barely survived D-rank dungeons had many job skills convert at once. Incidentally, they'd all fully recovered thanks to mid-grade potions, which had only recently become available. Conversely, those steamrolling G-rank enemies were only just starting to see conversions. Ah, there's a hero job. Did you get that one too? Mako nodded but stayed focused on the data. The professor ha-ha'd and busied herself briefly. Heroes seemed to appear in those who'd earned immense praise from many. About a decade ago, a famously celebrated cop, revered even overseas, had reportedly held this job. Its skills were 2-0 up, small selectable stats and 1 all stats up, tiny, fixed. Compared to most general jobs minor ups, this one promised significant boosts. Still, it's not what I expected. I figured there'd be skills like increased influence or aura of supremacy. Leaving aside aura of supremacy, no mind-influencing skills have been found yet. The dragon's roar you fought might have been close, inducing fear in targets. Probably because it strays too far from the system's purpose of improving life. Letting someone control others' wills would defeat that. That said, such skills might still appear later, so I can't say for sure. Mako nodded thoughtfully, then returned to the job data. Whoa, apprentice synthesis strengthener. These skills are interesting. Support specialized. Since apprentice synthesis strengtheners were utterly combat inept, most would likely switch jobs after learning synthesis strengthening rather than pursue mastery, the professor added. The skill breakdown, Synthesis strengthening, synthesis MP cost. 1. Synthesis value correction. Tiny, material affinity discernment. MP cap up, small MP region up. Tiny, material affinity discernment revealed which materials synergized well. MP cap up, small raised the post-training MP ceiling. The rest were self-explanatory. To Mako, the MP cost reduction seemed especially appealing. That said, the near-zero physical growth was problematic, even at LV. 15, her MP kept increasing, making MP cap up. Small's benefits feel marginal. She continued noting down intel on jobs she could take, a very productive session. All right, done, There's even an apprentice tamer. As Mako reviewed the list, one entry caught her eye. Apprentice tamer was discovered by cops. They brought police dogs into dungeons to level them together, and during that, wow, are animals really strong? Ordinary animals are weak. Without human partners, dungeon diving would be tough for them. Really? But I heard even unarmed adults lose to cats sometimes. Tilting her head, Mako got an explanation. Not entirely wrong, but that's partly because humans freeze up against a cat's ferocity. In a life-or-death fight, humans would probably win, albeit with serious injuries. I see. But monsters change everything. As you know, they hit absurdly hard. Even G-rank attacks can make adults cough blood if taken to the gut. F-rank damages organs severely. This applies equally to animals. Most critically, monsters feel pain but don't fear death. Mako gasped in realization, and the professor nodded. Exactly. Animals can't wield weapons, so they take far more hits. A four-legged beast is done for if one leg breaks. They must defeat foes before their forelegs or faces get smashed. Luck plays a huge role. While they can take down 4 or 5 monsters, surviving a dungeon's gauntlet is borderline impossible. But animals get skills too, right? Does that still not help? Passive skills are strong, just strength up. Small or arm strength up, small pack a punch. But active skills? They're clumsy at using them, probably relying on instinct. Their MP management is terrible. Some even keep trying to activate skills with empty MP gauges. That's weirdly adorable. Haha, say that to their faces, and they might bite. Or sulk. What about wild animals, like bears? Can't say for sure. My observations are based on police dogs. Creatures like rhinos, hippos, or bears with thick hides or raw strength would fare better. Their mass alone helps. A charging hippo could plow through enemies, but against F rank or higher, even they'd take devastating damage. E rank would be brutal. Mako nodded thoughtfully. Still, police dogs become formidable with human teamwork. Now with custom animal armor, they're even stronger. The same should apply to other species. So apprentice tamer is actually strong. Strong aside, it was a globally significant discovery. How so? Since animals gained skills, places like zoos and farms became major concerns. Mako instantly grasped why apprentice tamer was deemed critical. Oddly, the animals showed no signs of escaping, but letting people into riskier zoos wasn't feasible. At one point, euthanasia was even considered. Humans are cowards, after all. Then apprentice tamer emerged. Apparently, the job allowed taming several animals. Zoo creatures had complied, though why remained unclear. Higher-tier tamers might achieve deeper communication, but for now, they could only wait. Between us, governments worldwide are secretly sending zookeepers and such into dungeons. Really? Yep, they're having them tame strengthened police dogs to get the job. If zoos or farms collapsed, it'd be catastrophic. I see. So soon, we might have tamers patrolling mountains to keep dangerous animals away, not just adventurers. Mako recalled recent news about a black bear. Maybe it had actually wanted to dungeon dive with humans. Just like her mom's theory, she shuddered at her airheaded mother's unexpected sharpness. Good insight. Harmony with nature tamer-type jobs are currently in development. Oh ho. And with dungeons opening soon, it's crunch time. Says the girl who rushed everything. Haha, but yes, we're working at breakneck pace. They sip tea, refreshing their throats. Oh, speaking of civilians, there's talk of bounties for job intel like yours. Wait, really? But I've been leeching tons of SDF info. Wouldn't that cancel out? Take what you can get. This is mainly for civilian collaborators. The government wants to compile job data ASAP. Makes sense. So did they get zookeepers' general jobs yet? Not yet. Right now, we need them as apprentice tamers. But we're also training dungeon guides, as you called them, so we'll gather data from them too. Neat, wish I could join them, hope they ramp up soon. The professor smiled warmly at Mako's words. 3.6. A talk with the professor too. Mako, who had come to visit the professor, munched on a cookie and shifted the topic. Right. Did you find any new dungeons with the globe? Mako was scheduled to attend the globe donation ceremony later, but what would be handed over then was merely a replica. However, since they couldn't afford to wait that long, the real globe had already been installed and was in operation. Found plenty. In Japan alone, over 30 new ones were added. Yes, so many adventures await. Wait, isn't that too many? Are we gonna be okay? Well, what will be will be. If we had years to prepare, someone might have gotten mad at me for saying that. Anyway, out of the 30, 25 are in the mountains, and 5 are inside buildings. None in the ocean. Nope, none in the ocean so far. But well, they call it the Mother Sea for a reason. It'd be unnatural if there weren't any devices in the ocean to foster life's growth. They'll probably start appearing soon. Dungeons are increasing. Yep. And not just in the ocean. It's highly likely the land won't be an exception either. Mako sighed at the cruelty of the world, thinking, we might all die at this rate. But then she immediately shrugged it off. If it comes to that, I'll just take my loved ones and live in the Kazami dungeon. With the fairy shop there, food wouldn't be an issue. Honestly, she was feeling pretty relaxed, and it sounded kind of fun. If G-rank dungeons started spawning strong monsters, well, she'd cross that bridge when she got to it. By the way, Mako, I've got some unfortunate news for you. Turns out, you weren't the first kid in the world to return from a dungeon. Huh, there's someone else like me. Remember how I said 5 were found inside buildings? 4 of those were color-coded and uninhabited. The last one was a G-rank dungeon, but it was being used as a private dungeon. What? That's like super enviable. As Mako's eyes widened in shock, the professor chuckled. She's a bit of an odd girl, 14 years old, made it a habit to read books in her family's storehouse. Didn't seem to like people much, spent all her time holed up in there with her books. Is she some kind of protagonist or what? Well, apparently, right after Earthson leveled up, she fell into the dungeon that appeared inside that storehouse. Got lucky and made it back, then kept diving in almost daily. According to her testimony, she returned on the very first day. To slip past that two-choice vortex trap, she's got skills. But here I am busting my butt to open dungeons for everyone, and she's living the high life. Here's the interesting part. From what we found, there were 3 other kids like her in the world. None of them reported their dungeons, just invited friends over and kept them private. So jealous and also so cool. Ugh, I wish I had one at home too. Though, if a dungeon had appeared in her house, she probably would have reported it anyway. Then again, dungeons were fun, Mako let her imagination run wild with thoughts of owning a private dungeon. And it's not just kids, apparently, quite a few people hid dungeons in remote locations. Some recklessly never returned, while others kept theirs rainbow-colored until they learned the rabbit method and privatized them. Of course, the globe exposed all of them. Yikes. Did I mess up by bringing the globe back? No action pleases everyone. No need for you to worry about it. Mako nodded. Not that she'd planned to dwell on it, but the professor's kindness still warmed her heart. Still, private dungeons, huh? So cool. Were all the kids who fell in right after the big announcement around my age. Oddly enough, they were all girls around 15. One seemed as weak as you, but her older brother chased after her right away, and they returned from the dungeon's 2nd floor together. So they messed up the two-choice trap. Mako nodded knowingly. That trap had to catch people, otherwise things would get messy. She wasn't sure how, but it just felt necessary. So, how deep did they go in their private dungeons? What levels? The Japanese girl made it to the 5th floor, level 6. No info on the others. Level 6, that's low. G-rank dungeons only let you level up to 10 normally. The first 5 come easy, but after that, it slows down drastically. Past level 10, the efficiency drops horrifically, or so we suspect. Mako blinked, learning for the first time how little EXP G-rank dungeons gave. In the Infinite Torii, her levels had shot up like crazy. But then again, even there, leveling sped up after the enemies increased to 3, so maybe that was just how things worked. Still, wouldn't their karma drop for doing that? Who knows? The bookworm girl is Japanese, and Japan currently has no laws forcing karma disclosure. At the very least, there shouldn't have been any sudden penalties. Her levels rose normally, after all. No detailed info on the other kids, though, since they're from other countries. I see. You're part of the reason info's scarce, too. You shared everything, but when other countries have kids who privatize dungeons, they're obviously reluctant to admit it. Some might have even been hiding such kids long before the globe appeared. If they were hidden, naturally, kids like Mako would multiply. The professor added that there could easily be 10 or even 20 of them out there. In my case, it just kinda happened. If I'd gotten a private dungeon, hiding it might have been an option. Dungeons are just that fun. Dungeons are fun. Huh, that's exactly what the storehouse girl said too. Guess the other kids were so enchanted by dungeons they chose to hide them. You'd think most people would find them scary, but nope. Strange, isn't it? The professor chuckled and sipped his tea. Mako tilted her head, staring at him curiously. As it was now a good time, Mako headed out with the professor for ramen. She called home to say she wouldn't need dinner. She got chewed out for calling so late. But she wanted to eat with the professor. A tale as old as middle and high school. Walking down the nighttime streets with the professor, whose white coat stood out glaringly. The headlights of cars racing beyond the guardrail made their shadows dart across walls and sidewalks. Earth-san's big announcement seems full of mysteries. At the professor's words, Mako crouched, slapped the asphalt, and glared at the ground. Hey Earth-san, got any secrets? Just like the countless others who'd tried and gotten no response, Mako, too, was met with silence. Hee hee, if only it were that easy. You tried too, Professor. Of course. Probably every researcher has at least once. Mako imagined the professor, a whole head taller and far more mature, crouching down to talk to the ground, and felt a surge of admiration. If the professor was right, even the elderly researchers must have done the same, maybe even drilled holes in the ground. So cool. So, what kind of secrets are hidden? Earth-san might not be hiding much, just not telling us everything. Personally, I wonder if animals were told the same things as us. Huh, they were told something different. No idea. But since humans of different languages all heard the announcement simultaneously, it wouldn't be strange if animals got their own version. They wouldn't have understood ours anyway. That makes sense. Animals with skills have been oddly docile. They've even started approaching humans. Makes you wonder, did Earth-san tell them something different? Like work with humans, or learn from them, or even get them to make gear for you. With guns gone, it's easier for them to get close now. Mako wondered if that Asiatic black bear had wanted something like that too. Worst case, maybe they were told, humans will die out soon, so hang in there. So Earth-san's the final boss. That's game over, no fighting something that huge. Hee hee, if Mother Earth hates us, our species is done for. But with that vortex in Stockhill, it is possible, huh? Hard to say. If the dungeon needs a living being to activate, Earth-san might not care. Say you kept ants. If sacrificing one let the others evolve through a magic gate, what would you do? Obviously, I'd squish it. Right. That said, the in Stockhill might have some meaning, or none at all. It's all speculation. I see. Mako realized she'd been judging the vortex from a human perspective. To people, it was a tragic loss of life, but to Earth-san, maybe it was just a tiny sacrifice. By the time they finished talking, they'd reached the ramen shop. Mako and the professor took corner seats, both ordering seafood tonkatsu ramen, the professor with fewer noodles. Continuing from earlier, among Earth-san's announcements, the phrase "senp stars" has caught researchers' attention. Now that you mention it, that is a wild thing to say. Right? Is it about our universe, or other worlds like in stories? With the karma-based status system, there's likely intelligent life out there capable of using it. If we could contact them, they might share wisdom to help us navigate this. But that'd be boring. I'd rather figure it out ourselves. Though if tons of people die, maybe getting answers would be better. Hee hee, that's so you. The professor patted Mako's head. She grinned up at him, and he smiled back before asking, I wonder if the Senpai Stars worlds have dungeons too. I bet they do. Super fantastical worlds. Yeah, then how do they handle dungeons? Maybe Earth-san got dungeon seeds from them. And what about the fairies running shops inside? Where did the recipes you brought back come from? So much to ponder. Wow, you think about everything. It's in our nature. Think we'll ever figure it all out. Could take a century to learn anything. Or maybe the guy studying pickled ginger will crack mana manipulation tomorrow. The professor glanced at the pickled ginger jar on the counter. Either way, the world's rules have changed, and no researcher isn't excited. Kinda like how I love dungeons, huh? Hee, maybe so. As they talked, their ramen arrived. Here you go, seafood tonkatsu light noodles. The owner had assumed the small-looking Mako had ordered the lighter portion, but that was the professor's. Mako gestured toward the professor's bowl, and the owner nodded silently, serving it properly. Mako's regular-sized bowl arrived next. She hadn't eaten much in the past, but since starting her training, she'd gained quite the appetite. Hot. The professor ate with comically exaggerated puffs of breath. Mako found it adorable. Professor, try eating it like this. Oh ho, a big spoon. Clever Mako. It's a wrench, but okay. This person probably doesn't bother remembering names of things they're not interested in, Mako mused. The professor, now using the wrench to scoop noodles, blew on them excessively before eating. Mako felt an overwhelming urge to take care of him. Professor, is it good? Yeah. Delicious. Glad to hear it. Emma, your hair's gonna dip into the ramen. Here like this. Thanks, Mako. Seeing this childlike side of the usually articulate professor made Mako's heart swell with affection. 3.7. Made a plan. I changed my job class. Mako made the announcement casually as she ate lunch with Sasara and Lulu on a corner of the school rooftop. Lately, Mako's popularity at school had begun to settle down. That said, having a celebrity as a friend was still a big deal, so Mako's ruin group, fan club, was still in complete chaos. Since she still got approached a lot at school, she had to be careful about where she talked with Sasara and Lulu, especially when it came to dungeon-related topics. People tended to take a single word and demand 10 more in explanation. What job class did you take this time? Aesthetic. Lulu pointed sharply at Mako. How did you know? Mako had been hoping for a more surprised reaction, like Really? Last night she had switched from adventurer to aesthetic. There was a small reason behind her choice to take this general-type job class. The two girls leaned in, eyes sparkling. Their faces practically screamed, "Tell us about your job skills." They had fully adapted to a world where job classes and skills were the norm. Well, my job skills are. Mako began explaining them. The skills she gained from becoming an ascetic were stamina up, tiny, mana emission, image training. Stamina up makes sense, but what about the others? The other two are actually pretty interesting. Mana emission lets me wastefully expel mana nonstop. I want that too. Sasara's eyes widened as she pressed closer to Mako. This skill was that useful for two reasons. First, it allowed safe mana training. For someone like Sasara, whose only means of expending mana was through /sword, finding opportunities to use it was tricky. Second, it worked even with just 1 MP. Many people in the world weren't blessed with Earthzon's level-ups. Most had max MP below 10. If they took a dungeon-related job class, their passive skills would drain their mana dry. But ascetics only had stamina up, tiny as a passive, so their MP drain was just 1 point. Even if their initial skills were passive-based, having a total of 2 MP was enough to train. And since leveling up granted +1 MP, meeting this condition was easy. Truthfully, this job class existed in the Self-Defense Forces database. Mako didn't need to take it herself, but it had a skill that perfectly suited her desires. What about image training? That would be the skill Lulu just asked about. This one's really fun. It lets me recreate past enemies with surprising accuracy and train against them. Like shadowboxing. I've never been a boxer, so I wouldn't know. Maybe they're just punching randomly. That's probably true. So they were just punching randomly. The three of them casually dissed boxers. They were probably imagining their opponents with extreme precision. Though, even if I've fought an enemy before, I can't imagine attack patterns I haven't seen. For example, the spring balloon. Mako still had no idea how that thing actually attacked. Let me try it out. Enemy, checkered doll. After putting away her lunchbox, Mako stood up and activated image training. The skill cost 1 MP. In Mako's eyes, the approaching doll was vividly clear. Meanwhile, Sasara and Lulu saw nothing. Mako took a stance. A. The two gasped in shock. For some reason, Mako was barehanded. Even though it was image training, she could have just imagined her weapon. Not only that, but her fist form was all wrong. Her fingers weren't properly clenched, and her wrist was bent backward. It was a stance worse than an amateur's. The two flashed back to Mako's punch during the infinite Torii defense test. No wonder it bent. Shoo-shoo. As the two resolved to teach her proper fist form later, the battle between Mako and the invisible doll began. Mako struck first, hissing shoo-shoo as a feint. Ignoring it, the doll closed in. Mako responded with a real shoo-shoo. At that moment, Sasera and Lulu saw the doll. A master's shadowboxing might let observers visualize the opponent, but in Mako's case, her terrible form made it obvious how the doll would move. The doll easily dodged her 1-2 punch, slipped inside her guard, and slashed. Guaza! Mako clutched her body and dropped to one knee. Silence fell over the three. Mako nodded kokiri and stood back up. I lost to a mere doll. Despite her words, her face was radiant. Even if it was fake, fighting enemies was fun. This skill eased the frustration of not being able to enter dungeons. She'd probably rely on it often from now on. While Mako looked refreshed, as if she'd worked up a good sweat, Sasera and Lulu wore troubled expressions. Mako, about your hands. Miko, your fists are wrong. And so, for the first time in her life, Mako learned that making a fist wasn't as simple as going ga. Shoo-shoo-shoo, shoo-shoo, DWA8. After school, Mako headed to the Aozora training dojo as usual. Along the way, she used image training to battle imaginary foes while walking. It was so much fun. With this skill, she barely even needed video games. Plus, formalizing image training seemed to speed up the acquisition of magic-related job skills. Mako started seriously considering mastering the ascetic class. To a trained eye, her movements were proper martial arts. But to the untrained, she just looked like a hyperactive little girl. At the riverside today, Baba was present. From atop the embankment, she watched the ascetics training below, then recoiled at the terrifying horde of high school girls approaching from the same direction. Leading the pack was a flailing, crazed little girl. What if they start insulting me? The 29-year-old Baba nervously called out to the frenzied Mako. Hello, Mako-chan. Ah, Baba. Zubushu. Baba found solace in Mako's cheerful voice, though the Zubushu was baffling. High school girls were just like that, so she gracefully ignored it. She also stopped Sasera and Lulu, who exchanged greetings. As the other girls dispersed into the training area, Baba muttered, Mako-chan, are you planning to overthrow the government? Not really, but I did think we could start a small uprising. The Mako uprising. It'd definitely go down in history. Let us into dungeons, wash, like that. Please don't. I won't. Amateurs diving into dungeons without guides would just die in droves. I don't want to lead that charge. Mako understood the risks. Then again, having seen dungeons firsthand, maybe that was why. Against a spring balloon, you could just whack it with a long stick until it died. But magic books were too dangerous. A water bullet to the face would be disastrous. With a guide, though, even that would be manageable. True, dungeon access is impossible without proper guides. We are training them, so please be patient. Patient, Mako nodded, though she briefly considered leveraging her Earth globe privilege for early access. So, what brings you here today? Right. Mako-chan, you three, could you tell me your schedules for this month and next? The three exchanged glances. You know the Earth globe donation ceremony I mentioned? I'd like to get that done soon. Ah, that thing. The real one's already set up in Tokyo. The UN's forming an observation team to mark dungeon locations worldwide. There seem to be way more undiscovered dungeons than expected. Oh, right, the professor told me yesterday. We went out for ramen. You're way too close with her. Baba shuddered at the dog-like professor's charm. What's so appealing about her? Do I need a gimmick too? Meanwhile, Sasera and Lulu felt a faint pang of jealousy. We want to eat ramen with Mako too. Anyway, about the replica globe ceremony, we'll handle it quickly. Where will it be held? A big hall in Tokyo. Mako imagined a choir competition-like venue. Got it. So when are you two free? We can adjust our schedules, but it'll be an overnight trip. Day 1, quick rehearsal. Day 2, main event. You'll get to stay at a nice hotel. I get to stay in a suite. Baba hadn't said suite, but it probably would be one. Thus, the girls confirmed they were free anytime starting tomorrow. Ah, the sorrow of having no pressing commitments. Their only prior engagement was a pre-Golden Week field trip. Of course, they did have plans throughout the year. But when weighed against an event like this, those plans suddenly seemed less important. We'll talk to your parents, but we'll handle most of the prep. Don't worry. For now, they'd await further details. By the way, what's the status on gifting armor to Kismia? At Mako's question, Lulu perked up, listening intently. That's been settled. Japan agreed to chip in extra for your shares. Sorry for being greedy with Nihon's money. Lulu shrank guiltily, but Baba took her hand with a smile. Don't worry. Thanks to you, Japan and Kismia have grown very close. You should be proud. Naya Hi. Baba briefly explained the requested equipment, which Lulu absorbed eagerly. With official business concluded, Baba moved on to her real agenda. Speaking of which, Mako-chan, I saw your P-Weeder. Really? Ehes. Mako had recently joined P-Weeder. Classmates did similar things, and Baba had pushed hard for it, so she'd given in. Her profile, made after leaving Infinite Torii. Image, Mako in a fingerless glove, half her face hidden, holding a grimoire. Dark sheep. Lost lamb at XXX. High school girl by day. In truth, one of the dragon slayers gathered under fate's whims, a place to memo and share discoveries. Might not reply. Following, 121 followers. 33M. In just days, her follower count had exploded, and it was still climbing. Her first post. Join P-Weeder. Now, image of a grimoire glowing with magic. Like 3M+. Baba had seen it. She'd chuckled at the rookie post and tossed a celebratory like a like. Back then, the count was around 10K, pretty good, she'd thought. But days later, the number had skyrocketed beyond reason. A month from now, unfathomable. Subsequent posts, training now, etc., raked in even more like the epitome of shitposts. Yet they devoured engagement at terrifying speeds. Baba felt uneasy. Not out of jealousy, of course. The allure of like was undeniable. Some kids ruined themselves chasing it. As an adult, she had to educate Mako properly. This absolutely wasn't jealousy over her own follower count being dwarfed by dark sheep, lost lamsamas. Listen, Mako-chan, be yourself. Don't let numbers or others sway you. Some people do stupid things for like, right? Don't be like them. Sure, I just post and ignore P-Weeder otherwise. Gah. Such was the confidence of a superstar. Baba's legs trembled. To this day, Mako's P-Weeder remains a chaotic dump of dungeon scenery, posted at her sole discretion. Lulu's P-Weeder is way crazier. Mine's in Kismian. After dungeon runs with Miko, my followers exploded. Lulu's P-Weeder was the foreign language version. Though Kismian was niche, Westerners found it easier than Japanese. Her follower count, over 100M. Baba's scouter would have imploded. At that scale, she'd have quit her job to become a fortune vlogger. Sasara-chan, you're not on it right. I don't really get P-Weeder. I wouldn't know what to post. Sasara fidgeted. Just take a pic of some grass and write Cusa now. Easy 5M like. Really? Of course not. Baba slammed the ground, adopting Earthsan's pose. Sasara-chan, don't believe her. Well, you might actually hit 5M, but normal people can't. Sasara nodded quietly. This world is beyond me. Baba stood, brushing dirt off her knees. She almost cautioned Mako again, but stopped. She'd wanted to say, don't shitpost too much. You have fans now. But maybe this bizarre, chaotic Mako world was exactly what they wanted. As someone whose high school days were long past, she had no right to interfere. Baba resolved to cherish her own 5K followers. Speaking of the internet, Sasara's mom has been gathering the training ground support staff to make a dungeon skill guide site. My mom and Lulu's are helping too. What kind of organizational power is that? I'll need to send people to check for misinformation. Baba took notes, then paused, remembering one last work topic. Back to dungeon access. Earlier, she'd asked for patience, but Mako's eyes sparkled with hope. Baba smiled wryly. The process is unstoppable now. The higher-ups are moving fast. So, we'd like you three to be dungeon ambassadors. Does that mean access is coming soon? Not quite. It's more about showing the public that progress is being made. Ambassadors help vent frustration. Mako nodded, makes sense. Having ambassadors would make things feel more concrete. Want to give it a try? Will it be time-consuming? You won't be idols. Most events will be short, maybe 3 days up front with optional follow-ups. You can decline extras. Ahem. The three exchanged glances. Mako and Lulu agreed immediately. Sasara hesitated, then nodded. We'll do it. Thank you. Phew, this is a relief. Imagine if some random idol became the ambassador instead. It'd be awful for her. A girl overshadowing the world-shaking trio of first dungeon clearers. Brutal. Even a female SDF member would struggle. We'll discuss details with your parents later. Keep it in mind. And so, Mako and her friends gained a few more responsibilities. 3.8 Globe Donation Ceremony. Mako and her friends were now riding in an incredible car. A black official vehicle for VIPs. The interior was spacious and immaculately clean. Absolutely no shoes allowed here. To Mako, that meant no shoes at all. And so, Mako removed her brand new loafers, flipped them soles up, and placed them neatly by the edge. Sasara and Lulu followed suit, taking off their shoes as well. Today, the three of them were dressed in their Kazami Girls Academy uniforms. The back seat of the car had 4 seats, 2 facing forward, 2 backward. The cushions were so plush you could probably buy another car just with the cost of these seats. Sitting with Mako and the others was Baba. Baba, however, kept her shoes on. Mako shot her a look like, seriously, this woman, but Baba pretended not to notice. As they entered the highway, the Tokyo skyline gradually came into view. Still a city brimming with madness, huh? Resting her hand on the closed window frame, Mako struck a cool pose as she watched the towering skyscrapers flow past. She'd only been to Tokyo 3 times before. This was her 4th. Once on a school trip, once to Akihabara, and once for a comic book frenzy festival. Each time, she'd gotten lost. A single moment of carelessness was all it took to lose all sense of direction in this terrifying city. Especially that massive maze in Ariake. What even is that place? Sasara, have you been to Tokyo before? Yes, quite often actually. I see. What about you, Lulu? I come here every time my plane lands at Hainda to visit Nippon. I go Naya in Akibahara. I see. Weird, Mako thought. Even Lulu, who lived abroad, seemed to visit often for her Naya adventures. Kazami Town wasn't that far from Tokyo, yet she'd only been 3 times, making her the biggest Tokyo novice here. Also, Lulu seemed to remember Akihabara as Akibahara. So, what souvenirs are you two gonna buy? Souvenirs. Tokyo bananas are recommended. Mako-chan, we don't have time for souvenirs. That kind of event, Mako hooked a finger against the window and gazed at the skyscrapers. So big. Now, Mako and her friends were set to attend the Globe donation ceremony. The facility they were taken to was an enormous building. Its theater-like floor had been reserved exclusively for this event. Today was the rehearsal. The real thing would be tomorrow. Since this was a world-class donation ceremony, dignitaries from Japan and abroad would be attending. Mako and Lulu weren't particularly fazed, but Sasara's stomach was already in knots. Yet she hid it well, standing tall while trembling slightly. As staff bustled about for final checks, the uniformed girls stepped out of the car. Thanks to someone's influence, Kazami Girls Academy's uniforms leaned slightly toward cosplay, like something out of a gal game. At a glance, they just looked like school trip girls who'd gotten off at the wrong stop. Upon entering, the people assigned to assist them today stood lined up. They bowed deeply as Mako's group arrived. Unaccustomed to such formal greetings from adults, the girls flusteredly returned the bow with equal depth. The staff, not usually on the receiving end of such gestures, found their weary hearts soothed by the girls' innocence. From then on, every time they passed someone, Mako and her friends were met with bows. Baba told them a simple nod would suffice if they felt awkward. But being bowed to so formally, only to nod back felt wrong, so they ended up bowing properly each time. Baba could only smile wryly. When Mako saw the ceremony venue, her mouth fell open. The hallway alone had been impressive, but the venue itself exceeded all expectations. She'd imagined something like Kazami Town's cultural center, maybe a place where a choir competition could be held, but reality was different. The stage was polished to a shine, gleaming under bright lights. The seats looked far more comfortable than anything in a provincial cultural center, and there were so many. This was probably a venue fit for a world choir competition, Mako decided. The rehearsal itself wrapped up in about an hour. It wasn't the kind of ceremony where mistakes would cause major issues. Though, obviously, handing the globe to the wrong person would be a problem, so they went over that part carefully. Afterward, the group headed to their hotel. Baba-san, Baba-san, you could have gone easier on us little girls with the accommodations, don't you think? Their room was a full-blown suite. It had 2 bathrooms. A simple, no-frills room like the ones on school trips would have been fine. Honestly, they'd probably sleep better in one of those. But this, Mako wasn't even sure if she was allowed to mess up the bed. Now, let's all stay together nicely. Baba said cheerfully. Yes, Baba would be staying in the same suite as them, officially as their chaperone. Their families were also staying in nice rooms at the same hotel. You didn't just pick this, so you could stay here too, right? Oh, of course not. I'm here to supervise you 3 minors. Not a single impure thought, I swear. This is strictly work. Oh, look, welcome fruits, let's try some. Mako reached for them eagerly, but Baba stopped her. All 3 of you first, we take pictures. Then post them on Winshita or Twitter. That's how you do SNS. Mako nodded. Come to think of it, she'd seen people photographing their food at restaurants. Apparently, this was the kind of place that really belonged on Winshita. She snapped a pic with her phone, posted to Twitter with fruits now caption. Baba, despite taking photos herself, didn't post any, she was on duty. It was agonizing, but she endured. Once photos were done, Baba tossed a piece of cut pineapple into Mako's mouth. MMPH. Mako's eyes widened as Baba grinned. All right, let's enjoy the sweet. Nio. Only Lulu responded energetically. Sasera remained composed but trembled nervously thinking about tomorrow. Mako, meanwhile, munched happily on the welcome fruits. Worried about Sasera, she shoved a giant grape into her mouth. Eventually, the 3+1 ended up enjoying the sweet. Bobby-kun, did you stuff him into concrete like I asked? The leader of a secret society gazed at Tokyo's nightscape, swirling grape juice in a wine glass as he questioned his subordinate. This is great, Mako-chan, you're so cool. If this were private, I'd be spamming Twitter right now. The +1 was probably having the most fun. The Earth-san Premium Figure Donation Ceremony began. Dignitaries from Japan and abroad filled the attendees' seats. In the front row sat Mako's family, looking even more nervous than she was. Mako and her friends were seated on the stage. For the main event, they wore the traditional outfits obtained at the Infinite Torii. The bunny ears and tails were deemed too festive, so they stuck to just the attire, no weapons either. With light professional makeup, the 3 looked breathtakingly adorable. We will now commence the Earth-san Premium Figure Donation Ceremony. Please rise. Mako's lips twitched at the MC's words. Viewers watching the live broadcast likely choked back laughter too. Such a solemn event, yet the proper noun was pure comedy. This is a laugh and get spanked ceremony. Mako muttered as she stood. GHK. Baba, standing beside her as their escort, clutched her chest. Baba loved that. So much so, she hadn't heard New Year's bells in nearly a decade. She bit her lip, repeating internally. Laugh and you're fired, laugh and you're fired. Sasera, meanwhile, was too nervous to care, and Lulu didn't even know what they were talking about. Baba was the only one suffering. But fear not, viewers on forums were saying the same thing. Baba wasn't alone, though they could laugh freely without consequences. On stage stood representatives from various nations. At the center was the Prime Minister, who bowed alongside the others. Mako and her friends bowed as well. Once seated, the Prime Minister began his speech, something about unity in these changing times. Other dignitaries followed with similar remarks, not that Mako understood much of it. Then, finally, it was their turn. Next, we will proceed with the donation of the Earth-san Premium Figure. Hitsujiya Mako, Sasagasa Sasara, Nagar Lulu. Yes. One by one, they stood and responded energetically. A soft wave of applause rose from the audience as reporters' cameras flashed relentlessly, capturing the girls in their traditional attire. Normally, a single representative would suffice, but today, all 3 stepped forward. The stage was arranged unusually, dignitaries on the left, the girls on the right. Mako's hakama had inexplicably high slits, revealing glimpses of her Zedhai Raiwiki with every step. Lulu's kimono was short, paired with spats, and her chest was dangerously exposed. But everyone knew looking would mean social suicide, especially those on stage. Thus began a ceremony where not looking down was mandatory. Mako, however, found this far more relaxed than her middle school graduation. Back then, there'd been no cheers. Maybe this is just how things are with important people, she mused. Accepting the globe from a staff member, Mako approached the Prime Minister. Seeing this often televised figure up close felt surreal. Just a month ago, she'd never have imagined meeting him. Life was unpredictable. Please use this Earthson premium figure for the world's benefit. We will fulfill that duty without fail. The Prime Minister accepted the globe solemnly as the dignitaries behind him nodded. A photo of this moment would later appear in history textbooks. Mako and her friends bowed to the Prime Minister, attendees, photographers, then the Prime Minister again. Oh, Baba-san too. Her excessive bowing forced Sasura and Lulu to follow suit. Sasura's eyes spun, "Isn't this too much?" while Lulu just smiled. With that, their task was done, but the ceremony continued. Next, we will present the Green Light Star Treasure Medal. Please rise. The Globe donation ceremony also served as their medal award. Here, the Prime Minister would confer the medal on behalf of grateful nations. Everyone but Mako's group stood. Again, the girls never turned their backs to the audience, an unusual format for both ceremonies. Now, the Green Light Star Treasure Medal hadn't existed before. Mako's deeds were heroic yet carried terrifying risks. If 15-year-old girls could do it, others might try, especially with hefty rewards. Most had been too awed by the dragon on Earthson TV to consider it. But money changes things. It would have been cruel for the girls who'd wished for safety to indirectly trigger such dangers. So, at Sasara's mother's suggestion, Japan proposed this medal to other nations. While Japan's version came with no monetary prize, other countries did, including pensions. Hitsuji Mako. Yes. This time, they were called individually. Urged gently by Baba, Mako stepped before the Prime Minister as the audience watched. He read aloud what resembled a letter of gratitude more than a medal citation. Hitsuji Mako, in these unprecedented times, you have given the world something immense. We commend your noble spirit and express our deepest gratitude. From the 7 billion people of the world, 20xxxxxx. Then he added, "Thank you. We are truly proud of you." With that, he presented the medal, a globe-shaped medallion in a case, adorned with emerald green stones. Mako was overjoyed. She'd never won an individual award before. Bad at sports, she'd tried calligraphy and book reports, but others always outshone her. By middle school, she'd stopped caring. Yet now, years later, she stood praised before the world. Bowing as she accepted the medal, she mewfuned happily. Amid thunderous applause, Mako, holding her certificate and medal, beamed like a sunflower. Henceforth, this medal would honor those whose achievements transcended nations, those who'd impacted Earthson on a global scale. Its name came from Earth's jade-green glow on Earthson TV, a treasure bestowed upon humanity. Recipients would never receive it with their backs to the audience. Like the citation, this medal wasn't bestowed from above, it was given in gratitude. In the New World, it became one of the most distinguished honors. 3.8.1 Bulletin Board Ceremony Livestream. The dungeon guide site spearheaded by Sasura's mom was finally unveiled. When Mako and Lulu casually suggested they might just pee-weet about it, they were promptly stopped. If Mako and Lulu were to pee-weet something like, "Hey, the dungeon guide site is up," the server might just crash from the traffic. These two's combat power has recently surpassed 80 million and 150 million, respectively. Mako and the others were told by Sasura's mom not to pee-weet just about the dungeon guide site, but also random store info. If they did, those stores' websites might get flooded with traffic too. It might be overthinking, but it's not entirely impossible. And so, the dungeon guide site was quietly unveiled. It mainly contained the following: job info discovered by Mako and the others, skill info discovered by Mako and the others, enemy info encountered by Mako and the others, footage of dungeons recorded by Mako and the others. various precautions regarding dungeons, jobs, and skills. That sort of thing. Though the info was still sparse, for the general public who had almost no access to dungeon info, it was an incredibly intriguing site. It became an instant hit. Today Dungeon Discussion, thread part 159, starts at 15:00. 1. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. This is a thread for dungeon-related chatter. If you're looking for deep discussion, head to the dedicated thread. Slander may lead to karma loss, so think before you post. Next thread, please declare at above 970. 333. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Didn't know taking a job would cost around 10 MP. 334. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. So low MP folks should start as apprentices, train their MP a bit, then switch jobs right. 335. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Why didn't I praise Earthson's level up back then? The fast food joints vibe was all wrong, too many people around. 336. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Yeah, it takes guts in a crowded place. For the record, I praised her, I was alone. 337. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. No way, there's more of us. My little sister's got one too. 338. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Dude, you're the winner here, you've got a sister. 339. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. So become an apprentice, use MP for about 10 days, and it'll rise decently. What job are you guys aiming for? 340. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. No choice but grimoire user. 341. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Ninja. 342. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Ninja. 343. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. I'm going grimoire user too, but the catch is you need a grimoire first. 344. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Speculation says grimoire drop rates range from 1% to 4%. Isn't that way too broad? 345. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Says right there the sample size is small. Probably Mako-chan just got lucky with a 4% drop, then fought other enemies and found the rates weren't as good. 346. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Is it even feasible to fight that many magic-using enemies? I want to be a grimoire user too, but... 347. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. If you follow Mako-chan's method, it should be relatively easy, no. 348. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Luring them around corners for ambushes. How'd she even figure that out? I'd probably just charge in yelling RAH. 349. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. She's a kid, so she probably knew her own limits best. In a desperate situation, she had to get creative. 350. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Makes sense. I mean, she fought with sewing scissors, right? That's borderline insane. 351. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Switching topics, are night-type jobs unpopular? 352. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Swords are cool, but personally I want to float a grimoire. 353. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Hard agree, nothing beats that cool factor. 354. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. I want to enter the lowly labyrinth, train, and reach the infinite Torier. I'm into photography, so I'm crazy jealous. 355. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Ariake's warrior, huh? 356. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. He said he wants to take photos at the infinite Torier. 357. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. No, like at the cat cafe asking girls, can I take your photo? 358. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. That's not bad either, but like landscape shots, that place was stunning. 359. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Well, the boss fights forced in 4 days. Gotta be strong enough to survive that, or you're not getting in. 360. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Infinite Torier's no joke. It's a boot camp where you either graduate or die. 361. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Nah, going there for boot camp is the wrong mindset. 362. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. You guys better remember the warning. Secure a safe area before changing jobs. 363. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Wonder how bad the shock of initial skill info installation is compared to job change. 364. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. I left a pot on the stove when I got skill info, burnt the sauce to a crisp. 365. Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Skill info was optional, but is job change forced? 366. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Dunno, at least for the first time, better play it safe. Probably leaves you wide open if monsters are around. 520. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Whoa, it's almost time. 521. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Relax, I've already got the TV on. 522. Anonymous dungeon traveler. The board's getting lively all of a sudden. 523. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Welcome, everyone, to this busy occasion. 524. Anonymous dungeon traveler. I only drink milk tea, so 525. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Huh, then you can only drink in the afternoon forever. 526. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Don't you know the flower legend? Lucky bastard. 527. Anonymous dungeon traveler. SHH it's starting. 528. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Where am I? Who am I? 529. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Sorry, typo ors. 530. Anonymous dungeon traveler. You use that face a lot. 531. Anonymous dungeon traveler. It's on. 532. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Whoa, the three girls are sitting there. 533. Anonymous dungeon traveler. This network knows what's up, putting beauties on screen. 534. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Cutie. 535. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Are they wearing light makeup? 536. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Hope they collab with my gacha game. I'd whale up to 500k. 537. Anonymous dungeon traveler. 1 mil. 538. Anonymous dungeon traveler. The artist under insane pressure lol. Make or break levels. 539. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Personally, I'd love to date the big sis next to Mako Tan. 540. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Yeah, that type's nice too. Want her to be super clingy at home. 541. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Spit out my tea. 542. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Earthson premium figure donation ceremony. What the hell? 543. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Hey host, this ain't the place for jokes. 544. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Host, I'm being forced. 545. Anonymous dungeon traveler. A solemn ceremony turned into a don't laugh challenge real quick. 546. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Ah, Mako Tan's doing the lip purse. Cutie. 547. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Sasaratan's trying so hard, my heart's full. 548. Anonymous dungeon traveler. No need to show the old dudes. We're here for Lulutan. 549. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Don't say that. They're today's VIPs too. 550. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Yeah, good point. Then how about we focus on Sasaratan now? 551. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Screen old dude. Screen beauty. Rattle cutie. Screen old dude. Points. Screen beauty. Points. 552. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Now it's the international old dude's turn. 553. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Disappointment. 554. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Disappointment. Section. During speeches by the Prime Minister and foreign dignitaries. 573. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Finally over. 574. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Oh, is it Mako Tan's turn now? 575. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Ta-da! 576. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Where have you guys been all this time lol? 577. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Bathroom break. 578. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Making coffee. 579. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Playing gacha. 580. Anonymous dungeon traveler. You guys lol. 581. Anonymous dungeon traveler. What's the schedule? 582. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Think anyone here actually knows? 583. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Good answer. Lowly girls full of energy are the best. Cutie. 584. Anonymous dungeon traveler. This kid's got nerves of steel. I'd be shaking like a newborn fawn. 585. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Yeah, the PM and cabinet members are terrifying. 586. Anonymous dungeon traveler. I get shaky even in front of female convenience store clerks. 587. Anonymous dungeon traveler. I once had a chance to talk to the PM in high school, could barely speak. 588, anonymous Mako cultist. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 589, anonymous Mako cultist. Today, Mako-sama has ascended to godhood. 590, anonymous Mako cultist. PM make today a national holiday. 591, anonymous dungeon traveler. They're going wild as usual. 592, anonymous dungeon traveler. You guys practice timing or something. 593, anonymous dungeon traveler. Please use this for the world's sake. Is totally a goddess handing divine artifacts to mortals. 594, anonymous dungeon traveler. PM equals hero theory. 595, anonymous dungeon traveler. Watching Mako-tan's insane confidence feels like going to a kid's recital and seeing Oscar-worthy acting. 596, anonymous dungeon traveler. Totally get that. Makes me want to step up my game too. 597, anonymous dungeon traveler. But starting tomorrow. 598, anonymous dungeon traveler. Sasaratan's trembling is too precious. 599, anonymous dungeon traveler. Weird I was only watching Sasaratan. Super cutie. 600, anonymous dungeon traveler. Nah, it's Lulu-chan. Marrying her would guarantee the happiest life. 601, anonymous dungeon traveler. Mary, I'll kill you. Lulutan's my wife. 602, anonymous dungeon traveler. Stop it, both of you. Think about your age. 626, anonymous dungeon traveler. Wait, the medal ceremony's starting. 627, anonymous dungeon traveler. Green Star medal, that's a thing. 628, anonymous dungeon traveler. Google it, moron. 629, anonymous dungeon traveler. Googled nothing, moron. 630, anonymous dungeon traveler. Isn't this a newly created medal? 631, anonymous dungeon traveler. Made just for Mako-chan and the others. That's insane. 632, anonymous dungeon traveler. Wonder how much pension they'll get. 633, anonymous dungeon traveler. Japanese medals don't come with pensions, but recipients get priority for merit-based awards, which can include lifetime pensions. 634, anonymous dungeon traveler. But the PM called it an award ceremony, not a conferment. Maybe this isn't a Japanese medal. 635, anonymous dungeon traveler. Foreign media said the globe's worth is astronomical. 636, anonymous dungeon traveler. Seriously. 637, anonymous dungeon traveler. One of those could cover the endless costs of global dungeon searches. On a global scale, yeah. 638, anonymous dungeon traveler. Wow. 639, anonymous dungeon traveler. Still, why's the stage sideways? 640, anonymous dungeon traveler. To show Mako-tan's cute face, duh. 641, anonymous dungeon traveler. Your answers'll probably be announced tomorrow. 642, anonymous Mako cultist. Applause, everyone applause. 643, anonymous Mako cultist. We're witnessing history. 644, anonymous Mako cultist. Congratulations. 645, anonymous Mako cultist. Hooray, hooray. 646, anonymous dungeon traveler. Why yeah, I'm happy too. 647, anonymous dungeon traveler. I get how you feel. 648, anonymous dungeon traveler. Whoa, this is. 649, anonymous dungeon traveler. That smile's cheating. 650, anonymous dungeon traveler. Mako-tan's overjoyed. 651, anonymous dungeon traveler. Can I use this as my wallpaper? 652, anonymous dungeon traveler. This must be holy attribute. 653, anonymous dungeon traveler. Excuse me, how do I join the Mako cult? 654, anonymous Mako cultist. That desire is your initiation. Now let us praise Mako-sama's smile together. 655, anonymous Mako cultist. Yes, 656, anonymous dungeon traveler. You guys ruined everything. 3.9. Peaceful days. The Earthson Premium Figure Donation Ceremony concluded without incident. The next day, Mako and the others returned to school. In the morning, as they passed through the school gates, a crowd of girls targeted Mako. Waving their hands excitedly, the female students closed in on Mako. Mako crossed her arms in an X shape, going NNNN, Jackin. It was a lively mess, a total letdown. The girls were starved for festival-like excitement. Hitsuji-san, look at this. Among them, the one who came running was the club president of the training club, a sharp, disciplined upperclassman. In the president's hand was today's morning newspaper. She had brought it from home. The president's household had no newspaper today. The front page featured a photo of Mako handing the globe to the prime minister. Whoa, that's amazing. The front page. It's super incredible. As Mako read the paper, the president flailed her arms around excitedly. Despite her sharp, no-nonsense demeanor, her reaction was downright fangirlish. The president waved her hands wildly. The other girls followed suit, waving their hands too. Mako snapped out of it, looked up from the paper, and showed the encroaching girls an X with her arms. Total letdown. The Mikoshi fun was over. The front page of that morning's newspaper featured the same photo across many publications worldwide. Though the globe was a replica, that was behind-the-scenes info. Officially, it was a huge deal. Mako had had several chances to grace the front page before, but each time, the government had stepped in to stop the newspapers. That said, it was only about the photos. The coverage of what Mako and the others had done had always made the front page. This was the first time she'd appeared on the front page with a photo. Mako, who usually only glanced at newspapers as much as TV guides, found it surprisingly gratifying. The article also mentioned that the Greenlight Star Medal was the first award of the new era, presented under the joint names of multiple nations. Mako hadn't known, but there had been a press conference after the ceremony. The article covered what was discussed there. All right, since Hitsuji-san won't do it, we'll carry you instead. What, hey? Whether they were just that eager for a Mikoshi, the girls swarmed and hoisted up a sacrificial victim, carrying her off. The sacrificial girl cheerfully waved her pom-poms, totally into it. I've enrolled in a terrifying school, Mako muttered, watching the scene with exasperation. Mako-san. Mako-san. Turning at the voice, Mako found Sasara lurking by the school gate. What's up, Sasara? No Mikoshi shenanigans. Nope. I said no, so some unrelated girl got sacrificed and carried off instead. We've enrolled in a terrifying school, haven't we? I just said the same thing. Good morning, you two. At the gate, Lulu joined them. As the three walked to the classroom, Mako's phone pinged. A group message from the training club. It said they'd made the front page of the newspaper. The training club of Kazami Girls Academy, which had saddled Mako with the eternal title of honorary president for life, had a PR team that circulated such info. Their curated useful tips were especially popular. Whether it was post-training cafe recommendations, cute ways to decorate practice weapons, the best deodorant for your sweat type, or even info on handsome guys who showed up at training spots, club members got the scoop first. Even when training, high school girls stayed giggly. The training club exchanged info, researched Earthzon's new principles, and actually trained. It was a club that welcomed everyone, from outdoorsy types to indoor enthusiasts. Since Kazami Girls Academy allowed club overlap, the training club had grown to terrifying numbers. After all, joining didn't disrupt daily life, it seamlessly fit in. Track team, running and jumping aligned with the club's ethos. Culture clubs, learning skills to support and heal others. Even the Go Home Club could occasionally train or apply tips from the info exchange. And thanks to the girls' social media prowess, the training club was spreading to schools across Japan. Now, the honorary president for life headed to the training grounds once again. After trying out several jobs over the past few days to test job skills, Mako had ultimately become ascetic. This job was excellent. While mana release wasn't particularly appealing to Mako, who already had abundant mana, image training seemed incredibly useful. After 4 intense days in the Infinite Torii, Mako and the others had managed to crystallize many job skills. Image training might allow them to simulate that experience. Once she mastered ascetic, Mako theorized that visualizing something like the phantom form of Yamato no Orochi could speed up skill acquisition in the magical arts. Similarly, if she obtained footage of unknown monsters fighting from the self-defense forces, image training might let her recreate those battles. Like advanced prep. It might not work perfectly unless filmed from a combatant's perspective, but it was worth a shot. If this worked, combat footage of monsters would become incredibly valuable. DVDs with monster covers would line rental shelves at Sutea, but for now, aesthetic could wait. Mako's training began with a battle against her arch-nemesis. In the middle of a field, a little girl sat cross-legged. Mako plopped down opposite her. Their record stood at 30 battles, 30 losses, a nauseating streak, but today would end it. With a pika-pika, Mako applied the final synthesis enhancement to the plantain stem she'd lovingly nurtured. After days of work, today's weapon was a plantain stem 510. A plantain stem general, her opponent. A plantain stem pulled from her pocket. No way she'd lose now. Keeping up the smile of a kind big sister humoring a child, Mako smirked inwardly. The two weapons clashed and the match began. Hold on, hey hey. Hold on, hey hey. Hold on, wa. Hold on, hey hey. Hold wyatt, and no way. Yay, I won again. Mako had lost, how did Plantain Sama 510 lose? What am I even fighting? Enamel wire. Mako maintained her kind big sister smile, letting the little girl have her victory flower, patted her head, and then went off to warm up. As the girl waved goodbye, see ya, Mako felt a chill. The only way to beat her now was a 10-10 plantain stem. After the battle, Mako warmed up and joined Sasara and the others under Saber Roushi's guidance. Step right, hey, backstep, hey. Training against phantom enemies as ascetic was fine, but learning fundamentals from Roushi was just as important. Sasara, with her magic-based skills, improved rapidly, while Mako refined each movement through repetition. Though Mako and Sasara's movements stood out, the other kids grew better daily. Such was youth's absorption rate. The sight of them training was oddly beautiful. Safety goggles on, the kids stepped in unison like a mass performance. Though they'd only started a month ago, their movements were already cohesive. Behind them, the adults wheezed. Though their developed bodies allowed powerful movements, many needed frequent breaks. Those people gazed distantly at the river, thinking, maybe I should quit smoking and drinking. Breaks at the training grounds were generally freeform. But some kids, if left unsupervised, would train non-stop. Seeing others push themselves made them feel guilty for resting, even when exhausted. For them, the dojo's scheduled group breaks. During break, Mako, Sasara, Kurara, and Mako's little sister sat on the highest step of the embankment, overlooking the grounds. What have I created? A training ground, no. Yeah. A breeze tousled her hair, so Mako tried muttering a profound, cool-sounding line. Sasara, sitting beside her, answered earnestly. The current Ayazora training dojo spanned about 3 kilometers. The support area handled wood repairs, sewing guidance, karma counseling, and first aid. Outdoor activities inevitably led to injuries, no matter how careful they were. On weekends, miso soup handouts added to the lively atmosphere. Martial arts and fitness dojos gained students and instructors daily. Elsewhere, there were zones for tag and casual play. Who knew what skills would prove useful? A child learning old games from elders might spark brilliant ideas. The tag area was especially large, teaching kids evasion techniques. On the embankment, TV crews from various countries filmed daily. Train harder had been the rallying cry, but many didn't know what that entailed. Individuals could train alone easily, but community-wide training grounds confused people. The crews came to document how it worked. Flowers bloomed along the embankment, upstream to downstream. Those with low karma had grown them using the flower skill. Flower, when used with penitence, slightly restored karma. The effect was minuscule, less than 0.1, but for the lost, it was a sliver of hope. Today, too, the flowers of atonement swayed in the riverside wind. Ah, he's working hard again today. Yes, always so diligent. Their gaze fell on a young man, practicing staff techniques at the dojo. The college girls weren't scolding him, they were busy training too. Mako and Sasara felt a vague fondness for him and her, early participants in the training. But Mako-ni-sama, that guy comes every day. What about his job? Is he okay? Kurara-chan, never say that again. Not in front of him or anyone. Got it. Kurara tilted her head, then nodded. Don't worry, his awakening is near. Awakening, or the end of his vacation. Or maybe he aimed to be a full-time adventurer. You know, I bet he's totally into that college girl. Oh, I thought so too. Right. Mako's little sister tossed out some girly gossip, and Kirara agreed. Mako and Sasara exchanged glances, then stared at the young man. Seriously. That's the case. Geez, you two are high school girls but blind or what? It's obvious. He keeps sneaking glances. Turns red instantly. Mako and Sasara had been called blind by a grade schooler. Mako crossed her arms. Pht. WL when it counts, he's got grit, I'd know. Indeed. He carries himself with such vigor now, unlike when we first met. He's our guy, after all. Quite. They nodded sagely, talking like they had a clue, or deflecting. The little sister and Kirara were already off in their own world, giggling. Miko, Shara. Ah, Lulu, you on break too. Meow, Genji's back is mock fast, Desu. Trying to keep up with young Lulu, going sha-sha. Sasara briskly brushed off the steps to make space for Lulu. With a merci beaucoup, Lulu sat and Sasara smiled. How about you two? Any progress with job skills? Neither had crystallized their magic or physique-based job skills yet. Even the self-defense forces found these two categories slow to develop. Not yet. I've started considering becoming ascetic too. Me too, Desu. Other jobs might give Jujuju magic experience if done right, Desu. That makes sense. As Lulu said, those with martial arts foundations crystallized magic-based job skills faster, per SDF findings. Currently, the two had basics down thanks to magic. Switching jobs wouldn't erase that foundation. After mastering ascetic, returning to their original jobs would likely speed up skill acquisition. Physique-based skills were still a mystery. Well, figuring this stuff out is part of the fun, right? As Mako wrapped it up, Sasara and Lulu started discussing options. Must be nice, Nisama, having a job already. I want to enter dungeons soon too. Me too. Kirara and the little sister sounded envious. Kirara-chan, your skill is magic attack up, small, right? Yes, Mako-nisama, right now it's useless. Magic attack up. Small was a job skill held by novice water mages. Given the dungeon less times, it was indeed a dud. I'm jealous of Momoko-chan. Mine's a dud too, I think. Mako's little sister had sword equip, physical attack up, small. Yours at least has uses. You could shine in dungeons right away. Later, you could stay a swordsman or switch to grimoire user, it'd still help. Initially panned online, such skills gain traction when paired with grimoire users. Long-term, Kirara-chan's skill could be strong too. True, but Kirara pouted. Mako enjoyed watching the two pairs discuss jobs and skills. I wish everyone could enter dungeons soon. The world would overflow with conversations like this. That job's useful. No way, that job with that skill is the best. To hasten that future, Mako would work as an image girl this weekend. 3.10. Image girls. Great, so cute. Sasara-chan, try lifting your face a little more. Wow, that's amazing. As the photographer snaps away enthusiastically, Mako and the others strike pose after pose. This is a photo studio in the neighboring town. The one in Kazami town was too rundown, so they came here instead. That's right, the three of them are currently shooting as image girls. Their outfits are based on the Infinite Torii's traditional wear. For this image girl strategy aimed at opening the dungeon to the public, there was no other possible costume choice. Note, no bunny or tanuki ears. Those are hit or miss depending on the viewer. For this shoot, just like the ceremony before, all three of them are wearing light makeup. Camera presence changes drastically with makeup. Ah, you three are so cute. That was Baba's comment. At this point, Baba was less their handler and more like their dedicated manager. As Baba said, the makeup made the three of them look almost like flower spirits, unbelievably adorable. It was the result of good genes, youth, and professional makeup techniques working together. Amidst it all, the stylist tilted her head in confusion. This stylist was quite famous in the industry. And yet, her fingertips sensed something different about the texture of these girls' skin compared to ordinary girls. The cause lay in the physical enhancements from leveling up and improved training efficiency. Eating skin-friendly foods, washing their faces with beauty soap, applying lotion, and laughing often to exercise their facial muscles. This skincare regimen was now visibly paying off for the three of them. This fact was currently being quietly researched in various countries. If this information leaked, women everywhere might start a movement to open dungeons, so it had to stay under wraps. But with female soldiers and police officers already entering dungeons in many countries, it was only a matter of time before the truth got out. And let's be honest, men would look sharper and cooler too. What's the plan, big shots? Anyway, armed with these buff effects, Mako and the others are now tackling the photo shoot. Mako is desperately searching for cool poses. She digs through her mental archive of cool poses accumulated over her lifetime and pulls out a fitting one with a zwa. Right now, she's doing the cut-in pose for her favorite game's ultimate secret technique. The vibe of "can you losers even handle this move" is off the charts. By the way, the final boss is the one who uses this. Lulu is enjoying the shoot to the fullest. Dual-wielding a ninja sword and a small sickle, she looks ready to unleash a flurry of attacks. Though she's having fun, she's not smiling. Her expression is sharp and dignified, brows furrowed. Her ability to switch expressions depending on the situation makes her the most professional-looking of the three. Meanwhile, Sasara is just plain nervous. The live broadcast in the mountains, the energy drink recording, which Mako insisted was a report shoot, after their return, the live broadcast at the recent ceremony. Despite surviving these trials, Sasara still isn't used to cameras. "It's not like I care or anything, okay?" her face says, but it's obvious to the professional photographer. And honestly, to Mako and the others too. On top of that, Sasara's repertoire of cool poses is extremely limited. About as limited as a school desk. Or, to put it bluntly, just one. A pose where she holds her sword near her face in a thrusting stance, one hand resting on the blade. "Sasara, you seem nervous." No, I'm not." "How rude, as if I would be." "Oh ho 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 ho, I'm not nervous." "What a strange thing to say, Mako-san." Oh, okay, but hey, Sasara, everyone has things they're not good at. There are tons of people in the world who aren't comfortable with cameras, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Mako smiles brightly. She's pretty proud of that line. However, is that so? Well, I certainly have no issues with cameras or the like. HMPH, Sasara's pride won't crack. "Liar, confess already." What are you saying? Mako starts playfully roughhousing with Sasara. Forced into a seiza position, Sasara finally admits, "Truthfully, I'm not very good with cameras." Not much of a truthfully there. "But you were fine when Earth's on TV broadcast our adventures worldwide, weren't you?" "What happens after being filmed doesn't matter. It's during the filming that I get nervous." "What kind of weird biology is that? But you're fine taking photos with us, right?" "Because those are memories with friends. The fun outweighs everything else." "How sweet. Though I do get a little nervous." "Still weird biology." In most cases, Mako thinks, both the act of being filmed and the resulting footage are potential sources of cringe for amateurs. Look who's talking. "Well, Sasara, you're pretty, so just holding your saber like this should work, right? Then just purse your lips and look sharp, good to go." "Pretty, oh my." In that case, Mako-san, why don't you direct my poses? I won't move from whatever pose you give me." Interesting. I will help too." Mako and Lulu start brainstorming poses for Sasara. The photographer and Baba soon join in, and the four of them begin playing dress-up with Sasara as their doll. The final pose they settle on has Sasara turning her back to the camera, face in profile, sword slashing diagonally downward. Beside her, Lulu stands in a slightly bewitching stance, holding a dagger and ninja sword in reverse grips and crossing them. Mako crouches slightly in front of the two, saber at the ready. Her grimoire glows with magic. A slender leg peeks out from the slit in her hakama. Great, so cool." The photographer snaps away furiously. After cycling through several more poses, Mako and the others come to fully appreciate the exhausting reality of professional photoshoots. The following Saturday, Mako and the others arrive at the lowly labyrinth, officially known as the Kazami Dungeon Self-Defense Force Garrison. Today marks their official debut as image girls. But for Mako, what comes after is the real deal. Because right after the inauguration ceremony, as image girls, they'll be venturing into the first floor of Kazami Dungeon as representatives of the general public. Today, blessed with fine weather, a bigwig begins his speech into the bundled microphones, met with half-hearted shutter clicks. Those who clear the dungeon gain the title of adventurer. In light of this, we've decided to refer to members of the public who enter and engage with dungeons as adventurers. We are currently drafting legislation on how to train and guide these adventurers. The shutter clicks pick up slightly. Dungeons are extremely dangerous places. As Hitsujiya Mako-san, who cleared the dungeon and returned that day, said, without proper guidance, many would lose their lives. Currently, alongside drafting legislation, we are also training guides, so please be patient a little longer. Additionally, this project is being conducted in cooperation with the Kismiya Kingdom. The shutter clicks intensify significantly. The mention of Kismiya is news to the press. Why would Japan and Kismiya be working together? It's not that they're on bad terms, it's just that Kismiya is an extremely minor country. The reporters recall the recent government announcement. After returning from the dungeon, the three girls reportedly requested that the dungeon coins, guineas, they brought back be used for Kismiya's benefit. The reason was simple. Kismiya was Nagar Lulu's homeland. In response, the Japanese government decided to send equipment to Kismiya. Not just what the three brought back, but with additional contributions from Japan. This likely forged a strong bond between Japan and Kismiya. Nagar Lulu had become a major bridge between the two nations. The reporters listen intently, but the discussion of Kismiya ends there. Today, we'd like to introduce the image girls for this project and have them explore the first floor of Kazami Dungeon. Now, ladies, if you'd please. Finally, it's Mako and the others' turn. When they step forward, the shutters go wild. Lined up on the stage, the three bow, then each gives a brief comment. I'm Hitsujiya Mako. I've been chosen as an image girl. We made some cool posters, so please check them out. Mako squints at the flashes, thinking, so this is the shower of stardom. But it's not all that great. Sensing the dungeon slipping away from her, she decides to avoid the media as much as possible. I'm Nagar Lulu, praying everyone can enter dungeons safely. Coming from a fashion-forward country, Lulu isn't without her own dreams of the spotlight. But while occasional gigs like this are fine, she's not cut out for this path. After seeing Mako charge headfirst at a dragon, she decided to follow this girl instead. That was definitely more fun. I am Sasasa Sasaria. Sasara's massive stumble turns her face beet red, eyes welling up. Her I want to go home gauge instantly hits boiling point, and the barrage of camera flashes brings her zero joy. At this point, she's tempted to burst into tears. Naya. Lulu immediately rushes to Sasara's side and strikes a cat pose. Mako, catching on, does the same. Sasara, eyes spinning in utter confusion, unconsciously mimics them. Then, they gently bump fists in a Nyan hand gesture. This is how girls pump up their cuteness power, super popular in the training club. Lulu's explanation earns her a flurry of flashes. As she said, the Nyan hand bump is all the rage in the training club. Well, more like Kazami Girls Academy. This moment also marks the first time the public learns of the mysterious training club. And now, our posters make their debut. This wasn't part of Mako's script, but with Sasara on the verge of fainting, she bulldozes ahead. Technically, there was supposed to be more talking. Thanks to Mako's rogue direction, the curtains behind them part. There, a massive poster of the trio, 5 times their actual size, is revealed. The press erupts in cheers. The three raise their clasped hands before bowing. Then, Mako shoots Baba a look from the edge of the stage. Can we leave now? Just a little longer, almost done. Sasara might wet herself. Lulu-chan and Sasara-chan can go. Waya. After this high-level eye conversation, Sasara and Lulu are granted an early exit. Leaving Sasara in Lulu's care, Mako remains alone on stage. A quick glance back reveals Lulu piggybacking a completely deflated Sasara, cheering her up in her usual lively way. As the bigwigs take over again, Mako gazes at the sky. She's starting to regret taking on such a troublesome role, but beyond this, the dungeon awaits. Time to hunt, slaughter those spring balloons and magic books. Shaking off her regrets, Mako focuses on pumping up her excitement gauge instead. 3.11, Lowly Labyrinth Guide 1. The inauguration ceremony for Mako and the others as image girls was broadcast live. On internet forums, lackluster comments like "not you, huh?" piled up during the bigwig speeches, but the moment Mako and the others appeared, posts surged as if lurking users suddenly came out of hiding. Everyone was impressed by Mako's confident speech. Lulu's cheerful greeting made her rapidly growing cult of followers swoon, and Sasara's fumbling speech got the viewers hyped. Then, thanks to Lulu's quick save, the Nyan hand fist bump turned headbutt began. Even Earth's-on TV had covered it. This was the ultimate forbidden technique, never to be used by men. A meticulously crafted ASCII art of the moment was proudly displayed on the forums. When the completed poster was unveiled, netizens seriously debated whether there was any way for ordinary people to get their hands on one. But once the celebration ended, the thread quieted down. Such was the silence after the festival. Now, Mako and the others were about to enter the dungeon, but live broadcasts weren't possible inside. Footage of their dungeon exploration would be edited and released later. Netizens returned to their daily lives. Amid a crowd of reporters, Mako and the others charged into the Kazami dungeon. The party consisted of Mako, Sasara, Lulu, one self-defense force escort, one civilian journalist, and one SDF cameraman. The SDF officer was Second Lieutenant Taudu, a big, friendly guy who'd taken a liking to Mako ever since she started training. Just the other day, the Infinite Torii dungeon had been cleared for the first time by the SDF. He was the leader of that party and one of Japan's top-tier fighters. The civilian journalist was dispatched by a media outlet chosen by lottery. His role was to ask questions about the dungeon from a civilian perspective. Honestly, the true ordinary person representative wasn't Mako's trio, it was him. His name? Suzuki, a 40-year-old man. Suzuki was a reporter for Wido TV. Since he appeared during daytime programming, Mako and the others didn't recognize him. The SDF cameraman was no slouch either. Then again, few SDF members struggled even slightly in the first floor of a G-rank dungeon. Even with negative karma, they could clear it easily. These three were equipped with armor bought from the lowly Labyrinth's fairy shop. The designs were sleek, like something a cool anime protagonist would wear. Naturally, they looked more like cosplay than beginner gear. Taudu and the cameraman wore coats to make it clear they were SDF. Taudu, with his ruggedly masculine face, also used the coat to hide how ridiculous he looked in cosplay gear. Wrapped in a cream-colored light, the three adults entered first. Right after, Mako's trio stepped into the vortex. At this moment, if you declared which floor you wanted to go to, you could warp there, but only if you'd been there before. Saying nothing sent you to the first floor. This didn't work if someone in your group hadn't been to that floor. Incidentally, this mechanic was discovered by an anime otaku SDF member. As the white light faded, they found themselves in a stone-built dungeon. Even though barely over a month had passed since Mako first entered a dungeon, she felt an intense nostalgia. Everyone made it in safely, I see. With the camera rolling, Taudu spoke. Suzuki immediately followed up. We won't run into enemies right away, will we? It was a great question from a civilian perspective. The moment after entering a dungeon was when you were most vulnerable. Not to mention, balance was easily disrupted. Humans relied on their senses. Stepping into the vortex and being enveloped in light before suddenly appearing elsewhere could leave some people disoriented and unsteady. Luckily, no one in the group had that issue, but given the sheer numbers in the SDF and police, there were always a few who did. Taudu answered Suzuki's question. The transfer location is random each time, but it's always within 10 meters and out of enemy line of sight. That said, there have been reports of enemies rounding corners seconds later. So, you've got enough time to take a deep breath and steady yourself, but don't forget to stay alert immediately after. I see. That makes sense. While they talked, Mako summoned her grimoire, ready to fight at any moment. Sasara and Lulu, while curiously scanning the dungeon Mako had once entered alone, instinctively switched into combat mode. Hey, Taudu-san, are we heading straight for the gate like this? Yes. The basic plan is to navigate toward the gate using the map, while visually checking dead ends along the way for treasure chests. Consider this an exploration experience. Taudu snapped his heels together as he answered Mako's question. She recoiled with a fwie. Hey, Taudu-san, where'd the usual friendly uncle go? You sound like a corporate salesman now. The camera is rolling, please stop. Fwie, after you shredded my sheep eye hoodie to pieces. The sheep eye hoodie Mako had worn when she first returned from this dungeon had been sacrificed to test just how much 100-100 defense was worth. When neither Mako nor the professor could damage it, they'd ask Taudu, who happened to drop by to try. The result? Shredded. Seriously, I might get jumped in a dark alley if this airs. Cut this part, please. Taudu's plea made the cameraman grin and form an OK sign with his fingers. You two know each other. Suzuki, having listened to their exchange, finally asked, "You know how I survived this dungeon, right?" Back then, I leveled up to 4. Realizing that levels might boost effort absorption, I started training immediately. To see how effective it was, I asked the SDF research team's lady for help. That's how I met Taudu-san. He always gives me those fizzy cola gummies. W8, Hitsuji-san was doing all that. This is what a young hero is like. Suzuki's face screamed, "This kid's a freaking prodigy," as he stared in awe. He felt ashamed remembering his 15-year-old self, who'd only had boobs on his mind. Thanks to Hitsuji-san's cooperation, we obtained highly valuable research data early. We have plenty of SDF data, but tracking a petite girl's physical progression post-level up. That's not something we'd normally get so soon. Right, but geez, Taudu-san, you're so stiff. The camera captured the whole scene. Later, when the edited broadcast aired, the reactions were. Later forum posts. 98, anonymous follower. This Suzuki guy's the reporter from that noon show, right? 99, anonymous follower. Suzuki Yumateru, 40, single, joined Uido TV in 20XX. After working as a radio field reporter, he got promoted to reporter for the long-running noon show Town Surprise Attacks on Mon/Wed/Fry. 100, anonymous follower. 101, anonymous follower. Taudu's that SDF team leader who cleared Infinite Torier, right? His arms are so thick it's depressing. 102, anonymous follower. Really? Mine are just as good. 103, anonymous follower. Comparing your flabby arms to his, bitter laugh. 104, anonymous follower. What do you know about me? If I'd known the world would turn into fantasy, I'd have stuck to 1 pizza a day. 105, anonymous follower. Sorry, that was too far. Here, have some pizza. 106, anonymous follower. That's too much pizza, lol. 107, anonymous follower. Anyway, what's up with this guy? Getting all chummy with Make-chan. 108, anonymous follower. Dude looks like the kind of old man who'd die mid-game. 109, anonymous follower. Hate him. 110, anonymous follower. Even with karma, I hate him. 111, anonymous follower. We only know the cool, dignified Mako-tan. 112, anonymous follower. And she's talking to him so casually. 113, anonymous follower. I hate him. 114, anonymous follower. I wrestled Mako-chan in the grassy training field once. I still keep the plant and stem she split in half. 115, anonymous follower. Liar, I'll kill you. 116, anonymous follower. Wait, guys, when you're mad, just watch the Mako Shrine GIF. Image. 117, anonymous follower. Yua the light, it's coming. 118, anonymous follower. I watch it twice daily, before work and bed. Mako-tan's cute, but I love the swarm of high school girls rushing in. 119, anonymous follower. Hard agree, Mako Shrine's cute, but personally I'm partial to the high GIF. 120, anonymous follower. Then quit this thread and go simp for high's girls. 121, anonymous follower. Can't say anything careless here. The exploration was led by Mako's trio. Taudu and the cameraman mostly observed, occasionally chiming in with explanations. But Mako often ended up explaining things herself. Suzuki-san, the map is everything in a dungeon. Having one drastically changes your survival rate. And so began the bizarre adventure of a 40-year-old man being taught the basics by a 15-year-old lowly. This is the SDF's completed map of the first floor. We'll use it to navigate. Our current location is, no idea. They stood in a 10-meter hallway with turns at both ends. The map had so many identical spots that pinpointing their location was impossible. When you're in a generic spot like this, you start by figuring out where you are. Sasara, you're on map duty, okay. You understood. Sasara, acting unusually meek, was given a role to keep her engaged. With the camera rolling, she put on a soon act while studying the map. Then, Suzuki asked another question. Excuse me, Looking at the map, how many people can enter this dungeon at once? Mako could have answered, but she let Taudu handle it. Catching her glance, Taudu took over. We still don't know the dungeon's maximum capacity. But judging by the map, wouldn't too many people make movement impossible? No, it doesn't work like that. After 20 parties enter, the 21st to 40th parties go to a separate but identical first floor. This repeats every 20 parties. We call this the dungeon server, D-server for short. Wah! It has that kind of system. While Suzuki gaped, Mako's trio nodded knowingly. They'd learned about this from the professor. Taudu didn't mention it, but the ferry shop floor had special rules. Managing D-servers is crucial. Right now, records show we're in D-server 7, but in reality, up to server 30 is in use. 30, so 3,600 people are active in the dungeon. Yes. The ceremony kept numbers low, but normally there'd be more. To clarify, when a party leaves a server, the next party to pass the floor gate fills the vacancy. Servers always cap at 20 parties. The reason we're in server 7 despite 30 being used, that's how the system works. I see. Without tracking this, large-scale operations would be impossible. If a team didn't return on time, we'd have no reference for rescue missions. So this applies to civilian access too, right? Exactly. The government's also considering how to structure an entry system. Suzuki sighed deeply. The government wasn't pointlessly restricting public access. Leveling up in dungeons sounded simple, but execution was terrifyingly difficult. Between D-servers and Japan's population versus G-rank dungeon numbers, some estimates suggested it'd take 50 years just to slightly raise everyone's level. That proposal was scrapped, of course. As they talked, they rounded a corner and found a spring balloon. Spring balloon. Mako pointed excitedly for Suzuki's benefit. Her look that thing. Vibe made Suzuki think this kid's adorable. I want a daughter like her. Can I take this one, guys? Go for it. Of course. After Lulu's reply, Sasera nodded too. All right. Time to show how much stronger I've gotten. Despite her bold declaration, Mako drew her sword and approached cautiously. The ingrained idea that monsters were dangerous kept her from rushing in recklessly. But for a combat demonstration, this was perfect. The camera zoomed in on Mako. As Taudu explained spring balloons, the fight began. Hiya. She could have easily won using her floating grimoire, but Mako fought with just her saber. A diagonal slash, a quick backstep to assess, then a horizontal strike. That was all it took. The spring balloon died instantly. I got too strong. Mako muttered under her breath. It was no contest. Her saber was just too overpowered. If her first strike had been decisive, it would have been a one-hit kill. Maybe I should have brought a steel pipe instead, she thought ruefully. At least then it'd be a challenge. No wonder SDF members are slow to unlock job skills. Picking up the drop, Mako returned to the group. Like that. Suzuki immediately started questioning. Great job. It seemed really weak. Is that Mako-sen being too strong? I am pretty strong, yeah. I could take 10 spring balloons at once. But that's because of my saber. With ground-tier weapons, it'd take more hits. So you and the SDF fought like that at first. Yeah, I don't know how training will work post-release. But personally, I think using steel pipes or similar weapons for early combat experience is better. Because it's harder. People should learn in this easy dungeon that monsters aren't pushovers. Otherwise, overconfident folks will rush ahead and die. Plus, beginner weapon supplies would run out fast. Wow, you've really thought this through. Praised by Suzuki, Mako puffed up proudly. Also, I fought alone here, but training groups will likely fight together. Overpowered weapons would make that pointless. Good armor's fine, though. As a dungeon-clearing pro, Mako had strong opinions. She wanted to avoid mass deaths leading to another lockdown. Some middle school bro types are definitely gonna leer Jenkins themselves to death. We actually brought these. Taudu pulled a 50 cm steel pipe from his backpack and handed it to Mako. Ooh, nicely basic. Can I use it? Go ahead. Sweet. Now she'd have some challenge. Though she kept her grimoire floating, ready to end things anytime. No half measures. Magic book ahead. Magic book. Taudu and Sasara's warnings came simultaneously. A floating grimoire drifted around the corner. Seeing it filled Mako with affection. Suzuki-san, that's a magic book. The first floor's only human-killing enemy. it uses magic. Why am Mako-san why so calm? Relax. It's no threat anymore. Miiko, that's a death flag. Lulu, well-versed in anime tropes, called her out. Mako froze. Oh no, viewers are totally laughing at me now. I get why characters blurt death flags, this is how they feel. I'll reflect deeply and keep laughing at them anyway. Lulu-san, finish it. Naya, can't you see the Goen Kaio command point? Please cut this part for now. As the magic book frantically flipped pages to cast a spell, Lulu blitzed forward. Closing 10 meters instantly, she bisected it with her ninja sword before the spell finished. The enemy was so weak that the strike triggered Apprentice Ninja's flashy effect. See? They're trash to us now. But that was Lulu, a speed specialist. Normal folks would get water blasted mid-approach. I see, so Lulu-san's strong too. Yep, when I first fell here, I almost died. A spell whizzed over my head as I sat dazed. That's why guides are necessary. Mako spoke casually, but Suzuki gulped, imagining the horrors this 15-year-old had faced. This is what forges a hero. Later forum posts. 150, anonymous follower. Damn it, why am I not Suzuki-san? 151, anonymous follower. Because you're you. 152, anonymous follower. I Wanna Be Taught Map Reading by Mako-tan 2 Despair. 153, anonymous follower. Bruh, Mako-tan can't even read the map lol. 154, anonymous follower. Bet she's holding it upside down. 155, anonymous follower. If maps are vital, does that mean we can only follow SDF-cleared paths? 156, anonymous follower. Kinda kills the adventure vibe. 157, anonymous follower. Probably for scrubs. Strong adventurers might get restrictions lifted. 158, anonymous follower. Wait, D-servers are a thing. 159, anonymous follower. Oh crap, this'll blow up another thread. 160, anonymous follower. Huh, why? 161, anonymous follower. Dumbass explanations are starting. Stop asking. 162, anonymous follower. Hey, D-server folks, scram. This is a simp for cute girls thread, pig emoji. 163, anonymous follower. It's literally a dungeon discussion thread. 164, anonymous follower. Anyway, Mako-tan spotted an enemy. 165, anonymous follower. First fights Mako-chan, as expected. 166, anonymous follower. Her cautious approach is so cute. 167, anonymous follower. Until she one-shots you scrubs. 168, anonymous follower. 2 hits, weak enemy. 169, anonymous follower. Saber's 2-op right. Oh, she just said that. 170, anonymous follower. Group steel pipe beatdown training. Brutal. 171, anonymous follower. But if strong weapons hog exp, wouldn't gang beating be more efficient for training? 172, anonymous follower. How exp distribution works is the real question. 173, anonymous follower. What about solo players? 174, anonymous follower. Start training your smile muscles to become an extrovert. I've already begun. 175, anonymous follower. If only your face matched the K emoji. 176, anonymous follower. Whoa, Lulu-sama, launch. 177, anonymous follower. Wait, I thought high-speed movement couldn't go far. 178, anonymous follower. Isn't it instant acceleration to top speed? 179, anonymous follower. FWA Ninja's so cool. 180, anonymous follower. If I don't get a grimoire, I'm going Ninja 181, anonymous follower. Pretty sure training gear stays government property. Multi-person leveling would cause fights otherwise. 182, anonymous follower. Yeah, probably. 183, anonymous follower. Lottery system, 184, anonymous follower. Some jerk'll demand extra tries. 185, anonymous follower. So annoying. 186, anonymous follower. I'd at least want my first magic stone drop as a keepsake. 187, anonymous follower. Romanticist much. 188, anonymous follower. Gotta see how the rules shake out. 3.12, Lowly Labyrinth Guide 2. Mako and her party continue their dungeon expedition. Basically, the fighting is left to Mako and Lulu. When Sasara is asked if she'll fight too, she responds with an "I can't handle this" kind of look and keeps focusing on map duty. Since they plan to take turns fighting, Mako is thrilled her turn came up quickly. She isn't quite a battle maniac, but she does love fighting. And right now, she's fighting with an iron pipe. It takes about 7 hits to take down an enemy. Surprisingly, it feels just right. The spring balloon drops springs, but Mako deliberately chose not to synthesis enhancement the iron pipe. She figured making it 100-100 would make it way too strong. Later forum posts. 210, anonymous party member. Mako-chan's moves are insane, right? She's just whacking stuff with an iron pipe. 211, anonymous party member. I thought she only trained with a saber, but she's pretty good with a short sword too. 212, anonymous party member. The slit in her skirt is dangerous. Her thighs keep peeking out and it's distracting. 213, anonymous party member. If you're really bothered, you keep that to yourself, quietly tucked in your heart. 214, anonymous party member. I have sword technique, and with enough training, you can pull this off too. Though the speed and reflexes are on a whole other level. 215, anonymous party member. Seriously, I thought technique-based skills weren't that highly rated. 216, anonymous party member. I've always thought they were amazing, no idea why you guys rated them B tier. 217, anonymous party member. Because you actually have to put in effort. 218, anonymous party member. Oh, she took it down. Even Mako-chan needs 7 hits with an iron pipe, huh? 219, anonymous party member. Do you think Mako-chan actually has sword technique? 220, anonymous party member. She's supposed to be an apprentice grimoire user, but maybe she mastered it after slaying the dragon. 221, anonymous party member. That guide site updated a bunch of job info. Seems like Mako-chan's been switching jobs like crazy. 222, anonymous party member. Oh snap, Mako-chan's starting to push her limits. After working up a good sweat, Mako suddenly glances at Suzuki. She nods thoughtfully. Hey Suzuki-san, wanna give fighting a try? Is that even allowed? Suzuki recalls the restrictions for this expedition. Nothing explicitly for bad combat. Taoru, the leader, gives the go-ahead. Yes, you have permission. We'll back you up, so feel free to give it a shot. In that case, I'd love to try. Turning this down would make him a terrible reporter. Suzuki steals himself, and Mako hands him the iron pipe. He takes it, blinks, do your best. Yua, can I borrow a sword instead? The saber's too strong. Like I said earlier, you need to struggle a bit. It's so you don't underestimate monsters later, Suzuki-san. And no way, after hearing all this I wouldn't dare. Human nature is unpredictable. But fine, I'll give it a tiny synthesis enhancement. Mako synthesizes a spring into the iron pipe. It becomes 25-100. Since mini scissors max out at 11 attack, this pipe should be around 4 attack power, or so Mako guesses. Clutching the pipe, Suzuki shudders at the unexpected Spartan treatment from the lowly girl. So this is a hero. Guess anyone can be one these days. For the record, Suzuki's skill is stamina up, small. Disclosing skills was a requirement for joining, so Mako's group already knew. Uedo TV won the lottery for this expedition, but Suzuki was picked specifically because of this skill. Listen close, Suzuki. Whack step back, whack step back. What's that step back sound? The sound of backstepping. Ah, got it. He doesn't. And so, the battle between Suzuki and the spring balloon is about to begin. If anything happens, we'll jump in right away. I'm counting on you, seriously. Suzuki, now unexpectedly wielding an iron pipe, pleads from the bottom of his heart. He stares at the pipe in his hand. 50 cm long, heavier than it looks. With grip space, the effective range is under 40 cm. It's short. Suzuki feels uneasy. Suzuki-san, relax, relax, we've got your back. Ganbaru, I shall embrace the spirit of the blade. Do your best. A 40-year-old man showered with cheers from high school girls. He's not into lowlies, but Suzuki feels power surging through him. Hiya. As the spring balloon enters range, Suzuki swings down. The impact feels like smashing a hard plastic bottle. The balloon is slammed into the ground. Without even considering a follow-up, Suzuki backsteps clumsily, just as Mako instructed. He adjusts his glasses, which slipped during the movement. The spring balloon flails wildly after hitting the ground, proving the backstep the right call. By the way, Taoru-san, how much damage would Suzuki take if he got hit? Depends on the person, but about as much as slapping yourself to kill a mosquito. Ah, so it's safe. They waited until after he started fighting to tell him, lest he get overconfident. Mako keeps her spellbook trained on the balloon, ready to kill it any time. Lulu and Taudu are also poised to strike. The balloon floats back up and the battle resumes. Gambiti, Suzuki-san, Gambiti. I can feel the enemy's openings. D, do your best. Whoa, nice, that was a solid hit. Keep it up. He, Suzuki Dono, is becoming a true samurai. D, do your best. The dungeon echoes with high-pitched cheers. A 40-year-old man, cheered on relentlessly by 15-year-old girls. Taudu's legs tremble at this hellish sight. But Suzuki, the cheers fuel him. Strike, backstep, adjust glasses. Strike, backstep, adjust glasses. He moves like a turn-based RPG character. After 11 total hits, Suzuki defeats the spring balloon. Oddly, despite the slightly enhanced pipe, he needed more hits than Mako. But anyway. Uwaza. AWA. Mako, Lulu, and a slightly delayed Sasara erupt in cheers. I did it, everyone. Flushed with excitement, Suzuki reports his victory. The three girls greet him with high fives. What a heartwarming scene, the cameraman thinks, capturing it all. Mako scurries over and collects the drops, springs, and magic stones as usual. She hands them to Suzuki. These are your first spoils of battle. Sorry, I forgot in the heat of the moment. So these are drops. Suzuki stares at them. To him, they seem like pitiful rewards for risking his life. Mako smiles. You're right, they're basically trash. But this trash is where your adventure begins. These springs will one day become dragon fangs, and then even greater things. GHH. Mako's words make Suzuki's heart pound, an adventure that starts with trash. At the end, dragon fangs, just like Mako's own journey. Right now, he stands at the starting line. His first battle drops, handed to him directly by the hero's tiny hands. They say life sometimes gives you moments that redefine your future. But most never experience that, living and dying within the bounds of their imagination. How lucky are those who do? Suzuki once wondered in his youth. Is this that moment? Mako's chuny words strike deep into Suzuki's adrenaline-high heart. The life of a reporter delivering feel-good stories to housewives at lunch just changed. This was the birth of Dungeon Reporter Suzuki. What a heartwarming scene, the cameraman thinks, capturing this moment too. Later forum posts. 230, anonymous party member. Behold, the moment, a 40-year-old man despaired. 231, anonymous party member. That pipe's so short, lol. 232, anonymous party member. Well, Mako-chan apparently killed one point blank. 233, anonymous party member. But this guy's borrowing armor, right? Should be easy. 234, anonymous party member. Like fighting a slime in full plate. 235, anonymous party member. Even with orange stats, he could win. Just go point blank. 236, anonymous party member. Hang in there, Suzuki, don't lose. 237, anonymous party member. You're representing us normies. Fight on. 238, anonymous party member. Mysterious Suzuki hype. 239, anonymous party member. Wait, hold up. What's with this support? Oi, Suzuki, I'll murder you. 240, anonymous party member. Hard agree. 3 high school girls cheering for him. Is this guy even paying for this? 241, anonymous party member. Ah, there it is again. Hate. 242, anonymous party member. Y'all flip moods too fast. 243, anonymous party member. I've been cheered on by Mako-chan at the open-air dojo. 244, anonymous party member. Dude, you keep popping up. Just show yourself already. I'm watching on TV, man. 245, anonymous party member. But damn, Suzuki's putting up a decent fight, lol. 246, anonymous party member. Whack step back. 247, anonymous party member. Nah, more like whack, flail. 248, anonymous party member. Plus the glasses adjustment tempo. Just ditch the glasses already. 249, anonymous party member. Oh, he won. 250, anonymous party member. Aorg, 251, anonymous party member. Hey, don't you dare high-five my Sasara-tan with your sweaty hands. 252, anonymous party member. Call the Inquisitors. 253, Anonymous Mako Cultist. You called. 254, Anonymous Party Member. Yeah, but I got scared so never mind. 255, Anonymous Party Member. The cultist summon speed is insane. What's up with that? 256, Anonymous Party Member. Even I, who held no ill will toward Suzuki, can't forgive this. High-fiving smiling high school girls, you bastard. 257, Anonymous Party Member. And now Mako-tan presents him a memento. This is what peak victory looks like. 258, Anonymous Party Member. Suzuki looks like he's about to cry. 259, Anonymous Party Member. After a life-or-death fight, getting treated this kindly, who wouldn't? 260, Anonymous Party Member. But we won't forgive you. 261, Anonymous Party Member. Come on, guys, look, Mako's palanquin. 262, Anonymous Party Member. You think that'll calm our rage? L-light. 263, Anonymous Party Member. The L-light, it's spinning. 264, Anonymous Party Member. Might need a hospital. 265, Anonymous Party Member. Nah, the lowly palanquin gif is what needs research. Crack its healing mystery, and the world becomes kinder. Section. The exploration continues. Mako enthusiastically explains dungeon mechanics and pounces on enemies. Her iron pipe combat, while savage, has a strange beauty. Her cute outfit makes it look like a dance. Lulu borrows the pipe too, taking enemies down with combos. Her fighting is even more impressive, her familiarity with short weapons adds intensity. Sasara remains a bystander. Lulu pesters her playfully, keeping her engaged. Mako shares dungeon tips generously, spring balloon and magic book weaknesses, job conditions, the recommended aesthetic job, and more. She even covers toilet situations. Dungeon toilets are extremely embarrassing, a critical issue for female adventurers. She hopes the toilet industry takes notice. They need better portable solutions. As they explore, checking dead ends. Treasure chest. Bingo. Treasure chests often appear in dead ends. The self-defense forces find some along paths, but dead ends have higher rates. Mako's never found one outside a dead end. Hence, checking them is crucial. Mako resists the urge to sprint over, fidgeting as the group approaches at a normal pace. Hurry. Wait, no, stay calm, but hurry. She glances at the others, but their pace doesn't change. It's a treasure chest. Mako announces it to Suzuki and the camera, like she's introducing today's star guest. In dungeons, you find treasure chests like this, and guess what? They belong to whoever finds them. No need to turn them in to the police. Suzuki adjusts his glasses, nodding. On Earth TV, Mako had similar banter about police reports, which he'd found cute at the time. But now, faced with a real chest, doubt creeps in. Is this really ours? Screen versus reality, even if you know it feels different. Maybe it's a Japanese thing with our habit of turning in lost items. Now then, Mako turns to the chest, but squeezes her eyes shut, resisting. Then she turns back to the newbie. Suzuki, go ahead and open it. She plays the gracious host. As a dungeon pro, she must endure. No, you should do it, Hitsujiya-san. Ooh, if you insist, fine. I'll open it. She caves instantly. She reaches for the chest. Hold up, Mako-chan. What? Taoru stops her and she pulls her hand back. He addresses the camera instead. As you can see, dungeons sometimes have treasure chests. Many assume they're trapped, but so far, no trapped chests have been found in G or F-rank dungeons worldwide. Behind him, Mako pets the chest's lid lovingly. However, this could be the first trapped chest ever discovered. Why'd you open it already? Caught, Mako panics and slams the chest shut. She'd already seen the cloth inside. Just close it for now, we'll edit it out later. Scolded but thoroughly satisfied, Mako complies. Take 2. Taoru explains chest dangers to the camera. Dungeons are unknown. A month since their appearance, humanity knows next to nothing. Maybe in C rank, a third of chests are trapped. Maybe G rank safety was a 1 in a million fluke. Until years of observation confirm safety, caution is necessary. That's Taoru's lesson. Next, trap avoidance methods. Taoru lies down, hooks his sword under the lid and flips it open. Nothing happens because Mako already opened it. Hiding his emptiness, he brushes off his clothes and continues. Dungeon trap tools aren't effective yet. Just avoid opening chests head-on like this. Primitive, but it helps if there's a trap. Mako learned something new. I should do this from now on. Hand opening is best, but this works. This cloth is a beginner's bandana, usually worn on the head or neck. Ooh, nice. All loot from this expedition goes to the government. Same for guided leveling sessions. Otherwise, with spellbooks dropping here, chaos would ensue. Around 4 hours in, the exploration ends. Mako stares longingly at the blue gate but forces herself through the red one. I'll be back, Kazami Dungeon. She bids it a temporary farewell. Post-expedition, Suzuki reached level 3. He fought quite a bit after that first battle, sometimes teaming up with the girls for unforgettable experiences. Footage of Suzuki fighting alongside the girls was deemed too risky and cut entirely. 3.1 2.1 Melly's Memocket. Nilemut, the hippest, youngest, and nowest city in the Kismia Kingdom. Well, actually, it's the capital. In a quaint brick house in this city, Melly's was, as usual, watching videos today. Her eyes sparkled as she watched her friends on screen slaying a dragon. Hitsujiya Mako outmaneuvers the dragon's attacks, while Sasagasa Sasura slices off its right eye. Then, her best friend, Nagir Lulu, dashes up the roaring dragon's neck, gouges out its eyes with a small sickle, and executes a dazzling mid-air jump. In that moment, Melly's couldn't help but admire Lulu intensely. After school, training at the local park, and then returning home, Melly's made it a daily habit to watch dragon-slaying battles on Earth's TV, twice a day. Though the full footage was a bit too long for her. This wasn't unique to Melly's. Across the world, countless fans adored those girls' battles against dragons, a spectacle lasting just over 10 minutes. No script, no CGI, pure improvisation. The three girls, fighting solely with the expanded potential of humanity unlocked by Earth's level up, were simply too cool. But Melly's hated the part afterward, where Mako and the others broke down in tears. The place where Mako and Sasara stood, that should have been her spot. Yet, part of her was happy that Lulu had found good friends in Japan. Though it stung, she also felt grateful to Mako and the others. Hugging her pillow, Melly's walked to the window and gazed at Kismia's distant cat mountain, a guardian deity that had repelled countless invasions amid the turbulent world post-industrial revolution. Cat Mountain resembled a seated cat viewed from the side, complete with a hollow eye and a tail-like peak at its rear. Lulu. She prayed for Lulu's happiness, while also wishing for her own adventures. Days passed, and Melly's continued her training at the city park. This park used to be a place where couples lounged on picnic blankets or boys played ball. But after Hitsujiya Mako's grand speech, it had transformed dramatically. People began gathering there with a shared purpose, training. Melly's didn't know about other countries, but she could tell Kismia's people were fired up. The reason? One of the 3 dragon slayers, Lulu, hailed from this land. Moreover, Lulu and her friends had shared the dungeon's wealth to help protect Kismia. The handover was broadcasted, a scene of Japan's prime minister shaking hands with Kismia's leader, but Lulu's dedication was clear. Kismian soldiers proudly donned the gifted gear, which, though anime-esque, suited them perfectly. When a 15-year-old girl gives such a gift, any Kismian who doesn't get fired up isn't a true child of Kismia. Soon after, Kismia discovered fairy shops on the 10th floor of G-rank dungeons, but they never forgot Lulu's kindness. Among them, Melly's, Lulu's best friend, stood out as one of the most dedicated trainees. Her lithe, cat-like limbs moved with agility. The weapons in her hands slashed through the air, shasha with cool precision. "I will get stronger," Melly's vowed, flames burning in her eyes. It was just another day of training until breaking news erupted. The support staff were the first to catch wind. They quickly rallied everyone at the training grounds. Since the group had formed organically, there was no official assembly signal, but shouts of "gather up" soon had everyone clustering together. What Melly's heard next was life-changing. The Dungeon Experience program was launching. The Dungeon Experience was a national initiative to let citizens enter dungeons and level up. According to Kismia's government, the goal was to raise participants to level 2. 4 participants would be assigned 2 instructors. Once they hit level 2, they'd train and wait until dungeons opened to the public. Kismia was small, about the size of Japan's Saitama Prefecture, with a proportionally tiny population. This made the program feasible. Larger, populous nations faced logistical nightmares. Level disparities could span decades, not months. Kismiya avoided such issues entirely. Early on, Kismiya scaled back deep dungeon exploration, retaining only elite teams. Instead, they focused on building infrastructure for mass leveling. This was a joint effort with Japan. Japan advanced G, F, and E rank exploration, sharing intel with Kismiya. Kismiya refined leveling strategies and shared their findings. The 30,000 guineas from Lulu's group funded this partnership. Later, other nations joined this alliance, symbolized by 3 overlapping gold coins. The dungeon experience became known as level education. Only those with positive karma could apply. Melly secured a spot in the second wave, just 2 days after the first. She later learned priority went to those near G-rank dungeons where tardiness was unlikely. Melly studied the government's website meticulously, counting down the days. On D-Day, she psyched herself up and headed to the designated university. Participants arrived in staggered time slots. Melly's group was at 9 a.m., with subsequent groups every 3 hours until 6 p.m. Over 500 people received instructions in classrooms. With 2 G-rank dungeons, this played out across Kismiya. The program's minimum age was 14, no upper limit. Adjustments were expected soon. Negative karma individuals were urged to volunteer, leveling was harder for them. The briefing covered the battle flow, enemy tactics, job systems, and strict prohibitions. A 30-minute tutorial made everything clear. Most info was online, but Melly's listened intently. Final reminder: follow instructors' orders and enter the dungeon swiftly. The emphasis made Melly suspect there was a reason. Then, preparations began. Melly's donned a sturdy apron and helmet, earth-made gear enhanced with synthesis enhancement, a skill Mako famously used. Though earth gear was notoriously weak, synthesis enhancement gave it a slight edge. This setup ensured survival, but not painlessness against dungeon foes. Next, weapon selection. Most were long-range, safer for beginners. Melly's, aspiring to be a ninja, preferred short arms but adapted. The weapons had partial synthesis enhancement, maxed-out versions would have been too strong. Melly's grabbed a wooden sword. Fully geared, she asked a nearby girl to snap a phone pic. She ruined it to Lulu. Heading into the dungeon now. Now go get him, Melly's, I'll catch up soon. We'll be waiting, Melishiru BTW, that gear's lame. Shut up. It's mandatory, banter overtime for the dungeon, but chaos ensued. Melly's group of 4 girls paired with 2 female instructors. Toilet logistics dictated same-sex groups. They moved as a unit, following instructions. Joining a long queue at the G-rank dungeon's entrance, they watched it shrink rapidly. Newcomers filled the gaps behind them. Near the vortex, Melly's understood the speed. They were being herded in under time pressure. Researchers, including Japanese, monitored entry times with grim focus. Unbeknownst to Melly's, this data was critical. With only 86,400 seconds in a day, efficiency was key. At 1 minute per group, only 5760 could enter daily. Having it to 30 seconds doubled capacity. Kismiya's 2 dungeons could handle 23,040 people. For Kismiya's 1.5 million, this meant months. But Japan's 120 million, this data was gold. Eventually, negative karma individuals would be excluded. Still in trial phase, the 6 p.m. group wrapped things up. Later, round-the-clock leveling would begin, minimizing disparities. None of this concerned Melly's. She just followed orders, scrambling inside. 1 instructor entered first. The 4 rushed in next, followed by the 2nd instructor. Total time, 24 seconds. Dungeons allowed 6 barty drops, absentees, cats would fill in. "Welcome to the dungeon," Instructor A said, arms crossed. The earlier frenzy gave way to calm. Melly's eyes gleamed at the stone corridors. Her adventure had begun. "As briefed, you 4 will fight enemies. Listen closely. Understood." Melly's and co nodded firmly. Guided forward, they soon encountered their first foe. Nyamo. A 30-centimeter tall, 4-legged eggplant waddled into view. "It's really a Nyamoroka," Melly's muttered. Nyamoroka, a Kismian folktale staple, was an eggplant that disguised as a cat to avoid being eaten. Spoiler: a clever girl eats it anyway. This dungeon's first floor also featured poplar-like monsters, mischievous fairies that flung sand. Resembling Nyamoroka, but definitely a monster. "Let's take it down together," the instructor said. Under guidance, combat training began. Nyamoroka hopped 1 meter high on 4 legs. As taught, its jumps were either movement or attack-based. Attack jumps came at a 45-degree angle with a 1.5-meter range. Landing in this zone often signaled an incoming strike, strong enough to break ribs sans apron. Movement jumps let it cling and kick, weaker attacks. Strike during movement jumps. Don't provoke attack jumps, the instructor advised, demonstrating with a Y-shaped training weapon that pinned Nyamoroka down. Melis trembled at this power-leveling spectacle. "Hiya, take this." Taking turns, they pummeled the helpless Nyamoroka. 3 hits each, and it dissolved into light, leaving behind an eggplant. "Congrats, you're now level 1, but power doesn't surge instantly. Stay vigilant." The safe dungeon crawl continued. This 6-hour session aimed for leveling and job unlocks. Certain actions were encouraged. Smartphone photos notes boosted apprentice grimoire scholar job chances. Skipping these might lock it out. 2 hours in, the instructor asked, "Getting the hang of combat?" The group nodded. They'd fought, but barely. It was all hand-holding. Next came solo battles with instructor support. Melis volunteered first. Lulu had charged ahead fearlessly. Melis wouldn't settle for passive observation. Even with help, she refused complacency. Focusing, she fought Nyamoroka as taught. Her starter skills, MP region up. Tiny were useless here. Step in after movement jumps. If it recoiled, press forward. If it landed close, backstep. Skilled fighters could uppercut here. Melis stuck to basics. The tension was worlds apart from instructor-assisted fights. A missed strike meant facing Nyamoroka's leap attack, which would prompt instructor intervention. 5, 6 strikes in. Subjectively, it felt like 10 minutes. Probably less. This brief fight drained her more than the entire dungeon walk. On the 14th hit, Nyamoroka fell. Ha, did it. The vanishing monster dropped an eggplant and a tiny magic stone. The instructor handed them to Melis. "Well done. Thanks, tonight's dinner." Celebratory grilled eggplant. The instructor smiled. Drops were predetermined to avoid rare item chaos. Eggplant and magic stone were keepers. Melis pocketed the stone as a charm. 4 hours in, they met job unlock conditions. Exiting via Red Gate would enable job changes. The remaining 2 hours were for job-triggering activities. At the gate, the group began job-related actions: sewing, dual-wielding, knife sharpening. Instructors provided tools, even cooking grilled eggplant naturally. As time passed, other groups gathered, creating a festival-like atmosphere. Occasional monsters were dispatched by volunteers, Melis included. 6 hours elapsed. Melis's first dungeon run ended. Exiting, she saw the sun setting behind Cat Mountain. After swapping ruin contacts with her group, they parted ways. Melis gazed at Kismia's guardian deity. "I'll catch up, Lulu. Then we'll adventure together." Clutching her first solo kill magic stone, she swore this vow. The sun, aligned with the mountain's eye, bathed everything in gold. Dinner that night? Plump, juicy eggplant. Delicious. 4.1. Japan in motion. 5 days after the inauguration ceremony of Mako and the others as image girls. Kismia launched its dungeon trial system. Watching the news in her living room, Mako let out a sigh and flopped onto the floor with a thud. Ugh, so jealous, so jealous, so jealous. She writhed around on the floor, kicking her legs. Why? So jealous, so jealous, so jealous, ag. Why, after all her efforts to hype things up, did another country beat them to it? The only consolation was that it was Lulu's homeland, but she still wished Japan had done it first. Oni-chan, you're being loud. Oh, hey, your poster's on TV. Her little sister pointed at the screen. The TV showed the defensive walls surrounding Kismia's G-rank dungeon, with Mako's poster plastered on them. 5 poster designs had been made. 3 featured Mako, Sasara, or Lulu posing front and center, plus 2 special variants. Kismia had received the same posters, but apparently the most popular one was the Lulu-centered version. A cool shot of her kneeling with her arms crossed, ninja sword and dagger gripped in her hands. By the way, Mako's house had all 5 posters framed and displayed. Mako stopped flailing and planted herself in front of the TV, listening intently, a rare sight for someone who rarely watched the news. Experts were explaining why Kismiya had managed to implement the dungeon trials while Japan lagged behind. Ooh, so that's why. Listening to the explanation, Mako felt like scales were falling from her eyes. She had assumed that once dungeons opened, everyone could just happily level up together. But reality was far more complicated. Japan had 10 G-rank dungeons initially. Out of the 30 newly discovered dungeons on the globe, 8 were G-rank. Experts speculated small animals from the wild had wandered in. Of those 8, only 3 were realistically accessible. The other 5 were buried deep in the mountains. Now, Japan's population was about 120 million. Assuming 70% were plus karma holders, that's 84 million. If even 10% of them applied to enter dungeons, that's 8.4 million. And against that, Japan only had 13 usable G-rank dungeons. With only 86,400 seconds in a day, the number of people who could enter a G-rank dungeon was severely limited. What happened inside was manageable. The real bottleneck was the entry process. Without knowing how long entry took, they couldn't calculate the number of applicants, required days, instructors, dungeon staff, equipment rentals, budget, or the societal impact of level disparities. There had been proposals to test with the self-defense forces or police, but their strict discipline made them poor data sources for the general public. This was where Lulu's connections came in. Kismiya. With an area about the size of Saitama and a population of only 1.5 million, Kismiya could easily recover from any trial system mishaps. If things went wrong, they could just spend a few months leveling everyone up to flatten the curve. But Japan's massive population meant leveling everyone would take years. Hence, the caution. This was a headache for all densely populated nations. Some major countries had so many military and police personnel that they couldn't spare time for civilians at all. Nodding along, Mako finally understood. Wait, does that mean this problem's never gonna end? If G-rank was this bad, F-rank and E-rank would be worse. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Her little sister gave her a sidelong glance. Not everyone's as obsessed with dungeons as you, Oni-chan. Once leveling stabilizes, people can just book slots, right? Besides, you could probably handle F-rank easy. Once people train enough, they'll graduate from G-rank fast anyway. My little sister's too smart. Honestly, even an average person could handle F-rank's first floor after reaching level 2, training for 2 months, getting a proper job, and having someone reinforce a steel pipe for them. Magic-using enemies on the first floor might be tough, but with magic of their own or a party of 6 similarly equipped allies, it'd be a breeze. Of course, to prove such competence, dungeons wouldn't just be trials but openings, requiring licenses or permits. About 15 days after that news broke, Japan finally began its dungeon trial system. A swift decision, but frankly, the government was panicking. In this world where weapons had vanished and karma had materialized, the self-defense forces still had to protect the seas and skies, meaning they couldn't fully mobilize against threats emerging domestically. Even with police help, it wasn't enough. If dungeon spawns stayed contained, fine. If not, they'd be overwhelmed. And Earth's sense of time was utterly incomprehensible. At 4.6 billion years old, next time could mean 1,000 years or tomorrow. No way to predict. So they needed strong civilians, fast. Right now, they couldn't ask leveled-up individuals to fight, but eventually, they planned to establish an adventurer profession as a temporary force for dungeon-related emergencies. If too many C ranks or higher popped up now, Japan was doomed anyway. Thus, applications for the first dungeon trial wave opened. 200 participants per municipality, about 350,000 winners total. The per municipality bit hinted at hopes they'd fight if needed. Requirements: 18 plus, no high schoolers, no minus karma holders. Leveled-up individuals would have their levels listed in sports records and follow athletic associations' rules in competitions. Oh, and travel lodging for G-rank dungeons? Out of pocket. Despite these conditions, over 10 million applied. No one knew who to blame. Probably training. And right as applications opened, Baba arrived at Mako's place with big news. Finally, it's happening. Mako's hands trembled as she held the pamphlet, titled about adventurers. Baba, who'd brought it to her house, explained its contents to Mako's parents at the living room table. Mako flipped through the pages, eyes sparkling. Her little sister listened intently too, only Mako was glued to the pamphlet. The first page showed a photo of Kazami Dungeon's first floor. A new world has begun. How will I live in it? Those words were printed beneath. By adventuring in dungeons, duh haha. Baba and the others paused their conversation to stare at Mako's muttering. Grinning, she turned to the next page. After the table of contents came walls of text and graphs, dampening her enthusiasm. Now, about adventurers. The Japanese government had made it a licensed profession. To get a license, you had to pass the adventurer exam. The test covered dungeon knowledge and combat prowess. Knowledge-wise, since even experts were still clueless about dungeons, only basic info and the newly established dungeon laws were tested. These laws were like traffic rules for adventurers, essential to know. Combat tested your actual strength and skill. Passing earned you an adventurer license. Your rank determined whether you could enter G rank or F rank dungeons. E rank and above weren't open yet. Variable difficulty dungeons required special permits. And so, adventurer exam applications open alongside the first dungeon trials. That's why I'm here to invite Mako to get licensed. Baba finished her explanation. Only then did Mako look up from the pamphlet at her parents. Her father puffed his cheeks, eyes closed. Baba internally groaned. This old man. Who even does cheek puffing? I get it. Mako's strong, sure, but this feels too soon. Oof. Mid-sentence, her little sister tackled her dad like a psycho crusher. As he groaned, she snapped. Dad, keep this up and Oni-chan will emigrate. Emigrate? Yeah, every country wants her. She'll just go somewhere that lets her into dungeons whenever. You okay with that? Her fierce glare left Mako, her mom, and Baba flustered. Mako had never considered emigrating. She planned to follow the rules, but if things got unbearable, she'd just ask the PM, who'd given her his contact to let her dungeon dive with the SDF. Way more realistic. And no emigrating allowed. Then you know what to do, right? Her sister crossed her arms, glaring down at him. But, as he waffled, veins bulged on her forehead. Oni-chan has been waiting for this day harder than anyone. Training nonstop, do you even get that? Wow, my sister's too good. Mako was moved. I'll save up and buy her a smartphone. They're fun. But I'm worried. Oni-chan is one of the strongest normals in the world. In this unpredictable new world, getting stronger is the obvious choice. Ugh. She takes after grandma. Mako explained to Baba as her sister lectured their dad. Baba decided then, must never anger the little sister. I'd probably cry. Result, fine, permission granted. Her dad caved. Her mom had agreed from the start. Having seen Mako's daily training at the open-air dojo, she knew her strength firsthand. Her dad, though newer to jogging and push-ups, hadn't visited the dojo yet. Too awkward to start now. With parental approval secured, Mako cheered. She immediately filled out the exam form, her parents signing the guardian section. Oh, Mako, you'll need a license for that grimoire too. Fill this out. Whoa, that's a hassle. Grimoires had been in legal limbo. With Mako the only civilian owner, their classification was finally settled alongside adventurers. Like swords, they'd be strictly regulated, requiring locked cases when carried outside. Annoying, but unavoidable. The exam's on the third Saturday of June, exactly a month away. Memorize this by then. Baba plopped a booklet in front of Mako, about 100 pages. You're joking. Nope, dead serious. And this is the condensed version. I've got schoolwork too. If you 3 pass, your IDs will be numbers 1 through 3. So do your best, fail and... Her grimace flipped as Mako gasped. Premium numbers, even if they failed, slots 1-3 would be reserved for them. Don't worry, it's not that hard. Easier than the scooter test. I wouldn't know. Oh, right. And so, while the world buzzed over dungeon trials, Mako and her 2 friends hit the books. 4.2. Exam. The first phase of dungeon trials, aimed at increasing the number of combat-ready personnel across cities and towns, had concluded, and the recruitment for the second phase began swiftly. The second phase was reserved for residents near dungeons, a group long awaited by Mako and the members of the Aozora training dojo. While it remained unclear exactly how monsters manifested above ground, the highest probability pointed to their emergence from dungeon vortexes or their immediate surroundings. Hence, priority was given to those living near dungeons. The age requirement was set at 11 years or older. This was because skill manifestation typically began at age 11. It also underscored how dungeon-adjacent areas were officially recognized as danger zones. The recruitment quota was generous, and in Kazami Town, where Mako and the others lived, every applicant could participate. After all, with a population of around 15,000, Kazami wasn't exactly rural, but it was close. There was also an aspect of compensation for the inconvenience, as more people would inevitably flock to G-rank dungeons. The same trend was observed in other towns with G-rank dungeons. While the economic boost was significant, the accompanying noise and chaos were undeniable. Either way, Kazami Town buzzed with excitement, especially at the Aozora training dojo. Until now, training had been conducted with baseline physical specs, but now job skills would be factored in. The dojo was stepping onto a new stage, effectively becoming a major faction. And so, from the second phase onward, dungeon trials continued nonstop. While the residents of Kazami Town leveled up, Mako and her friends found themselves on the road. City of Madness, here we come again. Mako hooked a finger on the car window's edge, glaring at the high-rises. Yes, today was the day they'd take the first adventurer license exam at a Tokyo university. They were currently en route in a car lent by Sasera's mom. Speaking of whom, Sasera's mom had gone level grinding the day before yesterday. Both Sasera's mom and Mako's mother were somewhat athletically challenged, and Lulu's mom, who'd joined their leveling party, reported with glee that their eyes had gone while fighting enemies. Lulu's mom had been munching on Momo-pan. The moms were close. Mako-san, you did this last time too. Do you have a grudge against Tokyo? 3/4. 3/4. What does that number mean? The fraction of me this insane city has swallowed. Baffled by the cryptic metaphor, Sasera tickled Mako's ribs. Lulu joined in, and soon they were all laughing. Like their mothers, the girls were close. Upon arriving at the university, Mako and the others followed Sasera's mom. Mako, acutely aware of her destiny to be swallowed by Tokyo, took extra care not to lose sight of her. The adventurer exam required level 2 or higher, and there were plenty of applicants. With the first phase of dungeon trials over, many now met the prerequisites. Midway, Mako spotted a strange girl and halted. A girl with a mask covering half her face. She was staring intently at Mako. Though Mako already drew attention, this girl's gaze stood out. Is this fate? Mako felt it. This was the moment she and the masked girl were destined to meet. Lost in her delusional roleplay, Mako snapped back to reality. The metropolis had swallowed her again. What? A flustered, colonel-like voice escaped Mako's mouth, uttering ancient words. Everyone who'd been right beside her moments ago was gone. Damn you, Tokyo. But now, Mako had a powerful ally, Professor Smartphone. Sighing at how easily everyone got lost, Mako began operating her phone, then froze. The masked girl from earlier was standing right beside her. While most people reacted visibly to Mako, this girl remained doll-like, expressionless. Her long black hair had blunt bangs, and beneath them, gleaming black eyes stared at Mako from close range. Her calm aura gave off a slightly mature impression. Hitsujiya Mako. Her cherry blossom lips parted, calling the name in a composed tone. Mako panicked internally, scrambling for a response. The girl wore a mask. Okay, be brave. Destiny. Destiny, yes, destiny. The girl nodded firmly at Mako's words. Mako liked her vibe. Ah, who are you? I am thou. I am the other Hitsujiya Mako. Mako gulped. She felt the gears of fate turning, probably just her imagination. Ah, Arikamo-san. A woman in a suit came running over. Finally found you, she said with a troubled look, then noticed Mako. Hitsujiya Mako-san. Ah, it's an honor to meet you. She snapped a crisp salute. Apparently, she was a self-defense force officer or policewoman. Miko, no getting lost. Lulu and the others returned upon realizing Mako had gone missing. Sasara and Lulu were briefly taken aback by the cosplay-like girl Arikamo. Mako-san, who's this? At Sasara's mom's question, Mako answered solemnly. The other Hitsujiya Mako. Now Sasara's mom looked baffled. Sasara tickled Mako's ribs for her confusing metaphor. Anjaya, Sasara, I'm serious this time, stop. Hwahaha, alright you. Mako sought backup and Arikamo nodded firmly. What does that mean? Sasara tilted her head. The officer replied apologetically, I can't explain here. I'll contact Baba-san, so could you please ask her later? Sasara's mom glanced around, many were watching the exchange. Understood. If Mako-san isn't in danger, then it's fine. No danger at all. Arikamo-san is a good girl. Arikamo nodded, then she stared at Mako again. Mako stared back, cool mask. Hitsujiya Mako. What? Do you like dungeons? Of course. Me too. Arikamo's lips curled slightly. Mako realized who she was. This girl had been hiding in the private dungeon inside the storehouse. No wonder she was the other Hitsujiya Mako. Sorry for stealing it. Arikamo shook her head vigorously. From floor 6, enemies come in pairs. I might have died if I'd kept going. Good timing. I see. After getting licensed, let's adventure together. Sure, let's exchange ruin ids. Okay. They swapped contact info. Now Mako knew her name, Arikamo Shiren or possibly Arikamo. Shiren-chan. Shiren-chan. At Mako's question, Shiren nodded. They'd become friends. Since all four were assigned to the same exam hall, they went together. Mako, now a repeat offender, held Sasara's hand. Shiren, also a repeat offender, held Lulu's. After parting with Sasara's mom outside the classroom, they took their seats. The order was Mako, Sasara, Lulu, Shiren, based on application numbers. Shiren must have registered early too. The exam began on time. The multiple-choice test had 50 questions, with 46 correct answers needed to pass. Most 5 choice options omitted. Q1. What color is the vortex for mid-dungeon retreat? A. Red. Q2. How many members does a dungeon vortex recognize as one party? A6. Q3. As of June 20, 20XX, what is the highest dungeon rank and floor a 6-member E-rank licensed party can enter? A. F-rank dungeon, floor 25. Q4. Which combination of dungeon rank and floor can an F-rank adventurer enter solo? A. G-rank dungeon up to floor 10/F-rank dungeon up to floor 5. Q5. If items are left on a dungeon floor, they'll be absorbed. How long until absorption? A. 24 hours. Q6. What's the correct way to confirm the location and type of safety zones in dungeons? A. Official dungeon info sites and Adventurer Association maps. Q7. What's the minimum karma value required to stay in a safety zone for 12 hours? A. 1000. Q16. What provides strong evidence for claiming ownership of rare drops or treasure chests in dungeons? A. The video recording skill of recorder or device recordings. Q17. Party A is fighting a monster when Party B arrives and defeats it, yielding a rare drop. Who owns the drop? 1. Party A's leader. 2. All of Party A. 3. Party B's leader. 4. All of Party B. 5. The last attacker. A2. All of Party A. Q18. What's mandatory for adventurers assisting in dungeon crime investigations? A. Disclosing karma logs from the suspected crime period. Q33. Which item on the mandatory dungeon activity plan form can be violated without penalty? 1. Exceeding scheduled dates. 2. Going deeper than planned. 3. Changing objectives. 4. Adding removing members. 5. Downgrading equipment. A3. Changing objectives. Q34. What restrictions apply to parties where over half are middle schoolers min? License age, 13. A. Banned from G-rank dungeon floor, 11+ and specially designated floors. Q35. What's the correct max consecutive stay in safety zones for general dungeons? A. Middle schoolers, 12 HR. Under half middle schoolers 1 night, over half 2 nights. High schoolers 2 nights, others 4 nights. Q47. Which dungeon-acquired items are prohibited from unmediated trade or transfer? A. All items. Q48. What's the correct weapon storage method per adventurer weapon possession law? A. Store in certified lockers. Only those named on the license can unlock. Q49. What's the correct way to transport weapons above ground per the same law? A. Keep in locked cases, never far from your person. Q50. What obligation applies to adventurers aged 18 plus? A. Must fight monsters that surface in Japan when requested. After filling in all the bubbles, Mako smiled, satisfied. But only amateurs let their guard down now. She took a breath and began reviewing. No misalignments, no omissions. She nodded this was a perfect score, no jinxing it. She'd studied desperately, so full marks were likely. The test ended, and the three smiled. Cheyenne stood quietly beside them, unreadable. They ate lunch on campus, then took the practical exam in the afternoon. The written test determined pass-fail, while the practical decided initial rank. TV crews covered the event. Mako sprinted to ask them not to film Sasara. The practical involved demonstrating combat skills before examiners. Even support-focused applicants needed minimal combat prowess. High ratings required it. Support roles mattered, but neglecting to enhance skills pre-dungeon was sloppy. 2 minutes per person. Presentation style was free. Weapons were provided, wooden, except for grimoires, real dungeon gear. Mako wielded 2 grimoires and a wooden sword. 5 examinees went simultaneously, graded by 4 examiners. Currently, SDF personnel administered tests, but professionals would eventually take over. Numbers 1-5 were called. Mako, Sasara, Lulu, Cheyenne, and a stranger. Sasara, it's okay. I asked them not to film. Mako-san, no, I'm fine. We'll adventure together. I'll give my all. Mar, battle ready. Chatting, they entered the exam grounds. Magic and skills were allowed but had to be declared and aimed within 5 meters of the caster. Each had a 30-meter space. At the signal, they began. The trio used the ascetics image training skill. They'd mastered it within a month of intensive use. Though they'd since switched jobs for further training, they'd agreed to use it here. 1 Hitsujiya Mako, image training activated. Spring balloons times 10. As Mako declared this, phantom spring balloons appeared in her vision. She dashed, preparing water bullets in both grimoires. She slashed the nearest balloon while firing diagonally downward, then struck another with the grimoire as it closed in. Rolling away, she repositioned and resumed firing. Examiners and spectators gaped. They couldn't see the phantoms, just Mako's blinding speed. At level 15, Mako had trained relentlessly. Her footwork, blade angles, grimoire control without looking, and spell potency, all sharpened since the Dragon Slayer incident 2 months prior. The same went for Sasara and Lulu. Though they'd temporarily switched to ascetic, they'd honed their fundamentals with magic theory and physical training. With mana release providing ample mana, skills like slash sword and ninja arts were integrated. Less flashy than Mako's grimoires, their physical specs surpassed hers. Sasara showcased faster footwork and fiercer strikes. Though slash sword's 5-meter rule limited its use, she occasionally unleashed it downward as proof of capability. Lulu's dual wielding, interspersed with high-speed movement, was too fast for some spectators. She mixed in water arts with ninja flair. Image training spring balloons times 10. They called for more phantoms in unison. WH. A spectator blinked, they'd seen it. The phantom balloons being sliced. The more combat-savvy the observer, the clearer the vision. The examiners shared a thought. I'd probably lose to them. As seasoned SDF dungeon divers, their sweat was telling. Mako's group had reached fearsome heights. The secret? Image training. They'd simulated battles against infinite Torii monsters and studied footage of unfamiliar foes, refining their skills. 2 months of this showed as they annihilated the weakling spring balloons. A massacre. Since stop. An examiner called time. Those watching Mako's trio and Cheyenne had forgotten the 2-minute limit. Even middle schooler Cheyenne had impressed enough to distract them. At the call, the force snapped out of combat mode. The tension dissipated. The 5th examinee looked utterly lost. Returning their borrowed gear, they exited. And thus began hell for the next group. Examinees number 6 to 10 walked in like they'd mistakenly entered a martial arts tournament. The examiners smiled. Everyone else is G-rank or unranked. This was the government's plan. By contrasting Mako's group with the rest, they highlighted the skill gap. No easy F-ranks, adventurers needed real experience before tackling F-rank dungeons. But the government miscalculated. They'd expected Mako's group to be top-tier F rank. Instead, all examiners rated them E rank. Cheyenne was F rank. If they passed the written test, they'd be E rank adventurers. But currently, civilians could only access up to F rank dungeon floor 25. The government would need to accelerate E rank dungeon openings. 4.2.1 Bulletin Board Thread Dungeon Experience Adventurer Exam. You guys, Dungeon Experience Thread Part 16. How was it? 612 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. I'm back. 613 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Oh, welcome back. Congrats, number 1. 614 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Did at least one of you die? 615 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Hey, now calm down. So 612, which dungeon was it? 616 Farm-Raised 612. Lowly Labyrinth. 617 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventure. Holy crap, that's a jackpot, isn't it? 618 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventure. What do you do there? 619 Farm-Raised 612. Pretty much what was explained on sites and TV specials. 620 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. The method where the instructor restrains the enemy and you finish it off. 621 Farm-Raised 612. We spent about 2 hours moving around and taking down enemies like that. Then once I got used to it, I took one down solo under the instructor's supervision. After that, just did some tasks to meet job unlock conditions. 622 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventure. Did you manage to take down the enemies well? 623 Farm-Raised 612. I was crazy nervous, but yeah, I did it alone. 624 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventure. Whack-em swing, right? 625 Farm-Raised 612. Actually fighting made me realize how insane Suzuki from Wido TV really is. A 50 cm iron pipe is straight up unfair. For reference, I had a wooden sword under 1 meter. 626 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. That's 'cause he had cute girls cheering him on. With that kind of support, you get buffed to like 5x your combat power. 627 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Did you get any cheers? 612. 628 Farm-Raised 612. My party, 2 jacked instructors times 2, a nerdy glasses guy, a puppy-like old man, a chuny-ish college student, and shy little me. 629 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventure. The I'm the bottom formation. 630 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. So any cheers? 631 Farm-Raised 612. The chuny college student messed up his 1v1 and needed the instructor's help, so after it was over, I cheered him up. Then when it was my turn, he cheered for me like crazy. Felt good. 632 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Yoo-hoo. 633 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventure. So, how were the spring balloons and magic books in reality? Footage of Mako-chan and the self-defense forces is way too strong to be any reference. 634 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Somehow, Suzuki's footage is the most noob-friendly, 635 Farm-Raised 612. Spring balloons flail their arms wildly once you're in attack range. Movement speed is slow. Defense-wise, it took me 12 hits. Overall weak, but the pressure in actual combat was insane. The first fight had a nervousness debuff for sure. 636 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Well, it is life or death. What about magic books? 637 Farm-Raised 612. Magic book water bullets are literally invisible. The instructor said they're around 140 km/h, but the tension nerfs your reflexes. Mako-chan was right about needing instructors, especially since Lowly Labyrinth's first floor has magic books. 638 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. So the instructors really do protect you properly, 639 Farm-Raised 612. Yeah, we spent 6 hours together, so I got to hear a lot. Apparently, part of their training involves tanking these attacks with their bodies. Water bullets too. Of course, they use shields in the field, but they train for emergencies. 640 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Geez, that's brutal. They don't die. 641 Farm-Raised 612. Nah, they wear maxed out beginner gear for it. 642 Anonymous Farm-Raised Adventurer. Hayahu just hit level 2. 643, anonymous farm-raised adventure. Oh, another one's back. 644, anonymous farm-raised adventure. More and more are posting on Pewiter too. 645, anonymous farm-raised adventure. Damn you slaves of Yokikana. I just wanna enjoy pure fantasy. A few weeks later. Everyone adventurer exam thread part 4 hope I don't fail. 259, anonymous template uncle. So they're taking the exam now, huh? 260, anonymous template uncle. Hope they all fail. 261, anonymous template uncle. You also lost the level education lottery, huh? Me too. 262, anonymous template uncle. Those guys are total F0 CKS. After all that trash-talking light novels, now this. 263, anonymous template uncle. Quit spewing that salt regularly, lala. 264, anonymous template uncle. It's practically a template at this point, overflowing with curses. 265, anonymous template uncle. Sigh hope they all fail. 266, anonymous template uncle. Q1 the Badu End Modemda is a monster that wraps its tentacles around you, drains your blood until death, and implants seeds inside your body. True or false? 267, anonymous template uncle. If something that terrifying is Q1, I'd quit trying to be an adventurer. 268, anonymous template uncle. Heard it's a 5-choice question, by the way. 269, anonymous template uncle. Exams are rough for us uncles. 270, anonymous template uncle. Dungeon diving's probably rougher than exams, though. 271, anonymous template uncle. Scooter license double failure here, passing through. 272, anonymous template uncle. I failed once too, but my friend who went with me passed. Still wonder if I managed to smile properly back then. 273, anonymous template uncle. For scooters, it's better to go alone if possible. 274, anonymous template uncle. Yeah, and for high schoolers, the exam fee's a fortune. 272's scenario is the worst, or rather, passing would have been worse. 275, anonymous template uncle. Don't be stupid, failing is the worst. You know you made them walk on eggshells. 276, anonymous template uncle. Stop, you're making me remember the moment my number wasn't on the pass list. For the record, my friend treated me to ramen. The saltiness stood out. 277, anonymous template uncle. What kind of torture is that? 278, anonymous template uncle. WL, gotta study for the next session so that doesn't happen. 279, anonymous template uncle. Gotta level up first or it's hopeless. 280, anonymous template uncle. Gotta get your karma positive first or it's hopeless. 281, anonymous template uncle. The schedule for Phase 3 and beyond got posted. 282, anonymous template uncle. Seriously, gonna check it out. 283, anonymous template uncle. Phase 2 just started though, that's early. 284, anonymous template uncle. Like they say in other threads, once this train starts it won't stop. 285, anonymous template uncle. Whoa, they've got dates up to Phase 6. 286, anonymous template uncle. Government flexing. People who got tickets won't complain, and this shows they'll keep pushing hard. 287, anonymous template uncle. Exams over. 288, anonymous template uncle. You done too. 289, anonymous examinee. Pretty sure I got 44. 290, anonymous template uncle. Need 46 plus to pass, right? 5-choice questions are brutal. 291, anonymous template uncle. 44 is kinda iffy too. Well, there's always next time. 292, anonymous template uncle. Sucks to suck. 293, anonymous template uncle. Come on, encourage him. 294, anonymous examinee. You're assuming I'll fail too. 295, anonymous template uncle. The first round has a practical exam after this, right? 296, anonymous examinee. Mine's later, so I've got a long wait. 297, anonymous template uncle. Wait, which venue? 298, anonymous examinee. Tokyo. Saw the 3 maidens in person. Mako-chan was tiny. Sasa-sama and Lulu-chan were way too polished for high schoolers. Crazy. 299, anonymous template uncle. Ooh, jealous? Well, you got your fill, now go fail. 488, anonymous template uncle. If it's XX University, it's gotta be plate lunch. 489, anonymous template uncle. Why'd you go for udon? Get a clue, info noob. 490, anonymous template uncle. Y'all salt is lasting way too long, lol. 491, anonymous examinee. But the seaweed udon looked so good in the picture. 492, anonymous template uncle. XX University West Cafeteria menu. Seaweed udon imit. 493, anonymous template uncle. Stop the terrorism, now I really want udon. 494, anonymous examinee. Alright, gotta head out soon. Won't be posting for a bit. 495, anonymous template uncle. Aren't you in the later group? 496, anonymous examinee. Can watch others' exams, meaning I can see Mako Tan's exam. 497, anonymous template uncle. Dumbass, this ain't udon time. Bet the field's already packed. 498, anonymous examinee. Now that you mention it, udon can wait. 550, anonymous template uncle. Nice job, Litrpg. 551, anonymous template uncle. Well, other stations are live too, but Uito's got the best angle. 552, anonymous template uncle. Suzuki's taking it too, right? 553, anonymous template uncle. Seems so, hate that Cinderella boy vibe. 554, anonymous template uncle. His dungeon history's special too. 555, anonymous template uncle. Oh, here come the three maidens. 556, anonymous template uncle. No kimonos today. 557, anonymous template uncle. Tracksuits are cute too. 558, anonymous template uncle. Never seen number 4 before. 559, anonymous template uncle. Mystery beauty, noted. 560, anonymous template uncle. Number 5's new too. 561, anonymous template uncle. Someone check her out, I'll pass on number 5. 562, anonymous template uncle. SHH it's starting. 563, anonymous template uncle. Oh, using image training. 564, anonymous template uncle. 565, anonymous template uncle. Whoa, the gap's insane. 566, anonymous template uncle. Nobody posted during 564's performance. 567, anonymous template uncle. No way you could, might have even forgotten to breeze. 568, anonymous template uncle. Uito TV's replaying it. 569, anonymous template uncle. Agi TV 2. 570, anonymous template uncle. Did Mako-chan get even stronger? 571, anonymous template uncle. Her magic book handling was nuts. How do you move it without looking? 572, anonymous template uncle. I got to try magic books for an hour during my dungeon run. Super hard, could barely hit enemies. 573, anonymous template uncle. Even self-defense guys with job skills suck at handling them sometimes. 574, anonymous template uncle. Her spatial awareness must be insane. 575, anonymous template uncle. Lulu-chan's the scary one. Uito TV's doing slow-mo replays. 576, anonymous template uncle. Why Cesaratan not on screen? 577, anonymous template uncle. Heard she doesn't like cameras. 578, anonymous template uncle. Media's being weirdly respectful. 579, anonymous template uncle. Is this the power level needed for the exam? 580, anonymous template uncle. Nah, this is an exception. For G-rank dungeons, this is overkill. Most examinees are level 2 or 3 anyway. 581, anonymous template uncle. Check out number 6 onwards. Looks like kindergarten. 582, anonymous template uncle. They're plenty strong too. Wait, number 8 looks legit. 583, anonymous template uncle. The skill gap's brutal. 584, anonymous template uncle. Probably depends on whether they trained in magic or physical. And practice time. 585, anonymous template uncle. At most, they've had 2 weeks since leveling up. 586, anonymous template uncle. The ones doing well probably started with magic or physique skills. Initial skill evaluations gonna shift again. 587, anonymous template uncle. Either way, no 6 plus are screwed. 588, anonymous template uncle. Udon guy still breathing. 589, anonymous template uncle. Might be trudging home already. 590, anonymous template uncle. Number 16, it's Suzuki. 591, anonymous template uncle. That bastard changed his glasses. 592, anonymous template uncle. Those are combat glasses, lol. 593, anonymous template uncle. And this jerk's getting cheered by the 3 maidens again. 594, anonymous template uncle. Even Mizushima the announcer. Unforgivable. 595, anonymous template uncle. Damn it, how's Suzuki stronger than the rest? 596, anonymous template uncle. Regular instructors, much less than insurmountable wall. Much less than leveling with the 3 maidens. Proof confirmed. 597, anonymous template uncle. Well, Suzuki leveled up over a month ago. 598, anonymous template uncle. But Suzuki being this strong. What is this feeling? 599, anonymous template uncle. Jealousy. 600, anonymous template uncle. I'm more shocked at how a normal kid 3 months ago grew this much. 601, anonymous template uncle. Secret training maybe. 602, anonymous template uncle. Sneaking into Kazami dungeon. 603, anonymous template uncle. Nah, doubt it. My brother's in the SDF. He says just farming drops in G-rank dungeons barely raises proficiency. 604, anonymous template uncle. Really? 605, anonymous template uncle. Strong gear plus strong party of 6 farming weak mobs won't do it. Unless they're handicapping themselves, but the SDF wouldn't do that on duty. 606, anonymous template uncle. Mako-chan's group spams image training, according to a guide site. They self-impose one-hit death rules and fight F-rank dungeon mobs solo. 607, anonymous template uncle. That's overkill. 608, anonymous template uncle. What drives them that hard lol. 609, anonymous template uncle. So ascetic is basically a must-have job for power leveling, 1 to 1.1. The other Hitsujiya make. Arikamo Shiren was clapping her hands with a patch in her secret base, discovered inside the storage shed. According to a mysterious voice, the world was about to be filled with fantasy. She didn't know if it was true or just a prank, but if it was real, nothing could be more wonderful. So Shiren decided to celebrate for now. Well then, enjoy Earthson's new stage. See ya. With a cheerful tone as if delighted by Shiren's blessing, the mysterious voice ended its announcement. Shiren pumped herself up, thinking she'd be busy from now on, but Pia. The next instant, she was enveloped in light. When the light faded, she found herself in a stone corridor stretching endlessly. Was I chosen? Tilting her head with a koten, Shiren's body grew restless. The restlessness soon reached its limit, and she began dancing with a Zondoko. Though her face looked expressionless, her lips twitched happily in a munimuni. No good, monsters might appear. Shiren abruptly stopped dancing. She immediately checked her status. Arikamo Shiren. Age 14. Job, none. Karma, level, 0. Magic power, 19. Skill, production magic. Title, the one who congratulated Earthson. Was I not chosen? She didn't fully understand the system, but her skill was clearly not combat-oriented. It outright said production, after all. However, the light novel she'd been reading was about a production-class character becoming absurdly strong. She wondered how this skill would turn out. As she pondered her skill, a Pashagun shock ran through Shiren's brain. Pia. While her expressionless face went slack in a hokey, the information about production magic was installed in her mind. Indeed, this skill was for production classes. When used in any step of crafting, it would steadily drain magic power but create items far more powerful than normal. It barely worked on surface world materials. It was meant for dungeon drops. Even then, simply using it wouldn't guarantee high-tier results. The methods for crafting high-tier items were embedded in each production job skills, but Shiren didn't know that yet. By the way, production magic was a job skill innate to all apprentice production classes. Shun. Disheartened by this outcome, Shiren slumped. Dark magic would have been so much better. I might die. Cheyenne hung her head but then clenched her eyes shut and lifted her face again. The world had just turned into a fantasy. She refused to die here. If she died now, she'd be like a mob character who dies in some unrelated place at the start of a manga, followed by the protagonist's carefree daily life. That was unacceptable. Cheyenne gripped the hem of her cool, long coat tightly and glared down the corridor. She wouldn't die. In this situation, her only lifeline was production magic. Cheyenne checked her belongings. Black short-sleeved shirt, long pants, cool black long coat, lace-up boots. The evil eye of the Nether King. Plastic bottle, chocolate. Nothing useful. Tears welled up, but she rubbed her eyes roughly and focused on what she had to do. Cheyenne immediately took off her pants. Her favorite skinny jeans, woven with dark flames. With her underwear exposed, she fastened the long coat's clasps firmly to cover herself. Cheyenne activated production magic. A faint glow settled in her palms, making her forget the situation for a moment as her heart raced. She tied one leg of the skinny jeans in a cobra knot, dampened it with tea from the bottle to tighten it further, and tossed the evil eye of the Nether King inside. Then she tied the tip to keep it from moving. The evil eye of the Nether King was a mythical-grade item connecting the mortal world and the demon realm. Cheyenne had accidentally crafted it during a summer night in her second year of middle school, under a full moon. The materials? A weird round stone and paint from the storage shed. A 6 cm diameter sphere, so the tip of her skinny jeans bulged tightly. She twisted the waistband into a rope-like shape and tied it securely to prevent unraveling. Complete! An improvised blackjack was born. By the time she noticed, the glow of production magic had faded from her hands, and her magic power had dropped to 0. If passing out at 0 MP was a mechanic, she'd have been doomed. Cheyenne nodded with a kokiri. Either way, it was a weapon made with production magic. Though it supposedly barely worked with surface materials, it had to be better than nothing. Cheyenne immediately swung the skinny jeans around. The weight of the evil eye made the fabric cut through the air with a bun-bun whir. But having never used such a weapon before, she had no idea what to do next. Swords, dual blades, or gun kata would have been easier. Not wanting to hit her own shins, she slowed to a stop. You shall be named Netherflame Whip Nightmare Orbit. Holding one end and the middle B-wound. Holding one end and the middle B-wound, this'll work. Cheyenne was convinced. The stone dungeon stretched forward and backward. Trusting her gut, she walked in the direction she'd initially faced. Soon, she hit a T-junction and turned right. Peeking around the L-shaped corner, she spotted a lone treasure chest. Payawa, maybe I was chosen. She scampered over Teat and stood before the chest. After glancing around nervously to check if it was okay to take, Cheyenne nodded with a kokiri and opened the lid. Inside was a mask covering one eye and half the cheek. Paiwa, Cheyenne picked it up. Maybe I'll become a vampire. But she doubted such a broken, cursed item would appear on the first floor. Heart pounding, she put it on. Despite having no fasteners, the mask adhered smoothly. She immediately checked her canines, but nothing seemed different. No bodily changes either. In fact, too normal. Her status hadn't changed. Ultimate annihilation fireball. Nope. Fireball, nope. Fire, water, wind, earth, Zia, nope. She chanted spells experimentally, but nothing happened. Just a normal accessory. With no clues, she had no choice but to leave it for now. As Cheyenne prepared to resume exploring, her gaze returned to the chest. Carrying it was impossible, but maybe she could dismantle it? The wood might make a decent weapon. No such luck. It wouldn't budge, even when kicked. On a whim, she climbed inside and found it oddly cozy. She almost wanted one in her room. Time thief. Cheyenne crawled out, gripped Netherflame Whip with both hands, and continued. Returning to the T-junction, she took the new path. Peeking around the corner, she saw a 70 cm wooden doll. Its proportions resembled an enlarged artist's mannequin, but its arms were disproportionately long, about 40 cm. The doll's razor-sharp eyes met Cheyenne's. Pia. Startled, she hid her face and panicked, oh wow. She backtracked and observed from a distance. Soon, the doll floated after her in a bizarre, wobbly motion, slow as drifting clouds. D-Darkness Arrow, Fire, M Magic Ball, and no good. In her panic, she chanted spells, but nothing happened. The doll kept floating closer, forcing her to retreat further. Oh. Cheyenne weighed her options. The enemy didn't seem strong, and she had Netherflame whip. I'll do it. Gripping the whip as long as possible, she steadied herself. Backing away, she desperately timed the doll's wobbly movements. Chaya. She swung with all her might. The evil eye struck the doll's neck cleanly. With a bicky sound, the doll was sent flying sideways. Did I get it? Unintentionally, a death flag slipped out, but she didn't notice. She genuinely hoped so, yet the doll wasn't dead. Like a puppet with cut strings, it lay limp before floating up again with a fury. Ooh, Chaya. Cheyenne swung the whip again. The doll took the hit without dodging and tumbled to the floor. Cheyenne was baffled. She couldn't read its attack patterns at all. Reluctantly, she admitted her attacks were amateurish. They had power. That first strike could have snapped an adult's neck. But the doll could have easily dodged or even grabbed the jeans. Instead, it just kept approaching. That was the creepiest part. If its defense was absurd, its offense might be too. Resolving not to let it near, Cheyenne focused on the fight. If things turned hopeless, she'd flee immediately. That was her only plan. She landed hit after hit with Netherflame whip. Mid-fight, she noticed the evil eyes not loosening and paused to tighten it Jayu. Gradually, she grasped the doll's attack pattern. It was definitely a grappling enemy. Despite being 70 cm tall, its 40 cm arms had reached for her coat several times. She reaffirmed, never let it touch me. After more hits, she finally defeated it. I won. She jumped for joy payan, but then froze. This was a dungeon. Complacency meant death. The doll vanished in light, leaving behind a smooth, round stone and one of its 40 cm arms. Cheyenne picked both up, activated production magic, and stuffed them into the jean's other leg. Now, Netherflame whip contained one knot, evil eye, another knot, arm reaching roughly the crotch. The other leg remained empty. She swung the upgraded Netherflame abyssal whip. It whistled Bayuan, stronger. Cheyenne nodded Kokiri. Her concern was the jean's durability. Though sturdy, they weren't meant for this. If they tore, she'd have to marathon through the dungeon in her underwear. Right level Payawa. Checking her status, she saw she'd reached level 1. Clenching her fists Jayu, she almost felt power surging within. Fate has begun to move. Cheyenne strode deeper into the dungeon. This dungeon's enemies were wooden dolls and Slumber Kimono. Slumber Kimono, named by Cheyenne, were adorable rabbit-cat tadpole hybrids that slept 100% of the time. Too scared to wake them, she avoided everyone. In future dungeon runs, she never fought them even once. A past net game trauma, waking a sleeping enemy and getting annihilated, taught her. Never wake sleepers until you're sure you can win. With no way to map the dungeon, Cheyenne relied on intuition and miraculously reached the exit gate in just 2 hours. Had she mapped it, completion would have been under 30%. By then, Netherflame whip had torn, forcing her to craft a new weapon. Using dropped doll limbs and jacket strings, she fashioned a staff-like weapon. It barely got her through, but she knew she was woefully unprepared. Now before her stood blue and red gates, no signs, no hints. Red means stop. Cheyenne chose red without hesitation. Result, she emerged in her usual secret base. The dungeon. Seeing the cream-colored vortex on the floor, she fidgeted excitedly. It had been terrifying, but also the most fun she'd ever had. Crafting weapons from scraps, defeating enemies with sheer focus. Upgrading gear with drops, pushing further. True escapism. For the first time, her life felt like a unique story, not some mass-produced tale. What now? Tell Mom. The question was the dungeon, to report or not. As she pondered, sitting on the sofa, a light novel fell with a basari. A story about a production class becoming the strongest. Irrelevant, but the genre itself flashed a word in her mind like Pekka, private dungeon. Divine. She'd keep it secret until clearing it. Once stronger, maybe she'd bring her family inside. Cheyenne's lips squirmed Munimuni into a smile. The gears of fate had begun to turn. 4.3. Activity plan. For Mako, the days since the second phase of dungeon exploration began had been truly enjoyable. More and more people gradually started participating in dungeon experiences at the Azora training dojo and school, and conversations increasingly revolved around jobs and skills. With that came more people seeking advice, but Mako generously shared her tips. In return, many taught her skills from general-type jobs. When she told them, If it's a new general-type job, you can report it to the government and get a cash reward. They all dashed off excitedly. Then they returned with awkward expressions. It wasn't that much money. Of course, the government couldn't afford to pay tens of thousands for every unknown general-type job out there. Things were different for higher-tier jobs, though. Incidentally, the students had been researching the high school girl-type jobs together. Among the 3 job skills in the high school girl line, Girl's Way was always included. The other 2 were either special or provided minimal stat boosts. Girl's Way was a thaumaturgy-type skill that taught techniques for enhancing physical beauty, makeup, skincare, slimming methods, and the like. Of course, mastery didn't come instantly, but it made grasping such techniques much easier. It was a skill coveted by girls, as if declaring, "Stay youthful and bloom eternally, maiden." Girl's Way could be obtained by nearly all women, and even some men through certain jobs. However, the students discussed it and made a pact to stick with normal jobs for the first 3 months. Their reasoning was the same as the adults in Kazami Town, which will be explained later. Now, those who obtained jobs followed the guidance of the strategy site Mako and Sasara's mom had created, starting as apprentices to increase their magic power. This period didn't bring dramatic strength. It was about laying the very foundation. Once their magic power reached around 30, they switched jobs. Most chose trainee swordsmen, staff fighters, or ninjas. Even those who initially wanted support roles often picked combat jobs first. Due to the pact, all the students at Kazami Girls Academy also took combat jobs. Even without mastering the jobs, they wanted some level of combat ability, benefiting from thaumaturgy or physique skills. The reason? They'd fought actual enemies and felt the urgency. Even the first enemies in the so-called practice dungeon couldn't be taken down by an average adult with a wooden sword unless they landed over 10 hits. Though slow-moving and knocked back with each attack, the sheer terror of not being able to afford a single hit was overwhelming. Moreover, the first floor of Kazami Dungeon had magic tomes. The amateurs were stunned by the speed of the water bullets they fired. Of course, the instructors protected them, but they finally understood why Mako had insisted on having guides. By the way, during dungeon trials, participants wore 100 grade sturdy aprons and helmets, same as Kasumiya's. Once more personnel were available, even better rental gear would be provided. Even the adults at the Aozora training dojo, who already had a strong sense of danger, truly realized through this experience that they had to get stronger. As for the less cautious adults, this experience finally made them panic. Mako's father was much the same. Having daughters like Mako and Momoko, he was quite aware of the dangers. But his heart couldn't keep up with the dramatic changes in the world and his family, leaving him lost. Now, even those struggling to adapt to this new world were beginning their time of change. Her father, rising early to train diligently, would come home from work and swing a wooden sword in the yard. Hiya. One night, a blister on his palm burst, and the wooden sword slipped from his grip. Staring at his trembling hand, he was filled with frustration. I have work tomorrow, can I even do my job properly with this hand? Yet he clenched his throbbing hand on purpose, wiped his eyes roughly, and gripped the sword again. Gritting through the pain, he resumed swinging. 3 figures watched him. Mako's mother peeked from behind the window, like some kind of tabama. Meanwhile, Mako and her little sister looked down from the balcony. Arms crossed, they nodded in approval. As many in Kazami Town gained levels, some conversely lost energy. Those with negative karma. Past deeds tangled around their feet. While many across the country sulked over it, just as many didn't. The delinquent girls at Mako's school, envious of their peers getting jobs, gritted their teeth and fought their own hearts. The flowers they bloomed merely swayed silently in the wind. Yahoo! 2 weeks after the exam, Mako leaped with joy. She'd already received her acceptance notice, and today, her applied-for adventurer license arrived. A stern-faced photo of Mako, which some might call smug, adorned the license. Her ID number, 1, a premium number. This was the result of discussions between Sasara, Lulu, Ruin, and Shirn, letting Mako claim the first adventurer ID. Incidentally, Lulu was 2, Sasara 3, and Shirn 4. The next day after school, Mako gathered Sasara and Lulu at her house. We're drafting our activity plan today. Nayo. At this declaration, Sasara smiled wryly, while Lulu clapped enthusiastically. My Mako-san, ever the impatient one. Wyatt, I've worked hard for this day. And so, the three huddled around the table. Now, the dungeon activity plan, hereafter, activity plan, was a document adventurers had to submit in advance. A slightly bothersome rule, but just as hiking plans are recommended, entering places where death was a real possibility made such reports absolutely necessary. If the plan was deemed too reckless, it would be rejected. The activity plan could be created and submitted relatively easily via the adventurer-exclusive app Dungeon Traveler on smartphones or PCs. Handwritten submissions were also possible by obtaining forms at the municipal office. When shall we go? The dungeon opens to adventurers 2 days into summer break, so that day works. Then right after the ceremony. Checking the calendar, they spoke. The July calendar in Mako's room had a circled date for the dungeon's opening, but nothing marked the start of summer break. Her eagerness for the dungeon's opening mirrored a little girl counting down to Christmas. Now, the three were scheduled to hold a ceremony that day, a ribbon cutting to commemorate the dungeon's opening to adventurers. The image girl's duties would temporarily conclude after this and post-dungeon interviews. Are you two free for 2 nights and 3 days starting then? Yes, I'm available. Meow, I'm free too. Then it's settled 2 nights, 3 days, Mako nodded. What about Shirn-san? Called her yesterday. She said she wants to join us. Since Shirn was a Tokyo girl, from areas not submerged by the demon realm, arrangements would take some effort. The three faced the PC and began filling out the activity plan. It had 6 required fields, 1 activity period, 2 dungeon and floors, 3 objectives, 4 member information, 5 member equipment, 6 preferred entry date time. Additionally, since all 3 were under 18, parental consent was needed every time. Discussing as they went, they typed away. Mako, a hunt and peck typist, left the blind touch typing to Sasara. Marveling at her rapid keystrokes, Mako cheered, "Amazing!" while Sasara modestly replied, "Just habit." Now then, first and foremost, Kazami Dungeon, they would conquer it, activity period. 2 nights, 3 days, return planned between 18:00–21:00 on the 3rd day. Dungeon Kazami Dungeon. Floors 1st to 16th. Objective: Dungeon Conquest, Material Gathering and Equipment Upgrades, Member Information. Hitsuji Mako, Adventurer ID 1LV. 15 Karma plus 15. Sasara Lulu, etc. Details omitted. Arikamo Shirn Adventurer ID 4LV. 6 Karma plus 1000 plus. Member Equipment. Hitsuji Mako, Starter Gear from Infinite Torii. Details omitted. Sasara Lulu, etc. Details omitted. Arikamo Shirn, Handmade Semi-Dungeon Gear Set. Short Sword Dungeon Headgear. Preferred entry date time. First choice Saturday, July XX morning. Subsequent choices, mornings of following days. Additional notes. Bringing tents. Planning overnight stays on 5th and 10th floors. The completed form looked something like this. Now, explanations for each field. Activity period. Returning early wasn't an issue, but significantly exceeding the planned return time would warrant a warning. Like reckless driving, I rushed and died wasn't acceptable. Though no penalties applied initially, repeated offenses led to strict warnings. Dungeon and floors. Entering floors deeper than applied for was strictly prohibited. Violations carried heavy penalties. Objective could be generic. No need to lie, but overthinking wasn't necessary. Member information. Adventurer IDs covered most details. Cross-referencing IDs revealed ranks, giving a rough idea of combat capability. However, karma values were crucial for safe zone stays, so listing them helped. Plus 1000 allowed 12-hour stays, with plus 1500 being the highest optional threshold. Party members couldn't be freely swapped. Changes required prior updates via Dungeon Traveler. Failure to do so meant denied entry. Member equipment, critical info. Determined permission for deeper floors. Using better gear than listed was fine, but inferior gear barred entry. Preferred entry date time. Up to 4 choices increased approval chances. Mako's group leveraged their student summer break, requesting consecutive days post-ceremony. At least one would likely work. Additional notes, a space for appeals. Note: Variable difficulty, dungeons like infinite Torii, required special procedures for first-time entries. After screenshotting the form, they sent it to their parents and Shiren. Almost instantly, Shiren called. Mako, swaying to her phone's default cheerful ringtone, carefully checked the screen. She still hesitated when answering. The bright red decline button was way too eye-catching, making her panic about accidentally tapping it. Hello. This is Chaotic Death Abyss. Hello, this is Phantasm Void Omega. Whoa, Omega-chan. Indeed, and you are Death Abyss. The Abyss of Death, yeah, so did you check it? How's it look? Good, I really want to go. Also, my mom wants to talk. Seriously? Okay, I'll handle it. Is your mom scary? Eccentric? How eccentric we talking? The kind who thinks N in a car gear stands for natural. That metaphor makes zero sense. Awe, that was my best material. My bad, I didn't learn to tell gas from engine oil till middle school. Miko, that's bad. As she flicked Lulu's thigh, who, now hyped, began nuzzling Sasara's leg. Her excitement switch was a mystery. The voice on the phone changed. Hello, this is Shiren's mom speaking. Ah, hello, Hitsuji Mako here. Wow, it's the same voice as the girl who went qua on TV. That's me. Wow, right, so is Shiren causing any trouble? Not at all. That's good. This girl hides dungeons and such. She's such a handful. Mom, hurry up. Mako began fearing this call might never end. Shiren was urging her mom on the other end. Oh, hush, mommy's talking now. Sorry, she's so impatient. So about taking Shiren to the dungeon, is it really no trouble? None at all. Shiren-chan's really strong, she'll be a huge help. Wow, Shiren's that strong. Shiren-chan, she's praising you lots. Mom, no talking to the room while holding the phone. Oopsie, right? After such exchanges, permission was finally granted. Phew, her mom was draining my agility. Wiping sweat after hanging up, Mako sighed. That was a 20-minute call. Could have been done in 10, honestly. Miko, your agility got sucked. Wow, just kidding. She was super cute, like an anime voice. Miko's mama is cute too. Shara's mama is kind. Compared to my mom, Lulu's mom might be cuter. Indeed, more so than my mother, Lulu-san's mother is kinder. And Fufu, my mama is 36 years old. And so, the activity plan was submitted. Simultaneously, notifications for parental consent were sent to the registered devices of each guardian. Being minors made everything tedious. Finally, approval notices arrived on all 4 of their phones. The scheduled time. Right after the Saturday ceremony, around 9:30 a.m., they'd gotten preferential treatment. Ding dong, the school chime rang, shifting the atmosphere. However, chime equals schools over wasn't the equation. Dismissal came after homeroom ended. Yet the air always changed the moment the chime rang, a strange phenomenon. One by one, homerooms concluded until finally, Mako's class was dismissed. Stay safe and show me your bright faces next term. Dismissed. Woohoo! With their homeroom teacher, Enigo-sensei's send-off, summer break began for Mako and her classmates. Cheerful voices erupted everywhere, Mako among them, grinning ear to ear. This summer promised to be all about dungeons. What had she done last summer? Oh, right, got lost at Ariake. That was all she remembered. In the hallway, overexcited students started an impromptu washe chant. The allure of summer was driving them wild. Even Sasara, usually composed, was slightly unnerved, despite summer break just starting. For Mako and many others, this summer would be special. Play, love, club activities, exams, all the usual summer break themes now included a once-incomprehensible addition: training. Gazing out the classroom window at Kazami Town under the summer sky, Mako took it all in. Damn, the cicadas were loud. But for now, she'd allow it. Their cries were the fanfare heralding summer break's arrival. Summer's here. 4 to 4. Tape cutting and dungeon dive. Snip, 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 crunch, crunch, snap. The sounds of equipping infinite Torii-made armor quietly echoed in Mako's room early in the morning. A white hunting robe, flashy red hakama with slits, long tabi socks, and tanuki ears on her head. Yes, today was the long-awaited day of the dungeon's opening. It was also the day Mako would debut as an adventurer. Beyond the curtains, in the scorching outside world, the buzzing of cicadas mixed with the sounds of daily life as dawn broke. But Mako's enthusiasm was no less intense. Though the sounds of her dressing were quiet, each movement brimmed with determination. especially the snap of securing her long tabi to her thighs. Now fully equipped in her Onmyoji-style outfit, Mako struck a pose in front of the mirror. She placed a hand near her face, gazing slightly downward at her reflection. Her dark eyes rolled upward, naturally giving her a three-wide eyes look. To Mako, this was the epitome of cool. The time has come. Now let the feast begin. Oni-chan. Just as she delivered her cool one-liner, the door swung open, then click, shut. Mako formed a finger gun and fired a bang at her mirror reflection. In the waiting room, Mako, Sasara, Lulu, and their mothers stood by. Fathers were not allowed in this space. The TV in the waiting room showed reporters interviewing adventurers about to dive into the dungeon after today's opening ceremony, meaning it was happening just nearby. Our goal this time is to secure a grimoire for each of us. There are 5 of us, so it might be tough, but we'll do our best. I heard the enemies shoot water orbs. Are you prepared? We've trained hard at batting cages and such, so we should be able to dodge. We also incorporated the grimoire strategies Mako-chan and the government posted online into our training. As things stand, I think we're fully prepared. That's reassuring. Do your best. Yes. The interviewees, much like during the dungeon trial runs, all wore aprons and helmets. This was the above-ground produced 100-100 equipment, loaned for free to dungeon-attacking parties in the early stages. Once adventurers started bringing back materials in bulk, such services wouldn't be necessary. They'd be able to gear up properly before entering. Moreover, the adventurers here had a month of training after reaching level 2, so they could explore with relative ease. As the mothers and daughters split into groups, giggling while watching the broadcast, knock-knock, someone rapped on the door. It was Cheyenne and her mother. We're counting on you today. Cheyenne's mom greeted the other mothers and Mako's group. Cheyenne followed suit with a polite bow. Almost instantly, Cheyenne's mom was absorbed into the motherly cluster, leaving Mako's group to entertain Cheyenne. Today, Cheyenne was dressed in a cool black long coat, lace-up boots, and a mask. Her innerwear was hidden. How was the capsule hotel? Not very capsule-like. You mean it wasn't like this super futuristic spaceship-looking thing? Just a square room with a futon and built-in bed. In Mako's mind, capsule hotels were literal capsules. Cheyenne's group had arrived in Kazami town the day before. Since they'd already done the preliminary greetings, Cheyenne's mom blended in quickly. Their lodging was one of the many capsule hotels popping up around the dungeon for adventurers. The one Cheyenne stayed at was a stylish, women-only establishment. G-rank dungeons were guaranteed to have a steady stream of people. Even if those alive now graduated from G-rank, children born in the future would eventually start diving. Towns with G-rank dungeons were, in a sense, towns of beginnings. The demand would never cease. Kazami Town, in particular, seemed determined to revitalize itself as a holy land for adventurers. As the first step, they'd approached landowners near the Kazami dungeon with the idea of building capsule hotels for adventurers. Various types of capsule hotels were already built or under construction renovation, all featuring secure weapon lockers. More eateries and general stores had opened too. Given a little more time, people with production-class jobs would likely set up shops. The economic benefits weren't limited to Kazami Town or other G-rank dungeon towns. Nearby cities and villages were hopping on the bandwagon. In Kazami Town's case, since the dungeon was fairly close to the station, capsule hotels had even sprung up around the station in the neighboring town. Preparations were also steadily underway around F-rank and E-rank dungeons. More people usually meant worse public safety, but since dungeon divers had positive karma, that worry was mostly unfounded. Well, even with positive karma, personality clashes were inevitable, but that was a whole other discussion. Listening to Cheyenne's story, the locals grew envious. Wow, I want to stay there too, like game heroes staying at inns in their hometowns. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Cheyenne's mom's cheerful voice reached Mako's group. Noticing the 3 staring at their own mothers, Cheyenne remarked, "My mother was hit with a bomios at age 5. That's one long-lasting debuff." As Sasura asked what's bomios, and Cheyenne explained Baba arrived. The time was just before 8 a.m. The ceremony was about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for braving the heat to attend the Adventurers Association opening ceremony today. I'll be your host for this event. Outside, where cicadas buzzed, zai zai zai, the hostess began her speech. As she said, while tests and license distributions had happened beforehand, the association overseeing adventurers would start operations today. And with it, the dungeon would finally open to adventurers. An 8 a.m. start was unusually early, but tight scheduling for dungeon entry left no choice. The defense fortress's entrance was beautifully decorated, with ribboned poles and a red carpet out front. A podium stood before it, where several middle-aged men took turns giving short speeches and congratulations. Each speech was brief, partly due to the heat, but more importantly, dungeon entry was time-sensitive. The ceremony had to end on schedule, something the guests were more than happy with. And then, it was finally Mako's group's turn. Mako, Sasera, and Lulu were called up, given white gloves and scissors, and positioned behind the tape. The tape cutting would be performed by just these three. The order had been decided by adult reasons. Plus, the trio made for a better visual. Once the commemorative photo session began, the shutter sounds were relentless. Not just from nearby adventurers, even the important-looking guests were snapping away on their phones. The hostess smiled brightly, though internally she was thinking, this is never gonna end. All right, everyone, on the count of 3. At the hostess's signal, Sisara and Lulu on either side snip-snipped their scissors. Mako had thought of the tape cutting as just an event, but staring at the white gloves, scissors, and ribbon, a flood of emotions hit her. 4 months ago, she'd entered a dungeon for the first time. Not long after, she'd gone in a second time. After returning from the infinite Torii, anxiety over when she could enter again drove her to rally others. That was about 3 months ago. Since then, she'd acted as an image girl, spread dungeon info online, all to hasten the dungeon's opening. And now, it was finally bearing fruit. Around her stood fellow adventurers, with whom she'd liven up the world. Soon, she would lead the charge into the dungeon, head held high. Heh, ahahaha. Unable to hold back her laughter, Mako snip-snipped the ribbon with her scissors. Holding the cleanly cut ribbon and its attached flowers, she glanced at Sasara and Lulu on either side, then smiled at the audience. Let's all have the greatest adventure. WOO. Mako's words sent tremors through the crowd as cheers erupted. Amid thunderous applause, the girl's radiant smile marked the true beginning of the grand adventurer era from this rural Far Eastern town. Good work, Mako-chan. Good work, Mako-chan. After the ceremony, Baba patted Mako's head. Sasara-chan, Lulu-chan, good work too. The two also got head pats and smiled happily. Hey, Baba-san, it's all for my own sake, you know. This is just the beginning. Ahaha, I'm starting to get a feel for your personality, Mako-chan. Oh, we should get moving. With little time to chat, Mako's group reunited with Shiren and returned to the waiting room to use the restroom and such. Then they retrieved their weapons from the lockers and equipped them. Whoa, Shiren-chan's gear is mysteriously cool. Seeing Shiren's weapon from the case made Mako's inner Chuni heart tingle. Shiren's weapon was a 2-section staff with wooden doll hands linked by chains, longer than nunchaku. Only the chain part was above ground made. It was painted ominously. Very cool. This is the Blood Covenant hand, Blood Agape. Oh ho! My swords are the Divine Sword Ortina and the Demonic Sword Zedges. When God and demon intersect, the path to Arc shall be revealed. Where'd you hear that? The answer will come in time. For now, rest in solace. Thump. Baba shuddered at Mako and Shiren's roleplay. Then, she suddenly wondered where she'd hidden that old poem she wrote. She'd meant to throw it away but couldn't bring herself to wait. Where did she stash it? As Baba clutched her head, Mako's group finished preparations. Baba-san, what's wrong? Headache. No, I'm fine. Just the past attacked me. Baba-san, you've got it rough too, huh? Hey, look who's talking. Smile. Mako tilted her head See, Shara, Baba-sama said look who's talking too. Oh my, she did, but it's not in the dictionary. That must be an old edition. Really? The waiting room buzzed with lively chatter. With backpacks secured, it was time to depart. Today, Mako carried the most luggage. As the only adventurer with item box, it made sense. Honestly, item box was so convenient she wanted to skillify it alone. Professor had already discovered how to skillify item box. Apparently, 4 conditions had to be met. 2 were basic, proficiency, essentially. Item box must be active in the dungeon for a cumulative 250 hours. Must store 50 different dungeon-made items cumulatively. The other two were special, requiring failure. Dismiss item box while holding a significant amount, causing the container to burst. Damage the container from inside or outside, forcibly dismissing item box. Meeting all four would skillify it. Taudu, who'd helped test item box, realized this after fulfilling the two failure conditions. The basic conditions were figured out later. The failures likely served as lessons in what happens if you mess up. The failures were easy to clear once known. Just stuff a blanket into a vinyl bag and dismiss item box. External-internal damage worked the same. Mako's group had already cleared these. The real hurdle was the cumulative time. Thus, while Mako was an adventurer, Sasara and Lulu weren't. They had their own goals for this dive. That said, the other three also carried proper luggage. Now, backpacks on, they moved out. The G-Rank Dungeon's defense fortress had been built in just 4 months, but it could repel enemies up to E-Rank if they emerged from the vortex. Mako's group was in an attached building, the management block. Exiting the building, a large gate stood to the right, ready to seal with protective shutters at any moment. Beyond it, where the ceremony had been, lines were already forming. Today marked the dungeon's opening to adventurers, so public trial runs were suspended. Everyone here was an adventurer. Normally, trial runs would be the main focus, with adventurers entering in moderate numbers. Over time, trial run attendance would stabilize, reversing the ratio. Entry times were tightly scheduled in 30-second intervals, insanely strict. This rule was precisely why the surrounding capsule hotels thrived. Arrive late and you might miss your slot. As Mako's group took the front of the 9:30-10:00 line, murmurs rose behind them. Damn, front of the line, as expected. A guy behind them called out, "Yep." Being the image girl might have helped. Nah, it's only natural. Without you guys pushing for this, we wouldn't be here for another 3 months. You think so? Hell yeah. Sure, the officials handled the adjustments, but you guys brought the wind. Haha, glad to hear it. So what's your target today? Cutting off here might invite handshakes or photos, so Mako indulged in small talk. The guy was saying all the right things, and she wanted to reciprocate, but one photo could spiral into endless requests, so caution was key. For us, gotta be the grimoires first. Most folks here are probably the same. The water orbs from the tomes are dangerous, so be careful. Yeah, we know. The Gov site had VR vids of tome fights. We trained with image training. Hard. Nice. Then you're set. Damn straight. Luring enemies into corners was another tactic, so unless ambushed, they'd likely be fine. As Mako chatted with the bro, 9 a.m. arrived. Guided by staff, they entered the gate. Inside were 4 counters with PCs, each assigned to incoming parties in turn. Please present your adventurer licenses. Having been instructed earlier, they handed them over smoothly. After swiping them through card readers, the clerk, a woman with appraisal skills, checked their gear. Unbeknownst to Mako's group, only body and headgear were inspected. In G rank, proper armor was enough. Higher ranks would warrant stricter checks. All set. Party members and equipment match the application. Take this ticket and follow the staff to the waiting area. Lose it, and you're not getting in. At the clerk's warning, Mako gripped the ticket tightly. The appraisal took under 2 minutes. Following staff, Mako's group returned to the front. The vortex was now right before them. Mako-san, you look like a dog denied a treat. Woof woofs. Miko goes woof woof. Woof woof. Behind them, the bros erupted. Damn, that's wild. At 9:28, staff addressed the line. Hand in your numbered tickets upon entry. Mako brandished hers, ready to go. At 9:30, the staff's fierce battle began. But as the first to enter, Mako wouldn't witness their struggle. Good luck on your adventure. Yes, we'll do our best. All right, let's go everyone. Yes, ma'am. Meow. Now the time of madness. With a face blooming like a flower, Mako charged into the cream-colored vortex alongside her pumped-up comrades. Section, status of each individual at 4.4, Hitsujiya Mako. 15 years old. Job, adventurer. Level, 15. Karma, +12521. MP, 205/205. Skill, synthesis enhancement. Apprentice grimoire user set. Aesthetic set. Job skill, equipment maintenance. Item box. Stamina up. Medium. Survival instinct. O's principle, selectable swords principe. Adventurer's physique. Title, the one who congratulated Earth's on. Solo first layer conqueror, effect lost. Challenger of the Usura class dungeon. True infinite Tori dungeon. Adventurer. World's first dungeon clearer. Thasagasa Sasura. 15 years old. Job, rapier knight. Level, 15. Karma, MT, 175/175. Skill, apprentice knight set. Aesthetic set. Job skill, knight technique, rapier. Feather sword. Adds 2 additional slashes of equal power with 1 swing. MP cost, 15. Aura sword. Null. Coats the sword with null attribute. MP cost, 5 to activate, then 1/1 sec. Knight sword's principle, offense. Light knight's physique. Agility up, medium. One-handed sword equip, physical attack up. Medium. Armor performance up, small stacks with apprentice knight's effect. Title, the one who congratulated Earth's on. Adventurer. World's first dungeon clear. Nagar Lulu. 15 years old. Job, GE ninja. Level, 15. Karma, +12805. MP, 183/183. Skill, apprentice ninja set. Aesthetic set. Job skill, NINPO. Kai bullet. Fires a null attribute pellet about the size of a slingshot ammo. MP cost, 4. Water style wind blade slightly enhanced. Ninja technique. Afterimage. Leaves an afterimage in the user's previous location. The afterimage does not move. MP cost, 10. Wall cling. Sticks to walls by maintaining contact with at least 3 limbs. Cannot cling to ceilings. MP cost, 1/1 sec. Agility up, medium. Stylish's principle. Stylish physique. Standout 2, increases chance of slash effects and generates slash sounds. Title, the one who congratulated Earth's on. Adventurer. World's first dungeon clear. Arikamo Shiren. 14 years old. Job, apprentice staff fighter. Level, 6. Karma, +1184. MT, 78/78. Skill, production magic. Knockback up, tiny. Image training. Job skill, club technique. Heavy strike. Deals an extremely powerful blow. May cause status effects like unconsciousness or paralysis depending on the hit location. MP cost, 8. Staff's principle. Staff fighter's physique. Agility up, small. Dexterity up, small. Title, the one who congratulated Earth's on. Solo first layer conqueror, effect lost. Equipment. Dungeon produced gear. Short sword 40/125 physical attack, 32. Mask 64/125 defense, 24. Self-made semi-dungeon gear. Dalarm nunchaku, 100/100 physical attack, 36. Black long coat, lined with snake skin 100/100 defense, 30. Surface-produced gear. Black boots 100/100 defense, 4. Black fingerless gloves 100/100 defense, 3. Black clothes, black skinny pants 100/100 defense, 11. Work brothers, representative of average adventurers. 24 years old. Job, apprentice swordsman. Level, 2. Karma, MP, 27/27. Skill, swords principle initial skill. Job skill, sword technique. Slash sword, same as Sasara's. Swordsman's physique. Sword equip. Physical attack up, small. Agility up, small. Strength up, small. Title, none. Equipment. Grip reinforced sharpened iron pipe 0/100 physical attack, 3. Sturdy looking outfit, set 0/100 defense, 1. Rental sturdy apron 100/100 defense, 11. Rental helmet 100/100 defense, 10. Non-slip gloves. Safety shoes. Some may equip bulletproof vests or reinforced plastic shields. Bulletproof vest 0/100 defense, 2. Damage penetrates. Shield 0/100 defense, 2. Normal hits penetrate damage. Effective for deflecting. Average elementary schooler. 12 years old. Job, elementary schooler. Level, 2. Karma, +800. MP, 30/30. Skill, some initial skill. Job skill, healthy. Promotes health, disappears if unhealthy habits persist. Learning boost, tiny. Improves learning ability. Disappears at age 20, tiny type skill. Reflects the field the individual excelled in at acquisition. For O elementary schooler types, tiny type skill may be fixed or vary. Airheaded middle school girl. 14 years old. Job, natural airhead. Level, 2. Karma, +1000. MP, 40/40. Skill, some initial skill. Job skill, mental up, tiny. Doesn't sweat the small stuff or forgets them. Petite durability. Uses magic to avoid serious injuries from falls. High magic cost. Endlessly watchable. Boosts concentration for specific actions. Natural airheads may have entirely different job skills. Other examples. Dropped item safety. Prevents breakage when dropping fragile items. High magic cost. O, realizes mistakes faster when corrected. Weight O, easier to recall forgotten things, even unrelated ones. A certain frontline JSDF member, elite of the elite. 30 years old. Job, Shield Knight. Level, 20. Karma, +4482. MP, 305/305. Skill, Apprentice Knight Set. Grimoire Release. Grimoire Creation Primer. Grimoire Equip, Magic Attack Up, small. Item Box. Job Skill, Knight Technique, Shield. Cover, takes damage for a pre-designated ally using magic. Cost scales with damage includes overkill, may deplete all magic. Hate Aura. Draws monster aggro by consuming magic continuously. Ineffective against enemies below a certain durability or those fixated on specific targets. MP cost, 2/1 sec. Knight Sword's Principle, Defense. Shield Knight's Physique. Strength up, medium. Armor performance up, small stacks with Apprentice Knight's effect. Natural recovery. Small. A typical JSDF member mainly collected drops in G rank, recently F rank. 26 years old. Job, Apprentice Spearman. Level, 11. Karma, +3044. MP, 150/150. Skill, Plant Gathering, finds hidden plants in dungeons. Increases rare drop rate from plant-type monsters. Spear Technique, Dash Thrust, a powerful lunge. Damage varies greatly with footing. Strength up, small. Spear's Principle. Spearman's Physique. Job Skill, Spear Equip, Physical Attack Up, small. Piercing Weapon Equip, Penetration Up, tiny. Title, none. Stuck Grinding O, equip job skills due to dungeon crawling with stronger allies. Their actual level far exceeds their proficiency. Conversely, principle and physique skills advanced quickly due to prior training. 4.5. Warming Up and Reunion. Arriving at the first floor of the lowly labyrinth, Mako grinned like a little girl who just received a Christmas present. The time has finally come to conquer you, Kazami Dungeon. With a sharp point at the ground, Mako made her declaration. Well, this time, they were only going down to the 16th floor at most, so it wasn't exactly a full conquest. But it'd be a buzzkill to say that, so everyone stayed quiet. Now then, during the period Mako and the others couldn't enter the dungeon, G-rank dungeons around the world were being cleared one after another. Japan was at the forefront, having already conquered F-rank and moving on to E-rank. Of course, this was only the case for the elite. Major nations' elites were progressing at nearly the same pace as Japan, but due to the sheer number of soldiers and police officers, the gap between the top and bottom was massive. Difficulty variant dungeons found worldwide were also being cleared in large numbers. However, some of these had a minimum difficulty of E-rank rather than F-rank, though not all. Through national research, it had been confirmed that all G-rank dungeons consisted of 25 floors. The number of enemies increased by 1 at the 6th, 11th, 16th, and 21st floors, maxing out at 5 enemies at once. Every dungeon had a boss, and even the so-called practice G-rank dungeons were no exception. This kind of information was also provided to adventurers like Mako. Most of it could be looked up for free on the government's website, but for actual exploration, they needed to purchase maps. 1 volume per dungeon, priced at 800 yen before tax. The complete edition covered all 25 floors. In addition to the maps, it included monster information, making it an enjoyable read even for non-adventurers. Naturally, Mako and the others had it and would rely on it to proceed. Ideally, They'd want to draw their own maps for fun, but with time constraints, they'd have to make do. All right, let's distribute the grimoires. Meiko lent her 3 grimoire to the other 3, water, water, and fire. One of the water grimoire wasn't synthesis enhanced, so it was weaker. Thank you very much. Equip. Merci beaucoup, equip. Now is the time to form a pact with me, equip. Paiwa so cool. Shiren-chan, I don't remember hearing about forming pacts with someone else's grimoire. Each of them equipped Meiko's grimoire. Since grimoire couldn't be equipped without the will to do so, comers often vocalized it like this. The reason Meiko lent them the grimoire was simple. To trigger the job apprentice grimoire user, use grimoire release to cast spells, and ultimately unlock apprentice water fire mage. Dungeon-related jobs appeared based on actions within the dungeon, so this had to be done during the dive. Sasara and Lulu also planned to take on other apprentice craftsman-type jobs during this dive. This would allow them to perform limited synthesis enhancement and fulfill the conditions for unlocking apprentice synthesis enhancer. While not common, skills like synthesis enhancement, as seen with the infinite Torier, could become crucial, so even if they didn't fully skill it, they at least wanted the option to use it via job chain. All right, let's get moving. First, I'd like to see what Shiren-chan can do. The current me is invincible. No, I mean your combat ability without the grimoire. Shun. Meiko already knew Shiren's combat skills from the VTR of her practical exam, but she wanted to see it live. Shiren's main weapon was a nunchaku made of doll arms. 2 40-centimeter doll arms connected by a 15-centimeter chain. The center had a doll's hand gripping the chain, painted black and red, extremely ominous looking. Her sub-weapon was a dagger from the dungeon. Her armor consisted of an above-ground black long coat lined with snake leather obtained in the dungeon. And finally, a dungeon-made mask. Since Shiren mixed dungeon materials with above-ground gear to craft her weapons and armor, she had already unlocked Apprentice Weapon Craftsman and Apprentice Armor Craftsman. She seemed to have dabbled in these jobs before, using Weapon Synthesis Enhancement and Armor Synthesis Enhancement to max out upgradable stats to 100-100. Dungeon materials were harder to enhance, so those were incomplete. In any case, her gear was undeniably better than most adventurers. They usually only had aprons and helmets at 100-100. An enemy appeared immediately, a magic book. The magic book began chanting a spell, completing it swiftly. Shiren effortlessly dodged the water bullet it fired. A stray shot flew toward them, which Sasara bisected with her sword. Sasara is so cool. Really? I just didn't want it flying behind us and causing an accident. As Sasara said, water bullets could be dangerous if they ricocheted. Though their range was short, adventurers were trained to proceed cautiously around corners to avoid such incidents. Meanwhile, Shiren closed in on the magic book. With a twist of her hips, she swung the nunchaku she'd pulled back from her shoulder to her back, whoosh, slamming it into the ground at terrifying speed. The magic book, with its paper-thin armor, vanished in a flash of light after that single strike. Scrap paper and a magic stone acquired. Whoa, that's some serious attack power. Even with paper armor, magic books were still monsters. Meiko's mini-scissors would have needed over 10 hits to take one down, though nowadays she could probably punch it to death. Blood Array Grudge Hand has an attack power of 36. Seriously, that's over twice as strong as Mallet Sword. Apprentice craftsman-type jobs had limited appraisal skills, making it easy to check stats like attack power. Mallet Sword, the stick the infinite Torii rabbits drop. Yeah, that one. Probably a material for novice craftsmen to make basic weapons, or a high-quality customization material. So that's what it was. Meiko nodded in understanding. She guessed that using that stick to make short spears or axes would result in gear with around 50 attack power at max enhancement. Speaking of which, production-type jobs seem fun. Yeah, fun. Drawn in by the ominous weapon, Meiko found herself growing interested in crafting jobs. Since Shiren's strength was more than satisfactory, they decided to push forward. Today's goal was the vortex around the 5th floor. Their general strategy was to breeze through each floor. In this dungeon, enemies from floors 1 to 5 reappeared in groups starting from floor 6, so even rare drops from magic books could be obtained in deeper floors. Right now, only one enemy appeared at a time, so they took turns defeating them as they progressed. Now, Sasara and Lulu had recently job changed into Rapier Knight and Ji Ninja. Knight-type jobs balanced offense and defense, and Apprentice Knight branched into various advanced jobs. One of these was Sasara's Rapier Knight. Others, like focusing on shields or greatswords to master Knight's technique, could unlock Shield Knight or Greatsword Knight. Rapier Knight was a speed-focused offensive knight with lower defensive allocation. Honestly, Sasara considered this job a mistake. She wanted to protect everyone, so she'd recently started practicing with a shield. For Apprentice Ninja, the only advanced job was Ji Ninja, a straight upgrade. Why it skipped straight to Ji from Apprentice was a mystery. These two hadn't yet switched to Apprentice Grimoire user, so they tested their combat skills. The biggest change from their advanced jobs was the new techniques. Multiple ones, at that. Sasara gained Feather Sword and Aura Sword Null under Knight technique, Rapier. Testing Feather Sword on a spring balloon resulted in such overkill that no one could even gauge its effect. Normally, Feather Sword was a single slash that spawned 2 additional slashes of equal power along its trajectory, probably insanely strong. MP cost, 15. Aura Sword Null coated the blade in null attribute mana, which also obliterated the spring balloon instantly. All things shall return to nothingness under my blade. With a swift swing of her sword, Sasara delivered the line, making Mako's eyes sparkle. Sasara wasn't much of an anime watcher, but under Mako and Lulu's influence, she'd started. Less influence, more wanting to chat about it. She'd borrowed manga from Lulu, absorbed the knowledge, and now delivered dramatic lines while turning beet red. So cool. Shiren fidgeted. She'd been cautiously treating Sasara as an older high school girl, but the emotional distance had shrunk dramatically. But not enough. Not yet. To Shiren, her friendship with Mako was a miracle. Sasara and Lulu were too stylish and intimidating. Meanwhile, Sasara was being fawned over by Lulu. Next up was Lulu's combat test. Ji Ninja had granted her 3 new techniques. Ninja skills were divided into NINPO, Offense, and Ninja Technique, Support, at least for now. Her new skills were Spirit Bullet, Afterimage, and Wall Cling. Her Water Art and Gentle Breeze had also gotten slightly stronger. First, she used Spirit Bullet on a spring balloon. A white orb flew out, bonking it on the head and sending it flying back. Not very powerful. To Mako's party, spring balloons were one-hit fodder. Failing to kill one meant the skill wasn't exactly strong. 2 more shots later, the balloon vanished in a flash. Meant for suppression. Seems so, it's spammable, so maybe usable between attacks. Next, Lulu demonstrated Wall Cling. This skill activated when 3 or more limbs touched a wall. It consumed 1 MP per second, so the efficiency was terrible. But Shiren stared at Lulu clinging to the wall with the same awe she'd once directed at heroes. Mako had given her the same look earlier, though back then, it was in a school uniform, leading to Sasara frantically pointing out the exposure issues with a bright red face. Finally, Afterimage. This left a lingering afterimage for about 10 seconds. Of course, Lulu had to move afterward for it to matter. The afterimage didn't move, and if the real Lulu was nearby, it was obvious. But if you lost track of her, the afterimage was convincing enough. Spring balloons and magic books fell for it completely. Higher-tier monsters' reactions were unknown. Nin, nin nin, nin, nian. Woa es so cool. Paiwa, amazing. Diatech. Lulu created 4 afterimages, surrounding Mako's group with 5 Lulus in total. Mako and Shiren flapped their hands in excitement, while Sasara mumbled and fidgeted. Now, guess which one's the real me. Lulu struck a pose. Mako panicked. She lunged at 1 poof afterimage. Shiren, despite her social awkwardness, went for another poof afterimage. Sasara hugged 1 poof afterimage. Mako glanced at Sasara's hugging technique. It looked practiced. She made a mental note to watch the tent flaps during camp. En fufufu, that was an afterimage. By the time the timer ran out, the afterimages vanished, leaving only the real Lulu, who'd been moving the whole time. Satisfied with the 3's combat displays, Mako plowed through enemies herself. Without a skill-learning job and having lent out her grimoire, she was limited to sword attacks. Simple, but lately, her swordsmanship had improved dramatically, making it plenty fun. Soon, the sounds of battle reached them from nearby. After listening around the corner and confirming no water bullets were flying, Mako peeked out. Sasara had been wary of stray shots earlier, but this was the Adventurer Association's recommended method for checking corners. The enemy was a spring balloon, and the fighter was someone familiar. The person held a microphone in one hand and a sword in the other. At my current level, this enemy's no trouble, but facing unfamiliar foes might interfere with my reporting. Viewers, please bear with me if that happens. Ha, yeah. Oh, look, it's down. The person dispatched the spring balloon with practiced ease. Uedo TV Suzuki. Shiren muttered. Indeed, it was Suzuki from Uedo TV, who'd once entered this G-rank dungeon with Mako's group. Accompanying him were a cameraman and 2 guards, a swordsman and a spearman, a party of 4. Yo, Suzuki-san. Emerging from the corner, Mako greeted him cheerfully. Suzuki noticed her immediately, and the cameraman hurriedly turned. Ah, Hitsuji-san, long time no see. Glad to see you all doing well. Long time no see, Suzuki-san. Following Mako's lead, Sasara and Lulu also greeted him. Since the camera was rolling, after the greetings, Sasara smoothly faded behind Lulu. Shiren pulled up the hood of her black long coat. Like many teenage girls, she wasn't fond of cameras. So what's this, filming in the dungeon? Yes, I got my license and switched to dungeon reporting. Whoa, so you've fallen for dungeons too, Suzuki-san. Indeed. I find them fascinating, but more than that, I want to share adventurers' exploits with viewers. Nice, I like that. As the two chatted, it unintentionally turned into an interview format, with Suzuki's microphone shifting between them, though it felt less like an interview and more like Suzuki sharing his passion. Ah, but getting to feature your party first is a great omen. Ha, so this was an interview. Ah, my apologies, should we cut? Nah, it's fine. We leveled you up, so call it fate. Out of 20 parties, us being first is fate too. Dungeons allowed 20 parties per server, maxing out at 120 people. While self-defense force teams sometimes patrolled randomly, most were adventurers. Incidentally, Suzuki's team was the 13th to enter. They'd known Mako's group was ahead in line. Thank you. So, how far are you going this time? At most, the 16th floor. But realistically, we'll aim for the 10th and decide our return between the 11th and 16th. Impressive. What about you, Suzuki-san? An interview where the reporter got questioned instead, awkward under normal circumstances, but Suzuki seemed to enjoy it. We plan to return after about 12 hours. We'll film adventurers we meet along the way while progressing. Camp will likely be set up near the gate on the 3rd floor, where we'll conduct more interviews before heading back. Officially, we're cleared up to the 5th floor. Camping outside safe zones was recommended only near return gates for emergency evacuations. However, adventurers were asked not to camp on the 1st floor of G-rank dungeons since it was used for level testing. The gate area also served as a job-unlocking workspace, so tents were discouraged. Today was adventurer only, but normal operations resumed tomorrow. Incidentally, the 2nd floor of Kazami Dungeon had snakes, making it poor for camping. Though some hardy souls had endured nights there, only 12 hours. Yes, we want to return first and broadcast ASAP. Ah, got it. Interviews with adventurers inside dungeons, plus reporters' exploits, ratings gold. Hence the 12-hour return for editing and a primetime 4-hour special. Later, Mako let them film her and Lulu each fighting once before parting ways. Both made quick work of spring balloons. All right, we'll get going now. Sorry for holding you up. Thanks for your cooperation. No problem, let's both do our best. Yes, may your dive be fruitful. Ahata. You too, Suzuki-san. This farewell would later become a standard greeting among adventurers. Suzuki Yumataro. Age, 40. Job, apprentice dungeon reporter, world's first. Level, 4. Karma, MP, 5555. Skill, stamina up, small. Reporter set. Enunciation up, small stamina up, tiny camera presence. Job skill. Reporting skill. Conversation boost 5 MP. Improves enunciation and dialogue skills for 5 minutes. Unnoticed effects work poorly. Dungeon reporter's physique. Stamina up, small. Stacks with base skill. Reporter's nose. Detects combat or incidents within the same dungeon server. Handheld mic equip, all weapon performance up, tiny. Invalid with lapel headset mics. Self-defense. a lesser version of martial arts but covers broader combat styles. Exists in general jobs too. Titles, none. His cameraman is also an apprentice dungeon cameraman, LV. 2. Filming skill. Camera float 1 MP sec. Dungeon cameraman's physique. Stamina up, small. Strength up, small. Large camera equip, evasion up, small. Filming. Monster EXP share. Shares X from monsters slain by party members while filming. 4.6. Big Sister attribute. After that, they encountered a few more parties of adventurers. Most of the parties told them they planned to spend a few hours getting used to combat. If a grimoire dropped, that'd just be lucky. In fact, one of the parties they met had already gotten one. They didn't see anyone diving solo. Mako thought it might just be coincidence since only 20 parties could share the same server. But it turned out solo divers were filtered out during the dungeon activity plan phase. Today was the day adventurers were born. While most would return in a few days, the government's stance was that they wanted to avoid deaths at all costs. Thus, only those who'd formed parties through some means were allowed in. A harsh ordeal for the socially challenged, one might say. Once they got used to combat, they'd gradually aim for the 6th floor. This dungeon structure ensured no monsters overlapped between floors 1 through 5. Up to floor 5, grimoires only dropped on the 1st floor. From floor 6 onward, mixed groups of monsters from floors 1 through 5 started appearing. Since the dungeon experience would begin next day, they didn't want people camping on floor 1, so long-term grimoire hunting had to be done from floor 6 onward. You might say, then just buy grimoires at the fairy shop on floor 10, but grimoires cost 1,500 guineas. That's 150 spring balloon monster cores. A pretty steep price. Selling materials would improve efficiency somewhat, but adventurers preferred not to sell them at the fairy shop since materials could be sold above ground or used to synthesize and strengthen above-ground gear. Mako's party felt the same. The armor from Infinite Torii hadn't reached max synthesis enhancement yet, so materials were precious. Still, since they wanted to properly equip Cheyenne, they planned to sell a fair amount of the cores and materials they got by floor 10. Mako's party explored by heading straight for the gate with minimal detours, checking only easily accessible dead ends for treasure chests along the way. After briefly chatting with another party, they reached the gate in just over 2 hours. All right, let's head to next floor. Everyone, remember the monster info. Before facing what enemies on a floor, a meeting was recommended. The dungeon guidebook they'd bought included monster info, making it easy to review. In response to Hitsujiya-sensei's question, Lulu meowed energetically. Fusapoyo, root veggie man and snake death. Lulu, you've studied well. Here's a flower sticker. Mhufufu. The snakes aren't venomous. Honestly, they can't even pierce our armor. They're literally practice enemies. Hearing their replies, Hitsujiya-sensei nodded in satisfaction. And so, they leaped into the blue gate. Arriving on the 2nd floor, where short grass grew thickly, Mako took a deep breath. The scent of grass, absent on the 1st floor, filled the air. As promised, I've returned. Floor 2. You always say stuff like that, don't you? Just your usual antics, I see. As Mako pointed dramatically deeper into the dungeon, Sasara and Lulu smiled wryly. They began exploring immediately, and as they walked, Mako explained. Like I mentioned earlier, this floor's full of annoying snakes. Stay sharp. Snakes are a bonus, weak but valuable for armor materials. Shiren's words made Mako blink. Seriously, I mean, snake leather is great, but doesn't it make you jump when they pop out suddenly? The snakes in the dungeon, I dove and openly challenged you to fight. Well, look here. There are tons of hiding spots for snakes. Above, below, left, right, you gotta be careful. Why the polite speech? She's just hyped up. Cheyenne, expressionless, gave a little jump in understanding. Mako jumped too in response. Both were riding high on dungeon excitement. Ah, snake death. Lulu used a big jump to slice a snake hiding in the ceiling grass with her ninja blade. It dissipated into light, leaving behind snake leather and a monster core. Lulu's really good at spotting snakes. Like with the Tsuchinoko in Infinite Torii, Lulu had a knack for finding and killing snakes. When Mako mentioned this, Cheyenne gave a small nod. While Cheyenne had warmed up to Mako immediately, she still kept some distance from Sasara and Lulu. Their overwhelming big sister aura was to blame. Mako? Well, yeah. Fusipoyo spotted. Mako's eyes sparkled as she pointed it out to the other three, like a little girl showing her mom a bunny mascot handing out balloons. Amid the short grass sat a 50-centimeter green object. It really thinks it's camouflaged, huh? Totally obvious. Not only was it in grass too short to hide it, but Fusipoyo's density was way too high. You could tell it wasn't actual foliage since it lacked internal branches. Maybe it'd work from a distance. Mako took this one down. She smoothly drew the divine sword Ortina and the demon sword Zejas from her hips, going for the two-sword style. Yep, eventually, I'll add grimoires for four-sword style. Super strong. That's definitely cool. Lulu, your phrasing is odd again. Is that from anime? Naya, let's watch Toadlerk's time. Since she had two swords now, Mako had recently started practicing. The reason? Because it looked cool. With swords principle, she was getting decently skilled. That said, while her dominant right hand was fine, her left was still clumsy. Swinging left made her posture wobble. She couldn't stand firm like a conqueror wielding dual blades. Every left swing required a frantic twist of her hips. Her strength stat should have been enough, so she probably adjusted it to get used to using her left arm. When she got within 3 meters, Fusipoyo started hopping around. Its weakness was not moving until approached, but once active, it was surprisingly fast for its rank. Mako delivered a cross slash to the Fusipoyo that entered her range. This attack kept her posture stable and looked cool, her signature move. The Fusipoyo was sent flying, tumbling before dissolving into light. My mental training feels more satisfying. Mako picked up the dropped green moss and grumbled. It's just one enemy. We might not get a proper workout until floor 6 or higher. Yeah, maybe. It was a luxurious problem to have, but that's how it went when diving in a dungeon below your level. Sigh, who knew being too strong could feel so empty? Now, I get how wandering fighters searching for strong opponents feel. That mindset leads to darkness. Gah. Sasara watched their banter, wondering where they'd picked up this kind of roleplay. Grimoires are tricky to handle, aren't they? Sasara bonked a snake to death with her grimoire. As she said, she wasn't great at using it. Seeing Mako wield hers so easily had given her the wrong idea. She could move it, but hitting enemies was surprisingly hard. This time, it took 4 tries. It takes some talent. Apprentice grimoire users get aim assist, so they manage okay. You were good from the start, right? Yep. Just whoosh and smack. Does it require spatial awareness? The professor said people who can visualize the positions of enemies and grimoires are good at it. Here, watch. Mako held out a pen at arm's length, then pointed it at Shiren 4 meters away without looking. Sasara, stand behind the pen and check if it's pointing at Shiren. Let's see, yep it is. People who can't hit enemies with grimoires can't do this. At my level, I can point at Shiren from any angle. To prove it, Mako slowly adjusted the pen's angle while keeping it aimed at Shiren. When the other 3 tried, Sasara and Lulu's angles were off, while Shiren did fairly well. The reason Mako and Shiren could do it while Sasara and Lulu couldn't? They're a chuny. Mako and Shiren had trained blindfolded since 5th grade to master Mind's Eye, which had awakened as a unique skill over time. Anyway, practice makes perfect. More importantly, did you all get your jobs? Ah yes. All 3 had unlocked Apprentice Grimoire User. They switched jobs to use Grimoire Release for water and fire bullets, unlocking Apprentice Fire Water Mages. Why? Because Afwa weapon-carrying laws. Even grimoires required caution now, so Mako's party no longer carried weapons constantly. Thus, they prepared magic as an alternative combat method via job changes. Of course, they could also skill up magic and become magic swordsmen. They had other plans too, like fighting unarmed to unlock Apprentice Pugilist for punch-based combat, or processing the snake leather into a portable item for emergency synthesis material, ensuring they could quickly craft decent armor no matter their attire. They had plenty of ideas. After switching to Apprentice Grimoire User, the trio unleashed spells with Grimoire Release. Aiming was still tough, so Sasara and Lulu positioned their grimoires and enemies in their line of sight, firing like guns. Shiren started the same way but soon learned to shoot from angles, mastering it fastest. Wow, Shiren's really good. Maybe a little. We're terrible, Shiren's amazing. And not really. Just a little. Praised by Sasera and Lulu, Shiren fidgeted shyly. Watching them, Mako smirked proudly. Shiren's closeness was surely due to her big sister aura. After all, Sasera and Lulu were only children. Mako was the only true big sister here. That's why Shiren felt comfortable around her, or so Mako believed. My big sister energy is simply on another level. With practice, you'll get as good as Hitsujiya Mako, Sasera, Lulu. Only Shiren knew the truth. 4.7, Camp. Finally, the third floor. Mako felt deeply moved. She'd lost count of how many times she'd felt that way today. She was truly a girl prone to sentimentality. On her first dungeon run, she turned back at this point. The scenery she'd glanced at before leaving that day remained completely unchanged here. The only difference was the presence of her reliable companions. So reliable, in fact, that they might even be overqualified. After a brief meeting, they advanced into the third floor, defeating new enemies along the way. This floor was a maze with occasional puddles of water. There were two new enemy types: tadpoles that flung weak mud projectiles, and frogs that croaked as if singing. Both creatures appeared in the same game as Pekatu, with tadpoles being the pre-evolved form and frogs the post-evolved form. Neither was particularly strong. Even unarmored, their attacks only hurt a lot. However, both had annoying traits. The tadpole's mud made equipment heavier when it stuck to clothing. And the frogs, ribbit, 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 ribbit. Almost immediately, a large frog about 30 cm tall began croaking atop a puddle. Its cute form was tolerable even for frog haters, except for its sharp, blood-red eyes. Such a cute voice. It sounds like it'd lull you right to sleep at night. It reminds me of a Japanese voice actor's voice. Lulu, that's it. But it makes me vomit. While the seniors gushed, the junior delivered a cold verdict. As Shiren had said, listening to this voice for about 20 seconds would induce vomiting. The nausea was severe enough to empty one's stomach completely. However, helmets with higher defense stats extended the tolerable duration. The 100-100 helmets the adventurers wore allowed them to endure for about 2 minutes. Sasera's beekeeper hat blocked it entirely. Mako's group, with their low-defense bunny and tanuki ears, could only last 2 minutes. Shiren's mask also counted as headgear, providing full immunity. Defeating the frog would instantly cure the vomiting, though some might still puke reflexively. Forget about it. What was that, Mako-san? Just felt like it. Ribbit. And so, despite their cuteness, the frogs were swiftly cut down. Still, I'm surprised none of you mind frogs. After immediately synthesizing the dropped frog skin into her clothing, Mako asked. She hadn't wanted to carry the glossy skin in her backpack. I dislike insects more. You know, the ones whose very names make me shudder. Those things are just the worst. Then I'll protect everyone from insects. But if moths show up, I'm counting on you. Lulu can't handle moths. How do you survive in Kazami Town? I avoid vending machines at night. Summer nights in Kazami Town were like a supernatural horror village. Vending machines became gathering spots. What about you, Shiren-chan? I'm a man-eating shark. That's even rarer. I'm fine with bugs and reptiles. If they suddenly appear, I might get startled, but if they're not venomous or bitey, I can grab and toss them bare-handed. So reliable. What about sharks? Sharks are a no, bears or lions? Maybe, but sharks are impossible. I saw a shark movie before recovering my past life memories, and it traumatized me. Now I hate the ocean too. Mako thought that was just a childhood phase, but kept it to herself. What about you, Miko? Any dislikes? Aside from the ones Sasera hates, not really. Like Shiren-chan, I'd be startled if they popped up suddenly, but I wouldn't grab them bare-handed. No insect-type monsters had been reported in G-rank dungeons, but they supposedly appeared from F-rank onward, so this conversation served as preparation. Now they'd be ready to cover for Lulu if giant moths appeared. Chatting and taking actions to unlock new jobs, they cleared the 3rd and 4th floors, reaching the 5th. They'd encountered one party on the 2nd floor, but from the 3rd onward, they saw no one. Today, other parties seemed to be sticking to the 1st floor longer. Upon arriving at the 5th floor, Lulu immediately engaged an enemy. Flying seahorses. The self-defense forces had named them Bubble Seahorse. Internet communities criticized the lack of naming creativity. It was still better than Spring Balloon, but the difference lay in whether the namer was a cute girl or the government. A tragic tale. The bubble part came from their ability to shoot soap bubbles from their mouths. A straightforward name, but its clarity was a plus. These bubbles sent anyone they touched flying with tremendous knockback. Damage was minimal. Defense stats didn't mitigate this. Only body weight or knockback resistance skills helped. Thus, even the overwhelmingly powerful Mako and her team would be sent flying if hit. Recovery afterward depended on individual physical ability. Each enemy could only shoot 2 bubbles, making single encounters trivial. Lulu, borrowing the fire tome, incinerated the seahorse with a fireball. But the bubbles lingered briefly before vanishing. They say these get troublesome in numbers, so be careful. Nio reminds me of the cat bats. Now that you mention it, the cat bats in the Infinite Torii cave also inflicted knockback. Their screeches caused area of effect launches, making Bubble Seahorse seem tame by comparison. As they fought their way to the 5th floor gate, Mako announced, "We'll camp here for today." At her command, the group responded in unison. The time was 19:00. Despite breaks, they'd made impressive progress. The 5th floor gate stood at the midpoint of a 50-meter straight path. They deliberately set up camp at the path's edge, near a dead end they planned to repurpose. The exact purpose? A secret. Incidentally, dungeon toilets utilized Munica eel, a product of Japan's toilet industry's finest, which turned waste into dirt clumps. Not that it concerned Mako's group. Beautiful girls didn't use toilets. They quickly divided tasks to prepare camp. The toilet's ready. Lulu and Sasara returned from the dead end to report. Surely, they'd prepared it for someone else's use. Ours is done too. Mako and Shirin finished assembling the pop-up tent in about 2 minutes. G-rank dungeons maintained constant temperatures per floor, making tents unnecessary. This was more of a practice run for future high-difficulty camping. They had 2 sleeping sets. 2 would keep watch while 2 rested. Sasara was the most excited about the tent. She'd always harbored sleepover fantasies. The others were equally thrilled. Who wouldn't be camping with friends? Oops, enemies. G-rank dungeon enemies weren't proactive, but did wander aimlessly. If they spotted prey, they'd attack. This floor's other enemy appeared. The Cluck-Cluck Niwatori, another divisively named creature by the self-defense forces. A chicken roughly twice normal size. Its head wobbled like a traditional red papier-mâché cow doll with each step, slowing its movement. It attacked by stretching its neck about a meter toward intruders. With moderate attack power, weaker adventurers were advised to fight from a distance. Mako dashed out and sliced it into light. The drop was 100 grams of chicken meat. While Mako fought, Shirin kept watch, and Sasara and Lulu started cooking. They used smokeless charcoal. The fire tome's ignition lit it instantly. Nearby, they laid out 4 aluminum foil sheets with dungeon ingredients. From Windhall Dungeon, root vegetables from Root Veggie Men, 2nd floor, and snake meat. Frog thighs from Singing Frog's 3rd floor. Cluck-Cluck Niwatori meat, 5th floor. Deeper floors added 1 more type, but these were the options here. Like Infinite Torii's rabbit meat, all drops came wrapped in mysterious packaging, pre-approved by the SDF. They'd bravely agreed to try the snake meat and frog thighs. Tough girls. To supplement, they added vacuum-packed mushrooms, vegetables, butter, salt, and pepper. 4 foil packets were placed by the burning charcoal. The taste remained a mystery. For staples, bread, soup, chilled, they'd considered instant curry but skipped it to avoid carrying pots, grills, or trivets. Another enemy appeared. Mako dispatched it and returned. Done. Miko, you were gone less than 30 seconds. Call me Speedstar Mako. Oh wait, that smells amazing. The aroma of butter and meat juices assaulted her nostrils. Back then, we didn't even have salt, Sasara murmured, recalling their first day in Infinite Torii. They'd solemnly roasted rabbit meat over a hearth. True, but it was delicious. Nio it was. Shirin, have you eaten dungeon food before? Shirin shook her head. I brought food from home or ate on the go. I used all monster drops for synthesis, didn't want to risk exposing the dungeon. Then this is your first dungeon meal. Yeah. With no full cooking experts, they erred on the side of caution and opened 1 packet early. Peeling back the triple-layered foil released a steamy aroma. Tender meat and vegetables glistened with buttery sauce. The group gasped in unison. Looks amazing. Are the others ready? After confirming the rest were done, they dug in. Mako tried the cluck-cluck meat first. Her eyes widened as she chewed. The rich chicken flavor, butter, salt, pepper, mushrooms, and something earthy, likely the root veggies, merged perfectly. Gulp. NGH, so tender and juicy. Mako-san, try the snake meat next. Sasara going straight for the hard stuff. Let's see, wow, this is good. Mild in flavor, but delightfully crunchy. She'd been too scared to try it last time, never expected such deliciousness. Glancing at Shirin, she found the girl dipping bread into the sauce. Genius move, Shirin-chan. Imitating her, Mako found it worked brilliantly. It's gone already. Lulu pouted, having eaten silently and swiftly. We've got extra chicken, want me to grill it? Mako pulled more meat from her backpack. In the end, Lulu and Sasara split the remaining chicken, concluding the meal. Thus, Mako's group finished the first half of camp. But dungeon camping's true challenge lay ahead. Keeping watch was vital, but so was sleeping properly. Nervous insomnia wasn't an option. They had to trust their watchers and sleep soundly. If emergencies arose, they'd wake instantly. This too was training. Time, 21:00. With no natural light but perpetual dungeon brightness, time felt distorted. The dungeon camp continued. 4.8, Night Watch. In a quiet corner of the dungeon, Mako and Shiren took up their watch. The watch was done in pairs, rotating every 4 hours. They had considered a plan where each person would take 2-hour shifts, allowing everyone 6 hours of sleep. But if monsters came from both passages at once, that would be trouble. Besides, keeping watch was already an unfamiliar job for high school girls, so they decided to stick with pairs. Shiren took the first watch because it seemed less exhausting. If she were dead tired right now, it'd be torture, but she could stay awake for another 4 hours or so. Mako was paired with her because Shiren was the most attached to her. For the watch, they laid out inflatable cushions to keep their backsides from getting sore. Leaning against the wall, they settled into a comfortable position. These air cushions were surprisingly good. When deflated, they flattened completely. Even the people sleeping in the tent used a futon-style version. Since anything could happen, they avoided sleeping bags, which would make escaping difficult. The image of adventurers keeping watch might conjure up campfires, but in this dungeon, lighting a fire served no purpose. Aside from the pitched tent, the scenery was just your typical dungeon. Out in nature, there'd be lively sounds, but inside the dungeon, it was mostly silent. If they stayed quiet, the silence would become so thick it might even induce tinnitus. Disliking that stillness, Mako and Shiren sat side by side. The rustling of their clothes and the sound of their breathing brought a strange comfort in the quiet dungeon. Mako brought a stainless steel cup to her lips. The milk tea gently moistened her tongue. Powdered drinks were definitely the right call. For this expedition, they had brought plenty of powdered juice mixes that dissolved in water. Milk tea, lemonade, sports drinks, apple tea, grape juice. Since they could generate water endlessly as long as their magic held out, they packed flavorful powdered goods. That said, they hadn't brought anything to boil water too bulky. No hot drinks. They might need boiling water for something else, so they figured they'd find a clever solution when the time came. Mako sipped her milk tea, while Shiren nursed her grape juice. My mom used to eat melon soda powder straight when she was a kid. I've seen that in manga. The thing where they snort it through a straw like they're doing hard drugs, right? Everyone's got bright smiles, but yeah, that's the one. They chatted in hushed tones, careful not to let their voices carry to the tent some distance away. Honestly, they were bored. Most G-rank monsters didn't move around much. Going 15 minutes without an enemy showing up was normal. Sometimes, it'd even stretch to 30 minutes. You'd think they could do something to boost their stats, but today, that wasn't an option. To fund Shiren's equipment, they wanted to sell all their materials and magic stones at the fairy shop on the 10th floor, so they couldn't practice crafting armor. No synthesis upgrades either. They wanted to unlock new jobs, but making loud noises was out of the question, so they couldn't move around much. About all they could do was release some mana emission to grow their magic power. As Mako emitted around 20 units of mana, Shiren suddenly spoke. Everyone's strong. You're strong too, Shiren-chan. I know I'm decently strong, but you three are even stronger. Well, we've been through some crazy stuff. The dragon. That's part of it, but even before that. Thanks to those experiences, a lot of their job skills got solidified. They even became job masters, so they've got more skill benefits than you, Shiren-chan. MHM. You've had some close calls too, right? Maybe. After discovering my job on the second day, it wasn't too bad. You didn't find it on the first day. I got lucky and escaped after about 2 hours. Didn't meet the conditions to unlock a job. What was your first job? Apprentice weaponsmith. So you made weapons like that? Yeah. Mako listened intently to Shiren's story. She loved hearing people's adventure tales. Until now, she'd only really had the chance to listen to stories from the professor, Taudu, and other self-defense officers. But from now on, more people would have adventures to share, whether through word of mouth, writing, or video streams. She could easily imagine a rise in adventurer writers or adventurer fortune tubers. What a great era to live in. Mako felt like someone who lived for love. Eventually, the conversation turned to how they defeated their first enemies, and they exchanged stories. They marveled at each other's methods, things they hadn't done, couldn't do, or never thought of. Mako still carried the mini-scissors that had helped her back then as a good luck charm. She pulled them out, hooked them around her index finger, and spun them. Then, she pointed the blade down the passage. No particular reason. She was just at that age where such gestures felt cool. Satisfied, she put the scissors away. Why she'd taken them out was a mystery. Shiren, who understood these inexplicable actions, didn't comment. Instead, she continued the conversation. Ever thought about the probability of humans hitting a death lottery every second? Huh? Sudden horror talk. Not like that. Oh, no, I haven't. I have, ever since probability class in elementary school. Why would new knowledge make you think about that? Think about something nicer, like the probability of meeting a puppy tomorrow. Back then, I was into omnibus-style occult mystery horror manga. Too elite for a grade schooler. Having succumbed to Chunibyo at an early age herself, Mako wasn't one to talk. The death lottery's probability changes by scene. Like 1 in a trillion if you're lying in bed. 1 in 500 billion if you go outside. Just rough numbers, though. So people who don't hit that wildly fluctuating ultra-low probability lottery get to see the next sunrise. Right. Like ever seen a car overtake from the right while another's turning left at an intersection? Yeah, I have. Whenever I see that, I think about this. Like, maybe the death lottery odds spike temporarily around that car. Or forcing your way through a yellow light. Exactly. Though the denominator's probably still huge. Mako nodded along. Then, she connected it to their earlier discussion about their first battles. So when we fought monsters for the first time, the death lottery was super hot, huh? Yeah. The odds were crazy high. Just in that moment, probably like 1 in 100 per second. After 100 seconds, that's about a 63% chance of death. Pretty accurate, maybe. Back then, Mako had fought half-blind, enduring the pain of a wounded leg to keep attacking. Shiren had patiently battled a wooden doll with a surprisingly long attack range using an improvised blackjack. The numbers they'd tossed out were arbitrary, and there was no way to check now, but they felt they weren't too far off. If Mako had released the spring balloon because of her leg pain, she might have been beaten to death. If Shiren had gotten cocky from the enemy's easy knockback and gone all aura, she might have been strangled. If we keep diving into dungeons, we might face dangerous death lotteries again. Like in a dragon-slaying battle. As she spoke, Shiren stood and floated her magic grimoire. Still seated, Mako stared down the passage at the approaching enemy. She felt a tiny thrill at how casually the term dragon-slaying battle had entered their lexicon. Who knows what's right in times like these? Maybe only the reckless who dive into dungeons and grow stronger will survive. Or maybe the safest life is staying quiet outside dungeons. MHM. If nothing's certain, might as well go with the fun option. Though even if the surface is proven safer, I'd still end up in dungeons. I figured Hitsujiya Mako would say that. I feel the same. Shiren didn't smile, but her tone carried a hint of amusement. Shiren-chan. Know a cheat to lower the death lottery odds? No. It's easy. Get stronger with people you trust. That way, the odds get much lower than when you're alone. That's how I survived the dragon-slaying battle. And from now on, you're one of those people too. Let's get along okay. MHM. Proud of her well-delivered line, Mako looked up at Cheyenne. She couldn't see her expression from behind, but her ears were tinged red. Points get. Mako was sure her favorability had risen. Cheyenne charged a water bullet in her magic grimoire and fired. Aimed at the bubble serpent about 15 meters away, the shot missed, landing on the floor some 30 meters off. Cheyenne-chan. Even if you miss, try to hit the wall with your magic. Alright, sorry. Friendly fire was very much a thing with magic. During combat, you could watch out for allies, but neglecting other angles was dangerous. A stray shot could hit someone rounding a corner, so it was best to mind your angles. In an active fight, someone coming around a corner would be alert, but in quiet times like this, a water bullet sound wouldn't give enough warning. Cheyenne knew that, but the happy words had made her forget. She'd gotten carried away. Adjusting her positioning, she fired another water bullet. This one hit dead-on, with the enemy about 10 meters away. Though Cheyenne had only just become an apprentice grimoire user, her water grimoire was the one they'd grinded endlessly at the Infinite Torii. So the bubble serpent went down in one hit. For reference, a freshly acquired water grimoire's water bullets would have taken 3 shots. According to Dungeon Intel, bubble serpents had resistance to water attacks. Cheyenne picked up the dropped bubble serpent tail and returned. The tail was about 20 centimeters long, fairly thick at the base, but unlike a USA tail, it wasn't equipable. Dragon newt. Still, Cheyenne stuck it to her rear with a hand and showed Mako. Moe. Maybe I'll make one, after clearing the 10th floor. Gazing at the tail, Cheyenne began brainstorming, and so 4 hours passed. All right, time to wake them up. Oh, Cheyenne-chan, wait here. I'll go. MHM. Mako was relieved by Cheyenne's obedience. Some sights might be too much for a 14-year-old. For quick exits, the tent's entrance was just a hanging cloth. Gripping it, Mako gulped. She suspected Sasara and Lulu might be dating. They washed each other's fronts and were always together. Not that she minded. She'd happily kiss either Sasara or Lulu herself, way better than some random guy. If they told her, she'd give them her blessing. But if they were actually kissing, she'd freak out. She needed mental preparation. From a distance was best then, but yelling would disturb the neighbors. It was late at night. Which left only one option, peeking inside. Thump thump, thump thump. Hey, shift change. Her voice dubious even to herself, she peeked in. Cheap. Framed by the tent's entrance, the two beauties slept peacefully facing each other. Their long hair splayed out like wings against the floor. Ah, wah, Mako flailed. Then she reached a conclusion. No way, it's a tight tent, nae. The tent was just for blocking light and other parties' sightlines, not very large. Naturally, you'd end up close to whoever you shared it with. Mako laughed nervously, convincing herself. Nae, Naya, hey, it's shift change. And. Lulu barely opened her eyes at Mako's voice before drifting back to sleep. Sasara, meanwhile, murmured nah and tangled her limbs around Lulu. Then, somehow, their foreheads touched lightly as they kept sleeping. Their breaths practically looped between their lips, suspiciously intimate. Mako crossed her arms and stroked her chin. NN, you, are those two? Eek Cheyenne-chan, no and no bad. Cheyenne, who'd arrived unnoticed, watched the sleeping pair and spoke. Her face was as blank as ever, but her aura buzzed with excitement. It's fine. I've seen this in anime. Oh, then it's okay. Japan's the best. The ending shot of Sleeping Princess's op was like this. That's it. I thought it looked like a Yuri anime PV. They were referring to those beautifully drawn, angelic Yuri illustrations artists poured their souls into. As they chattered excitedly, Lulu sat up groggily. Rubbing her eyes, she blinked blearily at Mako and Cheyenne. Naya and na she shift change. Tilting her head, Lulu. Mako and Cheyenne, avoiding her blue eyes, looked at her stomach instead. Sasara's arms were tightly wrapped around it. Lulu's bold Kanoichi outfit made the scene look downright decadent. Shift change. Naya, Sasara, wake up, shift change. N. Sasara clung harder, burying her face in Lulu's waist as if shunning the light. Come on, Sasara, wake up. Lulu disentangled Sasara's arms, hugged her from behind, and rocked her gently. It was the Kasumiya-style wake-up for heavy sleepers, the same one Mako had experienced before. Will keep watch a bit longer. Come on, Cheyenne-chan, let's go. MHM. Leaving Lulu to rock Sasara, Mako and Cheyenne resumed their watch. Don't say anything. Wasn't planning to. At Mako's words, Cheyenne nodded silently. Sasara is bad at waking up. Didn't expect that. She's got her klutzy side. Wait, am I the most reliable? Cheyenne-chan, you're always joking. Not on my watch. Ah, cluck chicken. Last job. Cheerfully, Mako dashed off, defeated it and returned. By then, Lulu had pulled Sasara up. Her flaxen hair was adorably messy, unmistakably just woken up. All right, Sasara and Lulu, go to the bathroom first. Girls don't go to the bathroom. Ha, right. At Cheyenne's remark, Mako hastily covered her mouth. 15 minutes later, after preparations, they slipped into the tent. In the dim, not too dark space, Mako's heart raced. Smells sweet in here. Hitsuji Mako, shall we kiss too? Nah, also them kissing is just my delusion. All shrouded in mystery. It's a labyrinth. Dungeon-themed nae. You like that bit? All right, bedtime. Sleeping's part of the job. True that. Back-to-back, Mako and Cheyenne slept. Pardon me. Half asleep, Sasara yawned daintily. The apology was for the yawn. It spread to Lulu, who covered her mouth too. Sleepy knee, dungeon camping's tough. With 4, the burden's quite heavy, isn't it? Nio, 6 or other parties might be easier. But we shouldn't rely on other parties' watches. They might fall asleep. That's the manga trope. Sasara's catching on knee. Fufu, with how many manga you and Mako-san lent me, of course. As they talked, Sasara made juice and they both sipped. Sasara had lemonade. Lulu, apple tea. Magic's so convenient, isn't it? The water for the juice came from Sasara's grimoire's magic. Until now, they'd left such tasks to Mako, but knowing at least one attribute's magic seemed useful. Grimoire release is still the handiest. Water magic only lets you use one type. Grimoire release's advantage was versatility. With the right grimoire, you could use multiple attributes. Attribute magic, meanwhile, was more potent and could be further enhanced with staves. Each had unique perks. Either way, us G-ranks probably can't solidify skills anymore. We got too strong. Except for theory and growth-boosting skills, solidifying skills in Nurugo was tough. Those 2 categories could be trained through martial arts or workouts. Other combat skills depended heavily on battle quality. After hydrating, they did light exercises. Sitting still would invite sleepiness, so they did quiet, simple stretches. Back-to-back stretches or pushing against each other for seated forward bends. Both could fold flat in a straddle stretch. As the saying goes, no stiff martial artists exist. The open-air dojo's instructors all drilled flexibility into their students. Thus, many female trainees were absurdly limber. The boys still had ways to go. Once warmed up, their drowsiness faded. During this time, one enemy appeared, which they dispatched. Like Mako and Cheyenne earlier, they sat on air cushions, leaning against the wall for their watch. From now on, leaving our parents and camping like this for adventures will be daily life. It feels strange. Naya, strange, but the world's become fun. Fufu it has. Unlike Mako and Cheyenne, their conversation didn't flow as freely, but a comfortable silence settled. Occasionally, an enemy would appear, and after defeating it, they'd return to their spots, listening to Lulu's hometown stories as time passed. Suddenly, amidst the quiet, Sasara gazed down the passage and spoke. If I hadn't spoken to Mako-san then, or befriended Lulu-san, I don't think my life would have been this fun. If Sasara hadn't started training with Miko, I probably wouldn't be here. The world might have been totally different. You think so? At Sasara's head tilt, Lulu met her eyes with certainty. Niao. The infinite Torii wouldn't be cleared, Kasumiya wouldn't have started dungeon diving, and Nippon would have only entered Jaitai dungeons. Maybe Miko, and I would have fallen into the infinite Torii and died. I'd hate that. But things turned out this way, so Bungie okay. In Cheyenne's words, it's fate. Fufu it is. A wonderful fate. Sasara smiled softly at Lulu's innocent grin. Another peaceful stretch of time began. A calm the Chuni pair couldn't replicate. 4.8.1, Bulletin Board Arc. Second Adventurer Exam, Thread Part 22. 59, Nameless Examinee. Damn it, 60, Nameless Examinee. Hey cheer up, 61, Nameless Examinee. TL, Doctor what happened? 62, Nameless Examinee. To 59 went to take the exam with his girlfriend. She passed the written test, then got an F rank in the combat test. To 59 just stood there, sucking his thumb. 63, nameless examinee. That's why I told you not to take the exam with someone you know. 64, nameless examinee. PFFFT Desuwa. 65, nameless examinee. Undeniably PFFFT Desuwa. 66, nameless examinee. I'll snap those fingers of yours. 67, nameless examinee. Wait, they announce results on the same day now. 68, nameless examinee. They streamlined it 'cause last time was a mess. Written test results in an hour, then combat test for passers. Licenses arrive within a week. 69, nameless examinee. Heard the questions weren't even that hard. 70, nameless examinee. Easier than a moped license. No confusing traffic signs. 71, nameless examinee. 59 crammed all night and YOLO'd it. 72, nameless examinee. No defense for that lalo. 73, nameless examinee. More people seem to be scraping by with F-rank combat passes. 74, nameless examinee. First-gen applicants had more prep time than last batch. 75, nameless examinee. Oh, those skilled guys on the news earlier were first-gen. 76, nameless examinee. F-rank doesn't mean they'll start you at F-class though. 77, nameless examinee. If hotheads die and force rule changes, us later applicants get screwed. Slow and steady's better. 78, nameless examinee. Facts, pray today's newbies stay safe. For my sake too. 79, nameless examinee. Shifting to dungeon talk. 80, nameless examinee. Could second-gen applicants even apply for this exam? 81, nameless examinee. Deadline was July 11th, so early second-gens could. 82, nameless examinee. I'm second-gen and passed. Got G-class. 83, nameless examinee. Oh, cool. 84, nameless examinee. Brawl vendors out. 85, depressed 59. Not even in the mood. 86, nameless examinee. Too real to even mock. 87, nameless examinee. If you're gonna mope, should have studied. 88, nameless examinee. I failed my moped test unprepared too. Walked home proud. 89, nameless examinee. That's how men do it. Dumb as hell though. Adventurer era dungeon discussion, thread part 98 arrival. 393, anonymous dungeon traveler. Back did a day trip dungeon run. 394, anonymous dungeon traveler. Whoa, it's only 1900. 395, swordsman adventurer. Changing handle, 393 here. Early returns obvious, whole parties got curfews. 396, anonymous dungeon traveler. Are you elementary kids? 397, swordsman adventurer. Married salaryman life. 398, anonymous dungeon traveler. Oh, wait, how'd you even gather a party? 399, swordsman adventurer. Posted online, got enough for 5 teams. More curfewed adventurers than you'd think. 400, anonymous dungeon traveler. No way. 401, anonymous dungeon traveler. How was the dive? Which dungeon? 402, swordsman adventurer. 27 people, 5 teams, 2 dunes, 2 Windview, 1 Biwako. I was dunes. Others made it back too. 403, anonymous dungeon traveler. That comms network. Hate how fun it sounds. 404, anonymous dungeon traveler. Toxic positivity. Dunes, huh? Windview team said the 3-girl ribbon cutting went wild. 405, swordsman adventurer. Heard the cheers physically shook them. 406, anonymous dungeon traveler. But they had curfews too. 407, swordsman adventurer. Yep. 408, anonymous dungeon traveler. Buff from beauty, heroines less than curfew. Curfew op. 409, anonymous dungeon traveler. Since when was curfew this powerful? Confused. 410, anonymous dungeon traveler. So how was dunes? Tutori, right? 411, swordsman adventurer. Yeah, newbie friendly, no ranged enemies till B4F easy mode. 412, anonymous dungeon traveler. Dunes drops earth grimoire on 5th floor, yeah. 413, swordsman adventurer. Yup, every team was gushing about grimoires in line. Solid dungeon overall. 414, anonymous dungeon traveler. Grimoires are the dream. For JPG class, it's Windview or Dunes. Get any swordsman? 415, swordsman adventurer. Nah, left at 3rd floor. 416, anonymous dungeon traveler. Talk big but didn't even reach ranged enemies. 417, swordsman adventurer. Wife band 5th floor plus. Whole party same. 418, anonymous dungeon traveler. Fully domesticated, quit calling yourself adventurers. 419, swordsman dog. She'll revoke my license if I risk it. 420, anonymous dungeon traveler. Mom confiscated my Game Boy once. Didn't know adults still got threatened like that. 421, anonymous dungeon traveler. Party comp dog. 422, anonymous dungeon traveler. Swordsman dog lol. 423, swordsman dog. 2 swords, 1 spear, 2 staves. All iron pipes. 424, anonymous dungeon traveler. In a game I'd call BS, but early game viable. 425, anonymous dungeon traveler. Those ugly loner armor sets. 426, swordsman dog. Yep, helm plus apron. Midway, 2 staves, job change to apprentice synthesis enhancer, got our gear to 100-100. No more ugly aprons. 427, anonymous dungeon traveler. Hope curfew gets relaxed too. 428, swordsman dog. Not till wife becomes adventurer. Her training starts in 2 weeks. 429, anonymous dungeon traveler. She's just jealous, no? 430, swordsman dog. That's what makes her cute. 431, anonymous dungeon traveler. How was the dive? 432, swordsman dog. Spear guy's a blogger, footage coming. Link XXX. Do me a solid and click. Not up yet though. 433, anonymous dungeon traveler. I'll check later. 434, swordsman dog. How was it? Combat was easy, we trained. Spammed skills at first, felt broken, then went skillless. 435, anonymous dungeon traveler. 12 yo girls can clear training. Off-skilled adult stomp. 436, anonymous dungeon traveler. Hey, got dunes booked in 2 days, tips. 437, swordsman dog. Vague much lol. Enhance gear to 100-100 by 3rd floor. Real dungeon starts at 5th floor. 438, anonymous dungeon traveler. Real dungeon starts at 5th floor, he says. 439, anonymous dungeon traveler. 3rd floor quitter talking big lalo. 440, anonymous dungeon traveler. Not wrong though. 441, swordsman dog. Dunes drops enhance mats, stone 1st floor, wood 2nd floor, snake leather 3rd floor. Bring matching weapons. Iron pipes greater than Bokutu for 1st floor hardness. 442, anonymous dungeon traveler. Got it, thanks. 443, swordsman dog. Also plan camp floors around party size. Small parties shouldn't camp on ranged floors unless others are around. 444, anonymous dungeon traveler. B3F quitters overthinking. 445, swordsman dog. Imagining's free. 446, anonymous dungeon traveler. Oh right, how's loot payout? Made a mill. 447, anonymous dungeon traveler. Adventurer Guild doesn't do instant payouts. 448, anonymous dungeon traveler. Wait really? Swordsman dog explain. 449, swordsman dog. Loot counted at counter. Auctioned every 12 HRS in batches, e.g., 5-10 per lot. First auction tomorrow 0600. 450, anonymous dungeon traveler. Auction thought it'd be like light novel guilds. 451, anonymous dungeon traveler. How are you this clueless on a BBS? U12, 452, anonymous dungeon traveler. The hell, don't mock. My curfew's 2100. 453, swordsman dog. Damn, you're adult. My curfew's 17:30 on off days. Got extended today. 454, anonymous dungeon traveler. That's not extended. Respect for enduring. 455, swordsman dog. Love man. About payouts, total auction dollar for each mat, 0000 to 2400, divided by contributors. Prices fluctuate daily. 1 mat equals 1 share, 100 mats equals 100 shares. 456, anonymous dungeon traveler. How, what about guineas? 457, swordsman dog. Treated as mats. No currency exchange. 458, anonymous dungeon traveler. How much do you submit, swordsman? 459, swordsman dog. Just 155 magic stones. Used mats to upgrade wives' gear. brought coats, helmets, wood shields for this. 460, anonymous dungeon traveler. Disgustingly wholesome. 461, anonymous dungeon traveler. How much for 155 stones? 462, swordsman dog. Deno, first auction. No celebratory bids like tuna fruit. 463, anonymous dungeon traveler. Ah, makes sense. 464, swordsman dog. Govs also adjusting supply with their own listings. Doubt it'll spike, maybe 1M total max. 465, anonymous dungeon traveler. First sale bonus might push it. But daily supply plus stones being common, though core want them fast. Who knows? 466, anonymous dungeon traveler. Foreign core can't bid, won't go crazy high. 467, anonymous dungeon traveler. About upgraded gear, transfer needs paperwork, right? 468, swordsman dog. Yep, easy for family armor. 100 weapons. Pain even for family, recipient needs licenses. Wife has none. 469, anonymous dungeon traveler. Harsh. 470, anonymous dungeon traveler. Swords arms laws run deep. Won't change without major triggers. 471, anonymous dungeon traveler. Random but no afterparty. 472, anonymous dungeon traveler. Adventuring equals feasting. 473, swordsman dog. Nope. Exited dungeon at 17:30, heard 18:00 chime, said by 474, anonymous dungeon traveler. Literally elementary school. 4.9. 2 enemies and the patrol team. When it was time to start the day, the 4 of them had breakfast. Camping in the dungeon is pretty tough, huh? You two not sleepy? As she asked this, Mako took a bite of her chicken sandwich. While secretly finding Mako's munching adorable, Sasera replied, "If you told me to sleep, I could probably fall asleep right away, but I'm not particularly tired, no. Feels like 6 p.m. to me. That post-school feeling where you could nap in an instant if you wanted to, but you're not actually sleepy. The trap of napping just because you're bored, only to end up unable to sleep at night. Back in elementary school, Mako often fell into this trap. Well, it's not like there's any law against camping during the day. If you get sleepy, we can pitch the tent and take a quick nap. That's right, no need to push ourselves." With their plan decided, they took a short break after eating before doing some warm-up exercises together. After efficiently packing up the camp and toilet screens, Mako and the others moved to the dungeon gate. From here on, there'll be 2 enemies, right? In G-rank dungeons, the number of enemies increases by 1 every 1 plus 5 floors. Though it's not guaranteed, sometimes there are fewer. On the 6th floor, it's either 1 or 2 enemies. The types of enemies are basically a mix of those from floors 1 through 5. Sometimes, new enemies appear on specific floors. Finally, it might actually be kind of fun. And so, they descended to the 6th floor. The 6th floor was a maze with an ancient ruin aesthetic, overrun by plants with strong vitality. According to the self-defense forces, having the plant harvesting skill allows you to find spots where you can obtain field items. The same goes for the grassy stage on the 2nd floor. Of course, none of them had that skill. After walking for a bit, they soon encountered enemies. A cardboard san from the 4th floor and a bubble dragon from the 5th floor. Ah, it's Cardboard san. Cardboard san was something wearing an upside-down cardboard box. It had shadowy black limbs and hopped around energetically. Mako found this enemy creepy cute and kinda liked it. Cardboard san was an annoying enemy. Attacking the cardboard itself didn't deal any damage. You had to hit the black limbs or the underside of the box. The cardboard would dent when hit, but it quickly restored itself. However, fire magic was its weakness and worked well. Its attack power was average. For a normal person, it'd be a life-or-death struggle. All right, let's stick to the plan and use this as training for Shiren too. Among them, Shiren was the only one who hadn't fought multiple enemies in real combat. Even Mako and the others hadn't faced multiple enemies alone, but they had experienced similarly hectic battles. So, they decided beforehand that Mako and the others would support while Shiren took the lead in combat. By the way, with Shiren's current gear, attacks from G-rank monsters felt about as painful as being whacked hard with a rolled-up newspaper. Painful enough to make your eyes water, but far from fatal. And so, Shiren stepped forward. Mako got her grimoire back from Sasara and kept it ready for quick use. Once they closed the distance a bit, Lulu used her high-speed movement to flank the enemy from behind, positioning herself to assist from there. Sasara, with the highest defense, stood by to shield Cheyenne if needed. The formation was a triangle with Cheyenne at the front, Mako and Sasara at the sides, and Lulu behind the enemy. While Cheyenne was happy her seniors were backing her up, she also felt a little frustrated. Even though she was one of the first in the world to enter a dungeon, there was already such a big gap between them. Last night, Mako had called them comrades, but what kind of comrade couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with them? "I'll work hard and get stronger," Cheyenne thought, gripping her blood chain wraith hand tightly. As Cardboard-san hopped toward her, Cheyenne stepped in aggressively to close the distance. She gripped the handle with her dominant hand and the striking part with her other hand, then released the latter as she stepped in. The energy from her step and hip rotation transferred to the released blood chain wraith hand. Cheyenne interpreted this as a nunchaku-style draw attack. The low sweep of the blood chain wraith hand delivered a heavy blow to Cardboard-san's insides mid-jump. The blood chain wraith hand wasn't as complex as a three-section staff, but with its chain-linked middle, it was harder to wield than a simple stick. Honestly, Cheyenne wanted to switch weapons soon, but she'd gotten pretty skilled with it after using it for so long. The blow sent Cardboard-san crashing into the ceiling. After a quick glance to confirm its position, Cheyenne rolled to dodge the bubble dragon's bubbles. The bubbles were slow but homing, so dodging them wasn't enough to catch a breather. She immediately struck the bubble dragon with the blood chain wraith hand. Letting the momentum of the chain-linked wraith hand carry her, she spun her body and delivered a powerful blow to the bubble dragon. The bubble dragon vanished into light midair, but its bubbles didn't disappear right away. While dodging 3 bubbles, Cheyenne finished off the barely alive Cardboard-san with a final strike. With the battle over, the bubbles faded after about 3 seconds. Cheyenne let out a small sigh. She'd been a little nervous about putting on a sloppy performance. She'd imagined fighting multiple enemies in training, but this was her first time doing it in real combat. Still, even she could admit she'd done well. Her face was expressionless, but Cheyenne was actually thinking a lot. "Whoa, nice going, Cheyenne." "Yeah." Cheyenne nodded slightly at Mako, whose eyes were wide with surprise. She couldn't find the words to continue. Being praised was embarrassing. "All right, let's each take a turn fighting too, then stick with Cheyenne as the main fighter." Following Mako's suggestion, the other 3 also fought 1-on-2 battles. Lulu made quick work of hers with her sickle and ninja sword. By now, Lulu had gotten really good with her sickle, so much so that Mako wondered if she was better with it than her ninja sword. Her movements were like something out of a stylish action game. Sasara's fight was solid. She was still an apprentice grimoire scholar, so her stats were lowered. The job itself didn't change her stats, but losing job skills like strength boost. Small caused this effect. That said, she'd mastered Apprentice Knight and retained the swordsmanship and footwork she'd learned, so she cut down enemies without issue. It looked like something out of a period drama. As for Mako, she'd lent her grimoire back to Sasara, so she fought with her sword. She drew her demon sword, Zeges, tempered in the infinite Torii, and faced the enemies. Her opponents were Cardboard-san and a singing frog. The formation was Cardboard-san advancing, while the singing frog stayed in the back, singing. Listening to its song for too long would make you vomit, so the key was taking out the frog quickly. Normally, the whole team would gang up on it. Mako was practicing dual wielding, but she stuck to one sword for the singing frog. For now, she was stronger with a single blade. She bisected the hopping Cardboard-san with an upward slash from Zeges. Leaving the drops to the others, Mako charged straight at the singing frog. Her running pose, with the sword held diagonally behind her, looked cool. As she closed in, the singing frog switched to attack mode. Even it wouldn't keep singing at close range, it leaped at her instead. It also attacked if enemies were vomiting. Mako stopped just outside its jumping range and approached carefully. She sidestepped the frog's leap with a ribbit and lopped off its head with Zeges. After confirming its disappearance, she flicked her sword and sheathed it. Fighting stationary enemies is such a pain. Mako grumbled. In this dungeon, the stationary enemies were Fluffball, Root Veggie Man, and Singing Frog. That said, Fluffball and Root Veggie Man had 0 teamwork, so it was like fighting one fewer enemy. Only singing frog was troublesome for being stationary. So, my swordsmanship's looking pretty good, right? Mako tapped her scabbard as she spoke. You've had style since the infinite Torii days, you know. Really? Back then, I was too focused on moving my limbs to pay attention to hip rotation and stuff. Martial arts start with the hips. Shiren summed up Sasara and Mako's conversation. Bad hip movement tanks your attack power. I know, right? The conversation was far from what you'd expect from girls, but in their minds, they were just having fun. Instead of nail polish, they cared about sword sharpness. Instead of model walks, they focused on hip movement. Later, after more fighting, a magic book dropped a water grimoire. Yay! How lucky, what'll you do? I already have 3, so I'm good. You 3 decide. I'm fine too. Lulu or Shiren, take it. I'm good too. Shiren, it's yours. The seniors declined one after another, and the grimoire naturally went to Shiren. Hugging it awkwardly, Shiren mumbled her thanks. Thanks. The seniors smiled warmly. By now, 24 hours had passed, so the 3 of them had job changed from apprentice grimoire scholar. Since apprentice fire-water mage had already appeared in their job options, the grimoire was no longer needed. Sasara and Lulu switched to apprentice weaponsmith and apprentice armorsmith, respectively, using limited synthesis enhancement on random stones lying around to turn them into weapons or armor. They wanted apprentice synthesis enhancer in their job options just in case. And so, they smoothly descended to the 7th and 8th floors. Since they were taking almost the shortest route, they didn't find any treasure chests. They split up the increased drops from fighting 2 enemies, stuffed them into their backpacks, and pressed on. On the way to the 9th floor, they ran into a self-defense forces patrol team. Self-defense officers in dungeons usually wore lightweight coats over their basic gear. Wearing just the cosplay-ish basic gear would draw too much attention, so they covered up. The PR teams, though, went all out with flashy gear in public. Either way, the coats made them recognizable from a distance. The patrol team they met consisted of 3 men, 2 women, and 1 dog. Hello there. When Mako's group cheerfully greeted them, the officers looked surprised but quickly saluted. Good work on your exploration. One of the female officers spoke. Unbeknownst to Mako's group, patrol teams in dungeons always included at least 2 female officers, a consideration for female adventurers. Ah, yes. Thank you for patrolling, ladies. Mako saluted back crisply. It looked like play acting, but the officers laughed good-naturedly. Meanwhile, Mako's group was fascinated by the dog, a tannin black German shepherd. Back in the day, its dignified face would have made Mako nervous. It wore a bright red scarf around its neck and red band-like gear on its hind legs, which suited it perfectly. This is Yakumo, my partner. Wow, a tamer. Hi, Yakumo. Yakumo looked up at Mako's smiling face and nodded slightly. A very composed fellow. Is Yakumo wearing basic gear? Lulu asked. Yes, animal gear is more like accessories. There's full body gear too, but it can lower agility like armor does for humans. Yakumo, you're lucky to have such nice gear. As Lulu chatted with a smile, Yakumo wagged his tail. He almost seemed smug. Can we pet him? At Mako's question, the officer nodded cheerfully. Then, pardon us. Mako and the others cautiously started petting Yakumo. One touch erased their fear and they soon started squealing. Yakumo gave off a "these silly girls" vibe, very hard-boiled. Is Yakumo strong? Very, stronger than me. Amazing. Mako didn't really get the answer, but she kept petting Yakumo. After a while, Yakumo was finally freed. You're making good time, not pushing yourselves, are you? Mako's group was indeed moving fast. They'd taken a near-direct route, but their combat speed was also much higher than average. Not really. Anyone sleepy? At Mako's question, the other 3 shook their heads. The officer was surprised by the sleepy comment. Not tired, huh? Impressive. Planning to camp on the 10th floor today. That's the plan. After checking in at the ferry shop, we might do some hunting if we have time. Mako answered honestly as one of the male officers took notes. In dungeons, it was good practice to note when and where you met whom. That way, if someone didn't return by their estimated time, you'd at least know which floors to search. Since Mako's group had been spotted on the 9th floor, rescuers would know to search floors 9 and up if they went missing. The D server didn't guarantee success, but it was better than nothing. This wasn't just for official patrols, all adventurers were encouraged to do it, but it was tedious, so progress was slow. The higher the dungeon rank, the more important such measures became. After chatting a bit, they parted ways with the patrol team. Man, Yakumo was huge. Once they turned a corner, Mako spoke up. He looked so proud of his gear. Yeah, like he was showing off. Lulu, still happy from interacting with the dog, earned a nod from Cheyenne. Meanwhile, Sasera giggled. What's up? Nothing. I just remembered how Lulu said she wanted a ninja dog the other day. Ahaha, a ninja dog, that does sound cool. Mako imagined a fluffy white Kishu, Inu running through a moonlit field alongside her ninja self, a sickle in its mouth. What breed would you pick for a ninja dog? Lachine das Pyrenees. Never heard of it, what's it like? Mako tilted her head at the European-sounding name. Sasara explained. Mako in Japan, they're called Great Pyrenees. That's huge, that's basically the heavy knight of dogs. Eventually, it'd grow giant with a scroll in its mouth. Mako once again realized that Lulu's idea of ninjas was unique. 4.10, the fairy shop and the bath again. Most dungeons expand in total area as you descend. The early dungeon explorations were slow because they proceeded cautiously and struggled with this vast space. Though Mako's group headed straight for the gate of each floor, by the time they reached the 10th floor, it was already quite late. Maybe the plan was a bit too tight. Sorry, everyone. As Mako reflected, Sasara denied it. Staying on the 10th floor on the second day is fine, but camping on the 5th might have been a mistake. Maybe we should have camped on the 6th instead. I see. But for our first camp, choosing a spot with only one enemy wasn't wrong, was it? At Sasara's words, Lulu chimed in. Hearing that, Sasara gasped. Oh, you're right. Camping on the 5th had its purpose, my apologies. Sasara, who had been awake 4 hours longer than Mako and the others, was fairly sleepy. The mental fatigue from drowsiness had led her to voice a careless opinion. How immature. Mako and Lulu saw right through her. This one's sleepy. If you were as strong as us, you could have camped on any floor from the start. You were just dead weight. Following Sasara's reflection, Cheyenne now offered her opinion. Cheyenne had begun to warm up to Sasara and Lulu enough to speak her mind. Cheyenne-chan, you're more than capable in this dungeon. Well, let's learn from small failures and keep improving, so we don't make big ones. At Mako's closing words, the three nodded. We've got about 30 more minutes to the inn. Let's push through. From then on, they prioritized speed over technique in battles. Enemies they usually took about a minute to defeat were now being taken down even faster. Mako went wild with the returned spellbook, Sasera slashed with her sword, and Lulu and Cheyenne took down enemies one by one. It was a classic search and destroy approach. Going all out like this meant they could handle enemies without even stopping. And so, Mako's group arrived at the 10th floor safe zone, the fairy shop. Banners reading beginner equipment and beast buns available stood out, with a wooden single-panel door behind them. Unlike the infinite Torii-style buildings, this door was embedded in the dungeon wall. The safe zone seemed to extend around the door, meaning they could technically camp outside if they wanted. Pardon the intrusion. As Sasara opened the door, a bell jingled. Welcome, Magu. Urged by Sasara, who held the door, they entered the shop and immediately faced the counter. Behind it, a mole wearing sunglasses sniffled as it greeted them. Tuprun. Lulu's eyes sparkled at the shop mole. She didn't know the Japanese word for mole. Megura Magu. In Japan, it's Megura Magu. Wrong Magu. Megura Magu. Actually, I might have known that Magu. I'll knock you out, Magu. Sorry. You're the one with the weird speech quirk, Magu. Copycat Magu. Watching Lulu and the shop mole exchange banter, Mako felt like she was being bombarded with brainwashing waves. As Lulu squatted in front of the counter, grinning, Mako chuckled and began talking to the mole. Staying the night, Mog, or shopping, Mog? Both, Mog, I mean, please. We're broke, so first, we'd like to sell some stuff. Almost slipping into its speech pattern, Mako corrected herself and stated their business. Got it, Magu. They all set down their heavily laden backpacks and emptied their collected materials. Mako's backpack, expanded with an item box, wasn't quite 20 kg, but it was undoubtedly the heaviest she'd ever carried. Not that it bothered her much, she was having fun. A mountain of magic stones also spilled out of the pouch at her waist. They sold everything they'd gathered so far, materials and magic stones alike. While materials had their uses, since dungeon access wasn't unrestricted, they wanted to stock up here. Seeing their now lightened backpacks, the four felt a sense of accomplishment. Totals 11,200 guineas, Magu. Whoa, not bad. Though individual magic stones and materials were cheaper than those from the infinite Torii, the sheer quantity added up. Selling materials alone netted them more than the Torii had. Now, the real question. Do we take the group room or the 500 guinea private one? They huddled to discuss. The group room cost 200 guineas per person but came with no bedding, bath, or meals. The 500 guinea room included all of that. Molsan, anyone else staying tonight? 2 parties, Magu. Since G-rank dungeons were still used by the self-defense forces for guineas, Mako assumed they were one such unit. People are finally starting to stay, huh? Magu, before they just pitched tents outside the safe zone, made me want to knock 'em out, Magu. First the cat, now you. Why's everyone so foul-mouthed? Magu. Never mind. As the mole tilted its head, Magu, flashing its nasty claws, Mako frantically shook her head. Probably can't take this guy yet. Not that I'd fight even if I could. More adventurers like us will come, so you'll get more guests. Magu, good news, Magu. By the way, how much for the hot spring? 100 guineas per person, Magu. Mako nodded and the four huddled again. Options. 500 guineas per person, 200 guineas, or free outside. For 4 people, the difference was huge, enough to buy equipment. After deliberation, they chose the group room and paid extra for the hot spring. They planned to sleep only about 6 hours. Unlike the infinite Torii, which forced 12-hour rests at night, this dungeon allowed flexible schedules. They could camp outside, but they didn't want to sour the mole's opinion. Plus, it was Shiren's first fairy shop. They wanted her to experience staying indoors. Shiren insisted on the group room to save money. Thanks as always, Magu. They paid 1,200 guineas for the room and baths from their earnings. Borrowing the shop's pamphlet, they headed to the group room. Unlike the infinite Torii's wooden inn, this place had tiled floors and green wallpaper. The group room was gender segregated, so they entered the women's quarters. At about 10 square meters, it was spacious. With D-server limits capping at 20 parties 120 people, it'd rarely get overcrowded, though it'd still be tight. Inside, 4 female SDF officers lounged on personal mats, reading or chatting. They straightened up when Mako's group entered. Good evening, pardon the intrusion. Good evening. Make yourselves at home. The usual cautious greetings of shared spaces were exchanged. The officers were at a loss. They knew adventurers had started exploring, but they never expected female ones, let alone young girls, to reach the inn this soon. Wait, isn't that the dragon-slaying team? The officers tidied their spread-out belongings and moved to one side. Mako's group settled at the other end. Soon, the officers came over to ask if they needed anything. Though part of their duty, the sight of the girls' small hands packing their gear stirred concern. Sure, we know these high schoolers killed a dragon, but still. We're fine, thank you for your concern. Mako bowed and the others smiled. The officers really wanted to chat, but they were rested, the girls weren't. Knowing better than to disturb them, the officers returned to their spot after saying, "Just call if you need anything." They wanted to pick armor, but exhaustion threatened, so baths came first. Grabbing spare underwear, weapons, and valuables, they headed to the baths. Theft wasn't a real concern, but lax habits were dangerous, especially with weapons. They stored their weapons in locker room cubbies and undressed. Sasara and Lulu giggled shyly as they stripped. School swim classes had made them more comfortable than before. Shiren, expressionless but red-eared, undressed, totally unfazed. Aura fully intact. Tsun mode engaged. Mako, meanwhile, was in awe. She'd already accepted the size difference and moved on. Note, their special undergarments were sports grade, essential for dungeon mobility. No compromises here. The bath area had an old-school public bath vibe. At washing time, Lulu got excited. She pulled Sasara to a stool and began lathering a towel, already having fun. Lulu-san, again. Oh well. Bath rituals are important. Sasara played along, lathering her own towel, also already having fun. The giggling commenced. Mako stared blankly at the painted mountain mural. How did it come to this? When did the gears of fate start turning? her gaze fixed on the mural's midsection, pondering life's mysteries. Then, snap, realization. Too young for this. What do I do? I know, redirect with eyes closed. Grabbing shampoo, Mako declared, Cheyenne-chan, let me wash your hair. Cheyenne tilted her head slightly, her deadpan face drooping. Must I fall prey to high school girls' clutches? Curses, misunderstood. If it's you, Mako, fine. Gasp. Joke. I get it, I know what's up. Adult eyes, he just let me wash it. Mako stood behind Cheyenne and began shampooing, but Mako was the type who could keep her eyes open while washing hair. If I can, surely she can too, she reasoned. She went for a shampoo refill. Mako, that's too much lather. Huh, my family always uses this much. Lie, short-haired Mako usually used 3 pumps. Shampoo industry's pawn. Pawn, harsh. Women are all shampoo companies' best friends. As she scrubbed, Mako deliberately tickled Cheyenne's eyebrows with a pinky, foam piled high. The frothy bangs and forehead foam obeyed gravity, sliding toward her eyes. Now even an eyes-open girl'll have to shut them. Glancing at the giggling duo, Mako thought, those two are way too close. If it stings, just give me a look, okay? Hey. Look at my face first, hey. The mirror showed Cheyenne's face as a foam mask. She had to blow gaps to speak. No hands, she was low-key enjoying this. Our shampoo doubles as facial wash. Safe for all body parts. At this rate, you could wash my body too. Wah, fine, I'll wash it, happy. Fake anger, still plotting my downfall. Leading questions. Amid the banter, Mako kept scrubbing. Cheyenne blew foam away to breathe. By the time Mako finished, the gigglers had shifted to normal washing. Mission complete. My turn now. Now Mako was the one being washed. Welp, here we go, she thought, sitting on the stool. Cheyenne squirted shampoo directly onto Mako's head. Cheyenne-chan, you're a direct squirt type. Usually a hands-first type. So you're bad at this. That's 6 pumps already. Our service includes full-body lather. Cheyenne-chan, don't get carried away. Joke, the foam felt nice, so I'm sharing. New experience, the foam was comfy. The trick was staying still, moving to wash would rinse it off. Mako blew at the foam, basking in its warmth. Mako, problem. Infinite foam curse activated. As Cheyenne rinsed Mako's hair, she panicked slightly. Mako had panicked earlier too, but kept it secret. Really? Then you'll never need shampoo again. Bye, shampoo friends. But summer sweat'll be impossible. Bubble sweat, bad odors, foamed away. I'll share if you sweat too. Madness, oh maybe it stopped. Post-nonsense, their washing concluded. So refreshing. They washed their own bodies though. 4.11. Cheyenne's equipment and the final day of exploration. Taking a bath cleared our heads, so the 4 of them discussed what to buy. The main focus of this shopping trip was Cheyenne's equipment. Cheyenne made her decision in a flash. The armor in Kazami Dungeon looks like something straight out of a light fantasy anime. Slim-fitting clothes and armor that would suit a slender person perfectly. What Cheyenne chose was a high-neck crop top and black leather shorts. The high-neck top was black with red accents and came with a set of black arm guards. The name listed for this outfit was tomboyish thief-style gear. She also bought black lace-up boots and thigh-high socks with black fabric and red trim. Cheyenne-chan, do you have a grudge against White? They destroyed my village. Damn White Holy Light Brigade. Thud. Mako and the other gave Cheyenne her allowance up front and let her go shopping alone. She then headed to the changing room to try everything on. As they waited excitedly, Cheyenne finally arrived. Peeking her face out from the door, Cheyenne locked eyes with one of the JSDF ladies. Meanwhile, the others, including Mako, didn't notice. She faded back, then peeked out again. This time, 4 of the JSDF ladies were staring. They'd called their friends over. Steeling herself, Cheyenne stepped inside. The JSDF ladies started squealing before her own party members even noticed. So girly. Soon, Lulu noticed and cheered. Nyamotes, so cool and cute. Cheyenne-san, isn't that a bit too bold? Lulu was ecstatic. Beside her, Sasara repeated the same warning she'd once given Lulu, despite having helped pick the outfit earlier. Cheyenne had straight-cut bangs and long hair reaching just past her shoulder blades, almost like a Heim cut. Paired with her mask, she looked like a mysterious, expressionless girl. Her long black coat, fastened with excessive clasps, was left wide open, revealing the armor she'd just bought underneath. Her indoor lifestyle left her skin pale, contrasting sharply with the black gear and giving off a mature vibe. Any boy her age would have his puberty door blown wide open. Seeing her kuhai like this, Mako was stunned. She was her kuhai, right? Cheyenne looked undeniably more mature. Lately, Mako had started carrying herself more like a proper high schooler, but in terms of allure, the gap was undeniable. A total loss. Mako teasingly flashed a bit of leg through the slit of her skirt. This evened the playing field, or so she told herself. Whether it actually did was debatable. As Cheyenne sat beside her, Mako grinned. Cheyenne-san, you're super cute. You look like a character who shows up early in the story and instantly becomes a mainstay. I refuse to be harem fodder. Right. Giggling, Mako playfully smacked Cheyenne's thigh. Cheyenne, embarrassed, smacked hers back. Thanks, everyone, for helping me get my gear. It's no trouble at all. You needed it. Disuyo. Yeah, Cheyenne-san. Nodding, Cheyenne bashfully smacked Mako's thigh again. What's with the smacking? I'll tickle your belly. Mako wiggled her fingers toward Cheyenne's exposed navel, chanting, Hororaro. Cheyenne quickly covered her belly with both hands, then plopped her head onto Mako's lap. Everyone, behold. This is her Dara phase. Naya, so that's the famous. Fufufu, you two get along so well. Dua? Mako and Cheyenne stared at Sasara in perfect sync. Who asked you? Aside from Cheyenne's gear, they bought a few other things. First, 4 low-grade healing potions. Each of them would carry 1 at all times. They also stocked up on status ailment cures. Since each bottle contained 4 doses, they wouldn't run out too quickly. Next, an earth grimoire. While it could be used offensively, what we really wanted was its earth generation ability. It consumed 5 MP to produce a handful of dirt, not much, but still handy. Earth was a valuable resource, so even this small amount was noteworthy. Lastly, a crafting toolkit. This was an apprentice artisan set. It couldn't handle smithing, but it had everything needed to make simple weapons and gear. Instead of buying a weapon, Cheyenne wanted this set. She'd gotten hooked on crafting her own gear. And just like that, our money was almost gone. Laying out the toolkit, all 4 of them sparkled with excitement. It brought back the feeling of getting a new box of colored pencils or a sewing kit as little girls. These sets weren't just for boys. Inside the box were sturdy tools for crafting dungeon-forged gear, neatly arranged. Hammers, files, scissors, pliers, saws, needles, carving knives, a portable burner, etc. This is amazing. As expected for 2,600 guineas. There's even stuff that could work as weapons knee. As Lulu said, many of these could take down G-rank enemies. At the very least, they were far stronger than Mako's tiny scissors. Glad you like it, Cheyenne-chan. When Mako smiled at her, Cheyenne fidgeted before nodding. Thanks, everyone, I'll treasure it. The upperclassmen felt warm and fuzzy. The JSDF ladies who overheard did too. Hey, I've got a proposal. What is it? You know the bond rings. I kinda wanna make them ourselves. Among the recipes we'd found in Infinite Tori was one for bond rings. Back when we first got the recipe, even the JSDF said making them was impossible. Too many undiscovered materials were required, same as the dragon gear. Now, all the materials had been located, and the JSDF had successfully crafted both the dragon gear and bond rings. If we asked the government, they'd probably make them for them, but I'd rather try doing it ourselves. When it came to dungeon gear, Mako and the others had the connections to get cutting-edge equipment with a single request. Hell, if they asked another country, they'd probably send over top-tier gear with a handwritten note. But would that really be an adventure? Having tasted the thrill of exploring dungeons and making discoveries herself, Mako felt that just receiving things that way wasn't right. Honestly, Mako considered the matter settled once she got her medal and pension. She'd never forget their kindness, but she didn't need expensive gifts on top of that. So, like any other adventurer, they should plan, dive into dungeons, and earn their rewards. Of course, Mako lived in society. She had no issue buying materials or commissioning craftsmen. But if adults insisted on doing favors, she'd much prefer priority access to dungeons, like they'd gotten this time. The same went for the dragon gear. They'd handed over their dragon materials to the JSDF under the promise that their own sets would be made eventually, a promise that could be fulfilled anytime. Meaning it was about time. But after some thought, Mako kinda wished they'd just gotten the raw materials back. The EXP for crafting jobs seemed insane. This was something they needed to discuss as a group. Hearing Mako out, Sasara and Lulu nodded. That's true, Nee. Making it ourselves sounds way more fun. Now that's being adventurers. Their agreement made Mako happy. Meanwhile, Cheyenne, who'd only recently joined them, fidgeted awkwardly. Bond rings are from the Infinite Torii recipe, right? I wasn't part of that. But you're our teammate now. Doing quests that spun off from past events together isn't weird at all. Maybe. Honestly, I'd love for you to make this ring, Cheyenne-chan. What do you think? Cheyenne squirmed, tucking her hands between her thighs and looking down. I mean, I could and no, I'll do my best. Her clumsy attempt at honesty made the upperclassmen all warm and fuzzy again. Now that they were first years in high school, Mako and Sasara were starved for kuhai energy. Lulu, having grown up abroad with little age hierarchy, didn't feel the same. All right, one of our big goals is settled, bond rings. At Mako's words, the other three nodded. The JSDF ladies watching their sparkling youth circle nearly teared up. Adult life was harsh. Even the slightest thing could set off the waterworks, like hearing an old anime's ending theme. Oh, remember how Lulu said she's going to kiss me? Naya, I'll go in the latter half of summer break. Sorry for the trouble. Where had she even learned this? Lulu bowed with 3 fingers on the floor, asking for leave. She'd mentioned the trip to Kismia a while back. Turns out, one of the bond ring materials is in Kismia, so I kinda wanna go too. Ma, really, let's go together. Hold on. I'd need my parents' permission, so I can't promise anything. Exchange programs were one thing, but a high schooler traveling abroad, that takes some serious parental convincing. Mako tempered Lulu's excitement. Sasara and Cheyenne also started making I wanna go faces. Mako immediately regretted bringing it up. The next day, Thale rested and safe, the 4 left the inn. After warm-ups in the safe zone, they began exploring. From today on, we're going all in on synthesis upgrades. Until now, they'd barely upgraded anything, saving materials to sell at the ferry shop. The only exception was the slimy frog hides. Most of their gear wasn't fully upgraded yet, so future materials would be funneled into synthesis. Cheyenne's armor, at 0125, was the top priority. After confirming their plan, they set off. The dungeon's expansion rate in the deeper floors was surprisingly high, so they cut back on playful tactics. Instead of going all out, they mixed skills into their slashes. By the 11th floor, enemy groups had increased to 3. Mako took the first fight. While magic spam would have worked, that wouldn't help them improve, so she went melee. After spotting the enemies around a corner, Mako charged. The fire and water grimoires floated around her, recently returned to her. The earth and weaker water grimoires were loaned to Sasara and Lulu for practice. The enemies were a spring balloon, cardboard san, and bubble dragon. All melee types. The moment Mako engaged the spring balloon, she fired a fireball at the bubble dragon. A single slash vaporized the balloon, and she casually dodged the incoming bubbles. The fireball took out the dragon, leaving only cardboard san. While avoiding lingering bubbles, Mako swiftly stabbed into the cardboard's core, bisecting it mid-blade. Nice. This is getting fun. Though still overpowered, the intensity and multitasking were leagues above the lower floors. Marvelous as always, your grimoire handling remains unmatched. Damn right. The others caught up, and Mako took her backpack from Sasara. Without stopping, Mako pointed ahead with her thumb and kept walking. A no-pause dungeon run. Cardboard san mostly dropped cardboard. Highly compatible with grimoires, it was used to upgrade Cheyenne's water grimoire. Bubble dragon tails worked well with leather and food items. Spring balloon springs were for metal weapons. Despite the high affinity, G-rank materials didn't offer big boosts. They'd need to farm a lot. All armor materials went to Cheyenne, while weapon materials were distributed. They took turns fighting. Sasara and Lulu also soloed groups like Mako had. When Cheyenne's turn came, the seniors provided heavy support, though she handled 3 enemies just fine. Having trained for 5 months since the dungeon's appearance, Cheyenne was plenty strong. Her clear speed just couldn't match the others yet. At level 7, she could still gain EXP in a G-rank dungeon, so they gave her more fights. Sometimes they paired up or formed a triple mage barrage. To Mako and the others, it was pure fun, like going bowling or to an adventure park with friends. But all good things must end. It's about time we wrap up. Sasera checked her shock-resistant watch. Ooh. It was just before 18:00. Time flies when you're having fun. Honestly, Mako had noticed earlier. Her mope gauge had already started rising. After 12 hours, they'd reached the 14th floor. The 10th floor took about an hour, but each subsequent floor took over 3. They planned to hit 16th floor, but no. Their goal was to face 4 enemies before leaving, but they fell 2 floors short. Poor estimation. This is still good experience. Some things aren't clear from maps alone. True. The map they'd bought had a scale. 10th floor to 15th floor was roughly 12 km to the next gate as the crow flies, much shorter. But dungeons are mazes. Random teleports added variance. Thanks to training, they were in great shape, so 16th floor had seemed doable. But between post-fight pauses and breaks, they didn't make it. Better than finishing early and being bored. Good point. Reverse thinking Mako style. Have you watched it, Hitsuji Mako? I watched it too. Shiren, an anime fan, latched onto the reference. Anyway, had they conservatively set 13th floor as their goal, they wouldn't have reached 14F. Maybe overestimating was smart. 30 minutes later, they reached the gate. Time to leave via the red vortex. By now, Mako's mope gauge was maxed out. Shoulders hunched, fingers fidgeting, like a clingy child saying goodbye to friends. Beside her, Shiren was equally mopey. Not just because the adventure was ending, but because leaving meant parting ways for a while. Sasara and Lulu cheered them up. See, come now, cheer up. Disuyo, Miko, do the usual thing. Usual thing. Mako kept fidgeting, staring at Lulu. Say see you later, Dungeon-san. All cool like. Yeah. Still no mood boost. Mako-san enemies. You and Shiren-san take them. Okay, let's go Shiren-chan. Sasara sacrificed some mobs to lift their spirits. The two charged in, wrecked everything, and returned. Feeling slightly better, Mako sighed and decided to bid the dungeon farewell. Shiren-chan, let's go home without being selfish, okay? Cruel betrayal. F they. And so, Mako dramatically pointed down the corridor. Next time I'll conquer you completely, Kazami Dungeon. Polish the floors and wait for me. How does it feel with death scythe at your neck? My overwhelming might destines you for defeat. Sasara and Lulu smiled warmly at the Chuni duo. And thus, Mako and the others concluded their first Kazami Dungeon expedition. 4:12, post-return work and sushi. Upon entering the vortex of the return gate, Mako and the others emerged into a familiar plaza. It was the plaza with the dungeon entrance, surrounded by defensive walls. Even though it was already past 19:00, the area was still bustling with visitors. Since the Adventurer Special Day had already ended, most of the crowd consisted of people undergoing level education. The area where returnees appeared was cordoned off with poles and ropes to separate them from the entrance, and Mako's group materialized in one corner of this space. The moment they returned, they were guided by staff and led outside the defensive walls through a different exit than the one they'd used to enter. This was to prevent overcrowding in the return zone, which could force people trying to return to remain in standby inside the dungeon's red vortex. With many people entering and just as many returning, the constant flow of busy activity meant Mako's return didn't cause much commotion. Thus, there was none of the usual fanfare that accompanied dungeon returnees. That said, the middle and high school students undergoing level education who returned at the same time seemed very interested in Mako's group. There were 2 possible destinations for those returning from the dungeon. Those who underwent level education went to the JSDF's large tent nearby with their instructors. There, they returned loaned equipment, filled out surveys, and then disbanded. The reason they used a tent instead of a proper building was that construction was still underway. Adventurers, on the other hand, also headed to a large tent. This was where they could sell loot, register weapons, and handle other formalities. Unfortunately, there simply hadn't been enough time to construct a proper building yet. That said, the tent itself was quite impressive, and a proper building was currently under construction. Now, since Mako's group were adventurers, they headed to the latter tent. Inside the brightly lit tent, it was less crowded than Mako had expected. She'd imagined the buyback counter to be like something out of an adventurer's guild from stories, packed during peak hours with long, snaking lines. But that wasn't the case. The reason was simple. There still weren't many adventurers, they were scattered across dungeons all over Japan, and their return times varied widely. The abundance of appraisers and speedy processing likely helped too. They inserted their adventurer cards into the ticket dispenser near the entrance. After retrieving the issued ticket, they sat on folding chairs and waited. The tent's layout was a bit unusual. 9 appraisal stations were set up along the tent walls, each partitioned off for privacy. The stations were arranged in a U-shape, with the waiting area near the center of the tent. Things get pretty rowdy during appraisals, you know. Classic, then the guildmaster shows up. A bald middle-aged dude. Might be a seductive type. If it's a woman, maybe a lowly. The two of them fantasized about the upcoming scene, applying tropes from the light novels they'd read. Cheyenne nearly bit back at Mako's last remark, but clenched her jaw to stop herself. What she would have said remains a secret. This was just idle speculation, after all. Mako's group hadn't made any earth-shattering discoveries this time. Beside them, Sasara and Lulu were fiddling with their smartphones. The two had been catching up on news from the time they'd spent in the dungeon. Many other adventurers were doing the same. Since dungeons had no signal, they'd all been in a mini Urashima Taro scenario. It seems there haven't been any fatalities, Sasara reported after checking the latest adventurer-related incidents from the past 2 days. Oh, that's good. Any injuries? Nationwide, as of yesterday, there were 4 returnees with injuries severe enough to require healing. They were treated with low-grade recovery potions. Apparently, there are quite a few people with cuts or bruises after returning, though. The Adventurer Association naturally had a medical office stocked with recovery potions. Additionally, JSDF patrols carried them, so if you ran into one in a pinch, they could administer one on the spot. Of course, it wasn't free. Everyone's pretty skilled. As long as you're careful with aerial moves, it's not hard. Shiren's right. The real danger is monster combinations from the 6th floor onward. Like when song frogs team up with magic books, that's bad. They exchanged opinions like this until their number was called. Inside the designated partition, 3 folding tables were lined up, with 3 staff members waiting. All of them were women. Since adventurers had to unload materials from their backpacks, some of which they wouldn't want men seeing, female adventurers were often assigned female staff. "Good work out there," greeted a baby-faced woman, to which Mako's group energetically replied, "Yes." They weren't sure how else to respond, so they compensated with enthusiasm. "Since it's your first time, I'll explain the process first." "Please do." They were a little puzzled about how she knew it was their first time. But it turned out their activity logs had been pulled up when they inserted their adventurer cards into the ticket dispenser. According to the woman's explanation, first, all materials and acquired weapons would be counted. Then, they'd declare what they wanted to sell and what they wanted to keep for selection. Items to be sold would later go to auction. The payout from this auction varied based on the total sum of the same materials listed that day. They could list items individually, but the payout would naturally be at the minimum value. Additionally, income earned from adventuring had to be properly reported during tax season. At this stage, they also had to decide how to receive their rewards, collect the payment in person as a group at a later date, distribute equal shares to each party member's bank account. If they'd formed a company, deposit it into the company's account. Mako's group chose equal distribution to individual accounts. For items they wanted to keep, they'd receive a certificate. This certificate had a serial number, which they were required to use to notify the Adventurer Association via the internet about what they'd done with the item. Transferring or reselling also required both parties to use this number, with the Adventurer Association acting as a pseudo-intermediary. It was a slightly cumbersome rule, but dungeons spewed out unknown materials at a breakneck pace. The government feared a scenario where, in an emergency, they'd lose track of where these items ended up. On the other hand, transferring weapons to civilians involved even more tedious procedures. Given Japan's strict firearm and sword laws, this area was heavily regulated. If a party member kept a weapon for personal use, the process was simple. They could get a weapon possession permit issued on the spot. Armor also required paperwork, but it was just a signature and the transferor's name. This could even be registered online later, making it much more lenient. Here are the counting results. Inside a basket placed on the folding table, their loot was sorted by type. Mako's group received a sheet detailing the counted results. Their haul consisted solely of rare drops and third-day drops. Most of the materials had been used for synthesis and reinforcement. The remaining materials were set aside to reinforce their family members' clothing. Compatibility issues aside, they had about 40 per person, enough for decent upgrades. As for rare drops from this expedition, 1 water magic grimoire, 2 song frog dolls, 1 bubble dragon doll. The song frog dolls would croak and sing when watered. Their songs had an insect-repelling effect, making them a must-have for bug haters. The bubble dragon doll blew soap bubbles from its mouth when its belly was pressed. The bubbles had no special effects. Now, the results. Since all enemies dropped them, magic stones were the most abundant. Just from the third day alone, they had 482. Materials, on the other hand, varied widely in type and quantity. Incidentally, magic stones couldn't yet be distinguished by value. While G-rank and F-rank monsters dropped stones of clearly different sizes, stones from the same rank were uniform, except for bosses, which dropped larger ones. Currently, they were categorized by size. However, selling them at fairy shops revealed that value also depended on monster type within the same rank, so sometimes it was better to sell there. Neither Mako's group nor Shire needed to sell anything, but they decided to list 200 magic stones anyway. The remaining 282 were kept for weapon maintenance and potential future sales at fairy shops. Stored in magic stone cases, they wouldn't be in the way. After signing the paperwork, the 4 pressed their adventurer cards against the card reader. Now, all that was left was for the auction results to be deposited into their accounts in a few days. They received custody certificates for the remaining materials. On a computer screen listing the drop items from Kazami Dungeon, they entered the quantities of their items. Mako grew concerned they were being subjected to an unnecessarily tedious task. Meanwhile, Shirn had a possession permit issued for the water magic grimoire and also received a manual for the novice crafting toolset. Cesara and Lulu took the song frog dolls, while Mako claimed the bubble dragon doll. "Faheh, this is pretty tough," Lulu muttered to herself, prompting a laugh from the baby-faced woman. Since there's a fixed list of items, it's not too bad. Everyone's limited in how much they can take back for now, too. G-rank dungeons didn't have a wide variety of enemies. Including rare drops, there were only about 30 item types. Combined with fairy shop items, the total became substantial, but few people brought large quantities of those, so it still wasn't too hectic. How much do magic stones go for right now? Magic stones are traded in sets of 10 or 5. This morning's auction priced them at yen 1,050 per stone. Materials tend to fetch higher prices. Pharmaceutical companies are scrambling to buy them. Fusapoil marimo and root veggie man's roots are particularly expensive. Oh, so yen 1,050 per stone. Since they'd sold 200, that came out to 210,000 if the results were the same. Lulu imagined each swing of her ninja sword being worth yen 1,050. At yen 1,050 per stone, yen 10,500 for a set of 10, it was pocket change for corporations. However, dungeon items didn't command sky-high prices. This was because, long before these auctions began, the government had already provided a significant quantity for free. Many companies had already bowed out by this stage. Currently, most magic stone buyers were repeat grimoires or researchers. That said, research didn't consume stones quickly, so prices were expected to drop. Of course, a major discovery could send them soaring. Materials, on the other hand, hadn't been provided in sufficient quantities by the government, making them the hot commodity for corporations and researchers alike. Every company was rushing to buy them up. Incidentally, buyers also needed licenses, rumored online to be harder to obtain than adventurer licenses. With their business at the buyback counter concluded, Mako's group left the large tent. Their next destination was the Adventurer Association building attached to the defensive wall's front gate. After their work as image girls, they'd stored their weapon cases here. Normally, these would have gone to a separate locker area for weapon cases. Once they'd gathered all their belongings, they exited the dungeon sector. Outside, they found themselves on a street lined with capsule hotels and restaurants. Some long-standing shops remained, including a bookstore Mako frequented. Though it was nearly 20:00, the street was lively. Youngsters, hyped for the next day's adventures, headed out for meetups with party members they'd met online, while middle-aged men participating in level education departed on time from capsule hotels. The world here revolved around the dungeon. Kazami Town, once a place of deep slumber, now had pockets that never slept. "What's the plan now?" Mako asked. Sasara tilted her head in confusion. We're going home, right?" Tusk. How naive. Adventurers always throw a party after a quest. "Oh my." Clapping her hands together, Sasara burst into laughter, her face radiating excitement. After texting their families about their return and their plans to eat before heading back, Mako's group ducked into a random restaurant, a conveyor belt sushi place that had been around for ages. Lulu. The sushi's riding on a rail. "Is this your first time, Shara? I came with my family recently." These days, conveyor belt sushi often didn't involve actual conveyor belts. As Sasara observed with fascination, ordered sushi plates zoomed along a rail to their table. Exposing them to natural airflow like that enhances the flavor. "Oh, the wisdom of artisans, I see." Sasara marveled, completely taken in. Seated at a table, they began operating the touch panel. "Everyone okay with Nama for now?" "I'll take Nama Cola. 1 Nama orange juice for me." "W8 raw, you mean drinks, right?" "What kind of?" Sasara floundered as the others placed their orders. "The first round's always Nama something." Is that how it works? How embarrassing, I'm so clueless." "Don't worry, just be yourself." Sasara, believing Mako's nonsense, squirmed with shame at her own naivety. Someone really should have stopped Mako by now. "WL then, since it's sushi, I'll have Nama tea, please." Nama tea is self-service, here hidden. Mako prepared tea for her using the self-service set on the table. "Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you." Their drinks arrived quickly. Mako had also ordered cola. "All right, cheers to our first successful expedition." "Cheers." "Kanpai." "Cheers indeed." They lightly clinked their glasses together. Sasara's cup was conspicuously darker than the others. "Now, let's order a ton. We've been eating nothing but meat in the dungeon." This was precisely why they'd chosen sushi. With their meals consisting mostly of karakoro niwatori, snake, and frog meat, meat-centric restaurants had been out of the question. As the self-appointed touch panel operator, Mako busily keyed in their orders. When the first wave of sushi arrived, Lulu and Sasara squealed with delight. "It's like a train." Shara, grab it quick, it'll get away." This is a survival-type restaurant." "It's Duke Yakiniku." "Nah, it's a sushi place." They intercepted the sushi before it could escape. Lulu's salmon order. She waited with a smile until everyone's first plates had arrived. Once the sushi was secured, Sasara diligently distributed it. "Let's eat." And so, the sushi party began. Mako would eat any sushi, but she especially loved horse mackerel and whelk. She also adored the miso soup made from crab or bottom shrimp heads. Cheyenne preferred whitefish and blue-backed fish, especially sea bream and engawa. Red meat, on the other hand, was just okay, not that she disliked it. The one thing she couldn't stand was dried gourd rolls. Lulu was all about salmon. She kept ordering different types of salmon sushi. Sasara was an omnivore, with a particular fondness for green onion and fatty tuna. Though it was her first time at a conveyor belt sushi place, she dug in with obvious relish. None of them had been big eaters in the past, but since they'd started exercising more, their appetites had grown. "Oh, this looks good. Anyone want egg sushi?" "Ooh, seasonal special." "Can't skip the classics." "Their udon's amazing, by the way." "That last one was so good, more please." And so, the plates kept piling up. When Mako's family visited, they rarely spent over 5,000. This time, they blew past yen 10,000. Mako had considered holding a light reflection session, but the touch panel duties kept her too busy for that. 4.1 2.1 TV program, The Great Adventurer Era. Edo TV aired The Great Adventurer Era at 19:00 on the day when Mako and the others were staying at the ferry shop in the Kazami dungeon. It was a golden 4-hour special. The program's structure was serious. There were no gimmicks like keeping guests' faces in the corner of the screen or laugh tracks. Against a backdrop of Earth floating in space, the host stood alone. The host was Kurakawa Chihiro, a long-haired, mysteriously captivating actress. She guided the narrative with a calm, steady voice. Many events have occurred on this planet we call home. The snowball Earth, when the entire planet froze. The oceanic anoxic events that wiped out countless marine creatures. And perhaps the most well-known, the massive meteorite impact said to have occurred 66 million years ago. As Kurakawa Chihiro narrated, the CGI Earth beside her began to change. Over 4.6 billion years, this planet has undergone countless transformations. And then on March XX, 20XX, in our lifetime, a change as monumental as those events took place. A green aura rose from the Earth. Suddenly, the rules of our world were rewritten. The common sense we once relied on turned into something out of a fantasy tale, the kind loved by children. And one such manifestation is the dungeons we're about to explore. Lights representing dungeons appeared across Japan. Other countries were spared, probably to avoid complications. Since the dungeon's emergence, the self-defense forces have been investigating them. And just yesterday, the first civilian hero ventured inside. Wealth, fame, strength, curiosity. Driven by various motives, they step into the dungeons. And we call them adventurers. Kurakawa Chihiro's appearance shifted into beginner gear straight out of a light novel, equipment purchasable in the Kazami dungeon. She demonstrated surprisingly polished swordplay. Her black hair shimmered like stars as she danced through the air. Viewers wondered if she'd been training. This program documents the activities of those adventurers. The introduction ended, and the scene changed. Suzuki stepped out of a car with flair. Adjusting his newly bought, perfectly fitted glasses with a click, he retained the gentle demeanor from his reporter days on Town Assault, but now with a sharper edge. A close-up of his click moment froze on screen. A bold, calligraphy-style caption slammed onto the frozen frame, Suzuki Umitaro. Next, a burly cameraman appeared. He flipped his cap's brim backward and glanced skyward. The image froze as Kamiya Ryuichi slammed onto the screen, also in calligraphy style. Two sword-wielding bodyguards were introduced the same way. The seamless, drone-like cinematography felt straight out of a stylish film. Then, the four's profiles appeared, detailing their dungeon-related stats. A hexagonal radar chart displayed their combat abilities, according to our research. Suzuki ranked highest due to his training. Next were Swordsman A, who could use magic, Swordsman B, and Kamiya. The four walked away in silhouette, toward a crowd of adventurer-like figures. They will now enter the dungeon, embark on adventures, and share those experiences with others. As Kurakawa Chihiro narrated, the title The Great Adventurer Era appeared. Thus began the TV program The Great Adventurer Era. With 12-plus hours of footage condensed into 4, cuts were inevitable. A clip of Ryumetsu's 3 daughters played. Though already covered in news reports, this scene was crucial to the program. Suzuki, pressing his glasses bridge with a finger, grinned joyfully at Meiko's line. "Let's all have the greatest adventure." Suzuki Umitaro, inspired by a hero's words, he too is undeniably an adventurer. Kurakawa Chihiro's narration overlaid his smiling face. Inside the dungeon, her presence dwindled, replaced by Suzuki's commentary. He explained dungeon navigation, zooming in on maps and emphasizing their importance, even where to buy them. Map info then appeared at the screen's edge. The actual exploration began. Suzuki fought enemies mic in hand. Swordsmen A and B had their moments. They soon met Ryumetsu's 3 daughters, unaffiliated with the program, spiking Suzuki's excitement. He interviewed other adventurers, occasionally teaming up. Since most were dungeon newbies, excluding Meiko's group, the tension felt real. Encounters prompted strategy talks. Magic tomes triggered shouts of "be careful." Pre-commercial bumpers featured monster introductions. When parting ways, Suzuki said, "Have a good adventure." An ad-lib inspired by Meiko's words. He'd grown fond of the phrase. The show was a hit. During dinner hours, even adults paused chopsticks to watch battle scenes. With many already level-educated, some smugly critiqued the fights. The 4-hour runtime avoided forced climaxes, sticking to raw dungeon footage. Yet the adventurer's earnest struggles captivated viewers regardless. Later reports revealed the Great Adventurer era scored a staggering 78% rating, a rarity in the streaming age. Though dungeon videos already flooded the internet, TV's impact remained unmatched. A legendary program was born in Japanese television. That day's online forum, 144, Anonymous Adventurer. It's starting. 145, Anonymous Adventurer. Wo Kurakawa Chihiro. I'm a huge fan. 146, Anonymous Adventurer. Her mouth's big and pretty. 147, Anonymous Adventurer. Bad news. The MC some old dude. 148, Anonymous Adventurer. Damn you, Suzuki. 149, Anonymous Adventurer. Says the guy who was sitting, cross-legged in anticipation. 150, Anonymous Adventurer. First non-compilation dungeon show. Hope it's not staged. 151, Anonymous Adventurer. Wait, Earthson's level up is being compared to Snowball Earth. LMAO. 152, Anonymous Adventurer. I mean, to us, it's similar, unstoppable and all. At least we're not going extinct. 153, Anonymous Adventurer. Whoa, Chihiro's doing sword moves now. 154, Anonymous Adventurer. Female swordsmen are just chef's kiss. 155, Anonymous Adventurer. Why was I born a guy? 156, Anonymous Adventurer. How did we get here? From 154's comment. 157, Anonymous Adventurer. Suzuki, 158, Anonymous Adventurer. This cool intro pisses me off LOL. 159, Anonymous Adventurer. Seriously, it's too cool. 160, Anonymous Adventurer. Did you know? Suzuki's now top 10 in celebs I want to marry polls. 161, Anonymous Adventurer. He's not even a celeb, just a reporter, so annoying. 162, Anonymous Adventurer. Anchors get ranked too, you know. 163, Anonymous Adventurer. Suzuki's stats are up. 164, Anonymous Adventurer. According to our research, my ass. 165, Anonymous Adventurer. We'll see if they're exaggerated later. 166, Anonymous Adventurer. Ready the phones. 167, Anonymous Adventurer. Ah, the three girls. Always healing. 168, Anonymous Adventurer. Meiko, let's all have the greatest adventure. Suzuki, big smile. Women in their 30s, heart throbs, so annoying. 169, Anonymous Adventurer. Your jealousy knows no bounds, LOL. 300, Anonymous Adventurer. Whoa, the three girls. 301, Anonymous Adventurer. Fake encounter already. 302, Anonymous Adventurer. If staged, they'd make it less obvious. 303, Anonymous Adventurer. Cute, 304, Anonymous Adventurer. Who's the new girl? 305, Anonymous Adventurer. She did the practical exam with Meiko. Also cute, 306, Anonymous Adventurer. What's her armor? Her weapon's a doll's hand. 307, Anonymous Adventurer. Rumor says she fell into a dungeon like Meiko. 308, Anonymous Adventurer. FR, 309, Anonymous Adventurer. Stuck for a week apparently, slept in a treasure chest. 310, Anonymous Adventurer. No way, 311, Anonymous Adventurer. Just hearsay, but that's how she met the trio. 312, Anonymous Adventurer. Hardcore, so she's with them now. 313, Anonymous Adventurer. Whatever, she's cute. Case closed. The problem's Suzuki. Hands off Meiko. 420, Anonymous Adventurer. Hey, this guy's from my uni. 421, Anonymous Adventurer. Pretty boy type, definitely popular. Ugh, 422, Anonymous Adventurer. This thread's overflowing with salt. 423, Anonymous Adventurer. My son's glued to the TV with sparkly eyes. Unlike you lot. 424, Anonymous Adventurer. The show's legit fun. Kid me would have been hooked. 425, Anonymous Adventurer. Suzuki and the Magic Swordsman bug me. 426, Anonymous Adventurer. Kamiya's gonna become a regular bet. 427, Anonymous Adventurer. Fire everyone but the cameraman and add Chihiro. 428, Anonymous Adventurer. Celeb-focused dungeon shows are next. Idols, etc. 429, Anonymous Adventurer. Commercial bumpers are slick, can't look away. 430, anonymous adventurer. True, also, lots of camping gear ads. First time seeing a tent commercial. 431, anonymous adventurer. The Great Adventure era's ad synergy is real. First hardcore backpack ad 2, LOL. 432, anonymous adventurer. To 428, if idle adventures happen, I vote Hatchamgu. 433, anonymous adventurer. Hatchamgu, no thanks, just screaming and flailing. 434, anonymous adventurer. Like those lame ghost shows, that era's over. 435, anonymous adventurer. Idle adventurers need to be cool, no screamy dead weight. 436, anonymous adventurer. Hence the three girls, cute plus cool. 437, anonymous adventurer. They're the blueprint, scream if you want but fight seriously. More adventurer girls like them, please. 438, anonymous adventurer. Plenty already, future's bright. I'm a Sassara type fan. 439, anonymous adventurer. Newsflash, a female adventurer just blogged. Cute crew, all girls. 440, anonymous adventurer. Blog name. 441, anonymous adventurer. Diary of kicking monster butt. 442, anonymous adventurer. Oof, edgy vibes. 443, anonymous adventurer. Now it's terrifying, straight up unhinged. 444, anonymous adventurer. Well, I'll check it later. The Great Adventurer era was a hit online too. Next day's forum. Starting point Kazami Dungeon Strategy Thread Part 1. 1. Kazami Adventurer. This is the Kazami Dungeon Strategy thread. Other dungeons are okay, but keep it minimal. No fake info, it's dangerous. Next thread, at 970. 2. Kazami Adventurer. Op thanks. 3. Kazami Adventurer. Kazami Dungeon is vague, call it lowly labyrinth. 4. Kazami Adventurer. Mako might visit, ban that word. 5. Kazami Adventurer. True, Op did you enter Kazami? 6. Red Spear User. Op here went to 8th floor. 7. Kazami Adventurer. How many nights? 8. Red Spear User. 2 nights, 3 days, 6-man party. Could have done 4 nights but work schedules. 9. Kazami Adventurer. PTO. Mako's group aimed for 15th floor and 2 nights on Edo TV. Back yet. 10. Red Spear User. Don't compare us, 2 enemies slow you down hard, especially singing frogs, they're chaos. 11. Kazami Adventurer. The vomit-inducing singers. 12. Red Spear User. Yeah, camping past 6th floor with them sucks. Gotta kill them fast, but if they've frontliners like bubble dragons or magic tomes. Pain. 13. Kazami Adventurer. Most camp near gates, right? 14. Red Spear User. Yeah, 6th floor was crowded. Chatted with other parties fun. Shared watch shifts. Solo would have been rough. 15. Gale Iron Pipe. Hi, 2-night newbie here, singing frogs are hell, can't even sleep without helmets. 16. Red Spear User. Damn cool handle. Wanna party next time. 17. Kazami Adventurer. Instant female symbol reaction. 18. Gale Iron Pipe. I'm female but already promised my static. Won't party with guys unless desperate. 19. Kazami Adventurer. Back on topic, Kazami's not easy. 20. Red Spear User. Easy with helmets. 2-minute grace period to kill the other enemy. 21. Kazami Adventurer. Got it. 22. Iron Arm Wooden Sword. Op thanks I'm in 2. 23. Red Spear User. My handle's embarrassing now. 24. Kazami Adventurer. Getting lively, everyone's back early. 25. Iron Arm Woodens. Maybe they prioritize shorter schedules. 26. Gale Iron Pipe. True, most I met weren't doing 4 nights. 27. Red Spear User. Shorter first runs equals easier approval, I bet. 28. Kazami Adventurer. Makes sense, my application got rejected. 29. Kazami Adventurer. Details. 30. Kazami Adventurer. 4 nights, 25th floor, 6-man, rental gear. 31. Red Spear User. I'd reject that too. 32. Reckless Adventurer. Changed it to 3 nights, 20th floor. Still rejected. 33. Iron Arm Wooden Sword. 5 floors day is unrealistic. 34. Reckless Adventurer. But Mako's doing 15th floor in 2 nights. 35. Red Spear User. Even ignoring bias, her gear skill gap is massive. 36. Reckless Adventurer. I know. Applied for 3 nights, 12th floor, approved, entering soon. 37, Kazami Adventurer. Any tips? 38, Gale Iron Pipe. Upgrade all gear by 6th floor. 3rd floor is easiest, unless you hate frogs. 39, Iron Arm Wooden Sword. 3rd floor is best. Singing frogs are trash alone. 40, Red Spear User. 3rd floor for me too. Frog hides synergize well with gear. 2nd floor snakes are rarer. 41, Kazami Adventurer. Noted, I'll discuss with my party. 42, Iron Arm Wooden Sword. Also, get at least 1 magic tome in 1st floor. Solves water issues. 43, Red Spear User. True, but post-level education folks might struggle. Bring 2 days water just in case. 44, Iron Arm Wooden Sword. Good point, don't be the idiot who quits over no tomes. 45, Gale Iron Pipe. Buy maps for everyone, 800 is nothing, don't cheap out. 46, Red Spear User. Agreed, dungeons are huge, getting lost equals death. Less crucial early on, but mandatory for clears. 47, Kazami Adventurer. Got it, this thread's eye-opening. Returning adventurers kept the thread buzzing. 4.13. Recipe viewing. By the time they finished eating sushi, Sasara's mom arrived, and Meiko and the others were shaken around in a van as they were delivered to their respective homes. Cheyenne, who was staying at a capsule hotel, returned to the hotel with her mom, who had come to pick her up from the sushi place. Each of them went home and reported on their adventure. There was no scenery as beautiful as the infinite Torii, so there wasn't much that would look good on Winshita. Still, they had taken at least 1 photo per floor, so they used those as references, and the conversations flowed smoothly. Meiko also talked earnestly to her parents and Amato. Her mother and sister listened with sparkling eyes, saying, "Wow, that's amazing." Her father watched Meiko's excited face with a somewhat dazzled expression. As a girl, Meiko couldn't fully grasp the feelings of a father, but she could tell he was gradually accepting her more. Sasara, Lulu, and Cheyenne's fathers were likely the same. Their daughters had returned from an adventure they could be proud of, but that didn't stop the fathers from worrying endlessly. After all, they were their precious daughters. Such is the heart of a father whose 16-year-old daughter is slipping from his grasp. And so, the night passed. The next morning, Sasara and Lulu came to Meiko's house. After meeting up with them, they also brought along Meiko's Amato, Momoko. Their destination was Cheyenne's place. Kazami Town was a place with many rice fields surrounding a first-class river. While a famous national highway stretched across multiple cities and towns, there were also roads without guardrails and small bridges over irrigation canals everywhere. Thanks to the abundant nature, summer here was exactly the kind of rural summer vacation city folks imagined. Walking past neatly trimmed farmhouse hedges, the 4 of them strolled along. Dark shadows colored the asphalt, and cicadas chirred somewhere in the distance. The 4 girls walking through this world were all dressed for midsummer. With plenty of skin exposed, sunscreen was a must. "Amato, come on, you gotta hold my hand." "It's too hot for that." "Fair point." Meiko wanted to dote on Momoko, but holding sweaty hands was uncomfortably sticky. "But what if you get lost?" "I'm not gonna get lost in my own hometown." "Fair point." "Sasara, how do I get my sister to hold my hand?" Sasara, who had low tolerance for unreasonable requests, faltered for a moment before answering. "The north wind and the sun." But the sun dude is going full throttle to the point where even the north wind and the traveler would be weirded out. "Well, it is summer." Pressing down on her straw hat, Sasura looked up at the blue sky, squinting. She seemed completely spaced out. Woa, Sasura's commercial-worthy charm knows no bounds. Meiko, utterly captivated by Sasura's rare, advertisement-level charm in her straw hat and dress, completely forgot what they had been discussing. Perhaps thinking Sasura really did look like she belonged in a commercial, Lulu started taking photos with her phone while making excited noises. Lately, she'd been doing this often to help Sasura get over her dislike of being photographed. A maiden should aspire to be like this. "Ah, that's it. Here, hold hands." Meiko forcibly grabbed Momoko's hand. She was a big sister who couldn't resist doting on her Amato. But that big sister's hand was promptly shaken off. "Wow, what's your problem? I'm your big sister, you know." "So what? Come on, Cheyenne's waiting for us." "Fair point." Rushing isn't just a point, it's the whole point. "Scary. But this is my Amato we're talking about." Amidst all this lively chatter, they arrived at Kazami Town's sleepless district. Even though it was a weekday, the place was bustling with people. This area was originally a rundown shopping street, but the shopkeepers who had closed their stores decided to start their businesses again. Many of them opened capsule hotels, eateries, bento shops, or general stores, slightly different from what they used to run. Some even took the opportunity to rent or sell their land. In any case, it was a boom, one that looked like it would last. Incidentally, land prices in Kazami Town were skyrocketing everywhere. As soon as they entered the Neo shopping street, Meiko and the others stood out. 3 of them were beautiful girls, and one was an utterly flawless loli. And that title alone. As they moved forward, the crowd parted like the Red Sea. Touching them carelessly could lead to incidents, after all. People weren't even sure if it was okay to talk to them. What if their fan club appeared and threw them onto the scorching asphalt? Most of the people here were either receiving level education or about to debut as adventurers. The vast majority absolutely didn't want to cause trouble at this long-awaited moment. As a result, the people who came here had better manners than even their karma would suggest. Drawing attention, but arriving safely at the meeting spot, they found Cheyenne waving expressionlessly. Today, Cheyenne was dressed in gothic Lolita fashion, looking like she could be in a light music club. "Heya, Cheyenne-chan, sorry for making you wait in this heat." "Nah, I just got here too." "Wait, really? What a coincidence. We also just got here." "That's no coincidence, it might be the work of spirits." And thus began our 7 days of terror. Meiko and Cheyenne giggled after their little opening skit. Following their incomprehensible exchange, the other 3 also exchanged greetings. "This is my Amato. Come on, Momoko, say hello." "I just did." Talking back again, "I'm your big sister." You're so loud." "Hey, Oni-chan, are you like super hyper right now?" In response to Momoko's question, Meiko closed one eye and made a C shape with her finger. "Just a little." "You're definitely more than just a little hyper." "Then how about this?" Meiko used both hands to make a big C shape. On the opposite side, Cheyenne mirrored her with an upside-down C, and they combined them. "Gashian." "Circle. Circle. Gah." Momoko recoiled at the bizarre turn of events. Lulu-san, it's a circle." "Shara, we can't fall behind. Gashian circle." I am surrounded." Then Sasera and Lulu, who were about the same height, also joined in to form a circle. The 6th grader shuddered at the high-energy antics of the 3rd-year middle schooler and 1st-year high schooler. This is the energy of high school girls, Kurara-chan. Momoko deeply regretted not bringing along her best friend, Kurara. Now, today was the day Cheyenne was supposed to leave, but there were still a few things to do before that. They tackled each task one by one. First up was the Adventurers Association building, the same one with the waiting room used during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Since a huge line had formed in front, they entered through the back. Still crazy crowded. Momoko muttered as she glanced out the window. She had already participated in level education, so she knew all about this chaos. Since it was still the tail end of the rainy season, Momoko's session had been a disaster, raining nonstop. They had lined up under a large, humid tent before trudging through the rain to this place when the time came. By now, arcades were being installed in sections. But since construction was happening alongside the lines, progress was painfully slow. Today, they had come to the Adventurers Association to check out the recipes stored here. Currently, it was reservation only, but eventually, they planned to make access easier. In any case, trying to make things too convenient in this small building would be a nightmare. Thanks to their reservation, things went smoothly, and the 5 of them got to see the recipes. They browsed through the recipes, which were protected by transparent sheets. Right now, everyone except Meiko was apprenticed to some kind of crafting job. Meiko alone was a grimoire scribe. The job skills of a grimoire scribe were as follows: production magic, essential magic for creating fantasy items. Grimoire scribe's fingers increases proficiency speed when creating grimoires. Grimoire enhancement. Tiny slightly boosts the abilities of equipped grimoires. Recipe deciphering deciphers recipes. Rewrite erases one page written with special ink, reverting it to blank. Only works on pages you wrote yourself. Dexterity up. Tiny increases dexterity. Now, The recipes here included those for the Infinite Torii and Kazami Dungeons Beginner Equipment series, as well as the Bond Ring. Apparently, recipes weren't always unique, duplicates existed, and those were stored elsewhere. Most recipes contain the following: required materials, how to process the materials, creation method. The required materials were self-explanatory. The real problems were the material processing and creation methods. They included a ton of techniques that didn't exist on Earth. Using these special methods correctly could drastically improve equipment performance. And so, Mako and the others began examining the recipes. Shiren, Sasara, Momoko, and Lulu nodded seriously as they read. Each of them was looking at different recipes. Shiren was skimming through everything. Sasara and Momoko focused on tailoring. Lulu was on woodworking. Mako was supposed to be checking grimoire-related recipes, but for now, she skimmed the tailoring section, nodding along while sweating bullets. She understood nothing. The required materials? Yeah, sure, she got that. Oh, so these materials exist? That was about it. The recipes didn't say where to get them, so if they wanted to obtain them, they'd have to check the dungeon info the government had posted online. The real issue was the special crafting methods. Even Mako knew basic stitches like the running stitch. Backstitch, half backstitch, if someone mentioned them, she might remember. Not. But the special techniques were on a whole other level. Pentagram stitch, I never knew such a technique existed. Sasara-san, look at this. May rain needle drop. It says it's a revolutionary technique. Oh my Momoko-san, you're right. And look, snowflake knotting is here too. Snowflake knotting, it's beautiful. I'd never think of that. Sasara and Momoko eagerly exchanged opinions, occasionally mimicking sewing motions with their hands. Mako could only watch in a daze. Hey, you two, check this out. This cloud sea thread dance thing looks crazy. Mako tried copying them, miming sewing motions herself. But it just looked like she was playing finger games. Her Imauto saw right through her act. I've never seen Oni-chan do sewing before. Huh? Oh, well, you were still little, so you wouldn't remember. But believe it or not, your big sis got a gold star in elementary school for making an apron. Everyone gets a gold star for that, unless they really mess up. My identity as a sewing prodigy has crumbled. Hey Oni-chan, stop getting in the way. What's that supposed to mean? I'm your big sister. You really like saying that, huh? A little. Then, since you're the big sister, can you stay quiet? Can you do that? Yeah, I can. PFFFD. Sasara burst out laughing, covering her mouth at Mako and Momoko's exchange. Mako was satisfied with scoring Sasara's reaction. As the two resumed their air sewing, one of the recipe managers handed them a practice sewing kit, and things got serious. After a few mistakes, their hands started moving with something resembling understanding. Mako, feeling utterly out of her depth, stepped away. Her real target was the grimoire-related recipes, but first, she pestered Lulu and Shiren a bit. Lulu was looking at woodworking recipes. Woodworking seemed to involve meaningful carvings, with some kind of patterns depicted. There were also instructions for making and using solutions to soak the wood in. Similarly, some tailoring recipes included special dyeing techniques. Nyataru rawa kishu reizafuru. Lulu muttered with a serious expression. Mako peeked at the recipe Lulu was reading, Shadow Blossom Magic Carving. Lulu was probably reading it in Kismian, but Mako had no idea which words corresponded to what. This was carved on the handle of Lulu's little sickle too, right? Nio, it says to cut the pestle sword and carve this into it. Then you need a soaking solution too. The metal parts still seem impossible with just woodworking. Deep world. Mako was starting to worry. She had boldly claimed they'd make the bond rings and dragon equipment themselves, but this seemed way harder than she'd thought. Finally, Shiren was frantically taking notes. Recipes couldn't be read through images, they had to be seen in person. That said, if you transcribed and uploaded them, anyone could read them, so the government had made some publicly available online. However, relying on the government's online info meant no exp for recipe deciphering, so if the skill wasn't already unlocked, you had to be careful. Making progress. Ahitsuji Mako. Yeah, if I start with the easier ones, I should eventually be able to handle the harder stuff. I think the bond ring is doable if I take it step by step. That's reassuring. But don't push yourself, okay? After browsing the recipes, Mako checked out the grimoire-related ones. There were several grimoire recipes. All of them covered how to make attribute-specific books, inks, and special brushes. Using these items, you could replicate existing grimoires by referencing them. Every step required production magic. That said, anyone could make grimoires as long as they had production magic and materials. They just need decent dexterity. Though, with rewrite, grimoire scribes definitely had an edge. Mako wasn't sure if she'd make grimoires yet, but she took notes just in case. If she knew the materials, she might feel like trying when she got her hands on them. And so, having checked everything they wanted, Mako and the others left the building. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. 4.14 Begging for a Favor. After finishing their recipe research, Mako and the others headed next to the Aozora training dojo. My, hello there. You're all together and getting along so well, aren't you? Ah, hey there, Granny Tanaka. Oh my, is this one a new friend? Wearing a mask, how fashionable. Hello. Along the way, they ran into an elderly woman who often visited the training grounds and ended up walking together. Cheyenne immediately shifted into borrowed cat mode. Granny Tanaka, your back seems better lately. Not all hunched over like a boomerang anymore. Standing tall, aren't I? Must be all the exercise I've been doing with everyone. My legs move smoothly now, just like they used to. Exercise is important, yes. Absolutely right, dear. Lulu and Granny chatted cheerfully, while Cesara smiled along. Though Mako was internally flustered by Lulu's boldness, Granny seemed delighted to chat with the younger crowd. More elderly friends joined along the way. Whether it was due to exercise, trying new things, or simply spending time with the youth, they all looked younger than their age. Leveling up probably played a role, but research was still ongoing. Given that it was a weekday afternoon during summer vacation, the Riverside training area had fewer working adults and more young people and seniors. Lately, the number of participants had grown so much that they'd started using the opposite riverbank too. Since Kazami Town lacked tourist spots, level educators and adventurers often dropped by while passing through. Some even murmured that if this kept up, they'd need to take measures. With participants from all walks of life, active workers and retirees alike, the Riverside facilities had improved dramatically. Volunteers had set up benches, tables, and even built gazebos. The kids' enthusiastic praise made the adults feel even more motivated. Tents had also been pitched as a countermeasure against the summer heat. Upon arriving at the Riverside, a group of children came rushing over. Mako braced herself, expecting to be pestered for adventure stories like some beleaguered protagonist. But the kids, they completely ignored her. Leaving the fresh-faced high school girl behind, they whisked the elderly away instead. From what she overheard, it seemed they were asking for help with their summer craft projects. The seniors, happily dragged along by their tiny escorts, looked absolutely thrilled. Mako's group borrowed a gazebo and began their meeting. The topic: scheduling their next adventure. While sipping milk tea, they opened the adventurer-exclusive app, Dungeon Traveler. As the discussion started, Momoko puffed out her cheeks. Her body language made it clear. It's not fair that you guys keep going into dungeons without me. Noticing this, Mako turned to her. Momoko, once you become an adventurer, we'll invite Kurara and go together, okay? Momoko wouldn't be able to become an adventurer until she started middle school next year. Staring at the pet bottle clutched in both hands, she gave a small nod. Speaking of which, where's Kurara today? She should be here soon. Since participation was voluntary, arrival times varied. As for the schedule, physically they could have started tomorrow with no issues, but the dungeon was fully booked by other adventurers. The earliest opening was 4 days later, so after discussing, the 4 of them reserved that slot. Knowing their rest periods were short, they made sure to get their mother's permission in advance. Though Dungeon Traveler would send a confirmation email to their parents, getting approval directly felt different from suddenly showing them an automated message. The activity plan was mostly the same as last time, except the target floors were now 14 to 25. The G-rank dungeon ended at floor 25, but they figured it was fine if they didn't clear it next time. And so their next reservation was settled. All right then. Oni-chan, are you done talking? A little plant girl, her face glistening with sweat, had taken a seat beside Mako mid-discussion and now peered up at her. Yep, all done. Wanna have a match now? All right, today's the day I won't lose. Mako put on her best big sister act, though cold sweat dripped down her back despite the heat. Am I gonna lose again? But today, Mako had a 10-10 plantain. There was no way she could lose. She'd synthesized dungeon materials into the plantain, skipping the tedious step-by-step reinforcement process. What are you doing? Plantain sumo. This little one is crazy strong at it. I've never won even once. Oh. Shiren's eyes gleamed with a gambler's spirit. By the way, that plantain. Under Shiren's intense stare, Mako hurriedly hit it. WH what? It's just a normal plantain. I hereby nominate you for most shameless adult of the year in my heart. SH shut up, this isn't the time for jokes. And so the match began. Push push heave ho. Poo push poo push. Heave ho. Push push ah. Poo push mmm. The stem slipped right out of the little girl's grip. Mako had pushed too hard, she was desperate. Draw. If the stem slipped out completely, it counted as a draw. Sorry, I got a little too into it. It's okay. Let's call it a draw for today, okay? Sure. Mako smiled brightly. But deep down, she couldn't envision herself winning at all. After dozens of matches, Mako had learned to gauge the plantain's durability by touch. And her instincts screamed one thing: if that match had continued, I'd have lost. Hence, she retreated with a draw. 10-10, there was no further synthesis possible. She needed another approach. Meanwhile, Shiren, underestimating the plant girl. Though usually shy, Shiren had no trouble interacting with little girls and casually plucked a plantain to challenge her. Hitsuji Mako is the weakest among us 4 heavenly kings. Don't mistake me for her. Such a beautifully set up flag. Instant defeat, that kid's strong. I told you, she's the grand champion of plantain sumo. You can't beat her with half-hearted effort. I need to rethink my strategy. You weren't even serious either. And thus, Shiren's plantain journey began. After some training together, the mothers arrived around 3 p.m. Apparently, the 4 of them had been having a friendly tea gathering. Even after arriving, they kept chatting, taking over the gazebo bench Mako's group had been using. Since Shiren needed to head home soon, they decided to settle one last matter. They'd ask their parents for permission to travel to Kismia. Hey, mommy, I've got a favor to ask. Mako activated her cat-like sweet talk skill, hugging her mom's arm and rubbing against her. Mother, I have a request. Sasera sat pressed against her mom, mimicking Mako's clinginess. She even massaged her mom's hand like a snack bar hostess. Mom, listen. I've got a once-in-a-lifetime request. Shiren gave her mom's shoulders a few squeezes before wrapping her arms around her neck from behind. All 3 were going all out. Caught off guard by the sudden begging session, Lulu's mom blinked in confusion before straightening her posture, eyes shining with expectation. Any part of me is open for hugging. But since Lulu was already pretty much confirmed to go to Kismia, she didn't need to beg. Shara mama, you're always working so hard. Does this spot feel stiff? Lulu, aiming to break through the seemingly unshakable Sasara mama, abandoned her own mom and joined Sasara's side. Copying Shiren's technique, she massaged Sasara mama's shoulders. Lulu's mom could only flail her arms in betrayal. Mako's mom and Shiren's mom watched their daughters with amused smiles. Sasara mama maintained her cool expression, though her lips twitched as she bit back a grin. Lulu's mom flailed helplessly, left out. Once their moms were thoroughly buttered up, Mako made her move. Mommy, listen. I want to go on a trip to Kismia during summer break. I'll pay my own way, so please. Mother, my request is the same. May I go to Kismia with Lulu and the others? Mom, I want to go too. It's a once-in-a-lifetime request. Please, the trio, plus Lulu as reinforcement, piled onto their mothers with full force. Lulu even wrapped her arms around another mom's neck from behind. Though Sasara mama usually radiated coolness, even she was starting to glisten with sweat. With a light cough, Sasara mama straightened and spoke sternly. Ever since Runt mentioned her plans to visit Kismia, I anticipated this would happen. Just as Lulu had told her friends earlier, the mothers had also discussed summer plans beforehand. Sasara mama had predicted that their dungeon adventures would spark the girls' curiosity, leading to this very request. We actually just finished discussing this matter among ourselves. Sasera Mama paused, and Mako's mom took over with a smile. Sure, you can go. Mommy, for real. Mako beamed with joy, radiating sparkles. Meanwhile, Shiren panicked. Mom, what about me? Me. She rubbed against her mom's arm with full force. Gua Shiren-chan, you've gotten so strong. That hurts, you know. Never mind that. Mom, what about me? Shiren-chan, you can go too. Paiwa. Shiren's own sparkles burst forth. Finally, Sasera. Mother, may I go as well? I don't mind. Fwa, it's like a dream. Yay, Shara. Lulu hugged Sasera in celebration. As Sasera Mama's nape finally caught a cool breeze, freed from Lulu's grasp. However, Sasera Mama activated her conditions. The girls straightened up instantly. We'll be accompanying you. We can't possibly let you go on your first overseas trip alone. Mako and the others nodded. That made sense. If anything, having their parents along was reassuring. Though the girls were far stronger in combat, not everything in life could be solved with brute force. By the way, we'll also be informing Baba-san. Baba-san. Why? Mako tilted her head at Sasera Mama's remark. Your trip to Kismia is an international affair. That big of a deal? Yes, quite. I imagine Baba-san and several espies will be assigned to you. We're stars now. Mako-san. Anyone with internet access has seen Earth TV. You're all incredibly famous. Oh right, Earth-san TV. And Kismia will be even more intense. Currently, Japan and Kismia were the only countries with state-recognized adventurers. Others were still learning from these two, implementing level education, and preparing to launch their own systems soon. Kismia had opened its dungeons to adventurers around the same time as Japan, and adventurers there were just as much of a sensation. Mako's group had been pioneers, instrumental in establishing Kismia's adventurer system. Lulu was practically a superstar there. Mako and Sasara too. The ripple effect had even boosted Japan's popularity abroad and vice versa. Incidentally, Kismia's small population meant its level education was nearing completion. Once the second cycle began, apprentice spellbook users could evolve into apprentice elemental mages, potentially turning the nation into a land of magic. The first cycle's low mana reserves had prevented this job evolution until now. So we're traveling with Baba-san, huh? She'll love that. And so, after arranging for Baba to be informed, their plans for the latter half of summer break were set. On the train ride home, the Arikamo mother-daughter pair swayed with the motion. With her youthful appearance, the mom could easily pass for Shiren's sister. Shiren-chan, did you have fun? Super fun. Good. Mommy made 3 new friends too. I made 5. Shiren's 5 were Mako's group, Momoko, and the plant girl. The easygoing mom proudly boasted about her new mom friends, while the daughter bragged about her own. Oh yeah, about our Tokyo house. It's no good now, right? Emma. After a dungeon appeared in their storehouse, the Arikamo family's home in rural Tokyo had become uninhabitable. Since the government couldn't predict the dungeon's behavior, but needed to set up barriers regardless, the Arikamos and their neighbors had to relocate. The compensation for dungeon-related evictions was absurdly high. From the start, it was clear that dungeon-adjacent areas would become hotspots, so the payout accounted for that. This applied nationwide. For now, Shiren's family was staying in a temporary apartment. They'd been considering where to move next, but I'm thinking of moving to one of Sasasaga-san's condos. Paya, I fully support. Gua so eager. That's because you talk too slow. Mommy doesn't talk slow. Everyone else is just too fast. Never mind that. When are we moving? Tomorrow. Shiren-chan, you'd have to transfer schools. Is that okay? 0 issues. Gua said Shiren-chan, were you a loner? No, I just prefer solo play. Enough about that. When are we moving? We'll talk to Dad and Grandma first. I won't let them refuse, won't. Shiren huffed with determination. A foreboding sense that Shiren's dad's commute might exceed an hour hung in the air. 4.15, Pool. Unergo. Unergo. At the shout of the training club president, many girls echoed her. Their hands raised toward the sky at the facility's entrance. It was, to put it mildly, hype as hell. Today was a break from training, a chance to make summer memories. It was the training club president's idea, wanting to heal the mental strain from exam prep. Most participants were students from Kazami Girls' High School, but there were also a few middle and elementary schoolers they'd befriended through the training grounds. There were even some college-aged escorts mixed in. With so many female college and high school students participating, the guys were extremely motivated. Meiko was leading Momoko, Kurara, and their friends. She'd invited Cheyenne, but she declined. Having just returned home the day before yesterday, it made sense. The location was Hakono Unergo, a massive complex about 30 minutes by train from Kazami Town. A facility specializing in water activities, heated pools, hot springs, and outdoor pools. Overnight stays were possible, but today was just a day trip. After finishing their pre-entry ritual, the group paid the entrance fee and split into gendered changing rooms. Elementary schoolers stared in awe at the older girls, while the college and high school students watched the shy younger ones with very warm eyes. In summary, the girls' changing room was a cacophony of squeals. Amidst it all, Meiko changed in silence. Looking around would only make her sad, a lesson she'd learned from hanging out with Sasera and the others. Momoko, still clinging to hope, was part of the Awa squad. You're on this side, Meiko thought, fighting back tears. Once changed, they headed to the pool. Whoa. The boys, already changed and waiting, cheered. Of course they would, the group was overwhelmingly female. The sight of their own group's girls filing in, radiant in their swimsuits, was enough to hype anyone up. Some might even hallucinate themselves as harem protagonists. Whoa. But the cheers grew quieter, almost hesitant. The sheer numerical disadvantage was too overwhelming. The illusion of getting mobbed for misbehaving began creeping in. Among them, Sasara and Lulu drew the most attention. Sasara wore a tankini, she wasn't into showing too much skin. Black with floral patterns giving off a mature vibe. Lulu wore a bandeau bikini. Blue fabric covering her pale skin with a fully exposed midriff, aggressively flashy. Both had ample chests, slim waists, and long legs, drawing eyes not just from their group but other guests too. Their toned bodies from training probably played a role. Sasera's tankini made it subtle, but Lulu's wasn't. The other high school and middle school girls also wore bold swimsuits, making for a dazzling display. Even the elementary schoolers mostly wore frilly bikinis, fashion-forward little things. Meiko's bikini also had frills. At a glance, she could probably blend in as older. Damn it. All right, everyone, meet back at 16:00, have fun but don't get hurt. And if strangers talk to you, don't just follow them. The training club president's announcement left other guests stunned. That's all one group. With free time now, Meiko's subgroup stuck together. Meiko, Sasera, Lulu, her little sister and friends, the club president, and a few others. Let's warm up first. As the responsible big sister, Meiko made the eager kids stretch properly. Once warmed up, it was pool time. The kids splashed in, squealing at the warm water. Though outdoor pools were open this season, many opted for indoors to skip sunscreen hassle. Meiko and Sasera waded in. 25 degrees C. Perfect, just right. School pools are way too cold, huh? As they chatted and adjusted, the president approached. Hiya, wijwie. President. The moment she entered, the president started flailing like a maniac. This was the same stoic, samurai-esque upperclassman. Also, she wore a halter-neck bikini. What do you mean, what's wrong? Summer cram school every single day, terrifying. Even with Earthson leveling up, monsters weren't exactly invading, so daily life and exam prep continued unchanged. The president had balanced studying and training, or rather, exercise became her stress relief. Old her wouldn't have had the stamina, but now she could. Still, watching summer break vanish into cram school was horrifying. Rough, huh? Here, drink up. Meiko scooped pool water and offered it. Whoa there, no thanks, Haya. Her hand got slapped away. Hitsuji-san, today's for fun. Going all out. All out. With a splash, the president dove in, flailing wildly. This was her idea of all-out fun. It looked more like drowning. Ora Miiko. Lulu called to them from the poolside, fidgeting. Despite her athleticism, Lulu couldn't swim. Kismia had no seas, and its rivers were too cold for swimming culture. Lulu hadn't realized how bad she was until swim class earlier that summer. She'd flailed helplessly. Lulu-san, take it slow. Naya. Dressed for summer but trembling, Lulu inched into the pool. Then today's training goal, swimming. Naya, no float boards. Behind them, Mako ducked underwater. She wasn't a great swimmer either, but she'd never feared water. Eyes open, she glided toward them silently. She surfaced with a splosh, staring up at them. No particular thought in mind, she just dunked again. Rationality held her back from anything wild. Lulu was still adjusting. Baffling to outsiders, but Sasura and Lulu, at that giggly age, laughed anyway. Mako swam off and spotted a familiar swimsuit. The president. Starved for fun after exam stress, Mako decided to help. She tickled the president's side. Satisfied by the flailing reaction, Mako surfaced. Wiping her face, she grinned, only to find a complete stranger. Ah, wawa. Sorry, wrong person. She dunked and fled. This time she found the real president. Hey, Prez. Nyaniania. Did stress make you forget human speech? No tickling this time, yet the president reacted weirdly. Pitiable, but Mako was still annoyed. Don't wear such a generic swimsuit, I tickled a stranger. That's your complaint, they look that similar. Yep, probably the same one. No way. Most girls hate outfit overlaps. Swimsuits especially. Oni-chan, over there, let's ride that. Kurara and Momoko pointed at a water slide. Indoors, so not massive, but sizable enough to catch eyes. Mako had wanted to try it once acclimated. Ooh, let's. Come on, everyone, move it. Prez is weirdly pumped. Dragging the kids, the president charged toward the slide. The kids, thrilled to play with any big sis, followed eagerly. Squealing, they slid down on floaties, no wardrobe malfunctions. Mako shared a float with Kurara, still no malfunctions. They drifted in the lazy river, rode waves, revisited the slide, and even chilled in the hot spring zone. With so many girls, some got hit on. The escort guys swiftly intervened. Sasara and Lulu got attention too. The guys didn't recognize them as celebrities, just really cute. But Sasara's group could now emit mild intimidation, making the guys retreat with excuses like just asking for the restroom. Failed attempts. Mako, meanwhile, got no hits. She'd prepared rejections, but nada. Not 'cause she looked like a kid. Any approaching guy got glared at by Kurara, and the elementary squad, icy stares promising social death. Messing with underdeveloped girls in swimsuits? Instant case. And so, the fun time flew by. Bye. See ya. Oni-chan later. At Kazami Station, the kids said goodbye to the older girls staying on the train. Students from other cities attending Kazami Girls High School. From the train, the high schoolers waved. Before the training grounds, they'd never imagined hanging with kids. High schoolers were supposed to stick with peers or boyfriends, right? But being admired by wide-eyed kids felt good. Hiding their own immaturity, they played the cool big sisters. Unbeknownst to them, they were mature, more than many adults. Guiding the kids safely while having fun proved that. To the college guys, these girls were irresistible. Swimsuit bonus, critical hit. Whether any romances sparked, who knows? At the station, the Kazami group dispersed. Some high schoolers and middle schoolers even walked the local kids home, bonds deepening. Mako's group headed back with Momoko and neighbors when. Wait, today's Subaru-sen's new volume. By a bookstore, Mako remembered. Naturally, they all piled in. This store, near the station and capsule hotels, was secretly thriving. Welcos, huh? The clerk's odd greeting drew stares. Make my guy. It was the 1 kilo guy, training with Mako since the early days. He forced a smile and raised a hand. This store was near capsule hotels, meaning many patrons knew Mako. Kazami Town's local celeb sightings were common gossip. The bookstore's usual quiet atmosphere grew restless. Wait, that's Mako, right? And who's that guy she's so friendly with? Hey bro, you work here. Why yeah, but I'm on the clock, give me a break. Welcome. Oops, sorry, hang in there. Later. Mako stepped away, linked arms with Sasara, and nodded approvingly at the cashier. Working at a bookstore, as expected of our guy. Indeed, balancing work and training, impressive. His stick skills have sharpened lately. Lulu joined the nodding. He's working hard. So responsible. Kurara and friends, fellow training pioneers, also nodded. Thus, a mysterious clerk earned nods from JS to JK. Oni-chan, this is the adult section. We'll get arrested. At Momoko's panic, they rushed to the manga zone. Lulu had already covered Sasara's eyes. 4.16, back to the dungeon. Phew, so many people. Today marks the return to dungeon exploration. This time, there are no special privileges, and we line up just like any other adventurers. Though the people ahead and behind tried to strike up conversations, nothing particularly chaotic happened. The arcade is now complete, providing shade, but it's still hot because it's summer. What's worse, everyone's worried about scrapes and bruises, so they're wearing long pants and sleeves. Brutal. Many men and women have taken off their outer layers to expose their skin. To prevent heatstroke, each adventurer's guild is trying various methods to cope with the heat, but no matter what, it's still sweltering. The real issue is the sheer number of people. The armor Mako and her party wear seems slightly more heat-resistant, but even so, sweat drips from them. Cheyenne also removes the black coat she wears over the beginner armor she bought recently. Her outfit is a tomboyish thief girl style, with plenty of exposed skin, her belly button completely on display. As soon as one line disappears, the staff quickly reorganizes the remaining people, and another line starts moving in the meantime. This cycle repeats endlessly. By the time Mako's group got in line, another line had already started moving elsewhere, and soon enough, theirs would too. Incidentally, the lines are separated into level education participants and adventurers. Adventurers don't always form six-person parties, so if they don't, they must wait about 15 seconds before the next group to avoid party member confusion. Level education participants, however, always form six-person parties, so unless something really weird happens, they can enter smoothly without issues. Because of this, it's easier to manage adventurers in separate lines. Having now experienced the hassle of lining up for the first time, Mako and her friends quickly decided they wanted to leave the G-rank dungeon behind as soon as possible. F-rank dungeons are less crowded, making entry much easier. In fact, right now, only the self-defense forces use them, so showing up at the designated time means walking right in. Just as Mako's line was about to start moving, an announcement declared a 15-minute break. Then, 5 parties headed toward the entrance gate. They weren't cutting in line, they had special slots. All 5 parties had the same composition: 2 self-defense force members, a doctor, a nurse, a person in a wheelchair, and their family. Recently, level education has been extended to those suffering from illnesses. A girl around first-grade age was wheeled in. She wasn't old enough for level education, but exceptions like her existed. Her wide-eyed gaze at her surroundings made her seem like someone seeing the outside world for the first time. And that wasn't just Mako's impression, it was the truth. She had lived in hospitals since she was old enough to remember. As the girl passed by, she let out a soft ah. The rest of her group noticed too, and they all paused. Mako-chan. The girl's face bloomed like a flower as she smiled, and Mako smiled back. Ha, one of the dragon-slaying trio, the grimoire user Hitsuji Mako. Likewise, the knight, Sasagasa Sasera, at your service. Jirei, Ninja Nagar Lulu, and Fufu. New member, the Magitech martial artist, Arikamo Cheyenne. Wow! The girl clapped her tiny hands excitedly as Mako and the others struck dramatic poses. Cheyenne's job title was exaggerated. According to her, staff fighter just doesn't sound cool enough. Mako checked the time and glanced at the staff member, who smiled and nodded back. With permission granted, Mako crouched in front of the wheelchair and spoke. Are you going into the dungeon now? Yes. I see. An adventure, huh? Yes, it's an adventure. Ooh, your gear looks cool. They let me borrow it. The girl and her party members, all clad in beginner equipment, answered cheerfully. Level education gear is designed to maintain some tension, but for this party, safety was the top priority. You're fighting with a grimoire? That sounds super strong. Just like Mako-chan. Fu, a grimoire user, huh? Be careful in there, okay? Yes, The girl peeked at Mako's expression, hoping for a handshake. In times like these, we do this. Mako took the girl's hand and gently turned it into a Nyan hand. With a bright smile, the girl and Mako's group of 4 lightly bumped their Nyan hands together. Do your best. Yes. In the end, they still exchanged a handshake before parting. Mako and the adventurers around her gave the same encouragement to the other 4 groups of children. Watching the party disappear through the gate, Mako murmured, I hope she gets better. I'm sure she will, she had strong eyes. Meiko nodded deeply. The magic power displayed in one's status isn't the entirety of their magical energy. A magic stat of 10 simply means they have 10 units of surplus magic. Magic sometimes takes the form of skills embedded in the body. The magic used to activate skills exists separately from the status display. For example, switching from a job that reduces magic by 10 to one that only reduces it by 1 like an ascetic increases the status display by 9. Furthermore, it's now known that magic isn't just used for skills. It also enhances physical abilities and vitality unrelated to skills. This was discovered through research on recovery potions. Recovery potions consume the user's magic to heal. If someone with low magic uses one, their surplus magic drops below the limit, forcibly deactivating their skills and weakening their physical abilities. As their magic naturally recovers, their physical abilities return first, followed by their skills, and finally their surplus magic fully replenishes. In other words, Meiko, a petite girl being stronger than adults, is because magic reinforces her muscles. Meiko doesn't know what kind of medical program is planned for those children with boosted magic. But even high school girls with generic jobs gain noticeable strength. While pure healing magic hasn't been discovered yet, there's no way jobs dedicated to curing people aren't incredible. Meiko whispered, "Do your best," as she watched the group's backs fade away. Meiko's group warped to the 14th floor. It was their first time entering mid-dungeon, but the transfer worked smoothly and the four sighed in relief. "Phew, I'm exhausted." They sat down for a short break. Lining up had worn them out. Are there even people who have reached the 14th floor yet? They sipped drinks to replenish lost fluids while chatting. "I skimmed the forums yesterday, and they were making a huge deal about the 10th floor. Oh, that was the Hokkaido dungeon. Who, the 10th floor? The fairy shop's a big milestone, though I'm surprised you check forums, Shiren-chan." Meiko's remark made Shiren shrug. "Normal discussion boards are fun to read. The toxic ones just make me sad." But doesn't karma make online posts less hostile now? On regular forums, yeah, but the anything goes boards are just full of insults. Probably intentional, like everyone's enjoying the drama. If you visit, be careful. It'll shock you if you're not used to it. Like an S&M club. Yep. As they talked, they began preparing for the dive. This time, they brought a secret weapon, small cameras attached near their temples. Unlike smartphone recordings, these could film for much longer. The cameras served two purposes. First, simple dungeon footage. There's huge demand for this. It also livens up the strategy site run by Sasera's mom. In exchange for providing footage, they get rewards ordinary high school girls could never obtain. The strategy site has already incorporated and is growing rapidly. Some profits even fund the Kazami Town Aozora training dojo. Second, as evidence in case of interpersonal conflicts. Right now, they're on the front lines and rarely meet other adventurers, but that might not always be true. Hence, they're getting used to such equipment early. The Record Keeper job's advanced version unlocks a video recording skill, but since machines can already do that, they're not planning to take it. Thus, this expedition was a camera-equipped test run. Honestly, it was annoying. The cameras were adjusted to stay in place, but it felt like being a dog forced to wear an unfamiliar scarf. Super distracting. All right, let's warm up and rush to the 16th floor. The 14th floor had 3 enemy formations. They started by fighting in pairs, gauging their condition while ramping up. Once warmed up, they switched to solo fights, fully shifting into dungeon crawling mode. Today's goal was dungeon clearing, so they kept solo fights brief and pushed forward aggressively. Their jobs for the day. Meiko, Sasera, and Lulu were adventurers, while Shiren was an apprentice grimoire user. One of the adventurer job skills allows choosing a principal type. Sasera and Lulu picked fist principal. Though it applies to all unarmed combat, Meiko regretted not realizing this sooner after picking sword principal. Shiren, now an apprentice grimoire user, had high compatibility with grimoires and was surprisingly strong. She usually carries a water grimoire but borrowed a fire one from Meiko today, equipping both. After fighting for a while, they started a new training regimen, running exploration. Dungeons aren't always traversed at a walk. Later, they might need to explore while fleeing field boss-type monsters or, say, giant boulders in ruins. So, while the risk of death was low, they decided to practice. They also really wanted to reach the 25th floor. Formation: Lulu, the fastest, took point like special forces, scouting ahead to check corners for enemies. Then, immediate hand signals: no enemies, verbal confirmation. Enemies present, raised fist. Grimoires present. Raised fingers indicate the number. Enemies very close, waving hand. Full stop, waving both hands. If things went south, Lulu would retreat without signals. Everyone else would flee at full speed, no questions asked. Sasara followed about 20 meters behind, ready to engage. In combat, the closest target is usually attacked first. With high defense and close quarters specialization, Sasara was the stable choice. Mako and Cheyenne followed at the same pace. Lulu raised a hand, one finger. No enemies at the corner, but one grimoire ahead. The three rounded the corner and spotted 3 enemies 30 meters down the hall. A grimoire, a cluck-cluck nickel chicken, and a tadpole. Lulu swiftly eliminated the grimoire and dashed to the next corner. The other monsters briefly targeted her but soon switched as she distanced herself. Sasara, the chicken. Cheyenne-chan, magic on the tadpole. The two acted immediately. Sasara moved left, slicing the chicken. Cheyenne moved right, firing a fireball from a safe angle. In G-rank dungeons, friendly fire is the scariest threat. Everyone took care not to hit allies, Cheyenne especially. The sequence, initiated by Lulu, was swift and stylish. Meanwhile, Mako scrambled to collect drops from the vanished enemies. Ah, it won't fit in my bag. Wait, guys, wait. In her panic, she kicked a magic stone, sending it rolling down the hall. Distracted, she then dropped and kicked the chicken meat. Though wrapped in a strange film, the meat tore under the impact. Regroup. After hastily synthesizing and consuming the meat, Mako called the others back. Loot collection is hard. Saw it from afar, you looked like a villain scattering money. Cheyenne burst out laughing at Lulu's analogy, making Mako pout at losing. Cheyenne points. If we're running through, we'll need to abandon loot entirely. Yeah, but that feels wasteful. After discussing, they revised their strategy. They'd keep training for speed, but take time after combat to handle loot calmly, stowing or synthesizing it. The revised running exploration proved highly effective for time saving. Some dungeon corridors stretch 50 meters. Even a short sprint made a difference. At first, looting was clumsy, but they soon improved. Combat also became smoother. Fighting while running required quick enemy attack recognition. Imagine predicting objects flying toward you on a roller coaster, just slower. Sasara and Lulu excelled, cutting down enemies with cinematic flair. Mako and Cheyenne looked cool, running like anime characters, but their technique was average. The difference lay in footwork and blade positioning. Sasara and Lulu angled their steps to convert momentum into powerful strikes, then recycled that energy into the next sprint. Mako and Cheyenne kept their feet parallel, relying on stats and weapon strength for simple slashes as they ran past. They still stopped to loot afterward. With this pace, they blazed through the 14th and 15th floors. 4.17, starting to get used to various things. After taking a break, Mako and the others descended to the 16th floor. From the 16th floor onward, there were 4 enemies at a time. For now, they decided to have everyone fight solo, just like before. The enemies Mako faced were 2 magic tomes, a spring balloon, and cardboard. As she cautiously closed the distance with her sword drawn, she inevitably became the target of magical attacks. Even more so with 2 magic tomes. The speedy combat style she had trained in earlier proved quite useful here. While dodging 2 water bullets fired by the magic tomes, Mako opened the fight with a running thrust. She then stepped in aggressively toward the spring balloon as it began its attack motion, driving a fierce stab right between its eyes. At the same time, she countered Cardboard's jumping attack with a magic book attack. Since attacking the cardboard part of Cardboard barely dealt any damage, she settled for just knocking him back for now. Without wasting the momentum from her sprint, Mako left the fading spring balloon behind and dashed toward the magic tomes. The 2 magic tomes fired water bullets from just 3 meters away. Mako dodged one by sidestepping and the other by rolling. Once in range, she slashed at one of the tomes, taking them down one by one. Watching the small-framed Mako fight like this made her seem incredibly nimble and earnest. She finished off the remaining cardboard by stabbing its core the moment it leaped at her. She could have taken them down more easily with magic, but since her magic proficiency was already quite high, she opted for this kind of combat instead. As the monsters dissolved into light, Mako sheathed her sword and glanced at her companions. She looked like she desperately wanted praise. Nice work. Cheyenne high-fived her. Since Cheyenne was taller, the high five was a bit high for Mako, making her jump to reach it. Cheyenne had meant it as a light tease, but Mako, in high spirits, didn't notice. Magnificent as always. Excellent moves. Right. New fufofo. Sasera and Lulu also praised her. Since Mako had sword principle, she would have noticed if something felt off. The fact that she was grinning meant that even Sasera and Lulu could tell her movements were solid. After that, Sasera, Lulu, and Cheyenne took turns fighting solo. Sasera and Lulu swiftly defeated their enemies, while Cheyenne carefully took hers down using a magic book and a two-section staff. Since Cheyenne also dabbled in production, her pure combat ability was a step behind. On top of that, her unwieldy weapon was another factor. She was starting to think about switching weapons. Once they got somewhat accustomed to combat, they made quick progress. Cheyenne, isn't the pace a bit too fast? I'm fine. While Mako and the others had considerable stamina, thanks to skills like Stamina Up. Medium, Cheyenne wasn't quite at their level. Even during their run through the 15th floor, they'd taken frequent breaks, making Mako worry they were pushing her too hard. However, since Cheyenne's load was lighter, she wasn't overly exhausted. Another factor was her post-level-up commitment to stamina training, something she hadn't slacked on. So compared to the middle school marathon she'd run just before Earth leveled up, this was nothing. The girl who used to hate marathons was no more. By the time they reached the 18th floor, they decided to set up camp there for the day. During their final exploration of the day, they stumbled upon a treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. Overjoyed at encountering a treasure chest after missing out last time, Mako jumped up and down. Look, a treasure chest. She pointed it out to the other three, even though they could already see it. Cheyenne, you've met a treasure chest before, right? I've encountered 3. One had this mask, the others had a dagger and food. Huh, so food can be inside too. I think food's a dud. As they chatted and approached the chest, Mako tugged at them like an excited dog pulling its owner's leash. Once they were close enough, she couldn't resist breaking into a run. Sasera and Lulu exchanged wry smiles. Mako, speaking of which, what's the procedure for this again? Sasera grabbed Mako's shoulder as she reached for the lid, stopping her. Mako tilted her head in confusion. Her expression practically screamed, "What's this girl talking about? How rude." Sasera twitched her cheek and dropped a hint. Taudu. She mentioned the name of the self-defense force guy. Huh, that old man. Hi, dough. The combination of treasure chest and Taudu finally made Mako realize what Sasera meant. The Taudu method. Correct. Sasera patted Mako's head approvingly. After everyone backed away, Mako lay down in front of the chest. Then, she used her sword's scabbard to flick the lid open. As expected, there were no traps. The chest opened without resistance. Kinda underwhelming. Mako didn't feel the thrill of opening a treasure chest. Maybe it was because she couldn't witness the moment light spilled into the dark box from the best seat in the house. Still, if she wanted to make it as an adventurer, she had to follow these precautions. Mako recalled her childhood as a little girl who loved sucking the broth out of fried red fox tofu, only to dunk the dried-up tofu back into the soup. Her mother had scolded her relentlessly for it. It was the tastiest way to eat it, but it was forbidden. Thus, her early years taught her that sometimes, no matter how much you love something, you have to hold back. Life was tough. Anyway, leaving Mako's memories aside. The treasure chest contained bundles of thread, coiled like yarn. Paya, I want this. Cheyenne pounced on it. Material for crafting. No idea, but it looks suspicious. A fine answer. It was a vague response. But since none of them had material appraisal or a crafting encyclopedia, judging by appearance wasn't entirely wrong. So they gave all the materials to Cheyenne. She seemed eager to use them for sewing. According to recipes, there were various stitching methods bordering on secret arts, but normal thread couldn't handle the strain and would snap. Reinforced synthetic thread might fare slightly better, but dungeon materials were still the best choice. After bidding farewell to the treasure chest, they reached their campsite for the day. It was near the 18th floor gate. They quickly began setting up camp. Mako and Lulu handled the toilet setup, Cheyenne pitched the tent, and Sasara took charge of cooking. This time, they'd brought a camping stove. While it added some weight to their load, it was still more manageable than carrying charcoal like last time. Sasara heated oil in a small frying pan and seared the Karakoro Niwatori meat coated with blended seasoning. The blended seasoning came in small, card-sized packets sold at supermarkets, making it easy to whip up various dishes. A classmate had introduced them to the product. The pan was small, so only 2 pieces could be cooked at once. Once seared, she wrapped them in aluminum foil to let residual heat finish the cooking. Cheyenne, the first to finish her task, prepared drinks for everyone. Once again, powdered juice was their beverage of choice. Mako and Lulu returned to camp after completing the toilet setup. Smells amazing. Milady, tonight's menu is herb-roasted chicken. It's the chef's whimsical seasoning knee. Call the chef. Right here. I foresee a masterful culinary performance. Well done. Goodness, Lulu, really? Phew-phew-phew. Listening to their exchange, Mako gulped audibly. They were being so fluffy her brain might float away. Terrified, she dive-tackled Lulu's lap. Lulu immediately responded by gleefully ruffling Mako's head with sky-high energy. If you're scared your brain might float away, throw yourself into the whirlpool head first. To slay monsters, one must become a monster, or so it seemed. Thanks to everyone's hard work, we've progressed 5 floors, so cheers. Cheers! Once all the food was ready, they dug in. Today's menu, 811's fluffy white bread. Chef's whimsical seasoning Karakoro Niwatori roast. Stir-fried root veggies and canned vegetables coated with seasoning. Assorted drinks. Optional strawberry jam or mustard. Sasara, this is really good. Cheyenne mumbled her praise while chewing. Lulu responded with a smug look. See, this is the power of seasoning. Lulu, it's my cooking. Sasara slapped Lulu's thigh in protest over her seasoning obsession. That triggered Lulu's excitement, but since she was holding a plate, she just exhaled deeply to contain herself. Cheyenne, let me know if you'd like seconds. I can whip some up right away. Okay. Still, this spice blend is seriously tasty. Doesn't take up much space either, seems really handy. Mako made a mental note to thank the classmate who'd recommended it and report its usefulness to Sasara Mama. She had a feeling they'd use it at home too. After finishing their meal, they decided to turn in early. This time, they switched pairs. Cheyenne and Sasara took the first watch, while Mako and Lulu handled the second. Mako lay down on her air cushion mattress and closed her eyes. Then she suddenly blurted out a random thought. Lulu, you know, when I sleep, I hate it when my knees or ankles touch. It feels all bony, like I need to wedge something between them. I've never even thought about that. Satisfied with her utterly pointless confession, Mako dozed off. 1 minute later. Now that Miko mentioned it, I can't stop thinking about it. PFFFD, that's hilarious. It's just Naya, take responsibility. Lulu hugged her like a body pillow. Meanwhile, Sasara and Cheyenne were having a much more relaxed time. Since air cushions had proven incredibly useful during their last dive, they'd brought more this time. After some research, they discovered a surprising variety, making them somewhat knowledgeable about air cushions. This time, they'd brought one that doubled as a floor chair. Last time, they'd leaned against the dungeon walls, which strained their backs. Though this cushion couldn't stand on its own and still required the wall for support, it was a big improvement. Cheyenne played anime songs from a small music player, her pride and joy. Since Mako and the others were sleeping in the tent, the volume was kept low. The music wasn't just for fun. The dungeon's silence was deeply unsettling. Some people even heard auditory hallucinations, physiological tinnitus like SHHH or ZZZ in quiet environments. All 4 of them were prone to it, making background noise a necessity. They'd already reported the dungeon's oppressive silence as a notable issue to Sasara Mama. As a countermeasure, they recommended playing music or rakugo, as long as it didn't interfere with guard duty. Most adventurers camping in large groups probably hadn't noticed it yet. Sasara pulled out her phone and began reviewing headcam footage with practiced ease. The early clips were shaky from running, almost nauseating. Combat scenes were even worse, with rapid movements making the footage chaotic. At least the footage from when the cameraman was spectating looked decent. No good. The shaking is too severe. I see. As Shirn nodded along, Sasera looked up from her phone and said, Shirn, you don't have to be so formal with me, you know. Though she was willing to wait patiently, Sasera figured it wouldn't hurt to suggest it once. Otherwise, Shirn might remain overly polite indefinitely. Shirn nodded awkwardly. Yeah, I'm kinda the type who takes a while to feel people out. I'm the same with peers or elders. We're alike in that regard. Yeah, but we both warmed up to Mako quickly, didn't we? Hitsuji and Mako, I feel like we just click. Payawa, W8, I think I click with you too, Sasura. Realizing how rude her words sounded mid-sentence, Shirn hastily corrected herself. Sasura giggled at her flustered reaction. It's fine. Getting along isn't the only measure of friendship. Even if we don't always click, we might still find comfort or support in each other's company. So let's take our time figuring out our dynamic, okay? Paiwa. Such mature composure. Despite claiming to be the same, Sasara effortlessly took the lead with her gentle words. Under her smile, Shirn squirmed silently, her face blank but her body fidgeting. Searching for a topic, Shirn remembered something she'd been meaning to thank Sasara for. Thank you for introducing my mom to that house. Ah yes, Mother mentioned that. Though I wasn't involved in the apartment contract discussions, are you moving? My dad came along this time to check it out. It's up to my parents, but I want to move. It'd be wonderful if you lived nearby. Wonderful. Really? No one had ever called her potential proximity wonderful before, sending Shirn into a fidgeting frenzy. She might have to smack some sense into her dad to make this move happen. Such ambitions burned within her. Occasionally, monsters appeared, and they took turns dealing with them. Since leaving the area entirely was risky, they took shifts. During downtime, Shirn passed the time by jotting down crafting ideas in her notebook. Cross-referencing monster drop lists from the Self-Defense Force's public dungeon data on her phone, she brainstormed potential material combinations. Sasara read a travel guide for Kasumiya, brushing up on basic phrases and cultural taboos. Though Shirn was somewhat absorbed in her notes, Sasara remained vigilant toward the passageway. Neither forced conversation, quietly gauging the distance between their hearts. They were exploring what Sasara called their dynamic, and surprisingly, this unpressured silence suited them just fine. Eventually, it was time to switch. As Sasara and Shirn retreated to the tent, Mako and Lulu took over guard duty. Still drowsy, the two wordlessly hydrated and stretched to shake off their sleepiness. Once seated, they quickly struck up a conversation. How's it going, Miko? Getting used to camping ka? Well, we trained for stamina, so it's not too bad. Mako fiddled with the music player Shirn had handed her and started an anime playlist. Recognizing the songs, the anime-savvy duo enjoyed them together, a skill Sasara lacked. A shame for Shirn, who'd secretly made the playlist hoping to share it with Mako. Miko, want some snacks? Gimme. They munched on chocolate treats together. A glance at the clock confirmed it was past midnight, a sweet little act of rebellion. Lulu, have you gotten used to Japan? Mostly. But summer's kinda rough. Summer's the worst. Oh, right, there's something I wanted to ask you. Oh, you seek the wisdom of the all-knowing me. I noticed recently, Japanese girls, from little kids to grandmas, all say yada, no way I hate it when something happens. Even when they don't seem to actually dislike it. Sasura says iya, how awful while laughing too. Why? Yada mu Lulu, what a weird question. At Mako's reaction, Lulu's eyes widened, delighted. That's it. Well, maybe it's genetic. Such a profound answer. First off, it's used when you genuinely dislike something. Like, if someone spilled coffee on your favorite outfit, you'd go, yada yuzo desu. No way, seriously, right. Ah, Megu said that at school when someone spilled banana milk on her. Megu totally has that kind of face. They nodded in unison, picturing their banana milk-prone classmate. But Kasumian girls say that too, when they actually dislike something. Well, yeah. This is just my opinion, Mako prefaced before continuing. Many Japanese girls default to a cheerful yada to keep the mood light. It's like keeping the conversation's rhythm. Of course, not all girls are like that. When used after a compliment, it's to hide embarrassment. Japanese girls often can't own their pride, so they laugh it off with a yada and a shoulder slap. Deep down, they're happy. And terrifyingly enough, as Lulu said, this applies to everyone from little girls to grandmas. Sasara hits people too when complimented. Total embarrassment cover. Lulu nodded deeply, as if enlightened. But Miko doesn't hide it, she just gloats yo. Yadia, I don't do that. Mako smacked Lulu's shoulder, despite literally doing it right then. See, that's it, Lulu cheered. Arayada, monsters are coming. Spotting monsters approaching from the passage, Mako sprang up with a grin. You said it again when you clearly don't mind. This is the joyful yada. So deep, yada. Enfufu yada. As Lulu marveled at the quirks of Japanese, their watch continued uneventfully. 4.18 Kazami Dungeon Boss Battle. Mako and her team set up camp near the 22nd floor gate on the second day and reached the 25th floor by around 15:00 on the third day. After entering the 21st floor partway through the second day, the enemy formations increased to 5, further boosting the drop material acquisition rate. Since they spared no expense in synthesis and enhancements from the start of this expedition, all their cloth-based equipment was now fully upgraded. However, metal equipment like Lulu and Sasara's greaves and Hachigane couldn't be maxed out due to the scarcity of metal drops, only springs from balloon monsters. Additionally, the 2 water magic tomes they newly acquired during this expedition remained untouched. The 25th floor consisted of just 2 rooms, a preparation room about 20 meters square and a vast chamber beyond it. A green membrane separated the 2 rooms, marking the boundary. Crossing it meant one thing, the boss battle. The mechanics of the boss fight were heavily tied to this green membrane. The rules were as follows. A return gate exists within the preparation room. The 25th floor D-server can hold up to 3 parties. Any 4th party and beyond will be redirected to a separate D-server. Only the first person to enter the membrane and up to 5 recognized party members, 6 total may pass. Recognition is simple, those who entered the dungeon gate together. This also applies to the gates on each floor. However, even party members cannot enter if more than 10 seconds have passed since the first entry. Retreating outside the membrane is allowed, but re-entry is forbidden. Doing so also forfeits boss challenge rights for 24 hours. The membrane blocks attacks and support from crossing. Those outside can observe the battle inside, but their voices won't reach those within. Defeating the boss spawns a golden clear gate. The first clear guarantees a 100% boss drop rate, but subsequent attempts lower the odds based on level appropriateness and clear count. In the empty preparation room, the 4 began their strategy meeting. The boss of Kazami Dungeon was a monster called the Block Objet. As the name suggested, it was a collective entity made up of numerous blocks. Once the battle started, these blocks would disassemble and fly toward the party one by one. Dodged blocks would reassemble elsewhere, reforming the Block Objet. The Block Objet could only take damage while disassembled and flying. It was invincible while reforming or fully assembled. Destroying the flying blocks would gradually shrink it until it could finally be defeated. Unlike some foes, this wasn't about finding and destroying a core. We can do this. Niao. We're the world's strongest 4, after all. Fufufu indeed. With Shiren joining us, we're even stronger than before. Will do our best. HHMPH. Though everyone pumped themselves up, Shiren, facing her first boss battle, seemed slightly nervous. Mako stared intently at her. Realizing her nervousness had been exposed, Shiren looked down, flushed with embarrassment. Opening spotted, Mako suddenly hugged Shiren's waist and lifted her with a grunt. Hiya, what are you? What's it look like I'm doing, huh? Paya wa. Heave-ho. Heave-ho. Catching on, Sasara and Lulu nodded and joined Mako's impromptu heave-ho chant. The once clumsy human palanquin now looked proper with 3 people carrying it. Heave-ho. Heave-ho. DHHH. The 3 victims of the chant paraded Shiren around the cramped preparation room in circles. Heave-ho, heave-ho, Shiren heave-ho too. Payawa, WW heave-ho. Heave-ho. Once Shiren finally joined in, they did 2 full laps before stopping. Drenched in sweat from humiliation, Cheyenne slumped into a seated pose upon release. During the parade, her coat's fastener had come undone, revealing her glistening stomach. I've been defiled. But at least the nerves are gone now, right? Don't try to spin this into something wholesome. I'll never forget this disgrace. Why not? In anime, stuff like this always turns into a heartwarming moment. Could have been softer, maybe. Like a kiss. Manga does that sometimes. No way. Mako, you're impossible. Cheyenne tried to seriously rebut Mako's kiss remark, but Sasara, bright red, interrupted by slapping Mako repeatedly. Lulu pointed at Sasara sternly. See? She said, no way. You heard her right. The mood lightened into playful banter. With tensions dissolved, the four steeled themselves for the boss battle. Backpacks in hand, they crossed the green membrane. After quickly placing their bags against the wall and adjusting the angles, this time securing the smartphones firmly to prevent misalignment like in the Infinite Torii, they took their positions. Knowing the battle would start about a minute after entry, they finished preparations in 30 seconds and stepped forward. Their formation placed Lulu at the front, with the other three behind, a dessert lance set up. Weapons at the ready, they waited. Mako and Cheyenne, the apprentice grimoire user, lit their magic tomes. Soon, blocks flew in from nowhere, assembling. The self-defense forces had apparently tested attacking during this phase, but it dealt no damage. Turns out, attacking during transformation sequences is just poor taste. The completed block object stood about 3 meters tall, a stout humanoid made of 400 large and small parts. Despite its intimidating roar, the block object couldn't attack in this form. It barely even moved. In truth, it was a speed-type monster. Watch carefully. Nio. Indeed. Let the madness begin. As if triggered by Mako's words, the block object exploded spectacularly. Blocks of all sizes scattered midair. Fire. Vanished before my grand magic. Mako and Cheyenne immediately launched spells, 2 water bullets, a fire bullet, and an earth bullet, destroying several blocks on impact. Undeterred, the remaining blocks surged toward Lulu, the closest target. The block object prioritized the nearest enemy post-detonation, making bait rolls crucial for an easier fight. 5 small blocks homed in on Lulu at speeds matching the dungeon's water bullet spells. Lulu dodged one aimed at her face while slashing another with her ninja blade. She sidestepped a curved block targeting her abdomen, then spun to evade and slice a fourth with her dagger. After 5 blocks, another set came, then another. The assault continued in waves. Hayek. There's too many. Just focus on dodging. Overwhelmed, Lulu switched to pure evasion per Mako's advice. A single block hit could pierce even max-enhanced light armor, dealing pain akin to a stiff paper fan strike. One hit wouldn't kill, but losing balance risked a combo pummeling. While individually weak, 400 blocks could be lethal. Larger blocks hit harder and had knockback, demanding extra caution. Mako's magic team prioritized sniping these. Behind Lulu, surviving blocks began reforming. The attackers worked frantically to destroy them pre-assembly. Mako and Cheyenne fired spells at idle blocks to ease Lulu's burden. Between reloads, they and Sasara struck reforming clusters. Yet this zone was treacherous, stray blocks flew unpredictably. They moved in 3 patterns: linear, curved, and post-attack recall toward the swarm. The third pattern's sudden shifts made strays deadly. Whoa! Mako barely dodged a curving block at her periphery. Such close calls were common. Thankfully, with a dedicated bait, even a hit wouldn't trigger a combo. Almost there. Hold formation. Noting the dwindling idle blocks, Mako alerted the team. The attackers distanced themselves from the nearly reformed object. Lulu, sweating and panting, caught her breath after the last evasion. Lulu, switch. Be careful. It's rough. Now Sasara took point as bait while Lulu fell back. The pre-split block object was smaller this time. It promptly exploded apart again. Fire. Disappear. Mako and Cheyenne unleashed spells as before. Cheyenne, fully engrossed in the boss fight, lost her Chunabu edge, sounding more like a panicked villain. Ugh. Sasara, initially mixing slashes with dodges, grew careless. A poor dodge direction left her arm grazed. Sasara. I'm fine. Her armored bracer, enhanced with armor boost. Small, minimized the damage, less than the paper fan analogy. Using the impact's momentum, Sasara twisted her hips and pivoted gracefully, resuming combat. This boss's aggro was simple: just get closer than the bait. Hearing Mako's warning, Lulu hesitated to intervene but stuck to her role after seeing Sasara recover. Sasara sheathed her saber, drawing a dagger instead. Focusing on evasion, she deflected unavoidable strikes. The attackers maintained relentless pressure. Lulu skillfully wielded dual blades, selectively slashing approachable blocks. Mako carefully cut through S-trajectory blocks. Shiren smashed bouncing blocks with her blood array malice hand. Mako and Shiren also bombarded idle blocks with spells. Fire, take this, fire. Fire D, damn you, fire. Mako smoothly alternated between tome and sword. Shiren, still unaccustomed to her apprentice grimoire user role, lost even her Chunibyu quips mid-battle. After destroying 120 blocks across both phases, almost there. Hold formation. Lulu's warning prompted a regroup at the center. That was tougher than expected. Nice recovery. With roles reset, Lulu resumed bait duty. Cycling through phases, they whittled the blocks below 100. The reforming object suddenly glowed crimson. It's coming, everyone run. As Mako shouted, the object exploded, scattering blocks. The team sprinted away, glancing back. Sasara trailed Shiren, ready to carry her if needed. Though similar to earlier, this was different. All blocks now spiraled tornado-like in a massive whirlwind. From a safe distance, they watched. Ha, fire, ha. Fire, talk about a beginner's trap. They kept attacking despite exhaustion. Shiren, drained more by stress than exertion, panted heavily. Like the infinite Torii's dragon, every dungeon boss had a killer move. The block objects was the block tornado at around 100 blocks remaining. This beginner's trap had claimed even trained soldiers worldwide. Post-tornado, blocks dwindled drastically from mid-air collisions, a high-power suicide attack. With around 30 left, cleanup was routine. Curse your folly for opposing me. Shiren smashed the last block with a dramatic cry, sealing their victory. We did it. Payawa. Mako cheered, arms raised, while Shiren beamed and jumped. Ewo. The usually stoic Shiren's radiant smile stunned the seniors. Flustered, she tried to regain her composure, but her lips twitched uncontrollably. We succeeded. Too easy, nice. Sasara and Lulu celebrated around their kuhai. Mobbed by them, Shiren fidgeted shyly. Great job, Shiren-chan. MN, I did it. Joining in, Mako earned a nod, but Shiren's lips still quivered. Embarrassed, she pinched Mako's cheeks. She treats me totally differently, huh? Mako mused mid-pinch. Still, being seen as a friend was nice. Their joy, however, vanished instantly. Polite, elegant clapping echoed through the boss chamber, a space only party members should occupy. 4.19. Persuasion. Clap, 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 the sound of applause. It was a slow, languid rhythm, carrying the faint echo of a superior praising their subordinate. Snapped out of their post-victory daze, the four of them turned toward the source of the sound, one that had no business being here. A figure roughly 180 cm tall, wearing geta sandals missing a tooth. Dressed like a yamabushi, adorned here and there with samurai armor. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back, and his face was hidden behind a fierce, long-nosed crimson mask. It was the Tengu they had seen at Infinite Torii. Behind him, an entrance to an unrecorded room, one not listed in the dungeon's info, had opened. Splendid. Diachage. Everyone retreat. The moment she saw him, Mako immediately barked orders. She couldn't even tell if he had started speaking, not that it mattered. Countless questions swirled in her mind, but she shoved them all aside. There was only one thing to do now. Run. Mako and the others turned their backs and fled. Mako and Shiren bolted for the gate beyond the green membrane. Lulu and Sasara sprinted toward the newly appeared golden gate. Mako's panicked command ended up splitting the group, sending them racing toward whichever exit came to mind first. They quickly realized they were heading in opposite directions, but if this kept up, at least some of them might survive. So they kept running, refusing to stop. None of them noticed the Tengu flailing his arms in confusion between the two groups. Snapping out of it, the Tengu formed a hand seal. In that instant, the Golden Gate Lulu and Sasara were racing toward vanished. The green membrane Mako and Shiren were aiming for turned crimson. With their escape route gone, Lulu and the others steeled themselves and turned back toward the Tengu. Unaware, Mako's group touched the Nared membrane. Realizing escape was impossible, they too turned their eyes toward the Tengu. The Tengu silently stepped forward, positioning himself exactly between the two now separated groups. Then with an exaggerated nod, he faced Sasara and Lulu, then Mako and Cheyenne. Splendid. Why the hell is a Tengu? Mako felt an illusion wash over her, as if the victor's chamber had suddenly transformed into a coffin for the dead. She gulped, biting her lip hard. She talked over him. In an apocalyptic manga, this level of disrespect would have gotten her killed on the spot. Not that she realized it, she'd already cut him off twice and immediately tried to flee. The room fell dead silent. Mako clamped a hand over her mouth, using the other trembling one to gesture, "Go ahead." The Tengu nodded deeply, then cleared his throat, "Take 3. Most splendid." He struck the floor with a shakujo staff that had appeared out of nowhere. The rings danced, letting out a crisp shan sound. Mako sighed in relief. She hadn't been obliterated for interrupting. But she kept her guard up, watching the Tengu's every move. The others did the same. The cat bats in Infinite Torii had used their cries to create shockwaves. The actions of an unknown monster could easily be a first strike kill move. Mako's thoughts raced. He's probably here because of me, because I have the right to challenge the true Infinite Torii. If so, she had to take responsibility for obtaining that title. She had to find a way to make him leave. Mako lightly tapped Cheyenne's arm, "Stay here." A touch carrying the thought that this might be goodbye. She took 5 steps forward. Cheyenne followed, but Mako, focused entirely on the Tengu, didn't notice. Ahead, Sasara and Lulu also took 5 steps, then stopped. Mako forced herself to swallow, wetting her dry throat, then spoke to the Tengu. Long time no see." She'd thrown out a jab. He was a monster capable of conversation, but just how flexible was he? Maybe this wasn't a real conversation. Maybe he was just an event character running on script. But if he could hold a proper dialogue, then maybe she could convince him to leave. This greeting was a probe, a feint, a test. The Tengu gave a small nod at her words and replied, "Indeed, it has been long. Yet despite the time past, thou still linger in such a place." Gah! The jab hit home. Mako clenched her fists, "Because my country's." Swallowing her frustration, she forced herself to stay cool. He'd responded to her greeting with one of his own. That meant he could hold a conversation. Avoiding a fight seemed entirely possible now. "Though I suppose thou humans have thy troublesome entanglements. Still, even if the dungeon thou choose to delve is of poor quality, thy martial prowess has improved." "Thank you, so why are you here, Tengu-san?" "Rather, art thou not standing too far? 'Tis no issue for me, but thou need not shout so." The Tengu glanced at the distance between the two groups, far too wide for a proper conversation, and sighed. This boss room was built spacious enough for block objects to soar freely. The 3 points, Mako's group, Sasara's group, and the Tengu, were each about 20 to 30 meters apart. As the Tengu said, Mako had been speaking loudly. Meanwhile, despite not raising his voice, his words reached them clearly. At the very least, he didn't seem hostile, though with no escape, they had little choice. Mako's group reluctantly closed the distance. They resumed the conversation about 5 meters away from the Tengu. "So, Tengu-san, why are you here?" "I was out for a stroll. Along the way, I sensed a child I had granted a title engaged in battle, so I stopped to watch." "A stroll? That's what put us in this mess." Mako barely stifled the urge to scream while slapping her thighs. But since she had no idea what might set him off, she swallowed the outburst. Instead, she steered the conversation toward something constructive. She was dying to ask about the unrecorded room he'd emerged from, or why an Infinite Torii monster was here. But with stroll as the keyword, she decided to wrap things up quickly. "If you're just strolling, that means you're not here to fight, right?" "Fight." The Tengu's gaze swept over Mako's group, then Sasara's, then the ceiling, before finally settling back on Mako. "Nay. I did come to fight thee." "Wait, you just came up with that now, didn't you?" Unable to hold back, Mako fired off the retort. The Tengu silenced her with a shan of his staff. "Not so. I emerged to test how much thou hast grown." "Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, this is a total backfire." Mako's mind spun. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, then pressed on. "We're way out of your league." We barely scraped by against the phantom dragon just now. I shall hold back, rest assured. Mako forced herself to calm down and consider the offer. If he was holding back, this might actually be a chance to grow stronger. Does that mean you won't kill us? Nay, I shall restrain my strength, but if even that proves too much, I will kill thee. The moment those words landed, Mako, Sasara, and Lulu were hit by a wave of dread. All three shared the adventurer job skill survival instinct. It was this skill that now rang alarm bells in their heads. None of them voiced the feeling, but they all knew this was a fight they absolutely could not afford to take. Mako kept negotiating. Then let us go. Having an infinite Torii monster here breaks the rules anyway. Rules? True, ordinary monsters cannot do such things. But tease humans who mistakenly assumed no monster could traverse dungeons, no. WL I guess, but still. An ultra-powerful enemy in a beginner dungeon is just unfair. And ambushing us in the victory zone after beating the boss? That's absolutely unacceptable. WL, I know not of such things. B besides, I've already decided to fight. The Tengu faltered, clearly aware this might be unfair, but then turned his nose up stubbornly. What is this guy? Mako's fists itched, but punching him would be suicide, so she held back. Fine, but at least promise you won't kill us. We're training to challenge the Knight Infinite Torii someday. It's too cruel to have you come here and beat us down while we're still weak. HRM, I've no intention of beating thee down. Mako shifted tactics. We'll come find you when we're stronger. Picking on the weak now would just be boring. The Tengu, still turned away, seemed to hesitate. Seizing the opening, Shiren provided backup. Actually, we'd love some training from you. Ooh, Shiren-chan, that's genius. NGH. Then Lulu began shadowboxing, sword drawn. Tengu-sama, how about it? I'm sure you see many areas for improvement. NGH. Watching Lulu, Sasara placed a hand on her cheek and sighed dramatically. Truly, advice from someone so strong would elevate us by leaps and bounds. Such precious guidance would be most welcome. Ga NGH. The Tengu stared hard at the four of them. In return, Mako's group hit him with their most determined, sparkling gazes. NGH. The Tengu coughed into his fist. Ahem. In truth, monsters of my unique nature are permitted to impart knowledge. Very well, I shall grant the instruction. The survival instinct alarms faded. This guy's a total pushover, they all thought. Now then, to instruct thee properly, nothing surpasses live combat. Once he'd lined them up, the Tengu dropped that bombshell. Despite the phrasing, survival instinct remained silent. A sliver of unease lingered, but Mako's group replied with a bright, yes, sir. The Tengu nodded, satisfied. This was all part of the service. We shall now engage in battle. I shall be using this. From his robes, he produced an elaborate cat toy with a splendid feathered end. Lulu suddenly performed a vertical leap on the spot, drawing attention, but the Tengu ignored her. You're fighting with that. Indeed. I intended to use this from the start. 'Tis more than sufficient for thee. The three adventurers shuddered. Even with this, he could still kill them. Shiren wondered if it was a proper dungeon weapon. Thou may come at me with all thy strength. I shall grant thee time to prepare. With time now on their hands, Mako's group first collected the boss rewards they'd left behind in their haste. The Kazami dungeon boss dropped special clay, primarily used for accessory crafting. Now then, next up, the long-awaited dungeon clear reward. A gold-trimmed treasure chest, just like the ones in Infinite Torii. For a moment, Mako forgot about the DQN, dumb quit nuisance in the room and focused entirely on the chest. Rubbing her hands together, she suddenly froze. SH Shiren-chan, you should. Right, Shiren had never opened a dungeon clear reward before. The same went for Sasara and Lulu, but Shiren was special. Mako wanted to let her have this. She vacated the prime spot in front of the chest, offering it to Shiren, but Shiren shook her head. Mako should open it. Really? Well, time's tight, so I'll do it. Mako instantly accepted Shiren's kindness, plopping down cross-legged in the prime spot. Now open sesame. For once, she didn't worry about traps, flipping the lid open. Inside were 4 magic orbs, several recipes, and 15,000 guineas. These orbs give +10, huh? Magic orbs were items that permanently increased magic power. The ones in Infinite Torii had granted +20, but these were +10. Since only the dungeon clearer could use them, All four consumed theirs on the spot. They'd split the guineas later, time was too precious now. As for the recipes, without checking, they couldn't tell. But since the self-defense force had cleared this dungeon repeatedly, they likely already had them all. With rewards secured, Mako's group returned to their backpacks near the entrance to discuss jobs. Fortunately, no one had changed jobs during this dive, so all were free to switch. We were adventurers earlier. Sasara, Lulu, you both felt that bad vibe too, right? Meow, that was close to Sue. Had none of us been adventurers, and had he pulled out that cat toy from the start, we might have died. As Sasara said, if they hadn't had survival instinct, they might have accepted his terms blindly. Negotiations could have gone worse, leading to a far deadlier fight. Just in case, I'll stay an adventurer. The rest of you, switch if you want. Survival instinct had just triggered for the first time, but Mako already saw its value. The vagueness was because, without testing its limits, she couldn't be sure. Either way, facing a deadly foe, she wanted every advantage to avoid stepping on a landmine. After some thought, the group decided to keep their current jobs. Changing jobs locked them for 24 hours, they might need to switch mid-fight. With that settled, they emptied their backpacks. If they changed jobs mid-battle, item box would deactivate, potentially destroying their contents. They also stowed their head-mounted cameras. At this level, the footage would be unusable anyway. And so, Mako's group found themselves at the mercy of a Tengu's whims. 4.20. Tengu sparring. As I mentioned earlier, I shall fight with this. I will hold back. You may come at me with all your might to kill me. The Tengu waved the cat toy up and down as he spoke. Mako and the others noticed Lulu's face bobbing slightly. The distance between the Tengu and Mako's group was about 5 meters. The Tengu looked somewhat amused. Mako's group wore expressions that screamed, "Seriously, give us a break." The two sides faced each other. "Now then, show me how much stronger you've become." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind erupted from the Tengu's feet. Pushed back by the wind, Mako and the others shifted 1 foot back and took their stances. Mako and Sasara immediately reached for their sabers, adopting an aijutsu stance. Lulu drew her small sickle defensively, resting her other hand on her ninja sword. Cheyenne gripped both ends of her blood array grudge hands, gathering strength for a swift strike. Additionally, Mako and Cheyenne set up spells in their respective grimoires. Normally, Mako and Sasara wouldn't use aijutsu. Since dungeon enemies rarely launch sudden assaults, they preferred more practical stances to begin combat. Moreover, their scabbards weren't designed for aijutsu, making it impossible to produce slashes powerful enough to favor the technique. But this time, their swords were still sheathed. Thus, to avoid wasting 2 beats on drawing their blades, they adopted the aijutsu stance. There was hesitation, too. Mako's group was uneasy about unleashing full-powered slashes on a humanoid opponent. That unease, faced with an overwhelmingly powerful foe, led to the disjointed decision not to draw their swords beforehand. Had the Tengu given them the leeway to draw their blades properly, they might have done so without issue. But that didn't happen. The moment Mako touched her sword, the Tengu was already within her range. Wah! Realizing this, Mako drew her blade, or rather, was forced to draw it. The edge left its scabbard, and a slash powered by unbelievable force was unleashed toward the Tengu. She hit. Mako was certain of it, but the Tengu wasn't there. Instead, he stood at the tip of Mako's drawn saber, at the edge of her vision. "This is like a manga." Mako muttered a complaint-like retort as she fired the water and earth bullets she had prepared in her grimoire. Simultaneously, Cheyenne unleashed water and fire bullets. The 4 spells intersected just above Mako's saber. The moment she realized the Tengu had dodged, Mako twisted her wrist and brought her blade down in a diagonal slash. The Tengu had flipped midair and landed right in front of her. Her saber seemed to sink into the inverted Tengu's neck. Though Mako herself couldn't believe it, she swung without holding back at all. Yet, once again, she failed to cut the Tengu. Twisting his body to evade, the Tengu landed before her. Mako, having swung her right arm fully to the left, couldn't follow up immediately with the Tengu now right beside her. She used a grimoire attack to keep him at bay while pulling her right foot back, then swung her blade horizontally from left to right. "You're not hitting me." And once again, the Tengu stood atop her sword. "Damn it." Mako twisted her hips, shifting her right foot outward while swinging her sword upward. Not bad. The Tengu, now on Mako's left, tapped her exposed flank lightly with the cat toy. Oof. That alone sent Mako flying 2 meters, leaving her coughing violently. Miko. Mako. Damn it. The three cried out in concern for Mako. Among them, Shiren's words caught in her throat as the Tengu appeared before her. You're next. Shocked by Mako being sent flying, Shiren had cancelled her charged attack with the blood array grudge hands. Instead of her strongest, fastest strike, she resorted to a simple swinging assault. The Tengu effortlessly dodged the spinning nunchaku, and Shiren followed up with a barrage of grimoire attacks and strikes from her weapon. Against an ordinary person, even one of her erratic attacks would be hard to evade, yet the Tengu dodged them all with ease. Take this. Spinning midair, Shiren brought the blood array grudge hands down from above. GRR. The sensation of hitting only the ground frustrated Shiren, just as Sasara's angry shout reached her ears. The Tengu's geta at the edge of her vision vanished. Looking up, she saw Sasara relentlessly slashing at the Tengu with furious speed. Each strike was dodged with a casual sway. Nin! A burst of Lulu's water art erupted beneath the Tengu's feet, and Sasara seized the moment to unleash a slash sword. But the Tengu rode the water upward, launching himself into the air. Your turn is over. Landing before Shiren, the Tengu tapped her torso with the cat toy. Gah! Shiren tumbled across the ground, clutching her side. Shiren. Lulu tried to rush to her aid, but the Tengu appeared before her. Instantly, Lulu unleashed a flurry of strikes with her ninja sword and sickle. This time, the Tengu didn't dodge. He deflected every attack with the cat toy. Sasara couldn't join in. Like with Mako earlier, the four struggled to coordinate attacks against a single small target. Against a large dragon, it might have been different, but the Tengu was far smaller. And fighting at such close quarters risked hitting each other. Only Shiren's magic had been safe to use during Mako's assault. Still, Sasara desperately sought an opening and thrust forward. 3 attacks from Sasara and Lulu came at the Tengu from the front and side, yet he avoided them all with a single step. The first bout ends here. NGH. Gah. 2 light taps from the cat toy sent Lulu crashing to the ground, and Sasara flying 2 meters back. At that moment, Mako slashed at the Tengu from behind. Despite the surprise attack, one without even a battle cry, the Tengu was already gone. A fine strike. Hearing his voice behind her, Mako kicked off the ground, spinning midair to slash backward. As she landed, she fired grimoire attacks around herself and along the path of her blade, but the Tengu wasn't there. That was your most thoughtful attack yet. The Tengu's voice came from above Mako's lowered head after her spinning slash. Now he was perched on her head weightless. Then take this. Mako attacked overhead with her grimoire, but again, there was no impact. With that exchange, the Tengu retreated from Mako's group. Sasara, Lulu, and Shiren stood up, wiping drool from their mouths. All 4, including Mako, drank recovery potions they had bought during their last expedition. The potions used about 20 MP to erase the pain. Had they suffered broken bones, nearly 100 MP would have been drained, proof the Tengu was holding back considerably. Yet, Mako's group was rattled. They had never experienced such intense pain in the dungeon before. Protected by their beginner gear, their pain tolerance was only slightly better than that of ordinary girls. Their success in clearing the infinite torii was largely due to their ignorance of pain. To put it bluntly, they were the virtual generation. And now, the Tengu was hitting them with attacks that pierced their beginner gear, delivering considerable pain. For the 4, it was terrifying. As they hesitated, the Tengu spoke. What you just felt was the attack power of an E-rank dungeon's trash mobs. That hurt a lot, though. That's because you're poor at handling mana. Creatures of the magic world use mana for offense and defense. Their bodies evolved that way. You came into contact with mana later, so you lack that ability. That's why magical attacks deal heavy damage to you. Tengu, we'd rather you teach us this stuff than fight. Mako, horrified by the gravity of his words, mentally screamed, "This isn't the time for combat. I have a curfew, sunset, so I'd rather fight." A Tengu with a curfew. Mako retorted. But since the Tengu was the night boss of the infinite torii, it made sense he had to return by dusk. She didn't know how the D server factored in, but mentioning it wouldn't make him teach them now. Ask someone else for details. Like who? Magical beasts like me who speak human language. But a warning. Like me, they'll fight to kill if you enter their domain. If you want to talk, seek those wandering other dungeons, as I am now. G got it. Mako half accepted this, but Shiren spoke up. Just one thing. You said creatures of the magic world. Are there other worlds besides Earth? Countless. My model was the Joka, people from another world. You're not a Tengu. Tengu are born from conceptual flows, conversations between stars. Those of the past touched these flows and created the Tengu legend. Conceptual flows, see, this is what we want to learn. Let's talk, not fight. No, let's fight. Earlier, I used the attack power of an E-rank mob, but my speed was B-rank. I'll tone that down too. We don't get it. Mako's group frantically braced themselves. The attacks hurt too much, they didn't want to take another hit. True to his word, the Tengu's speed dropped significantly. Yet they still couldn't land a hit. His skill was too high. For a while, the Tengu held back further, tapping them lightly with the cat toy while effortlessly dodging their attacks. GRR. As Mako's slash missed, the Tengu swayed aside, only for Lulu to close in with a high-speed slash. The cat toy tapped the flat of her ninja sword, altering its trajectory and throwing Lulu off balance. Sasera tried to cover for her with a thrust, but the Tengu slipped under her arm and appeared behind her. Gah! A light tap to Sasera's flank sent her flying 2 meters, the same E-rank level attack as before. She quickly drank a recovery potion and rejoined the fight. You rely too much on potions. Your organs aren't ruptured, your bones aren't broken, it's not that severe. We're not used to this yet. Mako fired magic from the Tengu's blind spot, while slashing diagonally to block his escape route. The Tengu scratched his head, swatting the magic away with the cat toy, then swung it down to deflect Mako's saber. Why can a cat toy block this? It's another use of mana, though this toy will crumble soon after. Happy. Deflected, Mako shifted slightly and fired her grimoire point-blank at the Tengu. The Tengu knocked it aside with the cat toy. Don't use grimoires like that. E-rank enemies will try to break them. He leaped away, offering advice as Shiren's blood-array grudge hands passed beneath him. Flapping his wings, the Tengu effortlessly dodged Shiren's magic. F-flying's cheating. That's cheat in Animal Chronicles levels of unfair. Mako fired magic, Sasera unleashed a slash sword, all dispersed with casual flicks of the cat toy. Then, spotting an opening, the Tengu glided in for another strike. His speed was trackable, but the cat toy's attacks were unavoidable. NGH. Lulu took a hit to the shoulder, but she seemed to roll with the impact, immediately standing back up. Nin. In desperation, she fired water art, but the Tengu stood atop the geyser, unfazed. Good job mitigating the impact just now. Mako charged in, drawing her second saber for a 4-pronged assault, dual sabers and dual grimoires. She thrust with her right, then slashed with her left, but the Tengu dodged with minimal movement. Your 2-sword style is too wild for me. Gah! A tap to her left wrist made Mako drop her sword. GRR. Enduring the pain, she swung her right blade and fired magic. Of course, it missed. Mako gritted her teeth. We can't win. Indeed you can't. Once again, the Tengu stepped back, ending the exchange. 4.21. Tengu-sen Q and A. Upon entering conversation mode, Mako and the others sat down to signal their intent. They wouldn't fight anymore. Even so, if the Tengu insisted, they'd reluctantly stand up. You lot are far too weak against pain. We're girls, after all. Mako replied half-heartedly. But in truth, Mako and her friends had lived lives largely free of pain, making today the first time they'd ever suffered so much in such a short span. The worst pain any of them had experienced was probably when Lulu once broke a bone. That was their benchmark for maximum pain. Tengu-san, we've got about an hour until sunset. Mako checked her watch as she spoke. It was currently 5:30 p.m. Since it was summer, sunset might still be a bit further off, but in Mako's mind, 6:30 p.m. was already dusk. I'd like to squeeze in one more match, but perhaps it's too much. Way too much. We're out of recovery potions, too. The low-grade recovery potions came in packs of 4. Each of them carried 1 set, but in this battle, everyone had already used 3. Ah, well, it was a fine way to pass the time. Then, I shall answer a few of your questions. As the Tengu spoke, the cat teaser in its hand crumbled into dust and vanished. Likely, releasing its reinforcement caused it to lose form. With that, the Tengu sat beside Mako and the others, fully transitioning into conversation mode. What would you like to know? If it's within my power to answer, I shall. The girls exchanged glances. This was an unexpected golden opportunity. Immediately, Lulu and Cheyenne fetched their smartphones and a break time set from where they'd left their backpacks. They swiftly poured drinks and offered chocolates to the Tengu. Despite all the dungeon talk, Mako and her friends were still girls. Setting up a casual chat space was second nature to them. By fully engaging the Tengu in conversation mode, they ensured it wouldn't even think of fighting again. Those with free hands began recording the valuable discussion on their phones. This is quite the treat. Saying so, the Tengu began munching on the chocolates. When Mako and the others caught a glimpse of its lips beneath the slightly raised mask, their eyes widened. The Tengu was female, or perhaps a male with exceptionally beautiful lips. Its voice was unmistakably gruff, but maybe the mask had some kind of effect. For now, they set that aside. The girls exchanged glances, silently debating who should ask first. Following Shiren's suggestion to go clockwise starting with Hitsuji Danny Mako, Mako took the lead. Okay then. So, Earth-san leveled up, but what exactly are we supposed to do now? Frankly, Mako had no clue. Actually, she doubted anyone really knew. Her main reason for wanting to enter dungeons was simply because it was fun. In the strictest sense, you need do nothing. But if you wish to thrive in this era, evolution is the answer. Evolution. Indeed. However, if you do nothing, evolution may take thousands, even tens of thousands of years. So doing something speeds it up. Dungeons serve not only to release mana into the world, but also to accelerate evolution. By leveling up, honing yourselves, and meeting certain conditions, you can trigger mana evolution. The power term mana evolution sent Mako and Cheyenne into a frenzy of hand-flailing. Mako imagined herself evolving into a Bonkyuban Oni-san, while Cheyenne fantasized about becoming the Dark Lord. While those two daydreamed, Sasura stepped in with a question. What's the difference between mana evolution and regular evolution? Mana evolution is a single-generation process. At first, offspring will still be born as their parents' original species. But repeating this cycle will eventually lead to children being born already evolved. It's a far faster path to new species than natural evolution. Wow, that's incredible. So evolution happens on a timescale short enough for textbooks. Mako's mind wandered to textbook centuries in the future. Would a new genre emerge, like dungeon romance instead of warring states romance? Maybe mnemonics like Nyone and Hitsuji Danny Mako would become a thing. Test material, folks. Can someone who's undergone mana evolution have children with a regular person? They can. So, if we're motivated, we should aim for mana evolution. Mako concluded. Precisely. It's also one of Earth Dono's desires. Mana evolution tends to produce cooler-looking creatures than natural evolution. Earth-san's desires, there are others. As mana fills the world, Earth Dono will physically grow larger. It will also gain the ability to handle cosmic threats like solar winds and meteorites. For a planet, gaining mana brings many benefits. Whoa, really? Should have just said so, you jerk. Mako slapped the dungeon floor with a peshi. Wait a moment, Earth-san will grow larger. At Sasura's grave tone, the Tengu nodded. Won't that affect life on Earth? Naturally, but the growth won't be so rapid that life can't adapt through evolution. Doubling in size will be so far in the future. Your records will have long faded into oblivion. If Earth truly doubled in size, gravity would also double, making even walking, let alone breathing, exhausting for most. The weak would struggle to survive. Sasura had been worried about that, but it seemed this was a matter of millennia. So, in short, just evolve lol. Indeed, and if you wish to keep playing in dungeons, failing to achieve mana evolution will leave you helpless against C-rank dungeons, the evolution tier. But the self-defense forces will probably storm in soon, right? And they will likely perish. E-rank dungeons are barely manageable with store-bought beginner gear. D-rank requires honing your job, but C-rank. That's where mana evolution becomes mandatory. Mako scribbled in her notebook. Pausing, she glanced at the Tengu, who was cheerfully tossing chocolates under its mask. Earth-san mentioned monsters appearing above ground too, right? Indeed. Even C rank and above. The Tengu stroked its chin, gazed at the ceiling and thought, then answered. Let me just say this. Dungeons are not extermination programs for life. Beyond that, I lack the authority to answer. Restricted information. At Shiren's words, Mako mooed in response, and the two shared a mini-celebration. Sasara was baffled at how restricted information could trigger such excitement. At any rate, Mako's question was answered. Q, what should we do? A, just evolve lol. For speed, aim for mana evolution. Now my turn. How can we become stronger? Tilting her head, Lulu asked. A seemingly childish question, but a crucial one. There is no path but training. Tengu Dono said creatures from magical worlds use mana for offense and defense. How? As you are now, you're at the egg stage as magical beings. Your bodies don't yet understand how to handle mana, this new law. Currently, you rely on your jobs to hatch from that egg. Once you undergo the first stage of mana evolution, you'll awaken to your own magic. From there, you must experiment and train. Can't you teach us? Mana evolution is, as the name implies, the result of engaging with mana. Since mana converts to magic within living beings, how you wield it shapes your evolutionary path. If I taught you everything, your evolution would mirror mine. Lulu stared at the Tengu's nose. Yeah, no thanks, she thought inwardly. I can guess what you're thinking, but this is a mask. My true face lies beneath. Then, what do you look like? Mako mentally noted that such characters never remove their masks. Yet, defying expectations, the Tengu casually took it off. Beneath was the face of a striking, hook-nosed beauty. A girl. Lulu's eyes widened in shock. Nay, Joka folk are neither male nor female, we are hermaphrodites. With the mask removed, the Tengu's voice shifted to a husky, princess-like tone. Hermaphrodite? Lulu gulped. Mako, too, gulped reflexively and glanced at Sasara, who merely looked mildly intrigued. Thus, Lulu's question concluded. Q, how do we get stronger? A. Achieve mana evolution and study magic control. My turn, what's conceptual flow? Shiren asked. A question of pure personal interest, unlikely to be useful. As Sasara refilled the Tengu's cup, it prefaced. I'm no expert, but then explained. Stars converse across dimensions. Their discussions often revolve around the life forms inhabiting them. As you've likely experienced, this dialogue is inaudible. Yet, rare individuals receive these transmissions. That is conceptual flow. Shiren listened intently, expressionless but focused. If the receiver is a low-intellect creature, little changes. At most, they might adopt new hunting behaviors, perhaps evolving for efficiency. But when intelligent beings like humans receive it, things differ. So folktales are born. Indeed, thus, Tengu, vampires, and dragons came to be. However, conceptual flow is heavily influenced by the receiver's culture, often distorting the original. Names change and features exaggerate, like our prominent noses. The Tengu flicked its mask's long nose. To ancient Japanese, a joka's hooked nose must have seemed absurdly large. Then, our anime and manga characters all conceptual flow. No, while their roots may lie there, human creativity reshapes them entirely. I see. Shiren's question, too, was answered. Q, what's conceptual flow? A. A collection of creatively remixed works inspired by transmissions between stars. Finally, Sasara posed her question. Right, then, are there many monsters that can move between dungeons? She'd considered asking about scientific uses of mana, but opted for something more survival-critical. There are, but only boss-tier entities like myself who comprehend language. Boss-tier, that's far too dangerous. You seem to misunderstand, so let me clarify. Dungeon monsters do not attack those without the will to fight. A. The girls' voices overlapped in shock. B. But when Shiren-chan and I were first thrown into a dungeon, we got attacked immediately. Then you must have had the will to fight. Mako recalled her first dungeon visit, practicing swings with her mini scissors, ready to kill. Likewise, Shiren had instantly crafted a weapon, swinging it with lethal intent. Those who enter armed are assumed to seek battle. In such cases, every monster in the dungeon becomes hostile. Strength doesn't grant the right to retreat. This revelation struck Mako. Rabbits forcibly tossed into rainbow vortexes to lower dungeon ranks had all survived. Because they'd been thrown in against their will, they'd never intended to fight, only escape. However, if you encounter a powerhouse like myself from another difficulty tier, combat hinges on your intent. Wait, you were totally up for fighting us earlier. Because you declared it. That's dangerous. I held back, of course. Still dangerous. Regardless, Sasera's question was settled. Q, are there many dungeon-hopping monsters? A, some, but they won't attack unless provoked. After a few more questions, time ran out. It's about time. This was quite the feast. Rising, the Tengu returned its cup to Sasera. The girls, now fully engrossed, had shifted from "can we leave yet?" to just a little longer. One last thing, a quick question. Mako frantically raised her hand. With the Tengu's permission, she asked. Dungeons won't just disappear suddenly, right? This was critical. If dungeons could vanish overnight, their entire approach would change. Kyukuku, they won't vanish. In your lifetime, they may multiply but never decrease. Far in the future, their numbers might dwindle, but not now. The Tengu's masked smile reassured Mako, who sighed in relief. Walking to the wall, the Tengu formed a hand seal. Instantly, the golden clear gate and green membrane reappeared. A passageway opened in the wall. Does this lead to the infinite Torie? Indeed, dungeons are linked by mana lines. This is how we traverse them. Well then, should the opportunity arise, let's spar again. Or feel free to storm the infinite Torie. That'll have to wait. Laughing heartily, the Tengu stepped into the passage. The wall sealed shut behind it with a grotesque squelch. With the danger gone, the girls collectively exhaled. That was one scary sis. No, Oninichin. That makes her sound like a demon big sister. Regardless, they were just glad they'd chosen dialogue over combat. Despite their exhaustion, worse than after the boss fight, they repacked their backpacks with materials. Since they hadn't changed jobs, the extra effort felt pointless. As they prepared to leave, they discussed how to use their newfound knowledge. Once ready, they stood before the Golden Gate. All right, let's head back. The post-battle was more exhausting than the fight itself. Naya, that cat teaser hurt. But at least we've got a clear goal now. Yeah. And so, Mako and her friends conquered Kazami Dungeon. 4.22. The branch manager can't go home. Upon stepping into the clear gate, Mako and the others were enveloped in a golden light. Last time, they had seen this sight while basking in the emotions of having slain a dragon, but this time, they were seeing it after getting thoroughly beaten by a Tengu. They weren't exactly moping, but at the same time, they felt no exhilaration either. Instead, they gazed at the golden light with faces full of determination and motivation, having gained a new goal. Eventually, the light faded, revealing the figures of onlookers around them. Normally, the revolving door of arrivals and departures would keep looping, but this time, even that had come to a halt. Not only the general participants, but even the staff, who had seen the self-defense forces return after defeating a boss multiple times, were watching intently. They had finally realized that the work they were involved in had entered a new phase. Being stared at by the crowd was unavoidable. Mako, who had planned to slip away quietly with the others, found herself playing the role of the exasperated protagonist. Adventurer Hitsujiya Mako. With a shubaba, Mako struck a kung fu-esque pose. Even when her excitement was high, she was the type to follow the rule of not recklessly drawing her sword. Though if her excitement climbed any further, who knew what might happen? Adventurer Nagir Lulu. Lulu also struck a pose with a shuba, adopting a low kung fu-style stance. Adventurer Sasagasa Sasara. Sasara, though embarrassed, struck a dynamic pose full of energy. In that moment, Mako regretted having introduced all three of them as adventurers by their job titles. It was way too redundant. Artisan and grimoire scholar, Arikamo Shiren. Shiren struck a cool pose with her back turned, exuding an air of confidence. She was the only one with a job title that sounded strong. The four of us have hereby fully conquered the Kazami Dungeon. With a bon, Mako made her declaration. The crowd responded with an ooh of surprise, and Mako smirked in satisfaction. Please move along, you're holding up the line, urged a staff member, prompting them to move. Obediently complying, Mako and the others began walking away as if nothing had happened, and the halted entry-exit loop resumed its motion. Just like last time, they headed toward the large trading tent. Last time, the trading post had been empty since the adventurer profession had only just been introduced to the world, but this time, it was moderately bustling. This liveliness would only grow more intense with each passing day. After waiting slightly longer than last time, they entered one of the trading post spaces within the large tent. The area was partitioned off so other adventurers couldn't see inside. "Welcome back, good work out there." The staff member who greeted them was a young woman, to whom Mako and the others returned the greeting with a "thank you, please take care of us." They then handed over their adventure cards, and the trading process began. "I hear you conquered the dungeon today. Congratulations." "Thank you," Mako replied energetically on behalf of the group. "Then let's get straight to counting the materials." The woman was full of motivation, thinking this might be the highest material count yet. But Mako stopped her. "We'd like you to count the materials too, but we also obtained some important information, so we'd like to sell that as well." They had decided to sell this information to the Adventurers Association. Now that the association existed as an organization, the payment for information sold to them was clearly defined, ranging from a minimum to a maximum amount. Most organizations wouldn't have rules about paying for information, but since dungeons were places where information could be found, the adventure-required information purchase system had been established. It was similar to the police agency's special investigation reward system, with the key difference being that it didn't apply to internal members, i.e., police officers. Posting the information online would likely be more profitable than selling it to the Adventurers Association. After all, Sasera's Mom's Guide site had a global audience, meaning even useless info could be monetized. But the Adventurers Association had only just been established, and its track record was limited to material trading. At present, the self-defense forces were the ones primarily gathering information. However, if they could show that adventurers were also capable of obtaining incredible information, the Adventurers Association would surely last longer. With that in mind, and because they were involved in the association's founding, they decided to sell the information here. Above all, they had no idea what kind of uproar the information they'd obtained might cause. When Mako brought up selling information, the woman was slightly surprised. Information. Given that the Kazami dungeon was the first in the world to be properly explored, it could easily be called the most researched dungeon globally. The woman couldn't imagine any significant new information coming out at this point. She couldn't help but wonder if it was a misunderstanding, but this was Hitsujiya Mako they were dealing with. Having already shaken the world twice, there was no way she could just brush this off. "Is it major information?" "Yes, very major." "Okay, then I'll call someone who can handle this. Please wait a moment." The report went up the chain, and soon, word came back that someone was on their way. In the meantime, Mako and the others began counting their materials. The person who arrived shortly after was a Salariman-esque middle-aged man and a young woman. Both had trained in dungeons and learned stamina up small to endure the association's grueling workload. They were elite corporate warriors who had also mastered general salaryman-class skills. Even after sprinting from the Adventurers Association, building on the other side of the defensive barrier, they looked perfectly composed. "Thank you for waiting. Regarding the matter you reported, I, Sadu, will be handling it." With that introduction, he handed over his business card. Apparently, Sadu was the branch manager. Given that the reporters were Mako and her group, the top brass had come personally. Quite nimble for a bureaucrat. Having received a business card for the first time, Mako bowed repeatedly, saying, "I'm Hitsujiya Mako." And so, Mako and the others began their report, supplementing it with footage from their phones and cameras. Sadu had come here excited. As an organization involved in the unknown field of dungeons, many of its employees were naturally curious. Sadu, despite being a branch manager, was no exception. Moreover, if they could show the world that adventurers could also obtain information, rather than just the self-defense forces, it would bolster the Adventurers Association's race and dare. In this regard, his thinking aligned with Mako's. The report began with the boss battle. Sadu was astonished by the combat skills of the four girls, and his excitement grew at the thought of more adventurers like them emerging in the future. Then came the sudden turn of events. With the appearance of the Tengu, Sadu's eyes widened. During the scene of the battle with the Tengu, Mako and the others pointed at their phones dejectedly. That Tengu guy was crazy fast. Look, here he is standing on my sword. We got wrecked. Sadhu's face turned pale. Our national class adventurers. He muttered under his breath. The sight of the girls being pummeled, not with gut punches, but with what looked like belly tickles, was quite heavy. So, you're saying we should seal off the dungeon? Whoa there, I get why you'd think that, but please hold off. This is just the prologue, the real deal is different. Keep watching. Mako stopped Sadhu from jumping to conclusions and made him keep watching. The word prologue sounded ominous to him, but he persevered. Meanwhile, Mako and the others, bored by the lengthy footage, left the branch manager to it and cheerfully proceeded with material counting and paperwork. They chattered excitedly about things like, oh, the current exchange rate for Seri is this much. On the other hand, when the scene shifted to the Tengu providing information, Sadhu covered his mouth, his forehead beading with sweat. He had expected a softer report, something like discovering a hidden passage or a powerful recipe, but this was on a whole other level. Mana evolution, the Earth growing larger, other worlds existing. Boss-class monsters moving between dungeons. C-class dungeons requiring evolution. Despite sharing the same space and working for the same organization, the temperature gap between the branch manager and the trading post staff was staggering. Within a mere 3-meter radius, the difference was as stark as that between a gritty drama and a moe anime. Thank you for this incredibly valuable information. Sadhu bowed deeply to Mako and the others. Much of the information they had brought would be a joyous discovery for Japan and other nations. The details about C-class dungeons and boss-class monsters moving between dungeons were undeniably major. Learning about Earth's desires was also quietly significant. Mako's question about what they should do had been a fine play indeed. Humans are creatures who seek reasons for phenomena. The series of events starting with Earth's level up was no exception. Various theories had already sprung up worldwide. For example, some speculated that Earth was creating holy warriors to fight an impending demonic invasion in 10 years. Given the world's shift toward fantasy, this couldn't be outright dismissed. But now, this information confirmed that such theories were off the mark. Knowing this made a real difference, especially in easing public anxiety. The real problem, however, was mana evolution. This was genuinely troublesome information. While undeniably significant, the details were too vague. Many would refuse evolution if it meant growing extra arms or eyes. Even within the self-defense forces, plenty would balk. Yet, they couldn't afford to keep the SDF out of dungeons. On the other hand, if only the shiny benefits were highlighted, many would jump at the chance. Who wouldn't want to become a long-lived, beautiful elf? With the nation still struggling to implement basic-level education, this was far too heavy. Yet, keeping it secret wasn't an option either. If adventurers were to keep exploring, some would inevitably undergo mana evolution, especially SDF members. Since the Tengu had said evolution's direction depended on mana-related actions, everyone deserved equal preparation. Those wary of mana evolution could choose to hold off on adventuring and wait. Either way, if the government hid this, they'd be in deep trouble when the time came. Thus, every piece of information Mako's group had brought was extraordinary. But what alarmed the branch manager most was the revelation that there were monsters willing to share information. Answers to questions being researched worldwide were wandering around inside dungeons. For instance, a nation that learned how to convert mana into life energy could amass vast wealth. A nation that discovered how to reach other worlds could claim fertile lands. If those lands were already inhabited, technological exchange would further boost national power. Of course, this was all contingent on such methods existing, and on the monsters being willing to teach them. If these possibilities were real, Japan would naturally want to learn them first. But that would require keeping the existence of information-sharing monsters secret. Doing so, however, would raise questions about the source of the other major revelations. Teaching the public how to handle boss-class monsters that moved between dungeons would also become difficult. The information Mako's group had brought was too interconnected, leaving only two options: total secrecy or full disclosure. At a loss, Sadhu decided to pass the buck to the higher-ups. Well, This wasn't something a branch manager could decide anyway. For this information, you'll be compensated under the Adventurer Acquired Information Purchase System's guidelines. Yahoo! Mako and Shiren high-fived at Sadhu's words. The payment will be determined after review, so the transfer will happen at a later date. Understood. So far, Mako had received information payments from the government twice. Back then, adventurers didn't exist, so the amounts had been discretionary. But now, with the system formalized, things were clear. The Adventurer Acquired Information Purchase System naturally determined rewards based on the information's importance. The baseline ranged from 10,000 to 3 million, with special cases going up to 10 million. If the knowledge brought back was patentable, patents could also be granted. Additionally, if foreign nations recognized the achievement, medals were possible. However, if adventurers sold information to private companies or posted it online without going through the association would not intervene in any resulting disputes. This reward structure applied to the highest tier information within a given discovery. In other words, if uncovering the highest tier information also solved lower tier mysteries, only the highest tier reward was paid. Otherwise, with dungeons being unknown territory, the financial burden would be unpredictable. That said, top-tier information was valuable enough to warrant higher rewards and special case payouts. For Mako's group, the highest-tier information was the existence of information-sharing monsters. It was the kind of revelation that would make researchers flip tables. However, since this was their first contact with such a monster, and they had extracted the information through their own efforts, the lower-tier information also deserved compensation. Going forward, the association would have to provide adventurers with a list of questions to ask if they encountered such monsters, each accompanied by a bounty or patent. But doing so would require announcing the existence of information-sharing monsters, which could trigger a global scramble. Sadhu collected the footage from Mako's phones and cameras, then staggered back to the branch building. He had been planning to head home soon, but now that was out of the question. Mako and the others decided to keep all their materials except magic stones for research purposes. The staff looked disappointed that they weren't selling any monster materials. This could have been a record-breaking transaction, not that it would have raised their salaries, but still. 4.22.1 Bulletin Board Arc. Continued Earth's on TV, Thread Part 102 uploads. 1. Anonymous Viewer. Earth's on TV uploads more frequently than I expected. Is Earth's on just that free? This is the thread to discuss Earth's on TV. Keep your favorite warrior cheering moderate. If you want to scream your love, go to the dedicated thread. When recommending videos, mark those with deaths as death included. 75. Anonymous Viewer. Yeah, I'm definitely a Lulutan fan. 76. Anonymous Viewer. I get that the trio is still popular, but let's give others some attention too. 77. Anonymous Viewer. Lately, the Doitsu videos have been hilariously wild. 78. Anonymous Viewer. Benedicta-chan, I desperately wanna marry her. 79. Anonymous Viewer. Doitsu's super popular. The hype shot up when the Valkyrie showed up. 80. Anonymous Viewer. That Valkyrie's basically the Japanese Tengu archetype, right? Personally, I'd rather marry her than Ben-chan. 81. Anonymous Viewer. Earth's on TV mostly focuses on military folks, so it's natural they're way more skilled than civilians. Makes you realize how precious the Mako-chan squad's videos are. Well, can't be helped given the times. 82. Anonymous Viewer. Earth's on TV just casually leaks other countries' weapons and tactics, lol. But at least they cut out bathroom stuff. 83. Anonymous Viewer. Military higher-ups, we don't care if you show toilets or baths, just hide the classified stuff. 84. Anonymous Viewer. That's called AV Dude. 85. Anonymous Viewer. Voting for Schmelika's naval unit. Death included, though. 86. Anonymous Viewer. Oho 87. Anonymous Viewer. Hawaii's Kill Dungeon, difficulty-shifting dungeon, right? Heavy stuff 'cause of the deaths, and everyone's built like inverted triangles. 88. Anonymous Viewer. Need more girl videos, my soul's parched. 89. Anonymous Viewer. Kiss Me As Kill Dungeon vids have 3 girls in 'em. 90. Anonymous Viewer. To 89. Sorry, already saw that. So cute how they meowed while staying sharp. 91. Anonymous Viewer. Then there's Osteria and stuff. 92, anonymous viewer. To 91 they're hooking up in the squad, pisses me off. Jack won't shut up about Cindy. 93, anonymous viewer. For girls, it's gotta be the Carmel squad. Rare civilian reps. 94, anonymous viewer. Mako-chan fanclub here. 95, anonymous viewer. Isn't that more of a cult? 96, anonymous viewer. Well, if Mako-chan showed up at that moment, you'd think she's a divine messenger too. Even Japanese folks suspect divine intervention. 97, anonymous viewer. Yo, off topic but emergency. TV. 98, anonymous viewer. Everyone TV. 99, anonymous viewer. Two dudes fishing. 100, anonymous viewer. Turned on the TV and instantly saw some random old guy. Who's that? 101, anonymous viewer. Says Adventurer Association chairman right there. Literally him. 102, anonymous viewer. Wait, Mana evolution. 103, anonymous viewer. Old guy starts spouting chuny lines the second I turn on the TV. How are we Japanese supposed to process this? 104, anonymous viewer. Nah, this is a legit press conference lol. 105, anonymous viewer. We haven't even gotten level education yet though. 106, anonymous viewer. So they don't really get it either, and they still had the guts to announce this. 107, anonymous viewer. Why the Tengu's true form is stupid cute. 108, anonymous viewer. So we can evolve into faces like that. 109, anonymous viewer. So how you handle mana changes your evolution. Got it. 110, anonymous viewer. Except the evolution path is. Only example we have is the Tengu's true form. 111, anonymous viewer. If Tengu's possible, what about Valkyries? 112, anonymous viewer. Both seem girl-only. What about guys? 113, anonymous viewer. Tentacles? 114, anonymous viewer. Then Valkyries can have 'em too. 115, anonymous viewer. Total victory for us dudes. 116, anonymous viewer. Way off topic now, but can't be helped. 117, anonymous viewer. Alright, I'll make a thread to discuss mana evolution types. I got this. 118, anonymous viewer. The one who brought it up should make it. 119, anonymous viewer. Wait, they're finding wreckage? What happened? 120, anonymous viewer. Picyan. I smell them. General Dungeon Discussion, Thread Part 342 Chat. 543, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. So, around 7 p.m. yesterday, Mako-tan's squad cleared Kazami Dungeon and returned. 544, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Lots of witnesses, so it's confirmed. 545, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. And just now, the association chairman gave a half-dead announcement. 546, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Dude looks sleep-deprived as hell lol. 547, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Intel came from a certain adventurer. 548, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. So yeah, the culprit's you Mako-tan. 549, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Wait, check adventure path. Everything announced was already uploaded. Even the origin of the association's site videos is explained. 550, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Interview with Tengu Uncut Edition, 551, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. P.S. Fans, watch your hearts. And keep fragile stuff away. 552, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. What do you mean? 553, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Just go watch it, I screamed involuntarily. The thread erupts over Mako's squad's boss fight. Later, the thread freaks out over Mako's squad getting wrecked. 810, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Gonna hit Infinite Torii real quick. Nighttime's perfect. 811, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Go get him. 812, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Wait, so mana evolution lets you do weird moves like that? They were standing on their swords. 813, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Tengu or Jokafolk are just combat specialized, right? 814, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. More importantly, my IRL waifu's eyes lit up at hermaphrodite. What do I do? 815, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. Either you're the target or she's eyeing someone like you. Either way, perish. 816, Anonymous Dungeon Traveler. To summarize, Earthson's main plan settled with dungeons appearing. Life forms can evolve normally or via mana. C-rank dungeons require mana evolution, Mana evolution method unknown, results mostly unclear. Likely tied to mana control. That's it, right? 817, anonymous dungeon traveler. For mana evolution, yeah. 818, anonymous dungeon traveler. There's talk of conceptual flow, so maybe mythical beings are possible evolutions. 819, anonymous dungeon traveler. But conceptual flows influenced by culture, right? The Tengu mentioned vampire, which are tied to religion, so maybe the real ones aren't evil. 820, anonymous dungeon traveler. If karma applies in other worlds, vampire wouldn't exist in the first place. 821, anonymous dungeon traveler. Forms might not be too different though. 822, anonymous dungeon traveler. Other points, high-rank monsters, bosses, can move between dungeons. Won't attack if unprovoked, unless it's their own dungeon. Other worlds exist, as do otherworlders. Mana will expand Earth in the far future. Mana lets Earthzon defend against cosmic attacks. That's it, right? 823, anonymous dungeon traveler. To 822, the answer to can C-rank monsters surface? Dungeons aren't extermination programs is also huge. 824, anonymous dungeon traveler. Also, dungeons aren't disappearing. Loki major. 825, anonymous dungeon traveler. True, for folks considering adventuring as a career. 826, anonymous dungeon traveler. Y'all missed the biggest one, monsters that give hints. Huge. 827, anonymous dungeon traveler. True, lucky encounters if you don't fight 'em. 828, anonymous dungeon traveler. Kinda wild the Gov released this. Hint-giving monsters could have been a trump card. 829, anonymous dungeon traveler. Probably had no choice. 830, anonymous dungeon traveler. Really? 831, anonymous dungeon traveler. Bosses moving between dungeons? Can't hide that. Once that's out, people'd connect the dots. 832, anonymous dungeon traveler. Oh right, Earthzon TV shows Tengu and Valkyries talking. 833, anonymous dungeon traveler. Could have just said they found a dungeon guidebook or something. 834, anonymous dungeon traveler. Japan's rep is sky high. Why ruin it with lies? What if they demanded guidebook disclosure in exchange for favors? 835, anonymous dungeon traveler. TLDR, info overload screwed 'em. 836, anonymous dungeon traveler. The trio specs outpaced the Gov's response lalalal. 837, anonymous dungeon traveler. Don't you dare leave out Shirentan, scum. 838, anonymous dungeon traveler. Sorry. 839, anonymous dungeon traveler. BTW, they sold this info to the association, but is it okay to spread it on strategy sites? 840, anonymous dungeon traveler. It's fine, but they gotta verify accuracy first or they can't post it. Break that and no pay. This time they had to announce fast, so approval was quick. Also, if there's video, the association has usage rights. 841, anonymous dungeon traveler. Huh, but the association's site didn't upload vids. 842, anonymous dungeon traveler. The Tengu interviews up. 843, anonymous dungeon traveler. Probably chickened out on the combat vids, cause it's cute girls getting wrecked. 844, anonymous dungeon traveler. Weak association law. 845, anonymous dungeon traveler. It's a Japanese org. 846, anonymous dungeon traveler. Still, why do these girls keep discovering stuff? Fate's favorites. 847, anonymous dungeon traveler. Luck's part of it, but civilians stand out more. Militaries found plenty too, just less flashy. 848, anonymous dungeon traveler. Latest one's floating stones. 849, anonymous dungeon traveler. Osteria lol. That's the kind of discovery you'd want to keep secret. 850, anonymous dungeon traveler. Earthzon TV leaked it. 851, anonymous dungeon traveler. Mostly item discoveries, right? Anyone could find them by just clearing dungeons. 852, anonymous dungeon traveler. Same goes for Make-a-Chan's discoveries. 853, anonymous dungeon traveler. Point is, new rules turned this into a free-for-all. 854, anonymous dungeon traveler. Pretty sure a female SDF researcher confirmed skill conditions. Or stuff like age physique, affecting level ups 855. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Hell map and monster data count 2. 856. Anonymous dungeon traveler. To 853, I want to join that free-for-all. 857. Anonymous dungeon traveler. No pizza dangling, though. 858. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Tops just melt off lol. 859. Anonymous dungeon traveler. Anyway, looking forward to adventurer's future exploits. We got a shot. General Adventurer, chat thread part 56. 197. Rookie Adventurer. First post, any recommended strategy sites? New to boards, so sorry if I'm rude. 198. Blonde Axe. Oh, can't say no when you're this polite. 199. Rookie Adventurer. I checked the SDF site already. 200. Ninja. SDF site is good for dungeon data, but not for actual exploring. They don't get civilian skill levels. 201. Blonde Axe. True, their camping advice is toned down but not enough. 202. NATO Spear. Mrs.'s site adventure path is solid. Mrs. equals Mako, Lulu Sasara. Kazami Dungeon and Infinite Torii are hyper-detailed, others less so. Must read for first-timers. 203. Smoker May. Personally, Monster Stomping Diary and Adventure Maniac M-Team blogs helped. Adventure Path is general, while blogs share dungeon-specific struggles. 204. Blonde Axe. The S and M blogs. M's full of dirty jokes, so be warned. S might warp your view of women. 205. Rookie Adventurer. I'll check 'em out. 206. Ninja. Blogs are beginner-friendly. Which dungeon you hitting? 207. Rookie Adventurer. Nimuro Dungeon in Hokkaido. 208. Smoker May. Then read Salmon Girl blog. 209. Rookie Adventurer. Got it, will do. 210. Hokkaido Panther. Nimuro salmon is delicious. 211. NATO Spear. Wait, Salmon Girl. 212. Hokkaido Panther. Salmon Girl's party member here. I'm winning at life. 213. Smoker May. Her cooking did look amazing. 214. Blonde Axe. Mako Tan's foil grills looked tasty too. I had hardtack, canned food, and grilled chicken. Was good. Image. 215. Safe Swordsman. Hardtack, just bring bread, same space. Also, image gives 0 appetite. 216. Blonde Axe. My party said the same. Pre-trip hardtack seemed optimal. 217. Dungeon Chef. Heard dungeon food talk. 218. Anonymous Adventurer. Of course he's here. 4.23. Measurements, Seniors, and the Dungeon. The day after conquering the Kazami dungeon, Mako and her group gathered again. Hello, everybody. Arya. Uninayanyanama. The one who greeted them like this was Baba. Baba proceeded to squish Mako's cheeks relentlessly, her usual lack of restraint dialed up even further. Mako, excited to see Baba after so long, flapped her hands in response to the cheek pinching. Baba praised them for gathering intel on the Tengu and congratulated them on clearing the dungeon. The reason they had arranged to meet Baba today was to have dragon gear crafted for them. In the end, Mako's group decided to have the JSDF make their dragon equipment. They had originally wanted to craft the dragon gear themselves, since the materials would likely give massive production-related EXP, but after encountering the Tengu, they figured it was best to claim their rights for this set of gear first. Besides, they were heading to Kismiya soon. Having good equipment would put their parents at ease. Baba-san, is the professor doing well? How cruel, talking about another woman right in front of me. That's not what I meant. You're the only one I ever think about. Mako-chan, you're the worst. Arya. Uninayanyananya. Mako and Baba's energy levels were through the roof. Baba's cheek pinching was especially relentless. Ever since their reunion, she'd been going all out, now that she knew Mako wouldn't stop her. Being the mature one, Mako dutifully flapped her hands in response. A true act of hospitality. Thanks to Mako's exceptional hospitality skills, Baba mistakenly believed she was overjoyed. A terrifying curiosity sprouted in Baba's mind. If she kept this up, would Mako-chan eventually wet herself from excitement? She never knew she had such skills. Arya. Fufu. Funai. Sorry, I spit a little. With that accidental spit, service time was over. As for the professor, With the JSDF's operational range shifting from G-rank dungeons to F and E-rank ones, the professor had relocated to follow them. She was making all sorts of discoveries, so it couldn't be helped. That said, they still chatted on Rhine, so Mako knew she was doing fine. She's doing great. Fufu. Oh, right, Ryuko-chan recently bought a stuffed animal, probably because she's lonely. Hyuwoo professor. Thinking of the lonely professor, Mako wanted to sleep beside her. The poor woman was always sleep-deprived. Amidst all this, it was time for measurements. Since they'd be wearing the dragon gear over their basic body armor, the measurements were taken with that in mind. While gear bought from fairy shops or looted from treasure chests came with a fit adjustment feature, custom-made gear required manual measurements like this. At least for now. Who knew? Maybe someday, magical technology would advance enough to add fit adjustment to crafted gear. Mako memorized the measurements for Sasura and Lulu's sizes from the measuring tape. But when it was her turn, something felt off. Maybe we should make it a little bigger. Why? Baba-san, I'm still in my growth spurt. Mako's suggestion was met with a gentle smile and a pat on the shoulder from Baba, who said nothing. Instead, the woman taking measurements answered. Don't worry, the armor can be adjusted with belts to some degree. Vertically, too. That's a bit harder. But I'm in my growth spurt. Will it be okay? Mako wiggled her fingers in front of her chest, pushing the issue. Baba sighed internally, quit being so stubborn, before speaking up. By the time you outgrow it, you'll probably have new materials to make better gear anyway. Mako nodded, that made sense. Finally, it was Shiren's turn. Since there'd be leftover dragon leather after crafting the torso armor for Mako's group, Shiren would get a set too. Technically, if they used Shiren's share, they could have made additional gear for other body parts, which made Shiren hesitate. But since she'd be diving with them from now on, the group insisted. Shiren's affection for the three of them was steadily rising to super-like levels. As Shiren's measurements began under Mako's watchful gaze, Mako's eyes widened, and she took a step back. How could such a thing be possible? Realizing what had stunned Mako, Baba seized the moment to strike. Now was the time for the god hand to shine. Ho, ho, urya. Stop, idiot. But Mako twisted free from the cheek-pinching assault. As Baba stood frozen in shock, Mako hunched over, covering her face with one hand. If only I had mana evolution, if only. Through the gaps in her fingers, the glint of madness in her eyes betrayed her envy of Shiren's nice body. Next, they picked the final designs. Since the dragon gear was designed to match the Infinite Tory's traditional Japanese aesthetic, it suited everyone except Shiren perfectly. Shiren had to tweak hers to accommodate her midriff-bearing style. As for the two dragon fangs, one would go into Lulu's dagger. Since it was too short for a sword, the other would become the blade of Shiren's Naginata. Shiren wanted to graduate from her two-section staff. The dragon gear would be completed before their departure to Kismia, so they'd meet again later for minor adjustments. After that, until their trip to Kismia, everyone was free to do as they pleased. Shiren buried herself in crafting and researching with the mountain of materials. She was fired up to make armor and accessories for everyone. Sasura and Lulu helped their parents. Sasura's mom ran Adventure Path, a dungeon strategy site that kept her swamped. Companies constantly pitched products for promotion, and they had to compile info on Japan's dungeons, features, strategies, you name it. Now, hired helpers from the Aozora training dojo ventured into dungeons or interviewed divers to update the site. Their efforts paid off. Adventure Path now dominated the civilian strategy site scene, leaving competitors in the dust. Profits were nearing the point where they could hire full-time employees. Sasura helped by tapping away at a computer for Adventure Path. Lulu, meanwhile, worked on its sister site, Adventure Path N, aimed at overseas audiences. Since translation apps often mangled expressions, they launched a dedicated foreign version. This one also boasted massive traffic, especially from countries where level education hadn't even started yet. Many visitors sought to satisfy their curiosity. Amidst all this, Mako was playing with friends. It can't be helped. What's wrong, Mako-chan? It's a cry of guilt from being the only one having fun. This isn't playing, the Kendo Club president yelled while flailing her arms. Today, Mako was diving into the Kazami dungeon with the president and 4 others. That's right, the seniors had gotten their adventurer licenses. Their adventurer rank, based on martial arts proficiency, was G, meaning they could only enter G-rank dungeons. Having taken the test shortly after starting level education, this was the result. After waiting an hour under the blazing sun, they charged into the dungeon. The seniors wore dorky aprons and helmets loaned by the Adventurers Association. Mako considered lending them spare materials to enhance their gear, but decided to let them progress like normal adventurers. I'll mostly just watch, so do your best. Roger, the seniors cheered. Mako crossed her arms, exuding an air of seasoned superiority. First up, spring balloons. All right, my strong strike will shine. The president raised her iron pipe and charged with a battle cry. Those who'd undergone level education could stay in dungeons for about 5 hours, qualifying for jobs. Most wielded iron pipes or wooden swords, so common job choices were apprentice swordsman, apprentice spearman, or apprentice staff user. The president, an apprentice staff user, aimed to eventually wield a naginata. She halted 5 meters from the balloon, waiting for it to approach. The moment it entered range. Strong strike, a staff technique, a powerful blow with high knockback chance, sometimes even stunning foes. Overkill for a spring balloon, but understandable for a first dive. Mako watched with warm amusement. 3 others also used martial techniques, dash thrust for spears, slash sword for blades, overwhelming the monsters. With 4 technique users rotating, their MP replenished by the time their turn came again. Easy mode unlocked. The 5th member, an apprentice armorer, fought normally, but she used armor-exclusive synthesis enhancement to strengthen everyone's gear. She'd switch roles with someone else tomorrow. That said, the first floor had spellbooks, which upped the tension. Like Mako once did, they lured the books around corners to prevent spellcasting. Ideally, they'd eventually face them head-on, but that could wait until they leveled up. By the 2nd floor, they lucked into a water spellbook, won by Senpai A in Rock Paper Scissors. From here, Mako lent out her spellbook collection. The first floor's spellbooks were tough, so everyone stuck to their best jobs. But the 2nd floor's easier enemies offered chances to unlock new ones. Lending spellbooks above ground violated weapon laws, but inside dungeons, it was fine. This expedition was planned as an overnight trip. By the end, the seniors aimed to unlock apprentice grimoire user jobs. Mako's collection covered water, fire, and earth, so those were the options. In the grassy 2nd floor, the girls squealed as they slaughtered snakes, marveling at the high enhancement value of snake leather. Water bullet. The president, now an apprentice grimoire user, blasted a fluffball with water. Fu, her eyes sparkled, magic had enchanted her. Commanding a water bullet to strike foes felt incredibly cool. Her dream of wielding a naginata vanished instantly. I'm gonna be a mage. Mako nodded smugly at the president's transformation. The 3rd floor was their main zone. Singing frogs were troublesome in groups but free loot solo, especially with their high enhancement leather. Tadpoles were no match for the newly magical girls. Easy mode maximized. They camped on the 3rd floor. Thanks to Adventure Path, amateur divers knew this floor was ideal for extended stays, so the gate area was crowded. An all-girl high school party was rare, drawing nervous glances from male adventurers. With so many groups around, camping felt like a social event. That night, Mako and the president talked. Sai, summer cram school starts the day after tomorrow. Is exams really that hard? Mako tilted her head at the president's muttering. Mako-chan, you've never taken entrance exams. I got in via recommendation. Lucky. So lucky. To the president, those words sounded unbearably sweet. Mako-chan, are you going to college? Nah, probably not. Figures, you don't even need high school, right? Pretty much. The Tengu said dungeons aren't disappearing, so I'll stick to adventuring. What about you, president? Any reason for college? The president slapped Mako's thigh. That's the thing. I'm going even though I don't have a dream job. Isn't that normal? Not in this new world. The president buried her face in Mako's thigh, crushed by exam stress. Mako ruffled her hair. I won't give advice, it's your life, your choice. Yeah. The president already knew. Many youths did. Dungeons and the adventurer profession had triggered a modern gold rush. Even G-rank materials sold high. Plus, defeating monsters leveled you up, Effort bore tangible results. Yet, society's old templates still weighed heavily on young minds. Ironically, some adults were already quitting jobs to become adventurers. In a way, middle and high school seniors right now might be unlucky. How so? In a few years, people will probably weave adventuring into education or work transitions. Parents might even encourage it. But right now, they'd oppose it. I think so too. More people will start learning after adventuring. Or balance both, like Mako's group. Either way, those at life's crossroads now face tough choices. Mako wondered about Cheyenne, a third-year middle schooler already stronger than most adults. Did she even need high school? The president and others were proactive types who rushed to get adventurer licenses. Mako suspected the president might skip college. As night deepened, so did their conversation. The next day, they resumed diving. Even the synthesis specialist switched to apprentice grimoire user, completing the all-mage party. They exited the dungeon at a satisfying point. Next time, you'll guide others, okay? Leave it to us. The president thumped her chest. The Kazami Girls Kendo Club had a vision. Turn every adventure girl into a magical girl. Third years had exams, so second years might lead, but if this became tradition, Kazami would become an unstoppable force. This dive confirmed it was possible. The seniors felt it in their bones. And so, Mako's group spent their days like this until the trip to Kismia. End of Volume 2.